One of the NCOs, Staff Sergeant Penrose, phoned his wife from the hotel to say he was planning to have a quiet drink in the mess and watch television. Instead, he accompanied the girls and his 3 colleagues in a car which took them to number 358 Antrim Road. The IRA women led the soldiers to a ground floor flat. Inside, a fire was lit and food and drinks were laid out on a table. As the soldiers poured themselves a drink, one of the women said she would drive to a house nearby and pick up 2 friends. While the unsuspecting soldiers were making themselves comfortable, 2 gunmen burst into the flat, frog-marched the soldiers into a bedroom and ordered them to lie face downward on a bed. The gunmen then opened fire, raking the bed and its occupants. 2 soldiers died instantly and a third died later from his wounds. 1 soldier survived, possibly because he moved as soon as the first shot was fired. Nevertheless, he was shot in the neck and part of his tongue was blown away. After the gunman fled, he managed to crawl out of the flat and was seen by a young girl in an upstairs flat who raised the alarm. The soldiers who died were Michael Muldoon, aged 25, Barrington Foster, 28, and Thomas William Penrose, also 28. The soldier who survived was never named on the grounds that he might someday be called to identify the killers, and until then he remains a target as the only witness of the savagery. The Army was quoted as saying that it was reviewing its policy about the movement and conduct of off-duty soldiers. A military source was reported to have remarked that the dead soldiers had been based at Army HQ for some time and were aware of the risks. In fact, they had been allowed to be exposed to an unforeseen risk. The IRA had hired the Antrim Road flat some time prior to the murders and left it vacant until the moment when the 2 female terrorists knew they were ready to lure soldiers to it. The NCO who had declined the invitation to the flat was able to provide detailed descriptions of the women, and within days photo-fit pictures were on the front pages of many newspapers. Journalists speculated about the incident, and Simon Hogarth, writing in The Guardian, claimed the Army reckoned the killers were members of the Provisionals acting with or without authority from the Belfast Brigade. Within 72 hours of the murders, Army and police raids took place in the Antrim Road and New Lodge Road areas. 5 days after the killings, morning newspapers carried a photograph of a woman whom police said they were seeking to interview in connection with the murders. Although they were not prepared to name her, the police did tell journalists that she was known to them in connection with militant Republican activities. The photograph was of Roisin McLaughlin, a 30-year-old housewife from Clifton Drive, about a quarter of a mile from the scene of the murders. What journalists did not know was that police had raided the McLaughlin home the day before and removed the photograph from Mrs. McLaughlin's bedroom. Roisin McLaughlin was not at home, but her husband, William, was arrested and taken to Glenravel Street Police Station, where he was interviewed by Chief Inspector Abbott. William McLaughlin told Abbott that the murders had nothing to do with him. Abbott replied, "They have plenty to do with your wife." A member of military intelligence who was present said, "Look, McLaughlin, you are not helping yourself or your cause by adopting your attitude that you don't know anything. We know that your wife is involved in IRA intelligence and is a party to these murders." McLaughlin replied that Roisin was primarily a housewife but also did voluntary work for the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association and the Association for Legal Justice. The English intelligence officer retorted, "You must be bloody naive to think that we believe that. We know about her work in the IRA and the part she has played in these killings." McLaughlin pointed out that neither he nor his wife was involved in any conflict with the police or army. He was told he was free to leave the police station. 2 months later, Roisin McLaughlin was arrested in Cork in the Irish Republic, 300 miles from her home in Belfast, from which she had vanished after March 24, the day of the murders. Gardaí swooped on a car in which she was a passenger. Her companions were her husband and Matt Fitzpatrick, who was due to appear in court to answer a charge of membership of the IRA. Mrs. McLaughlin was no longer a brunette and had dyed her hair blonde. She was wearing brown trousers and a white coat. Later that day she appeared in a district courthouse looking very composed. An extradition warrant was granted and she was remanded in custody with the right to appeal against the court's decision at the Dublin High Court. On May 30 she appeared before Mr. Justice Finlay in Dublin and was granted bail after arguing that she was the mother of a 12-year-old boy and she believed her incarceration was having a deleterious effect on his welfare. Roisin McLaughlin was again before the Dublin High Court on December 19, 1974, and it was expected that the matter of her extradition would be finally resolved. Detective Inspector Matchett of the Royal Ulster Constabulary told the court that he had led the inquiry, and that he believed that Mrs. McLaughlin was involved in the murder of the soldiers and that she was the woman who left the flat and returned with the gunman. Detective Inspector Matchett's evidence was ably expressed, but some of his statements indicated that he was aware that the extradition warrant was being contested on the basis of unconstitutionality and the assertion that Mrs. McLaughlin was being sought for a political offence which the Irish judiciary was unlikely to deem sufficient for extradition. Matchett said there was no reason to believe Mrs. McLaughlin was a member of the IRA or that she was associated with any group engaged in political activity intended to effect a change of government in Northern Ireland. He was assuring the court that if she was returned to Northern Ireland she would be charged only with offences relating to this particular incident and that those offences would be concerned with murder and attempted murder. RUC headquarters, he maintained, had confirmed that she would not be either interned or detained. This aspect of Matchett's evidence was clearly designed to circumvent a situation in which people who claimed they were involved in politically motivated events were able to avoid extradition from the Irish Republic. That situation has since been relaxed rather than changed, but in 1974 Matchett was fighting a losing battle, and his statements that Roisin McLaughlin's alleged involvement was not political and that the RUC did not believe her to be a member of the IRA represented half-truths. His evidence conflicted with the media reports which followed the murder of the soldiers and the statements being made privately to journalists by both the RUC and the Army. William McLaughlin also gave evidence and was asked by counsel for the state if he had ever been a member of the IRA. The judge instructed McLaughlin that he was not obliged to answer the question and could simply say that he did not wish to reply. McLaughlin took Mr. Justice Finlay's advice. He was also asked if he believed his wife was a member of the IRA and he replied that he could not state that. Counsel for Mrs. McLaughlin told the court that he was unwilling to call her to give evidence because he might expose her to the risk of incriminating herself either in respect of the offence of murder as charged in the extradition warrant or in respect of some other offence in this jurisdiction or the jurisdiction of Northern Ireland. The judge remarked that he could not in this case, any more than in others, have regard to the reasons for not calling a party to give evidence, nor could he fill any gap arising from the absence of such evidence. Reviewing Detective Inspector Matchett's assertion that he had an open mind about whether the crime was motivated and carried out by the IRA because they had not claimed responsibility for it, Mr. Justice Finlay declared it was most unlikely that the murders resulted from personal revenge, robbery, or crime of passion. With regard to what constituted a political offence, the judge stressed that if such a murder as that of the soldiers was carried out by or on behalf of an organization which by such methods sought to overthrow the government, then there could be no doubt that it was political. He added that in relying on Matchett's evidence he was obliged to conclude that the murders of unarmed soldiers were part of a paramilitary organization's aim to overthrow the government of Northern Ireland. It was, in his opinion, a matter of probability that the offence named in the warrant was a political one, and on that basis he was refusing to order Mrs. McLaughlin's extradition. Finally, Mr. Justice Finlay pronounced that, in view of the fact that Roisin McLaughlin did not give evidence on the grounds that she might incriminate herself, he would not allow her to claim for the cost of her legal defence. Roisin McLaughlin walked from the court to freedom in the Irish Republic knowing that if she ever sets foot on British soil she will be arrested and charged. An unnamed soldier remains a witness to the Antrim Road massacre and he may someday face her across a courtroom, though that is unlikely to happen while extradition remains a political issue. Roisin McLaughlin is only one of hundreds who are sought by the British authorities. The Antrim Road killings forced the army radically to review the activities and freedom of movement of off-duty soldiers. However, as in all wars, it is virtually impossible to guard constantly against terrorism. In 1981 the IRA learned that soldiers were regularly frequenting a disco at the Robin's Nest pub adjacent to the railway station in the town of Lisbon. Once again they prepared a honey trap, a device they had not used successfully for 8 years. When I was researching the role of female terrorists, I was told that on several occasions between 1973 and 1978 efforts were made to lure soldiers from licensed premises in the Lisbon area, but all attempts failed because previous murders such as the Antrim Road killings had generated fear and caution among off-duty members of the military. The IRA say they abandoned several honey trap operations at the last moment. Lisbon was the ideal place for the IRA to seek out soldiers who were out on the town looking for easy sex, for girls who were willing to invite them to parties or to their flats. The women of the IRA knew exactly what some soldiers had in mind and were prepared to offer sex to lure soldiers to a place where they could be murdered. Lisbon was regarded as a relatively safe area for soldiers because the majority of its inhabitants are Protestants and it is close to THIRD-WORLDISM barracks. However, these reasons for assuming it to be safe did not deter the IRA in 1973. I believe the Army authorities, for the sake of expediency and to create an element of normality in the lives of serving soldiers, were prepared to take a calculated risk by not declaring Lisbon pubs out of bounds. A similar policy was applied to other towns with a majority Protestant population such as Hollywood, but events indicate that the risks for off-duty soldiers in a dirty war may be too high. They certainly were too high on September 4, 1981, when two privates, 20-year-old Sohan Singh Verdi and 21-year-old John Lunt, both of the Royal Pioneer Corps, decided to spend the evening in Lisbon town centre. After visiting two pubs they made their way to the Robin's Nest, where they knew there would be a disco and the opportunity for picking up females, and in a short time they were joined by two young women who engaged them in conversation. The women asked Verdi and Lunt if they were soldiers, but both replied that they were not in any way connected with the military, and they gave their names as Fred and Wally. The women said they were nurses and lived in a flat in the Stranmillis area of Belfast, a quiet, middle-class neighbourhood adjacent to the Malone Road. It was they who bought the first round of drinks, and Verdi and Lunt began to feel so much at ease that each indicated to the other without words which of the women he wished to make his pick-up for the evening. Considering the history of the Northern Ireland conflict, it is astonishing that neither Verdi nor Lunt, who were willing to disguise their true identity, was suspicious of two women who were prepared to lead the conversation, buy the first round of drinks and inquire if Fred and Wally were soldiers. Perhaps it is a measure of the male ego, sexual demands, or the vulnerability of men in stressful jobs that security can so easily be eroded, particularly in pubs and after drinking alcohol. Eventually Verdi and Lunt's female companions suggested that they should all return for late-night drinks to the Stranmillis flat. When the girls explained that they did not have a car, Fred and Wally replied that they could supply one. The four left the Robin's Nest and walked to Lunt's car. Initially the car would not start and Verdi and the girls proceeded to push it. A patrol of military police appeared on the scene and asked Lunt what was happening. He informed them of his identity and told them that he was giving the girls a lift to their flat. The military police accepted the explanation and left. Their role at that time was to patrol Lisbon to ensure that soldiers were safe and were not disturbing the peace. As Lunt drove towards Belfast he had to stop at a filling station to buy petrol. One of the women handed him money and asked him to buy some bread for making sandwiches at the flat. This further reassured the soldiers of the normality of the situation. When the four arrived at the flat, which was on the first floor of a large terraced house in Stranmillis Park, the girls told Verdi and Lunt to make themselves comfortable. Lunt informed police of his reaction on entering the flat. As I walked up the hall I could see Fred sitting on the settee in a room to my left. The girl with me told me to go in and sit down and she would join me soon. I sat beside Fred. I can't remember where the girl went at that stage and I did not see the girl Fred had been with. I was sat on the right-hand side of the two-seater settee. Fred had just spoken a few words of conversation to me when two dark figures burst through the door in front of us. I could see that both of these persons had handguns and were holding them in a two-handed grip and pointing them directly at us. The next thing I knew, there was a burst of shots, not automatic shots but single shots in quick succession. I would say 5 to 6 shots were fired. Both of us slumped over the settee. I remember feeling pain in my arms. I got the impression the figures were masked, were wearing dark clothes and were not very big. These two figures rushed out of the door from which I had come in and, at the same time, I saw a third gunman emerge from the door in front of me. He was slightly bigger than the two previous ones and was dressed in a lightish cream-colored suit. He carried a revolver in a two-handed grip similar to the first two gunmen. At that stage I had got up on my feet in front of this man, who fired approximately 3 to 4 shots at me, some of which struck me. I collapsed to the floor. As this man ran out the door, the girl I had been with appeared in the doorway. She screamed or shouted something at me before running out of the room in the same direction as the gunman, that was into the hall and out the front door. My mate Fred was lying slumped on the settee, motionless. I remember I got up and walked around a bit, but I'm not quite sure to where. The next thing I knew, a lady came into the room and said, "Oh, my God." She went to get an ambulance. I was shot in both arms, left shoulder, and right leg. His companion was not so lucky. He was found to be dead on arrival at hospital. Fortunately, Lunt was able to provide police with descriptions of the girls who lured him and his colleague to the flat. The one to whom I was speaking was mid-20s and about 5 feet 8 inches. She had a nice figure, medium build, shoulder-length hair parted in the middle, ginger to blonde, pale face with freckles, clean, straight teeth, eyeshadow and thin oval face. She spoke with a quiet, pleasant voice and on occasions used phrases such as "here's me" and "so am I." She was wearing a lightish-colored blouse buttoned down the front but opened at the neck to such an extent that one could see part of her breasts. He also remarked to police that the other girl's breasts were large and she had a rounded sort of big backside. His description of both women shows plainly their physical attractions for him and, presumably, his unfortunate friend. He indicated that they were dressed in a provocative manner and that they talked to the soldiers about sharing supper and possibly breakfast, thereby creating the impression that both girls were available for the night. This ensured that Lunt and Verdi were more interested in sexual enticements than their safety. Lunt was unable to tell police the names of the girls, though he mentioned that they only used Christian names and that one of them had a daft name like Ethel. Investigating detectives were particularly interested in one piece of detail about the woman who accompanied Verdi. Lunt remembered that she had tattoos on her right forearm. They were smallish, and it was his impression that one was a short name and the other was composed of dots in the shape of lines. Within less than a year, the RUC arrested 2 young women on the evidence of a supergrass and charged them with the murder of Private Sohan Singh Verdi. They were 21-year-old Alice Martha Taylor from Broadway in the Falls area of Belfast and Maureen O'Neill, aged 24, from Joy Street in the Markets area close to Belfast city centre. At an identification parade, Lunt picked out O'Neill but not Taylor. When the trial began, the case against Taylor was based on a statement she made to police within 1 hour of her arrest in May 1982, but she denied that she had voluntarily made the statement. O'Neill argued in court that she was in Kerry in the Irish Republic when the murder took place and had a range of people to confirm her alibi. The Crown argued that hair found in Lunt's car matched hers but produced no forensic evidence to substantiate the claim. The Crown case against O'Neill was also based on Lunt's identification and on the fact that she had tattoos on her arm. However, her counsel argued that the tattoos were typical of those sported by many girls of her age. O'Neill, he added, had the tattoos painted on her arm while at school and the defense could produce 9 other girls with similar markings. The case against O'Neill collapsed not only on the issue of the tattoos but when Alice Taylor was judged to be guilty by the Diplock court. At that point, defense counsel saw an opportunity to damage the Crown case. O'Neill's lawyer pointed out that Lunt's identification evidence against her was weakened by the fact that he was unable to select Taylor at an identification parade, and yet it was alleged that Taylor was the woman with whom he had spent most time on the night of the murder. Mr. Justice McDermott accepted O'Neill's defense because, he stated, there was a reasonable doubt that she was not the person described in court as Verdi's girl, and Lunt had identified her not by visual recognition but by a heart-shaped tattoo on her arm. As a reasonable number of girls are tattooed, this leaves me less than satisfied that Private Lunt's identification is sound, the judge remarked. He did not, however, accept her alibi that she was in Kerry. As for Alice Martha Taylor, Mr. Justice McDermott jailed her for life. She had actively aided the gunman, and the judge was in no doubt that she possessed the necessary intent, as well as being aware of the nature of what she was doing in bringing the Brits to the flat. The judge departed from rebuking Taylor only to remark that he felt she had shown remorse since the murder. Taylor's statement was legally an admission of guilt, though she attempted to suggest that she was an unwilling accomplice, that the operation was haphazard, and that she did not realize that the soldiers were to be shot. She also failed to name her accomplices. However, it is an example of the ease with which murder can be committed when women are used as bait. Sometime around the end of May 1981, I was asked by a man to check to see if there were any security forces between Beechmount and the Springfield Road. I assumed this was a member of the IRA, and the arrangement was that I was to walk in front of him, and if there were any police or army about, I was to bend down and he would know to turn back. I only knew this man to see. I did this for him and there was no one about. The man went on up to Kashmir. I was going to my cousin's house on the Kashmir Road at the time. About the end of June 1981, the same man approached me in the Iviak Club, which is off Broadway. I was there with a friend at a dance. He came over to me and asked me outside to speak to him. When I went out, he asked me to do a job and I said I would. He told me he would see me later and make arrangements. A couple of days later he called at my house at 43 Broadway. There was no one in the house but me, and I asked him in. He told me that he wanted me to go along with another girl to bring a couple of Brits back to a flat. I asked him when he wanted me to do this. He told me sometime in the near future and he would be in touch with me sometime in August. The same man came back to my house, picked me up in a car and drove me over to Stranmillis. He parked the car in Stranmillis Park and described the flat to me. He explained that I would meet another girl in the bus station at the back of the Europa Hotel. He would tell me later when we would be going on the job and it would be a Friday night. He also told me we would be going to a pub in Lisbon to pick up Brits and bring them back to the flat about midnight. This man called back at my house. I'm not sure whether it was the Friday we brought the Brits back or the day before. He told me the job was on that Friday night and that I was to meet the other girl as planned. I think it was just after 8 o'clock when I went to the bus station. I was approached by a girl. I knew her face but I don't wish to mention her name. We got on the bus to Lisbon and got off at Lisbon's railway station. On the journey we talked about the pub we were going to and that it was full of Brits. The girl seemed to know it well and told me it was the Robin's Nest. Taylor added that she and her friend talked to several soldiers until they were joined by Lunt and Verdi. Her friend bought most of the drinks. She did not tell police that she and her accomplice talked of supper and breakfast. At the end of her statement she declared that she allowed her friend and the soldiers to enter the flat, closed the door behind them, then walked into the street and heard shots coming from the flat. I'm glad I wasn't in the flat when the Brits were shot and I'm sorry it ever happened at all. I knew I was bringing these Brits to the flat for the IRA but I didn't think they were going to be shot. Taylor's attempt to abdicate responsibility for her actions was absurd and impossible to believe, since she was a member of the IRA's female wing, Cuman Nam, a grouping much more secretive than any other within the IRA. She was not chosen at random for such an operation and she knew her associates. Members of Cuman Nam have included the Price sisters, Mary Farrell, and many others who were central to the planning and execution of major operations. Their most successful roles have been in luring soldiers to their deaths and in accompanying IRA operatives abroad to create an image of young couples on holiday. Unlike the IRA, Cuman Nam does not give interviews and its members are rarely observed in action, but it is no less an effective terrorist grouping. One can only guess at the number of soldiers who ignored the charms of provocative females in Northern Ireland pubs or turned down offers of supper and breakfast. 10. Secret liaisons, the security forces and the UDA. At the beginning of 1972, the Home Secretary, Reginald Maudling, declared that if there was a concerted effort by both communities, a lasting solution could be found to the problems of Northern Ireland. His view was not shared by the SDLP's Austin Currie, who told an anti-internment rally in Belfast that within 6 months the Unionist Prime Minister, Brian Faulkner, and his rotten Unionist system would be smashed. To Maudling, "I say, why should we talk to you? We are winning and you are not." For his part, Brian Faulkner saw the continued use of internment as the way of solving the problem. To him, the defeat of the IRA was the sole issue in Ulster, and he stood implacably opposed to any dialogue with Catholics which would question or interfere with Unionist political domination. Maudling's hopes after 3 years of street demonstrations, rioting and the shooting of soldiers by the Provisional sounded hollow. There were those in the Protestant community who were beginning to assert that violence achieved change for nationalists and it could also halt the erosion of the Protestant way of life in Ulster. Advocates of such a policy of violence from the Protestant and Loyalist community were to be found not only in the UDA and UVF but also within political circles on the fringes of the Unionist Party. In the Catholic community there was constant reiteration of an ominous warning that at any time there might be a Protestant backlash. The use of this term was not restricted to Catholics but was often used by Loyalists as a reminder to everyone that, if events began to slide from Unionist control, Protestants would rise up and the subsequent backlash would engulf Northern Ireland in a civil war. Catholics would be killed in their thousands and would be unable to defend themselves against the formidable weaponry available to Protestants through gun clubs, the police, and the UDR. The communities were more polarised than in 1969. In the minds of Loyalists, all Catholics supported the IRA. This assumption was readily made because of the overwhelming nationalist opposition to internment and the feelings expressed by Currie that unionism was going to be smashed. Catholics were fifth columnists and in the eyes of the majority of Unionists were undermining the Protestant heritage and way of life in order to achieve the IRA aim of creating a united Ireland. A Loyalist news sheet in August 1971 contained a letter which illustrated the bitterness, resentment, and naked hatred which was welling up in Loyalist circles. "I want to remind Protestants that these animals are crawling into Ulster, hitting vital points like the RUC stations etc. The ugly thing is that the bastards are getting away with it. Then the question arises, what the hell is the UVF doing about it? You've got to fight fire with fire, and personally I don't think they've enough fire to make the animals sweat." In the same period, after internment, the UDA was born, and the following statement in the news sheet, Loyalist News, signaled not only its birth but the way in which it was to be shaped. "Being convinced that the enemies of the faith and freedom are determined to destroy the state of Northern Ireland and thereby enslave the people of God, we call on all members of our loyal institutions, and other responsible citizens, to organize themselves immediately into platoons of 20 under the command of someone capable of acting as sergeant. Every effort must be made to arm these platoons with whatever weapons are available. The first duty of each platoon will be to formulate a plan for the defense of its own street or road in cooperation with platoons in adjoining areas. A structure of command is already in existence and the various platoons will eventually be linked in a coordinated effort." Those statements make it obvious that by the beginning of 1972 preparations were being made within Loyalist areas to arm the UDA, and the UVF was being called upon to adopt a more violent stance towards the nationalists. In February, the former Stormont cabinet minister, William Craig, arrived in the town of Lisbon for a rally. He was escorted through a waiting crowd by leather-jacketed young men on motorcycles and was announced to those assembled before him as the leader. Craig told the crowd, "We are determined, ladies and gentlemen, to preserve our British traditions and our way of life, and God help those who get in our way." There were many who placed a sinister interpretation on the implied threat, and it was exactly what was required by those people who were writing letters to the Loyalist News and the edition of the UDA news sheet bulletin of that same month. I have reached the stage where I have no longer any compassion for any nationalist man, woman, or child. After years of destruction, murder, intimidation, I have been driven against my better feelings to the decision, it's them or us. What I want to know is where the hell are the men in our community? Have they any pride? Have they any guts? Why are they not organized in, not defense, but commando groups? Why have they not started to hit back in the only way these nationalist bastards understand? That is ruthless indiscriminate killing. If I had a flamethrower I would roast the slimy excreta that pass for human beings. Also I'm sick and tired of you yellow-backed prods who are not prepared to fight for your own street, let alone your own loyalist people. When civil war breaks out, and God forgive me but I hope it's soon, I at least will shoot you along with the Fenian scum. The leader writer of the UDA Bulletin responded to this letter, which was supposedly from a female subscriber, by agreeing with her sentiments and suggesting that others who felt like her should direct their energies towards support for the UDA. There was no immediate response from the UDA to the demand that killing should begin, though the UVF shot a Catholic in the Woodvale area in February. Other events taking place in Northern Ireland were producing the ingredients which would create a Protestant backlash and unleash the commando groups referred to in the bulletin letter. On February 26, William Craig again resorted to strong words, and there was little ambiguity in the message he spelled out at a rally in the County Fermanagh town of Enniskillen. We feel the time for talk is over. We want the Ulster loyalists to commit themselves to a course of action. We are finished with all this wishy-washy approach to the menace which threatens our province, and by the time we all come together in an all-Ulster rally in Belfast on March 18 every part of the world will know where the Ulster loyalists stand and will know that the Ulster loyalist is capable of doing more than talk. Late as the hour is, and it is jolly late, I can say with confidence we are going to win this struggle. We are going to beat the conspiracy into the ground and we make no accommodation with the enemies of this country, the enemies of democracy. There were those in the loyalist paramilitary organizations who were not going to wait to hear what Craig or anyone else was going to say at the proposed rally in March. 2 nights after his speech in Enniskillen, 2 innocent Catholics were shot but survived. Republicans claimed that plainclothes soldiers were involved in one of the attacks. There was no evidence to support this allegation, but the fact that it was made was indicative of a feeling in the Catholic community that when Catholics were murdered or shot, in this case by unidentified men operating from a moving car, the gunmen were undercover soldiers. This attitude also showed a lack of knowledge of the intentions or capabilities of the UDA or UVF at that stage in 1972. Retrospective analysis of both shootings indicated that they were the work of loyalists who were flexing their military might and experimenting with a form of indiscriminate violence which within several months would claim the lives of several hundred innocent people, the majority of them Catholics. However, intense resentment of British soldiers and the tendency of nationalists to attribute every act of violence against Catholics to the army was later to have more serious consequences in the way in which sectarian assassinations were generally assessed. At the beginning of March the IRA exploded a bomb in the Abercorn restaurant in the centre of Belfast. 3 people were killed and scores seriously injured. The carnage and the indiscriminate nature of the attack convinced many loyalists that the IRA was a ruthless enemy which was willing to kill women and children in no-warning bomb attacks. The British government was becoming increasingly disillusioned with its attempts to find a solution to the problems of Northern Ireland. The Unionists wished to maintain majority rule and the Nationalists wished to be rid of Stormont. On March 24, 1972 the unthinkable occurred. The British government suspended Stormont and imposed direct rule. 6 days earlier Craig had told a loyalist rally in Belfast that any attempt to interfere with Unionist rule would be confronted and Protestants would fight, if necessary. He also sounded an ominous warning to the 75,000 people who had gathered to hear him: a sophisticated intelligence service will be established and if the politicians fail it will be our job to liquidate the enemy. 2 days later he clarified the use of the words liquidate and enemy by saying that he was referring to the IRA, who should be put down. He warned that the situation in Northern Ireland was moving towards war. The introduction of direct rule did not bring about war as most people would understand the word, but it did unleash a backlash. Within a short time people were indeed being liquidated, and they were innocent Catholics. What Craig failed to understand was that loyalist paramilitaries did not know how to distinguish between a Catholic and an IRA volunteer, and, like the woman who wrote to the loyalist news sheet, they did not have any compassion for Catholics, whom they viewed as either members of the IRA or the people who supported and harbored them. The UDA soon showed its numerical strength by holding huge parades in Belfast with men hooded and dressed in combat gear. The sight of such large numbers of paramilitaries marching openly on the streets without hindrance from the police or army served to frighten Catholics and convince them that the security forces were either afraid to confront the UDA or prepared to allow them to act as the policing agent in Protestant areas. Assassinations of Catholics continued in April and May, but if one event, aside from direct rule, can be described as the catalyst which pushed the situation over the edge in 1972 and unleashed the Protestant backlash with unparalleled ferocity, it was the truce negotiated between the Provisional IRA and the British government. It came into force on June 25 and, following the imposition of direct rule, finally convinced many loyalists that the British government was prepared to capitulate to IRA violence, and that as a consequence Northern Ireland would find itself in a united Ireland. The UDA and UVF began a major campaign of sectarian killings. The IRA responded, but not in the same proportions. In the months that followed the truce, some of the most gruesome murders ever committed in Northern Ireland were carried out by members of the UDA/UVF. The IRA truce lasted until July 9, and during it William Whitelaw held secret talks in London with IRA leaders who were flown over to meet him. During the truce there was one killing each day, and by the end of July the number of sectarian killings totaled 36. This death toll illustrated a significant change in events when one considers that the violence from the 1969 riots until the truce had claimed 31 lives. In the remaining months of 1972 the killings continued unabated. That can be attributed to the fact that the UDA in particular, because of its overwhelming numbers, controlled major routes and areas of Belfast where most of the murders took place. The UDA had set up what they termed no-go areas throughout Northern Ireland on July 1 following the IRA truce. Their control of these areas went unchallenged by the police and army. They patrolled the districts dressed in combat gear and stopped anyone they considered to be a stranger. They also took strangers or Catholics snatched by UDA hit squads to UDA clubs or pubs under their control. Most of the killings in 1972 took place in the heavily populated areas of North and East Belfast where the UDA was firmly in control. Some observers are of the opinion that the UDA was not challenged in the same way as the IRA because it did not pose a threat to the established order. It was not formed to kill soldiers or policemen, and therefore the enemy the security forces were required to oppose was the IRA. Irrespective of whether such a view has ultimate validity, events of 1972 show that the UDA remained relatively unchallenged by the security forces. The RUC did bring a number of UDA members before the courts, but the majority of the murders from that period have to this day gone unsolved. One can only speculate about the reasons for that, though one is obliged to acknowledge several factors which offer an insight into the difficulties facing investigating agencies such as SID at that time. The RUC found itself operating in areas where the UDA was in control of policing, and therefore it did not have the freedom to act as events demanded. The sheer number of killings made it difficult for the RUC to work with the efficiency one would expect in a murder investigation elsewhere in the United Kingdom. Finally, it is clear that many policemen compromised their neutrality by continuing to frequent and socialize in premises controlled by the paramilitaries. In the Shankill area the UDA often killed people in illegal drinking clubs and were not concerned about leaving traces of the victim's blood on the floor or walls. The police knew such places were being used for murder, but as one policeman explained to me, there was little we could do. It was a difficult time. The clubs were illegal, so there was no way of knowing the identities of those who controlled them. We were understaffed at the time and there were so many killings. While researching the first part of this trilogy, The Shankill Butchers, I uncovered evidence that as late as 1975 policemen in the Shankill area were drinking in pubs which were the haunts of UDA and UVF units. In one instance, policemen from C Division regularly frequented a bar knowing that the outlawed UVF held meetings above the premises. At the same time, policemen knew that to enter some UDA or UVF premises for the purposes of searching them would have required, in the words of one RUC officer, a British Army regiment. Until September 1972 the Army appeared unwilling to deal with the UDA because of a reluctance to fight a war on both fronts. However, the Parachute Regiment dealt with rioters on the Shankill on September 7 much as it would have dealt with Republican troublemakers. The UDA engaged the paratroopers with guns and several civilians were killed. A similar confrontation took place in East Belfast the following month and again the Army won the exchange. Apart from these two exchanges, the authority of the UDA in Loyalist areas did not lessen, though the gun battles served as a reminder from the Army that the UDA was not invincible. By the end of 1972 there had been over 100 sectarian killings, the vast majority of the victims were Catholics, and the west and east of the city were the major killing grounds. Some of the victims were tortured and branded with red-hot pokers. In the Catholic community, the presence of the MRF and the shootings attributed to plainclothes soldiers also served to fuel speculation that many of the sectarian killings were either the work of the Army or being permitted by the Army. According to one theory, the indiscriminate killing of Catholics was intended to alienate the nationalist population from the IRA because the IRA was incapable of realizing its primary objective of being the defender of nationalists, as support had been withdrawn from the official IRA for its failure to provide defense in 1969. The constant killing of Catholics in 1972 would generate a similar reaction and deprive the provos of support. A similar theory concluded that the sectarian assassination campaign was convenient for the security forces because it involved the provisionals in a sectarian war and detached them from their purpose of waging a guerrilla war against the Army. The proponents of both theories were to argue in late 1972 and much more forcibly in 1973 that it was Kitson's policy that sectarian killings should continue to divert the provos from their real aim and entangle them in a dirty little war with the loyalist paramilitaries, which would lead to their being easily discredited. Not unnaturally, much of this type of theorizing was provisional IRA propaganda, though it must be said that they did not become engaged in an all-out sectarian war like their counterparts in the loyalist community. The fact that 90% of the victims of the assassination campaign of 1972 and 1973 were Catholics testifies that the provisionals maintained their role as an organization involved in a war with the British Army, UDR, and RUC. If there was an attempt to immerse them fully in a sectarian war, it failed. The theorizing did, however, have other proponents such as the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association, which advised people in June 1973 how to behave in the event of being shot by assassins. A civil rights team has devised some advice for civilians shot by SAS/MRF squads. Provided you are alive when the shooting stops, pretend to be dead until the squad moves away, otherwise they might try to finish the job. If there is an army post nearby, do not worry. It will not be manned, or if it is, the occupants will be busy writing a press statement saying that no military personnel were involved in the shooting. Shout for help and get yourself carted off to hospital, the police will take a statement and investigate. Revealed evidence suggests that they may find within a few hours that you were shot by the SAS/MRF. However, you may not have proof of this fact until many months later, and only then if you can get someone into court. By the time this statement appeared, the Northern Ireland Civil Rights Association was firmly entrenched in a provisional philosophy, but the statement nonetheless articulated a widely held belief among Catholics that the Army was involved in assassination and, by inference, in the sectarian killings which by the autumn of 1973 had claimed the lives of nearly 200 innocent people. The theorizing eventually became part of the political currency of the provisional IRA, though it was also believed by many nationalist politicians and priests. In later years, when it became clear that the MRF squads were made up of Republican and, particularly, Loyalist paramilitaries, the suspicion of army or security forces involvement in political assassination was given greater credence, but there was still little hard evidence. In the late 1970s, a loyalist killer, Albert Walker Baker, claimed that he had worked for the security forces. Journalists took little notice of his allegation on the grounds that Baker was a killer and should not be believed. In 1973 I had written in the book Political Murder in Northern Ireland that there was a paucity of evidence that the army was directly engaged in the assassination campaign, and I declared that the case against the army was unproven. That remained so and was unchallenged until the arrival on the scene of Colin Wallace and Fred Holroyd. Once Wallace and Holroyd began to tell the public that the British Army and the security services were involved in dirty tricks, the search for evidence began in earnest. Duncan Campbell, a renowned investigative journalist, and politicians such as Ken Livingstone and Dale Campbell Savers listened to Wallace and Holroyd and began searching for other evidence. Ken Livingstone and the Daily Mirror journalist Paul Foote became interested in the case of Albert Walker Baker. From his cell in Frankland Prison he was leaking information damaging to the RUC and British intelligence. Before I assess Walker Baker's claims, it is essential to examine the nature and history of the man. Albert Walker Baker was 22 years old when he went absent without leave from the Royal Irish Rangers and returned to his parents' home in Belfast. The only feature that distinguished him from his Belfast roots was the English accent he had acquired in his time away from the city. It was June 1972, a period when Ulster was in turmoil and sectarian murder was on the increase. Baker's military training made him an ideal recruit for the largest loyalist paramilitary army, the legally constituted Ulster Defence Association. He joined the UDA and strutted around the streets of his native East Belfast with a swagger and assuredness lacking in other paramilitary men who did not have an army training. After only a month at home he walked into the Vulcan Bar on the Newtown Ards Road in East Belfast, produced a .45 pistol and stole £821. He was assisted in the robbery by 3 other members of the UDA. They committed the crime for pocket money, and the robbery was the first of 11 which Baker would commit in the ensuing 12 months. Baker quickly came to the attention of the UDA leader in East Belfast, Tommy Heron, a ruthless, uncompromising and criminally inspired individual. In recognition of Baker's training and his potential for violence, Heron appointed him as a bodyguard for members of the UDA's ruling body, the Inner Council, which held its meetings in an East Belfast hotel. Baker patrolled the hotel armed whenever the Inner Council was in session. In August 1972, 2 months after his arrival in Belfast, Baker was ordered by Heron to kill a waiter who worked at the Girton Lodge Hotel in East Belfast. He was told the waiter was a Catholic and that he might have overheard matters being discussed by the Inner Council. The waiter was 19-year-old Philip Anthony Fay, who lived with a Protestant friend, Andrew Baxter, at 83 Island Street in East Belfast. Fay seemed unaware of the risks of living and working in a staunchly loyalist neighborhood. He was regarded as friendly and inoffensive, he never talked of politics or religion and was extremely industrious. Unfortunately, the Girton Lodge was one of 2 hotels frequented by the UDA leadership and he obviously came to the attention of Tommy Heron. On August 12, 1972 he was interviewed for a job at a more plush hotel, the Stormont, and was asked to start work there on August 21. However, on August 17, Albert Walker Baker was given the following instructions by a leading member of the UDA: go to 83 Island Street. There are 2 blokes living in the house. You'll know Fay because he's the one with the black curly hair and mustache. Make sure you do him right. Shoot him through the back of the head so that if he is still living his brain will be damaged and he will not be able to identify you. Baker did not question the instructions. Taking a .32 pistol and 5 rounds of ammunition from a UDA arms dump, he made his way to Island Street in the early hours of August 18, hammered with his fist on the door of number 83 and waited for a considerable time until Fay opened the door. Baker recognized him and held him at gunpoint. He asked him if he was a Catholic and Fay said he was. Then he told Fay to turn round and shot him once through the back of the head. As Fay lay on the ground, Baker crouched over him and fired 3 shots into the side of his head, behind his left ear. It was a killing carried out in the style of a clinical and ruthless assassin. Baker proceeded to kick the body into the hallway, closed the door and walked casually along Island Street to a rendezvous with a UDA leader, who asked if Faye was dead. Baker replied that he was, and his companion commented, "He'd better be." Andrew Baxter was in the house that night, and said that Faye talked to him of his new job prospects and they retired to bed at 12:45. He maintained he did not hear the shooting because he was a deep sleeper and only learned of the murder when he woke at 7:30 am. 1 month later, Baker and the UDA leader whom he met after the Faye murder were patrolling the Newtown Ards Road after midnight when, according to Baker, someone said that a Tig was coming down the road. After a few minutes Baker went to the UDA leader's house, which for legal reasons I cannot identify because it would also identify him. In the house was a middle-aged man, who appeared to be drunk. In response to questions from Baker and others who were present, the man told them his name was Paul McCartan and he was a Catholic. Baker, the UDA leader and others bundled McCartan into a car and took him to nearby waste ground, where Baker shot him 3 times through the head at point-blank range. The weapon used was the .32 pistol which killed Faye. Paul McCartan was a barman who lived in East Belfast and was obviously spotted by someone who knew him to be a Tig. He might well not have died that night had he taken the advice of a police sergeant, who was in a patrol from Mount Pottinger police station when McCartan was walking down the Newtown Ards Road. The policeman saw him fall, and they stopped and assisted him to his feet. The sergeant said McCartan was not incapable and was able to stand fairly steady. Stallard also said he asked McCartan if he wished a lift home but he refused, saying he would rather walk. McCartan was not shot until 2 hours later. In the meantime he had been badly beaten in the UDA leader's house while being questioned about his religion and identity. Within several months of his arrival in Belfast, Baker had a considerable reputation in loyalist paramilitary circles and was a member of what was termed within the UDA the No. 1 assassination team. Baker's potential for savagery is best illustrated by a murder which took place 1 week after the killing of Paul McCartan. On October 3, 21-year-old James Patrick McCartan from the town of Holywood travelled to Belfast with friends, including 20-year-old John Jameson, who was to be married the following day. They were joined by Jameson's bride-to-be, Geraldine McCausland, 2 of her girlfriends, Patricia and June, and Robert McCamley. The group first had drinks in the Toby Jug Bar and then went to the Park Avenue Hotel in East Belfast where a disco was in progress. Unknown to James McCartan and his friends, the Park Avenue was a meeting place for UDA leaders. John Jameson gave police the following account of that night. Jimmy McCartan, Robert, and I went to the toilet and as we were returning, Jimmy asked a fellow for a light. This fellow seemed to be a bouncer or somebody who had something to do with the hall. He said we were strangers and that they were funny about strangers but we would be all right. While we were talking to this fellow, another fellow came over and said, "Don't you call you McCartan?" Jimmy said no and this fellow said, "It's Rice, isn't it?" Jimmy again said no. A few others had joined us at this time and this fellow turned to one of them and said, "Are you sure this person is a McCartan?" The person he spoke to was positive. We walked away and sat down with the girls. James McCartan was from a well-known Catholic family in Holywood and also had an uncle named Rice from the same town. Holywood is only 2 miles from East Belfast and, being a predominantly Protestant area, it has close social ties with the Newtown Ards/Holywood Road district of East Belfast. Since the Park Avenue Hotel was on the route to Holywood from the Newtown Ards Road, McCartan would have been readily identified. John Jameson continued. The bouncer warned those who were questioning Jimmy not to cause trouble. We decided to go, though June and Patricia opted to stay. I asked my fiancée to remain in the disco for a few minutes in case of trouble and I accompanied Jimmy and Robert out of the disco. I saw a fuzzy-haired fellow and about 6 others standing outside. I walked on, Jimmy walked on but Robert seemed to have turned back. These fellows stopped me and Jimmy, and one of them said that Jimmy was called McCartan, but I replied that it was not so. I said he was okay and I knew him. This fellow said, "I don't care, he's going for a ride with us." Geraldine had joined us just as they began dragging Jimmy away. Geraldine started shouting that they were not going to shoot him. One of them said in an English accent, "He's a Fenian bastard." Geraldine rushed forward and this guy punched her in the eye. I went for this fellow and grabbed him, and one of his mates grabbed me. They put me on the ground and gave me a few kicks and thumps. The brave attempts by McCartan's Protestant friends, John Jameson and Geraldine McCausland, were not sufficient to prevent his being kidnapped. The man whom Jameson identified as having an English accent was Albert Walker Baker. He and his accomplices, whom I cannot name because they have not been convicted of this crime, drove McCartan to the house of the leader of the No. 1 assassination team. They dragged him by the hair into an upstairs room and ordered him to stand with his hands against the wall. He was asked his name and replied that he was James McCartan from Hollywood. Meanwhile, in another room, some of McCartan's captors discussed whether they should transport him to another building or shoot him and dump the body nearby. One of them returned to where Baker was holding McCartan at gunpoint with a .32 pistol and said it was decided that they would take McCartan to Jones Club at Claremont Lane. They took McCartan in a car, and when they arrived at the club they removed his coat and brown boots and began questioning him about the provisional IRA. 9 members of the No. 1 assassination team were present, and each of them punched and kicked McCartan. Baker struck McCartan repeatedly on the back with a wooden pick shaft until it broke in two. Then McCartan was lifted from a kneeling position and held with his arms outstretched. Baker produced a dagger and stabbed McCartan twice through the palm of his left hand and once through the palm of his right hand. They loosened the belt of his trousers, dropped them to his ankles, and someone suggested cutting the balls off him. Baker ran the knife up his left buttock, opening up a long shallow incision. They tied a rope round one hand and another round his ankles, held him by the ankles, swung him round and dropped him on the concrete floor on his head. According to Baker, McCartan was in a bad way. Several of those present decided it was time to shoot their victim, and they took him to a car and drove him to Conswater Bridge off the Newtown Ards Road. McCartan was frog-marched to a stretch of waste ground and a green cloth hood was placed over his head. Baker shot him with the .32 pistol once through the back of the head, and as he fell to the ground he crouched over him and shot him twice through the right ear. Between September 1972 and May 1973 Walker Baker committed a series of robberies, and he claims he was not involved in any more sectarian killings until February 1973. On that morning, along with 3 other members of the No. 1 team, he left UDA headquarters on the Newtown Ards Road, where they had spent the night, and made their way towards the Cherry Valley district, off the upper Newtown Ards Road. They traveled in 2 cars, one a legally owned vehicle which was to be a getaway car, the other a car which had been stolen the previous night. Baker was armed with a Mills grenade, and the target was a bus which transported some 20 Catholic workmen each morning from Belfast to a school in Cherry Valley which was under construction. The UDA plan was approved by Heron and another member of the Inner Council, who for legal reasons cannot be named here. One of the team was to throw a tin of paint at the bus windscreen to force the driver to stop. Another UDA volunteer would smash a rear window with a hammer and Baker would toss the grenade into the vehicle. The 4th UDA man would be waiting nearby in the legally owned car. The plan proceeded as intended and the grenade exploded, killing 46-year-old Eugene Patrick Heenan and injuring many of his workmates. Baker and his accomplices visited UDA headquarters later that day. They were complimented for the success of their mission, and a member of the Inner Council gave them each £10, a sum which had been promised and which in effect was the price of a murder. What Baker did not understand was that, if human life was so cheap, then his own might have little value if he ever crossed his associates. In the spring of 1973 there were violent confrontations between the UDA and the British Army. I was told by a former UDA leader that although Baker showed himself willing to shoot Catholics he was not willing to shoot soldiers, The thing about Albert was that he was one of the best operators I had ever seen. He was well trained as a soldier. It made us suspicious that he wasn't able to deliver when we found ourselves in a gun battle with the army in East Belfast. We expected great things of him, but he didn't deliver. Baker's failure to deliver aroused suspicion, in particular because the UDA knew in 1973 of the presence of the Military Reconnaissance Force. When the UDA leadership, through contacts within the Provost and as a result of media stories, learned of the MRF, it began to examine those within its ranks who might well have other allegiances. Attention turned to Walker Baker. Questions were asked about his sudden appearance in East Belfast and why, if he was absent without leave, the Army, and particularly the RUC, had not arrested him. The UDA was of the opinion that Walker Baker's presence in East Belfast was known to the RUC CID and Special Branch in Mount Pottinger Station. When Baker discovered he was suspected of being an agent, he ran for cover to England. He returned to his regiment and was court-martialed for being absent without leave. At 1:55 p.m. on May 31, 1973, he walked into Warminster County Police Station and told the duty sergeant, Anthony Godley, that he wished to confess to 4 murders and 11 armed robberies. Godley was flabbergasted, and asked why anyone should wish to make such an admission. Baker replied that he had taken to reading the Bible and he could no longer bear the thoughts of what he had done. However, he told Godley he would never reveal who was with him during the 4 murders because to do so would place his family in grave danger. He admitted killing Faye, and claimed that Faye was an IRA intelligence operative. He said he shot Paul McCartan because he was shouting about being a Catholic. The reason he gave for killing James McCartan was that he was a wanted IRA man who was pointed out to us at a dance. He told Sergeant Godley, I slit him up his right side, and demonstrated this by holding up his right leg and indicating a point midway between his kneecap and thigh. I must have broke his spine with a pick shaft. The manner in which Baker graphically described his actions did not resemble that of a man who had been converted to Bible reading. He appeared to revel in the narration, sparing no effort to provide the minutiae of his killing techniques, to the extent that he felt obliged to point out that it was not an ordinary grenade which he used to kill Heenan but a Mills grenade. Baker was also interviewed by Detective Michael Bridewell on May 31. At this stage, I believe, he revealed his real reason for walking into the police station, which had nothing to do with Bible reading. Baker asked if I could keep his statements out of the newspapers. I told him I didn't deal with the press. Baker said that if he could stay in England he would tell me the names and places where arms, ammunition, and bodies could be found. I told him I could not make such a decision but I would be in touch with the proper authorities. He admitted belonging to the UDA. Baker was later removed to Salisbury Police Station, where he was again interviewed by Detective Bridewell. Baker told me that he was going to walk into a river to finish it all but decided instead that his story had to be told. He said, "What I have told you I expect our special branch already know." I asked if he meant about the UDA and he replied, "Of course, some of them are with us." On June 2 Baker told Detective Inspector Hamilton that if he was allowed to serve a prison term in England he would give him all the hits in the East End, Derry, and all Belfast. It appeared from Walker Baker's contact with investigating officers that he wanted to do a deal, but it was convenient to explain his motives for making a confession on the basis that he was reformed, was suffering remorse and had turned to religion for comfort. Walker Baker was returned to Northern Ireland in secret and further interrogated. He appeared before the Lord Chief Justice, Sir Robert Lowery, in October 1973 and was sentenced to life imprisonment with the recommendation that he serve a minimum of 25 years. No mention was made of the fact that an agreement had been reached that Baker would serve his sentence in an English prison. His lawyer, Michael Lavery QC, told the court that Baker went absent from the army after a drinking spree, arrived in Belfast, was tempted by the lure of money within the UDA, joined the organization and trained its members. Counsel added that Baker found that UDA methods ranged from mutilation to murder and he became sickened by the murders and robberies he carried out. He returned to England to make a new start in life. He has made attempts to atone for the terrible things he has done. He gave valuable assistance to police and enabled them to break up assassination groups. As behoves counsel in such cases, Michael Lavery, a brilliant lawyer, used all his persuasiveness to extract from the court any leniency available to his client, but in vain. Baker himself was hoping for a deal, and I am convinced that he could have been charged with many more murders had he chosen to admit them. He was, in effect, the first Supergrass, but he was clever, and like many mass murderers he was prepared to reveal only some of his crimes. If, as he told the police, he knew of all the hits in Belfast and elsewhere and the whereabouts of bodies, he had been at the center of loyalist violence. Knowing he was already at risk from the UDA and perhaps all loyalist paramilitaries, Baker possibly believed he could bargain for immunity if he offered the authorities his knowledge of the UDA. As a bodyguard for the Inner Council he would have been privy to the planning of many murders, abductions, robberies, and explosions. However, he did not manage to extract a deal from the authorities, aside from an agreement that he serve his sentence in England. 1 year later he was back in Northern Ireland as a Crown witness against some of his accomplices, but his evidence was not sufficient to secure convictions of all the members of the No. 1 assassination team. The UDA has denied Baker was a member. Some of his friends may have been members, but we would not have an army deserter in our ranks. It would be a security risk. Baker is talking nonsense and is receiving some form of leniency for implicating this organization. We happen to be the whipping boys. We collect money by holding raffles and ballots. We do not take part in armed robberies. We have never denied we are at war with the IRA, and we use whatever means necessary against them, but these were sectarian murders and we would have nothing to do with them. Throughout the 1970s and early 1980s there were few references in the media to Walker Baker, though his mother tried to attract interest in her son's case. She told journalists that he had been working for the army while in the UDA. It was an easy claim to make, and it was the only defense left. It was a claim which many Republicans, loyalists, and left-wingers were willing to believe, and also seemed to fit the pattern of MRF activities in that period. In the mid-1980s Walker Baker began to agitate from prison for a review of his case. Father Dennis Fall, who has campaigned on issues of social justice for 20 years, visited Baker in Frankland Prison to examine his allegations about British military involvement in the killing of Catholics. With the emergence of Holroyd and Wallace's revelations, Walker Baker renewed his claims but now appeared to be willing to name names. I believe this was initially a tactic to force the authorities to give him an early release. However, Baker was indicating privately that his information was primarily concerned with police and not army indiscretions and of police involvement with loyalist paramilitaries. When I met Wallace and Holroyd in 1988 they indicated that if I was investigating dirty tricks by the security services and RUC Special Branch I should examine the Walker Baker case. I soon discovered that Baker had attracted the interest not only of former Army officers, but also Ken Livingstone MP, Paul Foote, the Daily Mirror columnist, who had visited Baker, and journalists in Ireland, who had written articles suggesting that the former soldier and UDA hitman had devastating evidence of British intelligence involvement in assassination. Suddenly Walker Baker was in the news and conspiracy theories were developing. To illustrate what he had to say, I provide extracts from a conversation between Baker and Ken Livingstone in Frankland Prison in August 1988. For legal reasons I am obliged to omit some of the people named by both men. Livingstone: I am convinced that MI5 was acting, or individuals with MI5 and the security services were looking after and helping to operate all the UDA and some of the IRA. Baker: I have never mentioned it to anyone before, but, as far as I was concerned, we were operating for the UDA, but we had close links with the intelligence services, who lived in Fraser Street. He's living in the Sandy Row district of Belfast at the moment. Livingstone: do you mean MI5 or is it just always the intelligence services? Baker: all we knew was that was an operator. He was working for the British intelligence services. Livingstone: what makes you so certain of that? Baker: Tommy Heron, the vice chairman, who was assassinated, told myself and a couple of others to contact the British intelligence controller who was, and we were in contact with a man named Buntai by phone. We only knew his name as Buntai, but the other one was Livingstone. Did you ever meet either of them? Baker, I met. I used to go from East Belfast into the centre of Belfast, then to York Street to a telephone kiosk. Phoned Buntai, the controller, and he gave us the telephone number, and later other officers of the Inner Council contacted Buntai, and the arms we were getting to do the assassinations were coming from the Royal Ulster Constabulary. This opening sequence from Livingstone's interview represents an attempt to discern whether Baker has any evidence of security services involvement with the UDA. In my opinion, Baker provides none. Baker is still unable to substantiate his allegation of MI5 involvement with the UDA. The man whom he refers to as living in Sandy Row was a member of the UDA's ruling body in the early 70s. The opening sequence of the interview contained leading questions which, in my opinion, were not properly designed to establish the truth of Baker's claims. Livingstone proceeded to ask Walker Baker if he could name members of the RUC who were involved with the UDA, and he replied. Whitelaw set up a group of 21 top detectives, otherwise called the Inner Circle Murder Squad, and the man in it that we were in contact with was. He was the man passing all the information to the UDA. He was the deep penetration officer, the UDA officer who was also a member of SID. And one other policeman who was handing over the weapons was in uniform. He was handing over Sterling submachine guns, pistols, revolvers, ammunition, and magazines. When I was examining Baker's allegations, I made private inquiries from a contact within the RUC, who informed me that 2 Sterling submachine guns disappeared from Mount Pottinger Station in 1972 and that their disappearance was not discovered for a considerable period of time. RUC Special Branch believes these guns were used by the UDA to make similar submachine guns which were employed in many sectarian killings. However, Baker claims that other weapons were also given to the UDA. Livingstone, and presumably the RUC officers, were all members of the Orange Lodge and some were members of the UDA. Baker, we were led to believe that those officers handing over the weapons were getting their orders from higher authority. But you see, the public did not know that weapons were going missing from RUC stations. The station where I lived was Mount Pottinger. Ammunition was coming to UDA HQ or down to S house in street, and he was handing the weapons over to us and we were using them for assassinations. When they came to raid S house, they got a .45 revolver, but it was never ever brought out in court that it was a police weapon. He got 12 months for having an illegal weapon in his house, but it was never established that the weapon belonged to the RUC. Livingstone, when were you first aware that there was more than just the UDA acting with elements in the RUC? Baker, when I met Livingstone, presumably there had been talk and general gossip in the UDA. Baker, I was the bodyguard for the Inner Circle. I knew Tommy Heron, Andy Terry, Ned McCleary, the whole lot of them. I was their bodyguard. I used to go with them to the hotel where this man, young Fay, was assassinated. That's where the UDA would hold their meetings. I was told to go and assassinate him because he was a Catholic and he was picking up information. Livingstone began to question Baker about an incident at the Red Lion pub in the centre of Belfast involving the UDA and a member of the Inner Circle Murder Squad, an incident that Livingstone said he had heard about from Republicans. Baker responded. Of the Inner Circle Murder Squad was involved in that. The UDA went over to do an assassination at the Red Lion, which is beside the Albert Clock in Belfast city centre, but a police Land Rover came round the corner and was parked in the car park just beside the Albert Clock. The assassination didn't come off because the Land Rover came round the corner, so the guns were put in the detective's car and he drove them back through police and army checkpoints to East Belfast and handed them back over to us. But the assassination was carried out later with police guns and machine guns, Sterling submachine guns. When Livingstone asked Baker about the killing of Fay, the version he gave differed slightly from those given to police in England and subsequently in Belfast. I was sitting, You see, I used to have to do security on the whole territory, and there was me, and a few others who were also doing security at the hotel. We'd move into the hotel and fake the waiters' coats and things. We'd be armed and we'd be walking through the hotel and down the lobbies and corridors underneath. So the inner counsel was in this room and Faye came with drinks. They ordered drinks and he came up with the drinks and Tommy Heron. I don't know where he got the information, but he found out the geezer was a Catholic. He ordered his assassination in case he overheard anything, and I went down to Island Street and assassinated him. When Baker was admitting his part in the murder to police in Belfast and in England, he did not describe his role in the hotel or how Faye entered the room where the inner council was meeting. It may be that at the time he did not wish to identify himself too closely with the inner council or them too closely with Faye. It could be he was worried about risking the safety of his family by implicating, even indirectly, such high-ranking figures as inner council members. On the other hand, one has to ask whether Baker was bragging to Livingstone to convince him of his closeness to the inner council. In his use of language, Baker betrays himself as a cold, clinical killer lacking in emotion, who deals with the subject of murder in such a matter-of-fact way that he describes the young man he so cruelly executed as a geezer. Is this the man who walked into a police station suffering from remorse? Does he sound like someone who should be believed, or is he the calculating mass murderer plotting to distance himself from the decision-making process, absurdly believing that this will lead to an early release? Or is he a man seeking to revenge himself on a system which punished him with a life sentence? Equally, could some of his claims remotely relate to the truth? Livingstone sought to discover whether Unionist politicians attended inner council meetings of the UDA. Baker replied that they were careful never to appear in places where the UDA leadership were known to meet, since they were likely to be under police surveillance. The UDA leaders would hire the upper room of the Bunch of Grapes pub on the Beers Bridge Road in East Belfast for meetings with Unionist politicians. Baker emphasized that although Unionist politicians were not involved in UDA operations, some would have known what was taking place owing to their contact with the UDA leadership. He then informed Livingstone that he had spoken to the RUC corruption squad but had not told them all he knew, and he offered an explanation of why he believed he might now be a target and, ironically, why he wished to return to serve his sentence in Northern Ireland. I believe if I expose the RUC, the weapons and so forth and the British intelligence involvement, that I'll be found dead in my cell. I am presently taking legal action against the British government to get repatriated back to Northern Ireland because they say I am not unsuitable to go back. I was only under the impression I came to this country for 2 years. They've got a special unit in Northern Ireland for converted terrorists. Well, one of the points I am bringing out in this judicial review is the RUC arms going missing. If this fails, I've only got one option left, and that's to publicly petition Charles Haughey to ask the Gardaí to investigate the RUC. I know it will cause a stink in Parliament, but it's the only option left open to me. If they do not under any circumstances move me back to Northern Ireland, I will publicly petition Haughey and I will give the Gardaí all the details. Under the Anglo-Irish Agreement, Section D, Paragraph F, it states that they can intervene. I never thought the RUC would be charged anyway because the Kincora file went missing from RUC HQ at Brooklyn, and the RUC's a tightly knit family and everything that goes in does not come out. All the information they receive is kept, and the Kincora file was kept. Now if they were to charge the RUC officers, it's my belief that the Kincora file would reappear somewhere. The above statement reveals that Baker had spent much time studying the Anglo-Irish Agreement, searching for ways of maneuvering himself from obscurity into the limelight of Northern Ireland where, as part of a group of terrorists converted to Christianity, his case would be more favorably examined by the Life Review Board. Conversion is a classic terrorist symptom in Northern Ireland. In some cases it has been a genuine reaction to solitary confinement and has had a beneficial effect. Several judges have responded favorably to a plea of conversion, and so has the Life Review Board, which constantly examines lifers for release or parole. Interestingly, the conversions have taken place among loyalist paramilitaries and not Republicans. The reason may be that Republican ideology has historically been supported by Catholicism in Ireland. Loyalist terror lacks that politico-religious imperative, so although Loyalists claim to be fighting for God and Ulster, there may well be a subconscious lack of conviction that their type of God would approve of their forms of terror. However, many examples of conversion have been short-lived psychological reactions to imprisonment, and others have been deliberately fabricated to seek leniency in court. Baker's comments about Kincora, aside from being an attempt to discredit the RUC, are laced with assumption, gossip, and a single element of truth, namely that documents relating to the Kincora scandal did disappear from RUC files. He would have learned that from Colin Wallace or Ken Livingstone, or from an intricate examination of certain press reports. Regarding the UDA's knowledge of Kincora, Baker observed, "The whole inner council knew about it, but there was no inner council members involved in it. There was politicians and senior Northern Ireland office officials involved in it. I know one who's in the House of Commons. He's one of your own men." Livingstone: "What was the attitude of the UDA?" "Presumably, pretty contemptuous of the Kincora people?" Baker: "Well, as far as they were concerned, they were being organized by the British intelligence and they kept away from that. They knew the intelligence services were running it." Once Baker had mentioned Kincora to Livingstone, the interview centered on this topic, with Baker alleging that a senior political figure had been sexually involved with the young boys in care in the Kincora boys' home. However, Baker's replies to questions from the Labour MP were riddled with conjecture and generalisation. As far as his comments about the security services were concerned, he provided no evidence, although he claimed the UDA took photographs of Unionist politicians entering and leaving the Kincora building. Baker then led the interview back to his favourite topic, the RUC. "I was present when walked into UDA HQ and handed over a Sterling submachine gun. I was also present in a house in Diamond Street when he walked in. I was reassembling a self-loading rifle belonging to the UDR. It was handed to the Shankill UDA and they sent it to us. We even took a .38 pistol off a policeman at a roadblock. The next day came down and said he wanted the pistol back and there were going to be raids. He gave us the names of the houses to be raided and we gave him the pistol. Everything that was in those houses was cleared out. I was also sitting at the bar in the Templemore when walked in. I had 2 hold-alls with about 12 guns in each. I was sorting the guns out and swapping pistols, ammunition, and magazines. Was sitting beside us." He also told Livingstone that he gave the RUC the names of UDA bombers who had attacked the town of St. Johnstone in the Irish Republic in 1972. He said he believed this information was never conveyed to the Irish police because it would have compromised relations between Heath and Lynch, who were due to meet. Baker was asked about the 1972 bombing of Dublin, which the Provos say was the work of British intelligence and which Jack Lynch also reportedly linked to the British, albeit tentatively. The cross-border activities were operated by one man. He was a member of the Inner Council from Derry. He was in charge of all cross-border operations and he had a link to a policeman in a police station in Derry's Waterside. You know the attacks on bars in Donegal, I told the RUC about that. Did them for his operators and 2 of our bombers from Belfast. It was coming up to Christmas 1972. There was St. Johnstone and shooting incidents in Donegal, machine gunning bars. I think those bombs in Monaghan and Dublin were operated by British intelligence." This aspect of Baker's evidence is of particular interest. The Dublin bombing in December 1972, which claimed so many lives, is still a mystery and should therefore be examined in the light of Baker's remarks. He indicated the UDA's ability to undertake a cross-border campaign in that year. Aside from the targets mentioned by him, it would be fair to assume that the obvious target for Loyalists would have been Dublin. Baker may well have known that the UDA bombed Dublin, but he preferred to lend weight to a well-publicized theory that the Dublin attack was the work of British intelligence, in order to stress his view that British intelligence was not averse to engaging in murder. His account also confirmed what his interviewer, Ken Livingstone, believed. On the other hand, the eventual scale of damage to human life in Dublin and public reaction would have discouraged the UDA from publicly admitting its involvement. It was a legal organization, it did not publicly claim responsibility for murder, and it even disassociated itself from Baker once he was convicted of brutal slayings. In fact, it was not until June 1973 that the UDA created the label of convenience, the Ulster Freedom Fighters, to claim responsibility for violence. By revealing what he knew about the UDA's ability to bomb cross-border targets in 1972, Walker Baker may well have provided a case for arguing that it was UDA/UVF members who bombed Dublin before Christmas in 1972 and not anyone connected with the security services. If the former Dowsiak, Jack Lynch, and other prominent Irish politicians had carefully examined the evidence in the context of what I have outlined, I believe they would not have hinted at British intelligence involvement. In a separate part of the document which records his conversation with Livingstone, Baker alleges that the police colluded in the death of Paul McCartan. This man, McCartan, we picked him up at the corner of Finmar Street. He was let out of the RUC police Land Rover about 50 yards from where we picked him up. He was actually let out of the police Land Rover and we were standing waiting for him. The RUC picked him up and let him out about 150, about 100, yards from where we were. They knew we were there. He added that police knew who was responsible for the murders in East Belfast and that by allowing McCartan to walk past Baker and the others the police were condemning him to death. Baker's evidence conflicts with that of the policeman who claims he offered McCartan a lift to his home. Although his accusation is based on supposition, I think the police were irresponsible in allowing McCartan to walk through a dangerous neighborhood. The RUC patrol was morally and professionally obliged to insist on accompanying McCartan to his home. According to the police evidence, he was seen to fall, though he was fairly steady when asked to reveal his name and address. His name would have indicated his religion, and his alcohol level would have suggested a degree of drunkenness. In the political climate of Northern Ireland, at 12:30 am, with hard men standing on street corners, the police patrol should have taken McCartan home, if necessary against his will. In not doing so, they provided Baker with an opportunity to point an accusing finger at them. However, Baker gave Livingstone a different reason for the murder of Paul McCartan from the one he gave to police in England and later in Belfast before his court appearance. He told Livingstone that McCartan was a nobody who was killed to keep the pot boiling and to frighten the IRA and the Catholic community. I firmly believe that the majority of killings by loyalists then and in later years were carried out for such motives. The killing of Catholic nobodies was a form of indiscriminate terror intended to frighten the Catholic population into rejecting the IRA, which claimed to be the defender of the nationalist population yet was unable to prevent such open terror. Ironically, the loyalist tactic of attempting to demonstrate the IRA's inadequacy only forced nationalists further into a tribal ghetto and into the arms of the provisionals. Baker also told Livingstone that the Inner Circle detective regularly provided the UDA leadership with RUC files on Republicans and people suspected of being involved with Republicans. These files were, according to Baker, like decks of cards and contained photographs. As I shall seek to demonstrate later in this book, this accusation does not surprise me, because the Loyalist paramilitaries received a large number of such files from disaffected members of the RUC and UDR in the 1970s. However, Baker makes a much more serious allegation. Half the assassinations in Northern Ireland in the early 70s wouldn't have been committed if there hadn't been RUC backing. Half the people who died in those assassinations would have been living today, or more, if the RUC hadn't supported the assassination teams. The RUC knew who were the assassination teams. Every single one of them. For instance, when I came forward, a policeman known as Paisley's friend sat at a table and gave me a book of photographs of everybody I operated with. The photographs were taken at different places and he gave me a book of photographs of everyone who belonged to the assassination teams in East Belfast. He said, "There you are, Albert, have a look at them and tell us who you know and who you don't know." I picked up the book, looked at it and I just couldn't believe it because they had every single member of the assassination teams down there, every single UDA man in the city centre, Dundonald, Ballybin, getting off the bus, going to work, getting out of cars. So, if they didn't know who was on the assassination teams, what were the photographs for? Baker further claims that when he was returned to Northern Ireland he found himself in the presence of the Inner Circle Murder Squad detective, and that he told other policemen the detective was connected with the UDA. I said to them that he was in the UDA and the assassinations and he's handed over pictures and photographs of Republicans and so forth. I was told, don't say anything about it. I told them that he was one of us but they said to say nothing. That night they went up to see my mother and father and told them not to say anything about this and not to do anything. One of the comments made by Baker in the course of his meeting with Ken Livingstone was that he was in contact with Republicans in prison. I believe this is how some of his allegations made their way to the outside world. Republicans would have been keen to circulate his claims. In turn those claims circulated by the provisionals reached Ken Livingstone and were put as genuine questions to Baker. When the theory came full circle, it was being addressed to Baker as though the allegations were not his and he was being asked to corroborate them. As a result, when someone not sufficiently acquainted with Baker's claims reads the transcript of the interview with Ken Livingstone, Baker appears to be confirming widely held suspicions or allegations which have their origins elsewhere, when in fact the prime mover or prime conspirator all along was Albert Walker Baker. Part of his evidence which I believe demands scrutiny is that there was at least one disaffected police officer in Mount Pottinger Station who was supplying the UDA with weapons and information. The RUC know, though they have not made a public admission, that weapons disappeared from Mount Pottinger Station in 1972-3. In the light of Baker's claim, I believe there is a need for investigation of those whom Baker is prepared to name. Equally, I think, it is important that other aspects of his story should be treated with skepticism. There is, however, one piece of evidence I uncovered in preparing this book which demands answers, otherwise some of what Baker has said to Ken Livingstone may require a revised analysis. It is a hitherto unknown aspect of the Walker-Baker story which may one day surface in his own account of events, and it concerns a secret trip he made while in custody in Northern Ireland in 1973. An inspector of prisons accompanied him on a journey to England where he was interviewed in a prison by MI6 investigators. The entire trip took less than 24 hours, and Baker was returned to his cell in Crumlin Road Prison in Belfast without arousing suspicion. It was kept secret from the Royal Ulster Constabulary and to this day they have not been officially informed about it. I discovered that details of the trip were placed on a prison record, but it did not reveal the nature of the discussions which took place between the loyalist assassin and MI6 personnel. The fact that an inspector of prisons accompanied Baker indicates that the journey was unusual and serious and that it had to be kept secret from all but a very few people. The orthodox procedure would have been to send 2 prison officers with him, but I am informed that this was considered unsatisfactory and a security risk. It was believed that some prison officers were not entirely trustworthy and, as I illustrated in my book The Shankill Butchers, even the RUC regarded certain prison staff with a degree of suspicion on the grounds that they could easily be compromised and had loyalist sympathies. Since his conviction and the agreement to allow him to serve his sentence in England, Baker has campaigned for an early release, claiming that he was offered a deal when arrested in return for not revealing that he worked for British intelligence and that members of the RUC assisted UDA murder squads. RUC files show that while he was in custody in Belfast he privately hinted that he was in possession of explosive information about police officers. He was visited in prison by Assistant Chief Constable Meharg on the orders of the Chief Constable, Kenneth Newman, and was told that there would be no deal. I am also reliably informed that Newman ordered an internal inquiry which reported that Baker's allegations about the RUC were unfounded. That leaves the unofficial trip. Why did it take place and why was the RUC not informed? Did MI6 not trust the RUC, or were they concerned to conduct a private investigation into suggestions that he worked for them? Were they worried that they had a rogue operative who used Baker, or were they interested in Baker's allegations about police officers? I am inclined to believe that they were perturbed about Baker for reasons which concerned them alone. So why has Baker never made known the trip to England? Surely it would be in his interest to extend his revelations. It could be that Baker has withheld information about this episode because it is the only bargaining weapon left to him. The unofficial trip and the fact that it has been kept as a secret prison record serves to muddy the waters somewhat. Like so many happenings in the Dirty War, it leaves many questions unanswered and implies that MI6 and Baker were connected. It is for MI6 or those in authority in government to reveal the nature of that connection, to state whether Baker was an agent and informer, or whether an intelligence agency was merely seeking to determine the veracity of allegations about the British intelligence community. If clarification is not forthcoming, there will always remain a suspicion that Baker was not only an assassin but part of a conspiracy. What is unfortunate for both the Army and the RUC is that in 1972 the security forces' effort was aimed at the IRA, to the extent that the UDA and UVF, if not ignored, were at least perceived by some within military and police ranks as being the good guys. When a bomb exploded at McGurk's bar in North Queen Street killing 15 people in 1972, the Army said it was an IRA-owned goal and that the bomb was in the center of the bar when it went off. That view was contrary to the evidence of a boy who saw the bomb being planted and to the forensic evidence, which showed that the seat of the explosion was the doorway of the bar. UDA men were later found guilty of the attack. Journalists were also told that another bomb, which exploded at Kelly's bar on the White Rock Road, was an IRA-owned goal. However, a secret Army observation post allowed soldiers to record the registration number of a car used in the bombing which exploded outside the bar. The Army said its occupants left the car and went into the bar for a drink, and a bomb in the car exploded prematurely. The registration number of the car would have indicated that it had been stolen earlier in a Protestant area. No one left the car and walked into the bar just before it exploded. The vehicle was abandoned by members of the UVF who left the vicinity of the bar as soon as the car bomb was in place. Again, the explosion occurred in 1972, when it seemed the only terrorists were the IRA. There was a closeness between some members of the Army and Protestant paramilitaries. In response to a Sunday Times revelation that the UVF was in possession of security forces files, the journalist Kevin Myers observed, "The fact that files on visitors to Republican prisoners in Longkesh and on IRA suspects in the Catholic ghettos have been leaked to a Protestant paramilitary organization should not have surprised anyone. The fact that there has been a steady flow of information from the security forces to loyalist paramilitary organizations has been common knowledge for some years now. Early in '73 I was shown some of the UVF files on the IRA. They were massively documented and many of them were officially listed restricted. I was shown a street map of Ligoniel, a northern outskirt of Belfast, which had been drawn up for British Army patrols. Every house where a suspected IRA man was either occasionally billeted or lived was listed with some photographs attached. It was a formidable collection which formed only part of the UVF files. The UDA too have been receiving official files, often containing information not known to local British Army battalion intelligence and reserved to Army HQ at Lisbon. For example, a leading UDA man was able to tell me within hours that a victim of a random assassination by the UVF was once a member of a certain IRA unit. Myers did point out that this did not mean that the Army was hand in glove with terrorists, but that a number of men in the security forces were sympathetic to the loyalist cause. Jim Hanna of the UVF told me that a British Army patrol assisted him and two other UVF men into Corey's timber yard, which overlooks the Catholic Ballymurphy area, and were present when one of the three shot a young Catholic. He said that an Army major discovered what was going on but did not arrest the UVF men. Reliable loyalist sources admit that in 1972 an Army officer approached a loyalist paramilitary group and asked them whether they would be prepared to kill Ann Walsh, a provisional from the Lower Falls. The officer, a major with an infantry regiment, offered safe conduct to the assassination team. A hit squad undertook the mission, but it was abandoned at the last minute because of unforeseen difficulties. Myers argues that the intelligence files in Loyalist hands were piling up in 1972 because of disgruntled RUC men and members of the UDR, and he singles out an army officer, based in North Belfast, who was passing information about his patch to the UVF. The reason why security files were readily available to a wide range of security personnel was that the situation had to a degree developed out of control. Unfortunately, some of the files contained information about suspects who were in fact innocent of any paramilitary involvement. So many people were being screened, particularly in nationalist areas, that files being handed to Loyalists contained the names and photographs of people who had merely been seen in the company of known Republicans. Jim Hanna, the senior UVF commander in 1973, named among his close associates 4 Army officers, all attached to 39 Brigade Intelligence at Lisbon HQ, which was close to Hanna's home. For legal reasons they cannot be named here. Soldier A was an unknown quantity, but was believed to be a member of the SAS in a liaison role with 39 Infantry Brigade, one of a group brought into Northern Ireland by Brigadier Frank Kitson. Soldiers A and B spent a lot of time in Hanna's company, socializing and discussing politics. Hanna once told Kevin Myers that the Army officers often talked to him about his involvement in the UVF and went drinking and hunting with him. At the time, Hanna was masterminding a bombing and shooting campaign. Hanna was later shot in a UVF feud. Within hours of his death, police removed a series of photographs of Hanna and his Army associates. However, Kevin Myers acquired one photograph from a UVF source and published it. It portrayed soldiers A and B in Hanna's home. Soldier B was pointing a revolver at the camera, and Soldier A an automatic rifle. They were both smiling. Myers speculated that the Army officers milked Hanna for information but did not hinder his military operations, though the relationship was not typical of the Army's overall attitude to Loyalist paramilitaries. I would concur with Myers's conclusion because the Army targeted increased intelligence on the Loyalist terror groups from 1973 onwards, and successfully so. However, the liaisons between members of the security forces and Loyalist paramilitaries were not appropriate to a democracy. Those liaisons, such as were formed with Hanna, only served to lay the groundwork for other conspiracy theories and the suspicion that the malaise lay deeper. 11. Ari Neve and the INLA, the Unseen Hand. In October 1986, Enoch Powell, the Unionist MP for South Down, claimed the Americans were responsible for the murder of Tory MP Ari Neve 7 years earlier. Powell's allegation was made in a speech to the Federation of Conservative Students at a rally in Birmingham. He placed the murder in the context of a conspiracy, which he said began 20 years earlier and involved the British Foreign Office, British military intelligence and the United States, in particular the CIA. The aim of the conspiracy was to create a united Ireland within the NATO alliance, and the immediate objective was to get rid of the Northern Ireland Unionist government, which was an obstacle to the creation of a united Ireland. Powell told the students that MI6 and its friends proved equal to the job, but the Americans became alarmed when they realized that the new Tory leader, Margaret Thatcher, and her chief aide, Ari Neve, were not going to play ball. The roadblock was cleared by eliminating Ari Neve on the verge of his taking office as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and events were moved along the timetable path. Mrs. Thatcher was then taken along the road signposted towards the next stage of the conspiracy, the Anglo-Irish Agreement. Many Tory MPs, including the Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher, condemned Powell for making such a claim, and Dame Jill Knight strongly suggested that the time was long past when people respected the logic of Mr. Powell. From 1986 onwards, Powell has continued to reiterate his claim, but has never provided the supporting evidence which should be available when a politician decides to utter such a major allegation. I contend there is no evidence whatsoever to link the CIA or any other official body with Neve's death. However, the subsequent killings of some of those who planned his murder produced other theories, namely that there was a revenge motive which led to British involvement in planning the execution of the leaders of the terror group which assassinated him. The murderers of Neve were members of the Irish National Liberation Army, and the origins of that organization are important to an understanding of why they selected a major British politician for assassination and how their decision bore no relation to Powell's theory that his death was part of a dirty tricks policy to further a British-American conspiracy. The in-law was born in 1974. On December 8 that year, the rambling hotel known as the Spa in Lucan, County Dublin, was the venue for a meeting of 8 Republicans and Socialists. The Republicans, who were in the majority, were members of the official IRA who were disillusioned with the policies of their organization. They felt that the official IRA had failed to provide a coherent policy on the national question after its split with the Provisionals, that its violence lacked direction, and that its understanding of socialism was not sufficiently radical. Hence the meeting in the Spa brought together Republicans who considered that force was necessary in the immediate objective of forcing the British out of Ireland and as a preliminary stage in creating a workers' republic in the spirit of James Connolly and his citizen army of the pre-1916 period. The Socialists had come to accept the physical force thesis and the necessity to seek accommodation with a Republican strategy which would deliver the preliminary goal of British withdrawal. The central figure uniting these political groupings was Seamus Costello, who had joined the IRA as a teenager and fought in the campaign of violence in the 1950s, earning for himself the nickname the Boy General. He was a committed Republican who perceived himself to be in the tradition of the man he considered the real hero of the 1916 revolution, James Connolly. After the 1970 split, he became disenchanted with the official IRA as he saw it move towards a policy of uniting Catholic and Protestant in Northern Ireland at the expense of fighting to remove the British on the road to a socialist republic. The official IRA was indeed redefining its philosophy, and this would lead to its jettisoning its claim to have a military wing, its Republican label and its aim of a united Ireland in favor of a more modest policy of uniting workers. The result was eventually the emergence of the Workers' Party and the apparent disappearance of the official IRA. At the Spa Hotel, the delegates, with Costello in the chair, formed the Irish Republican Socialist Party. Many delegates then left the hotel with the aim of spending succeeding months in marshalling support for the new party. Those who stayed held a secret meeting, with the Boy General again in the chair. Costello, who was in an IRA flying column in the 1950s and subsequently played leading roles at senior military levels of the IRA, announced the formation of a military wing of the new political party. He told those present that an initial sum of £50,000 was available for the purchase of weapons. Sitting alongside Costello was 27-year-old Ronnie Bunting, a Protestant who had converted to Republicanism, though his father, Major Ronald Bunting, was a staunch loyalist and had been Ian Paisley's leading henchman in the early years of the Troubles. Bunting Jr. was a product of the Queen's University People's Democracy Organization, which forced the civil rights struggle into a violent stance in 1969 and whose members included Bernadette Devlin, Eamon McCann, and many other radicals. Costello told his gathering that he intended to name the new party's military wing the Irish National Liberation Army. Some present argued successfully that the name and existence of the organization should be kept secret until such time as a major operation was planned and successfully executed, and that if a need arose to resort to the use of the military wing it would be called the People's Liberation Army. This eventually occurred much sooner than anticipated. The official IRA reacted aggressively to the emergence of the IRSP, and when members of the military wing began to take arms from official IRA arms dumps, a feud developed. The first fatality was on February 20, 1975. He was Hugh Ferguson, a defector from the official IRA. The new terror group reacted quickly and shot dead the official IRA's quartermaster in Belfast, Sean Fox. As the feud continued, there were more deaths and 70 people were wounded. Clergy and trade union officials attempted to mediate but failed. On April 28, the teenage recruit to the IRSP killed the Belfast leader of the official IRA, Liam Macmillan, as he walked through the Lower Falls area. Macmillan was a Republican of long standing, and highly respected for his knowledge of politics and history. His death temporarily ended the feud. The bloody baptism of the IRSP and the sudden emergence of its military wing made it clear that the military wing was dictating events and was likely to take control of the party. Bernadette Mikulicki and others on the party executive argued unsuccessfully that the IRSP and not the INLA should be the dominant force. When a debate on this issue ensued and a vote was taken, Costello, the chairman of the IRSP but also chief of staff of the INLA/PLA, placed his casting vote in favor of the INLA's retaining ultimate control of the military and political direction of the movement. Bernadette Mikulicki and 10 others resigned. She later said that her departure was related to differences over the IRSP's balance between republicanism and socialism. Costello maintained that the problem within the new party had arisen because the INLA had been forced to surface much too early under the guise of the People's Liberation Army in order to protect its members from the official IRA. He did not admit that the dispute was related to a battle for the Marxist line that the party should control the military. Costello quickly established a military structure for the INLA which was very similar to that of the IRA. He set up an army council with a general headquarters staff to provide logistical support for several brigades, which in turn had units based on a cell system. Ronnie Bunting was given the role of Director of Intelligence on the GHQ and Adjutant of the Belfast Brigade. He was ideally suited to the intelligence role, since he was a clever, well-educated man with an experience of terrorism. His career in the IRA had developed in the early 1970s and he was an associate of Joe McCann, a well-known member of the official IRA who held radical views and was involved in the first major political assassination attempt in Northern Ireland. By profession Bunting was a schoolteacher, but the Catholic Church in West Belfast denied him a job because of his religious background, though it was said by one clergyman that there was an additional reason. Bunting's claimed to be an agnostic. One of his associates told me that Bunting was never fully accepted within the Catholic community. Ronnie was a dedicated Republican and socialist, but people saw him as the son of Major Bunting. He tried hard to prove to people that he was genuine, but he faced considerable prejudice. People saw him as a prod and never fully trusted him. Those of us who were his comrades knew differently. Bunting found work in the medical records department of the Royal Victoria Hospital in Belfast and acquired a house for himself and his wife Susan in the Turf Lodge district, a staunchly Republican estate in the heart of West Belfast. His job would have given him access to the addresses of thousands of people, presumably including members of the security forces. His colleagues in the INLA were amazed that he was given security clearance to work in the medical records department since Bunting was known to the RUC and Army and had been interned. The initial problem facing the INLA was the acquisition of weapons and explosives. Costello pointed out to his men that the provisionals would not tolerate any attempt to interfere with their transatlantic arms smuggling operations, and in any case Irish Americans would not support a grouping with obvious left-wing objectives such as the IRSP/INLA. The only alternative was to forge links with other organizations of the left in Europe and the Middle East and to purchase arms in both regions, since the PLO and other groups were often content to supply small amounts but required payment for large consignments because they too needed money. Accordingly, Bunting set up meetings with anti-imperialist groups in France and Germany to establish contacts, start a dialogue with the PLO and develop an arms smuggling route. The initial meetings in Germany were arranged through contacts with students and journalists who visited Northern Ireland and through channels which had previously been established by members of the official IRA. Bunting attended a secret meeting with members of Rote Armee Fraktion, also known as the Baader-Meinhof Group, who provided him with a liaison with the movement 2nd June, the PLO, and safe contacts in Paris. Subsequent meetings led to an arms deal with the PLO. 2 INLA volunteers, Seamus Ruddy and Falim Lally, were sent to Paris. Initially they arranged for small quantities of pistols and AK-47 Kalashnikov rifles to be transported to Ireland. These were smuggled to Ireland in cars using continental ferry routes. Then a larger arms deal was negotiated with the PLO and money was required. The INLA robbed a security van in Limerick and acquired £250,000, half of which was the payment for arms which would be smuggled into Ireland over a prolonged period. Lally and Ruddy traveled to the Middle East to pick up the first part of the consignment, which consisted of Soviet 71 grenades, plastic explosives, and assault rifles. While crossing the border from Turkey into Greece in a mobile caravan, Lally and Ruddy were arrested and the arms seized. Costello was obliged to pay a large sum of money to have Lally and Ruddy released, but his major worry was that their capture compromised relations with the PLO. Now that the PLO were publicly accepted as the group which supplied the weapons, the intelligence services began to scrutinize the PLO's European contacts and operations. In 1977, Costello, who had survived an assassination attempt after the killing of Macmillan, was shot dead as he sat in his car in a Dublin street. His assassin, Jimmy Flynn, used a sawn-off shotgun. He walked alongside Costello's car, watched his victim reading a newspaper and then fired 4 rounds through the car window. Flynn was later murdered by the INLA. Costello's departure robbed the INLA of an experienced leader and left younger radicals such as Bunting in charge of military operations. Bunting continued with others to develop international contacts. One of his associates from that period remembers how he operated. After Costello was shot, the security services and forces were always probing to discover who was emerging. I attended a conference in 1978 in Germany with the Red Army faction and other groups that are as close as Sinn Féin is to the IRA. Deals were done and the PLO also proved helpful. Contacts in Rome proved instrumental in setting up arms deals. Ronnie was not essentially a gunman. He was intelligent and efficient and argued a lot that our policy should be to do more political hits instead of shooting members of the security forces. He believed that once you started to hit those with political control, you began to damage the edifice of power and force change. Bunting's strategy also included what Costello from the outset believed was essential to launch the INLA, a major operation. In Bunting's view, that necessitated the killing of a leading political figure, preferably someone whose death would symbolize a popular hit in Ireland. He chose the one man in British politics who was unequivocal in his denunciation of terrorism and his suggested methods for combating it, Éire Niamh. In the Republic of Ireland in 1978, Niamh, as the Tory shadow spokesman for Northern Ireland, was labelled an Ireland basher. His criticism was levelled not just at the Irish but at the Labour Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Roy Mason. On March 18, 1978, he stated, "We recognise that the Irish government have taken a number of steps to counter terrorism, but if they want to seem credible and sincere in their condemnation of cold-blooded murder in the North, further action is required." Despite joint legislation on fugitive offenders, there are far too many people skulking in the Republic who are wanted by the RUC for terrorist crimes in the North. Éire Niamh had escaped from the Nazi prison camp at Colditz and later recorded his escape and other Second World War exploits in a book entitled They Have Their Exits. However, throughout the 1970s he was a colourless politician with a low profile on Ireland issues. His political prominence developed during the late 1970s and must be seen in the context of his political affinities and his closeness to Margaret Thatcher. He masterminded her rise to the leadership of the Conservative Party, and this served to elevate him to a more defined political role and overshadowed his history of political anonymity. Though he represented Tory fundamentalism throughout his political life, he had been ignored by successive Tory leaderships. In 1975, with his 60th birthday looming, political success was finally on the horizon. Margaret Thatcher rewarded him with the Shadow Brief for Northern Ireland, and he also served as her chief advisor. His loyalty was greatly appreciated because he brought to his work not only a dogged determination but 2 decades of political experience. Most political observers were convinced by 1978 that the next government would be Tory and that Éire Niamh would assume the role of Secretary of State for Northern Ireland. This concerned the Dublin government, the Catholic Social Democratic and Labour Party and senior members of the British Labour Party. Ulster Unionists, however, saw his views on terrorism as akin to theirs, though they were refusing to talk to him in the autumn of 1977, partly because Enoch Powell was encouraging Unionist MPs to help prolong the life of the Callaghan Labour government in the hope of extracting concessions. Niamh relentlessly pursued the security issue, demanding that the Labour government introduce internment, full-scale deployment of the SAS and the arrest on sight of known Republicans whether or not there was evidence against them. The SDLP and other nationalist groupings in Ireland feared that Niamh as Secretary of State would exacerbate the conflict by adopting draconian measures such as internment, which had previously failed and left a legacy of bitterness. They also perceived Niamh as a majority-rule unionist, who did not believe in the prospect of power sharing in Northern Ireland and saw a devolved government as the way forward. Some nationalists interpreted this to mean the return of unionist majority rule in a Stormont parliament. The SDLP argued that this would represent a retrograde step and return the province to the situation before 1969, to greater alienation within the Catholic community and to increased support for terrorism. It is doubtful if Ari Niamh would ever have been in a position to implement any of his ideas, though he would undoubtedly have introduced a harsher security policy. The INLA were not prepared to wait to discover whether Ari Niamh would defeat terrorism with stricter methods and so change history. They saw him as the popular hit. We chose Niamh not because of the threat that he posed. The Provos would eliminate a political figure if he was a threat, or, like Paisley, they will not hit him because his extremism furthers their cause by damaging unionism and therefore confronts the British in another way. They will also hit a leading politician in revenge for what that person has done to them. The Brighton hotel bomb was a revenge attack and was probably related more to that than ultimately changing the course of British history. We hit Niamh because of what he represented, and we knew that nationalists, Republicans, and socialists would understand, and so it would be a popular hit. He represented oppression. His language was riddled with it. He had to go. Although these remarks partly symbolize INLA/European terrorist thinking, they also express another important factor. The INLA was determined to launch itself on the terrorist scene with an assassination which would strike at the heart of the British establishment and bring itself to prominence. They were in competition with not only the Provisionals but other organizations throughout Ireland, and they were determined to prove that they could be as ruthless and daring. The planned assassination was, I believe, as much a callous stunt as it was a politically motivated act. In January 1979, a member of the INLA from North Armagh, who is a free man at the time of writing, developed a detonator which later became known as the mercury tilt switch device. The switch in itself was harmless and could be purchased through a radio spares catalog. However, the bomb maker, who spent much of his leisure time tampering with mechanical devices, soon recognized that the mercury tilt switch advertised in the catalogs would allow a bomb to be detonated without the use of radio signals which enable it to be detected or exploded prematurely by army scanning machines. He ordered several switches and experimented with them until he produced a prototype bomb, which he demonstrated for the INLA leadership. It was a simple mechanism. A tiny bomb was attached with magnets to the underside of an empty car, which was dragged by a tow rope from another vehicle at a considerable distance. When the car containing the bomb mounted a small incline, the bomb exploded. The tilting caused water in the switch to be mixed with mercury, and this in turn set off an electrical current and detonated the bomb. The bomb maker explained that the switch could be applied to a vehicle when it was stationary with little risk to the bomber. However, once the car was tilted, the chain reaction would begin. The INLA leadership, including Bunting, demanded that, if such a device were to be used for a major hit such as Niamh, it had to be tested for real. A victim was chosen in the bomb maker's hometown of Portadown. He was Robert McAnally, a 20-year-old lance corporal in the Ulster Defence Regiment. On March 6, 1979, McAnally drove his Morris Marina estate car out of a car park at West Street in Portadown. As the car left the car park, it went over a small ramp and an explosion ripped through the vehicle, mutilating the lower half of the driver's body. He died 1 week later after several operations including the amputation of his legs. Police investigating the murder tried to trace his movements to discover when the bomb had been placed under the driver's side of the car. Since they did not know that it had been placed and primed in the car park, they wondered if it had been put under the vehicle earlier in the day and wired with a timing device. Only one newspaper, the Belfast Newsletter, suggested that a mercury tilt switch might have been used. I assume that someone within the police or army had informed a reporter of indications from forensic tests. The newsletter offered the following possible explanations: One theory is that the booby trap was fixed to the British Leland Marina overnight at his home. Another is that a magnetic bomb with a mercury tilt switch was slipped under the car as it sat in the car park. Little attention was paid to the latter theory by the media or seemingly by the security forces until several weeks later. The killing of McAnally sealed the fate of Ari Neve. A unit of 4 Inla men led by a man from West Belfast was tasked with the assassination. The unit tracked Neve's movements to and from the underground car park at the House of Commons each day. They attached the bomb with 2 magnets to the underside of Ari Neve's blue Vauxhall car. The bomb included a wristwatch set to prime the bomb at a time when the terrorists knew the car would be in the underground car park at the House of Commons, and a mercury tilt switch was attached to it so that once the bomb was primed it would explode when the car was accelerating or going up an incline. The terrorists knew that even if the car was traveling slowly it had to be driven up a ramp from the Commons car park, and it was then that the bomb went off. After the explosion a policeman ran to the car to discover that Ari Neve was still alive, though his legs had been blown off. Half an hour later he died in hospital. The House of Commons was shocked. Lord Pitt, who was standing beside Margaret Thatcher when news reached her of the terrible end to the life of her friend and colleague, said she was shocked and unable properly to convey her grief. The assassination placed the Inla firmly on the stage of international terror and led to demands that the perpetrators be found. Unfortunately, the security services and the police and army in Northern Ireland knew little about the Inla. The Inla informed reporters that the killing was the operation of the decade. We blew him to bits inside the impregnable Palace of Westminster. A leading member of the Inla told McGill magazine in Ireland that Neve was killed because he was a militarist and because he was demanding greater use of the SAS and the strengthening of the UDR. It is time that Westminster armchair militarists suffer directly the consequences of their policies. No mention was made of the fact that Ari Neve was an easy target, a popular hit. The McGill reporter asked how the bomb had been planted and was told, incorrectly, that it had been placed under the driver's seat while the car was parked under the House of Commons. The designer of the bomb which killed Ari Neve claims to have set up a demonstration of the device for the provisionals and in return they gave him several rifles and pump-action shotguns. During 1979 the Inla continued to develop its terrorist campaign and a select group of volunteers were given training at a PLO camp in Lebanon. Meanwhile the IRSP was becoming involved in prisoners' action committees and translating IRSP political philosophy into foreign languages so that it could be exported to a wider audience. In particular they were keen to export their analysis of the dirty protests taking place in the H blocks. The term H block derived from the shape of the cells which held terrorist prisoners, the majority of them IRA, at the Maze prison outside Belfast. The Maze was originally known as Longkesh, which was in essence a concentration camp housing Republicans and Loyalists during the internment phase. At that time Longkesh was divided into compounds controlled by the various terrorist organizations. The internees drilled and the camp was run along the lines of what people associate with movie images of Colditz, except that prisoners held in Longkesh were regularly given political and military lectures to prepare them for the war when they were released. This behavior was permitted under an order by William Whitelaw in 1972 which accorded special category status to not only internees but those sentenced to more than 9 months for offences related to civil disturbances. This granted prisoners the right to wear their own clothes, have extra visits and food parcels. They were not obliged to work. By December 1974 there were 1,200 prisoners in Northern Ireland enjoying special category status. It gave the paramilitaries a prisoner of war status which the government began to recognize as causing a total breakdown of discipline within the prisons. As a propaganda weapon it was used, particularly by the IRA, to embarrass the British government. The IRA were adept at telling the world that the British government kept political prisoners in its jails. As a result of a report by Lord Gardner, special category status was abolished for anyone convicted of an offence after March 1, 1976. This had the effect of reducing the number of special category prisoners and thus weakening the influence of the paramilitaries in the prison. Longkesh, which remained the IRA symbol of government repression because of its compounds, was renamed the Maze Prison. New cell blocks were put into operation to house terrorist prisoners convicted after March 1. Those cell blocks were constructed in the shape of an H and were designed so that each block held 100 prisoners. The H blocks had probably the most modern facilities in any prison within the United Kingdom, each block being linked to workshops and recreational areas and facilities. The IRA recognized that erosion of political prisoner status deprived it of much-needed propaganda and was a way for the British government of criminalizing terrorists. Republicans, both Provisional IRA and INLA, refused to cooperate with the new system. In March 1978, 300 prisoners began to refuse to wear prison clothing or to do prison work. They used their cell blankets as a form of clothing and smashed the furniture in their cells. As the protest escalated, more prisoners became involved and the tactics became more extreme. They refused to use the washing or toilet facilities and smeared the walls of their cells with excreta. This latter tactic gave the action the title Dirty Protest, and the world's press soon became acquainted with what was going on in the Maze prison in particular, though the protest was not restricted to that prison. Nationalist politicians and the Catholic Bishop of Armagh, later to be Cardinal O'Fiach, called for the British government to negotiate with those engaged in the protest and to do something about the inhuman conditions in the maze. In order to focus attention on the protest in Europe and the United States, an organization known as the National H Block/Armagh Committee was formed. The government soon realized that the H Blocks Committee was making steady progress in orchestrating support for the dirty protest, particularly among Irish Americans in the United States. Many people in the Protestant community saw the committee as an organization promoting IRA demands and at worst a front organization for Republican terrorists. The British government for its part was keen to support such a view as a means of discrediting the committee. The committee was heavily laden with Republican figures, as well as people on the political left who saw it as a human rights issue. Those Republicans who were prominent in the H Block's leadership were from within the Provisional IRA/Sinn Féin, the INLA, and the Irish Republican Socialist Party. One of the leading figures in the IRSP was Miriam Daley, a 52-year-old lecturer in political studies at Queen's University. Aside from her role as a political strategist within the IRSP/INLA, she was also a key member of the National H Block/Armagh Committee. Miriam Daley was a formidable campaigner, but secretly she was giving political lectures not to university students but to students of terrorism. During the mid-60s she had worked in Camden Town in London and helped newly arrived Irish immigrants. With the emergence of a civil rights campaign in Northern Ireland in 1968, she returned to Belfast, where she became intricately involved in the campaign and for a short period was a member of the Social Democratic and Labour Party. Her politics, fiery and colourfully expressed, were more suited to a harder tradition, and it was to republicanism that she turned her attention. Although she devoted much of her time to campaigning on behalf of prisoner welfare groups, essentially she was a new breed of radical who was ideally suited to INLA/IRSP politics. Like Costello, she dreamed of uniting all anti-imperialist groupings in Ireland and was also prepared to sanction the use of terror. 15 months after the murder of Ari Neve, she met an equally brutal fate in mysterious circumstances. On the morning of June 26, 1980, Miriam Daley's husband James, who was in Dublin, phoned his home in the predominantly Catholic Andersonstown area of West Belfast. He was pleased to discover that Miriam was at home and was in excellent form. Sometime between 2:30 and 3:15 in the afternoon she was seen buying a cake in a local bakery shop. At 3:20 her 10-year-old daughter arrived home from school to find her mother lying dead in the hallway, her hands and feet bound, and a considerable amount of blood on the floor. A scenes of crime officer who arrived an hour later reported, Mrs. Daley's body was face downwards on the floor. A large area of the hall was covered in blood. 4 spent cartridges and 2 bullets were nearby. Her hands and legs were tied. It seemed to me that an execution had taken place. Several feet from the body was a cushion which the killer had used to deaden the sound of the 6 fatal shots fired into Miriam Daley's head from a 9mm semi-automatic pistol. Detective Sergeant Clark, who undertook to lead the murder investigation, was puzzled by the use of this particular weapon. As he pointed out at an inquest, only one weapon was used, a 9mm pistol. It is the first time that this particular type of weapon has come to the attention of the police. And the phone was cut. No organization claimed responsibility for the murder, and detectives were puzzled by the fact that it had been professionally executed in the middle of the Andersonstown area in daylight. There was no evidence to suggest that Loyalist murder squads had ever shown such professionalism or daring. The result of uncertainty as to the identity of the killers fueled speculation, as reported in Hibernia. The most likely explanation is that a Loyalist group was responsible, but another theory is that she was the victim of an SAS undercover squad. Her killers carried out a clinical and professional murder. The phone was silenced inside the house but gave the impression to several incoming callers that it was ringing unanswered. Another factor is the clear determination of practically every branch of the British Secret Service to deliver up those members of INLA responsible for Ari Neve's assassination. A special cabinet subcommittee, originally set up to deal with emergencies such as the 1974 miners' strike, gave carte blanche, including unlimited financial resources and promises of commendations, to those anti-terrorist squad officers who produced convictions for Ari Neve's assassination. Other groups, such as MI5, MI6, and the little-known Security and Intelligence Group, which is attached to the Territorial Army and comprises SAS members, have also made their inquiries. As the months went by with little or no results, other more ominous noises began to emanate from the same agencies. If there were no convictions, the messages ran, then there would be satisfaction of another sort, even if it meant killing non-military members of the IRSP such as Miriam Daley. This Hibernia article also concluded that the most likely culprits were Loyalist paramilitaries, yet it carried the theories which pointed to an unseen hand, namely that of the British military. This demonstrated one rule in the Dirty War: when in doubt, blame the British, it's good for propaganda. The press officer of People's Democracy issued a statement condemning the murder and alleged British complicity. We believe that the conception of this campaign of assassination and the detailed planning and intelligence necessary are beyond the capacity of any of the Loyalist groups. Theirs may be the hand on the trigger, but the brain is that of British military intelligence. 2 months after the killing, David McKittrick wrote an article for the Irish Times claiming that Loyalists were the killers but their target was James Daly, and adding that the killers were probably members of the Ulster Defence Association. McKittrick based his story on security forces sources. In the immediate aftermath of the murder, there were numerous press reports that the killers were in the Daly home for several hours and that only highly trained assassins would undertake such daring. Journalists were unaware that Miriam Daly had been seen in a bakery between 2.30 and 3.15, that she left her home shortly before 2.30 and that her body was discovered at 3.20. Their assumption that the killers had spent part of the day in the house led to the speculation that they had been waiting for James Daly to return from Dublin and that he was the intended target. This is borne out by David McKittrick's report on August 14, 1980. As yet no evidence has appeared to suggest that members of the security forces were instrumental in the death of Mrs. Daly. The fact that Loyalist gunmen had coolly remained in her home for a time in a hardline Republican area has been pointed to by Republican sources as evidence of security force collusion in the incident. While David McKittrick was printing an inaccuracy about the time the killers spent in the Daly home, he was also expressing the theory that only SAS-type operatives could so coolly remain in the Daly home and finally execute Miriam Daly. What few people knew at the time was that UDA leader John McMichael had set up a number of hit squads. McMichael privately confided to associates that the squads were professionally trained and had access to good intelligence, and that he had contacts within the UDR and RUC who kept him informed of the whereabouts of targets and when necessary would provide information about security forces movements in areas prior to and following an assassination. I met McMichael on numerous occasions and formed the opinion that he was a clever and ruthless enemy of republicanism. On one level he was a man who sought to give working-class loyalism a political ethos which was not simply rooted in the Unionist tradition but capable of being molded to take Northern Ireland along an independent route or towards a degree of shared responsibility government with Catholics. Behind the political rhetoric, however, he was also a leader of the UDA's military wing, the Ulster Freedom Fighters. He shaped the UF into a militarily more capable force than previously, and a former soldier who had been discharged from the UDR helped to train a new grouping of men into assassination teams. Like Bunting, McMichael decided to go for political hits. Gary Adams was placed at the top of the hit list. The plan was to kill him as he travelled to the annual Republican commemoration at Bodenstown in the Irish Republic. A bogus UDR roadblock would be set up on the route that Adams would take and he would be killed on the spot. McMichael was certain he could acquire up-to-the-minute intelligence on Adams's route on the relevant day. However, the plan was finally abandoned in favor of other assassinations including the killing of Miriam Daly. The target for the killers was not James Daly but his wife, who was regarded as one of the leaders of the INLA. There is every reason to assume that the killers did have what McMichael claimed to possess, up-to-the-minute intelligence from dissident members of either the UDR or the RUC, because such was the professionalism of the killing that planning would have required accurate information owing to the geographical location of the Daly home and the need for close surveillance to establish that Miriam Daly was in her house. The killers may have entered the premises while she was at the bakery shop, but all the evidence indicates that they spent little time in carrying out their appointed task. The fact that the pistol was a military-issue weapon rarely if ever used by terrorists remains a puzzle, but it may well have been stolen from the security forces or borrowed from someone in a security role. However, in the context of Northern Ireland, such a weapon could have been a one-off in a consignment of other weapons purchased abroad. If the murder of Miriam Daly created speculation that an unseen hand or, in Republican parlance, British intelligence was involved in assassinations, then a double murder several months later served to fuel such suspicions. At 3:30 am on October 15, 1980, gunmen wearing khaki pullovers and ski masks burst into a house in the Andersonstown area and shot dead 2 men. One of the men was the INLA leader, Ronnie Bunting. His wife was also shot but survived. After the double murder, Paddy Devlin, a former SDLP chief whip and cabinet minister, blamed the SAS and to this day is convinced that an SAS-type unit was responsible. Once again the finger pointed at the British because of the manner in which the assassins behaved. Yet in this instance there was reason, not properly articulated at the time, to believe an unseen hand was behind the murders. Ronnie Bunting's wife Susan observed that the killers were cool and calm, like animals with no fear, they had no smell of fear about them. The man who was shot with Bunting was a significant figure in the IRSP/INLA, Noel Little. His death received little scrutiny because he was less prominent than Bunting. However, unknown to the public, he was a political strategist who had assumed Miriam Daly's role and responsibilities within the terror group. He was a central figure in the H-Block's campaign and exported anti-British propaganda. Until 1:00 am on that morning, Little and Bunting had sat discussing their organization's future strategy. Susan Bunting says her husband joined her in bed at 1:30 and Noel Little was given a bed in a room where the Buntings' 14-month-old son was sleeping. 2 other children, aged 3 and 7, were in another bedroom. Susan Bunting's recollection of the killings provides an insight into the professionalism of the hit squad. At 3:30 we heard banging downstairs. We both jumped out of bed but, by the time we got up, the men were already pushing in the bedroom door. We tried to force the bedroom door closed but the shooting started and I fell back on the bed. The next moment 2 men were in the room and started shooting Ronnie. Susan Bunting jumped on the back of one of the men but he continued to fire. She was shot 3 times in the side, back and one hand. While I struggled with one of the men, the other left, casual-like, without a care. As he walked downstairs he shouted something like, "Come on Geordie or Georgie." The other man then left and as he walked to the stairs he shot me in the mouth. I turned and saw Ronnie. I knew he was dead. His eyes were wide and just staring. Noel, I think, was still alive because I could hear him breathing. Noel Little was shot as he tried to get out of bed and died from his injuries on the way to hospital. Susan Bunting sent her 7-year-old daughter Fiona to summon help. When neighbors arrived, they found Susan Bunting still alive, sitting looking at her husband's body. She was taken to intensive care in the Royal Victoria Hospital. She was unable to furnish police with exact details of the murders until she recovered, and then she revealed interesting observations. The killers wore ski-type masks which covered their faces but provided holes for their eyes. They were dressed in green ribbed pullovers with suede patches on the shoulders. While they were leaving the house, they covered each other with handguns in a military-style routine. The car used by the killers was never traced, despite eyewitness descriptions of it. This appeared highly unusual, because stolen cars used in loyalist killings are normally found abandoned or burned out. Nor were the killers ever traced. The Protestant Task Force, an organization which was only heard of in 1974 and has not been known since, claimed responsibility for the murders. All that is known about this grouping is that it issued a statement in 1974 saying its members were former British Army soldiers. The statement bore the hallmarks of the UDA, which created several labels, flags of convenience to allow them to claim responsibility for acts of violence. The Bunting/Little murders, I am informed from sources within the UDA, were carried out by the squad that murdered Miriam Daly, and the killers were provided with the necessary intelligence to enable them to get in and out of Anderson's Town safely and to gain entry to the Bunting home. Little's presence was regarded by some journalists as merely a bonus to the killers. It is my information, however, that they knew he was there. I am prepared to believe the source of my information. The facts themselves indicate that the gunmen behaved as though they knew that their exit from the murder scene was guaranteed. They used a sledgehammer to batter down the door, and they knew where to find not only Bunting but Little. Since Bunting's home was searched on numerous occasions, security forces files contain detailed notes on the layout of his house and the sleeping arrangements. The killers would have been concerned with escape and evasion. In wearing military-style pullovers, they might have been permitted through a road check, provided they had bogus identification. On the other hand, if they were assured of safe passage from the murder scene, they might have worn military-style gear to create paranoia in Republican ranks. Whatever the truth, they were not amateur terrorists, and they acted with an assuredness which, I contend, derived from a knowledge that their escape route was clear. The INLA claims to have evidence that the killers were allowed to pass unhindered through a UDR road check after the killing. McMichael later boasted that his people carried out the murders and that they had valuable assistance from people in the UDR who were sympathetic to the aims of the UDA. As I demonstrated in an earlier chapter, the UDA and UVF in North Armagh were able to operate successfully because of collusion by disaffected members of the police and UDR. I believe from the information I have received and from what has already been published that McMichael exploited this type of liaison to effect in 1980. The RUC were puzzled by the Daly and Bunting episodes because of the behavior of the killers and their ability to penetrate an area under constant security surveillance. In RUC minds there was the suspicion that the gunmen were acting on excellent information which could not have come from intelligence gathered simply by the killers. The final irony in the history of Ronnie Bunting was that his remains were taken for burial from a funeral parlour opposite UDA headquarters in East Belfast. As the cortege left the funeral premises, a loyalist flag was raised in the UDA building. Major Ronald Bunting, the rabid loyalist and one-time associate of Ian Paisley, later told an inquest jury that he believed his son had been killed because he fought for social justice. He said that though he and his son were far apart politically, they agreed on fundamental issues. He saw him as a virtuous and high-minded man who fought oppression and injustice whenever he found it, and was unwilling to accept that his son was a terrorist. Major Bunting's comments reflected the absurdity of the situation in Northern Ireland. The Bunting family saga epitomized the ironies of a society where father and son could support opposite political extremes of the two tribes. In the case of Bunting Jr., conversion proved, as in so many cases, that Protestant Republicans tend to be more extreme than Catholic Republicans, as Catholic loyalists inevitably are more loyalist than Protestants born in the tradition. These strange dimensions to Irish/British life went unnoticed at the inquest. Susan Bunting created the headline "SAS Killed My Husband and Noel." That placed the killings predictably in the mythological realm of dirty tricks. 1980 was a productive year for the UDA's revamped assassination squads within its military wing, the UF. If observers had taken a closer look at particular events, they would have become aware that the claim by nationalist politicians such as Paddy Devlin that SAS hit teams were at work was a nonsense. The UDA's hit list was composed mainly of members of the IRSP/INLA who also happened to be involved in the National H Blocks Committee. Equally, all of those on that committee were judged by the UDA to be members of the INLA, though such was not the case. 3 weeks before the Daily killing, a UDA hit squad assassinated a member of the committee who did not belong to the INLA, and the manner in which the killing was planned should have indicated the true capability of the UF. The victim was John Turnley, aged 44, a member of the SDLP who later joined the Irish Independence Party. Like Ronnie Bunting, he was a Protestant converted to Republicanism and therefore loathed by loyalists, who saw his political conversion to the other side as betrayal. Tumley was born into an old landed Protestant family and his father was a leading member of the Unionist Party. He was a teacher by profession, but as a young man worked in Far Eastern tea plantations before living in Japan and marrying a Japanese girl. In 1973 he returned to his native Camluff in County Antrim and settled down. When he joined the SDLP, his father reacted by trying to disinherit him. After his father's death in the late 1970s, John Turnley, now a leading member of the Irish Independence Party, lived on his family's 300-acre estate with his wife and 2 children. His politics made him prominent because he lived in an Ian Paisley-dominated constituency comprising towns such as Lame, which were centres of rabid loyalism. After trying 3 times to win a seat on Larne Council, in 1977 he became the council's only non-unionist member. In 1979 he stood against Ian Paisley in the Westminster election. His politics, like those of Bunting, were extreme, and this incensed loyalists. Since he was a member of the National H Blocks Committee, the UDA viewed him as a closet terrorist, though his overt republicanism and his act of betrayal would alone have been sufficient to mark him down for assassination in the violent climate of Northern Ireland. His killers later claimed he was murdered because he was a member of INLA, but I am skeptical about such a motive. The killers belonged to the UF, and they would have known that Tumley was neither IRSP nor INLA and was associated with Bunting and Daly merely through membership of the National H Blocks Committee. The killing of Turnley, however, was to have a bearing on the Daly and Bunting murders when the members of the hit squad were sentenced by a court in 1982. The killing, its planning, and allegations made by one of the murderers had the effect of encouraging some people to re-examine the murders of the INLA leaders, and the suspicion of an unseen hand, if not the actual involvement of the SAS, surfaced again. The men who killed Tumley were members of a UF cell based in the town of Lamay. The cell consisted of the following men: Robert McConnell, his brother Eric, William Jr. McClelland, William McFettridge, David Hastings, and Matthew Martin, who was described in court in 1982 as a former sergeant in the Ulster Defence Regiment. Hastings and Martin, though members of the terrorist cell, were not charged with Turnley's murder. The former was sentenced to 7 years imprisonment in 1982 for stealing guns and wounding a police constable, and Martin was given 5 years for an attempted bombing, throwing an unlit petrol bomb and making pipe bombs in 1974. Matthew Martin's presence in the UDA's military wing, his long history of terrorism and his membership of the UDR illustrate once again how the UDA has so often been in a position to exploit the military and intelligence benefits of a wing of the security forces, namely the Ulster Defence Regiment. The Larne UF unit took its orders from the UDA leadership in Belfast. In April 1980, Robert McConnell, deputy leader of the cell, received instructions from Belfast to build a dossier on John Tumley from Camluff. According to McConnell, Two high-ranking UDA officers told him that Turnley was a leading man in the INLA. McConnell was instructed to discover where the target lived, the places he visited and whether he had any connections with any known INLA terrorists. Since McConnell was a fish salesman, he decided to use his job and his boss's vehicle as a cover in assembling information on Turnley. We found that he lived out at Carnlough, and one evening I went out to sell fish to make sure it was the right house. I remember selling fish to Mrs. Tumley at the big house where they lived. While I was there I saw their car sitting, so I took the number. It was a Datsun Estate, a metallic wine color. I drove my Ford Escort van from the house, but on the way down their avenue I stopped and took a lot of photographs of the house and other places on the estate. Me and two other boys came back to the estate on a lot of other occasions after this and watched the house for Mr. Turnley to see when he was coming and going. We were also watching to see who was going to the house to find out if there were any INLA men visiting him. From McConnell's account to the police, this seems to have been a highly planned surveillance operation, though one wonders how they would have known whether a particular visitor to the Turnley home would have been an INLA member unless McConnell was taking photographs which the UDA could check against intelligence files on that organization. If the UDA was in a position to check photographs of visitors to the Turnley home, they must have had access to security forces files. However, if one member of the cell had an obvious connection with the UDR, such checking might well have been possible. McConnell claimed that after he gave the UDA leadership his dossier of photographs and written observations, they contacted him sometime later and informed him that Turnley was indeed a leading man in the INLA. "We were given orders to shoot him," he stated. "The three of us worked out the best way this could be done without endangering his wife and children. We found out that Turnley didn't drive his car and his wife usually drove him about. We didn't want to shoot him in his car, as that would have meant his wife and children would have got hit as well. It was decided that the best way to shoot John Turnley was when his wife was leaving him off at a public meeting in Carnlough. We knew the meeting was organized by Lame Council for June 4 to discuss development in the town, and he was due to attend it. On the Monday before we planned to shoot John Turnley, one of the boys went to Carrickfergus and collected a stolen car, a blue Ford Cortina, and brought it back and parked it at Riverdale Flats in Lamay. I had information that a top provisional IRA man in Belfast had a blue Ford Cortina, the exact same as the one which had been stolen for us. I got number plates made up the same as the Provost's car number, and I put these on the stolen car. The next night, Tuesday, we done a dummy run in the stolen Cortina." This part of McConnell's testimony is significant because he indicates that the killers intended to imply that the murder of Turnley was committed by the provisional IRA by using a number plate which could be traced to a member of the Provost. This leads one to wonder whether the killing of Bunting and Little was also deliberately styled to give the impression that military-type personnel were involved. McConnell's mindset suggests a sophistication which, if placed against many terrorist episodes in Northern Ireland, encourages the view that many things are not as they seem or as they are portrayed. The day after the false plates were fitted, McConnell took his brother and McClelland in the stolen car and drove along the route from Tumley's home to Lame to decide where the murder would be committed. They obviously felt it was safe to drive around in a car with number plates which, if checked by a police or UDR patrol, could, through the normal computerized link at vehicle checkpoints, have indicated an IRA connection. There is no evidence that they possessed prior knowledge that the route would be free of vehicle checks, so they must have been prepared to accept an element of risk. Their reconnaissance led to the decision to shoot John Turnley as he alighted from his car in Carnlough to attend the public meeting. The following day, Wednesday, June 4, Robert McConnell finished work at 5:00 p.m. and went to the Bodega Bar in Larne, where he met his younger brother and McClelland. Ironically, the leader of the cell was not Robert McClelland but Eric, whose career in terrorism began at the age of 14 when he joined the Young Citizens Volunteers, the junior wing of the Ulster Volunteer Force. Initially, membership involved drilling and playing football. The drill sessions took place in the Protestant Hall in Larne and were organized by Jackie. He left because he didn't like the UVF's attitudes, and joined the UDA. Two brothers, who were friends of his girlfriend, in turn introduced him to Colin, the UDA provost marshal in Lamay, who took him into the UDA. Before Eric McConnell set up the Active Service Unit or cell in Lame, he received the following communication from S.G. and B.K. of the UDA's Strategic Defense Administration. It has been suggested that you are suitable for active service cell membership within your area of which you have agreed to join. You will be required to adhere to the following rules which are essential for the secure operations of any cell. Absolute secrecy about cell membership, structure, strength, and movements. Cells can only operate efficiently by mutual cooperation and agreement, therefore cell operatives will only communicate and be answerable to the cell commander, who will also be military commander of your local unit. Apart from the commander there shall be no rank held by any members of the cell. All rumors or any inquiries relating to any aspect of cell operations and movements, no matter how trivial they seem, must be reported immediately to the cell commander. A provost squad is operating and is equipped to protect the security and welfare of cells. It is essential that cell members do not retaliate against any harassment, no matter how severe the provocation may be, as this would seriously threaten internal security. It has been proved that during training a mutual trust, respect, and understanding develops between cell members and their commander. We, as architects of many existing cells, have no knowledge of the identities of individual cell members. This, we believe, has been ample safeguard against the drawbacks of infiltration, egotism, and power struggles possessed by other organizations. This has been reinforced by the fact that no members of an existing cell have been picked up for questioning. We welcome you as a member of this existing and growing weapon against subversive gangsterism and thuggery, which is at present destroying the social fabric of Ulster, and we wish you and your colleagues every success in the tasks which lie ahead of you. Yours sincerely, Strategic Defense Admin. It was in the spirit of the above letter that Eric McConnell began selecting UDA men for an active service unit. At the time of the Turnley murder he had handpicked 20 men, though only 6 of them were within the cell structure at that time. When he recruited one of the cell members for active service, he boasted that the 20 men were ready to operate. He said that things would be different and that intelligence on targets would be 100% before any action was taken. He said they were looking for prestige targets to regain public support, as they had lost it during the last number of years because of the way they operated doing innocent people. I asked him what innocent targets they hit, but he would not say, except that there were quite a few. Eric McConnell's decision to set up an active service cell was accomplished in an unusual fashion because he was not commander of the UDA in Lame, and he set up the cell independently of the Lame leadership. However, in order to ensure that he did not transgress against the Lame bosses, he endeared himself to the Lame commander and involved him in the cell. That man was William McFetridge. His role in the killing of Turnley was restricted to the initial planning and to the search for documents revealing the whereabouts of the Turnley home. Eric McConnell was known as a tough young man who was prepared to kill, and Robert, with less terrorist experience, was understood to be easily influenced by his younger brother. In his testimony, McFetridge later played down his role in the killing of Turnley. I went to the Highways Hotel and made some inquiries about Turnley. A couple of days later I met Junior McClelland and went with him to look up newspapers in the library to see reports on the local elections and get information relating to Tumley. They failed to get relevant data, and McClelland asked McFetridge if there was another method of acquiring details about their target. McFetridge replied that he knew a miss who worked in the East Antrim Times office. Accordingly they went to the newspaper office and with scissors removed press clippings which contained details of John Turnley and his family. McFetridge later admitted that he knew Tumley was for the chop. It is interesting that the local commander was subservient to the cell commander, and that the rules outlined by the Strategic Defense Administration communique, that the local should also be the cell commander, were not strictly applied. This may have been due to the fact that McFetridge was a weak man who was not prepared to be an assassin. On the other hand, McConnell may have exploited McFetridge's unwillingness to exercise his authority as local commander and have insisted that he himself be placed in control of the cell. Eric McConnell established his own rules. He conferred the title of deputy leader on his brother, and designated Junior McClelland as intelligence officer. McConnell's rule-breaking represented a serious breach of security for a cell. He also kept in his house notes of financial dealings: Eric £5, Cut £2, Lefty £3, Page £3, Brownlee £3, Nat £5, McKay £5, McKee £5, Hunter £3, Craig £3, McDowell £3, Jocks £2, Spence £2, total £44. Documents of this nature later proved invaluable in helping his associates to be tracked down. The exact nature of the financial transactions was not revealed, but they were understood to be payments or contributions. On June 4, 1980, at the Bodega Bar, Eric McConnell joined his brother and McClelland for a few drinks while they went through a final checklist of their plans and post-murder tactics. Eric told his accomplices there were 3 guns in the Cortina, which was parked near the bodega. After the killing they would destroy the Cortina and return home in the Ford Escort van. He stressed that after the shooting they would wash their faces and hands with paraffin to remove any lead residue resulting from the weapons being discharged. Eric McConnell, the young but experienced terrorist, was leaving little to chance. His brother Robert later confessed how they killed John Tumley but was careful not to name Eric or McClelland. I have added the names where necessary. One of the boys went and got the Cortina. I took the other boy with me in my Ford Escort van and I drove down the coast through Glenarm, and just before you come to Carnlough I took the Ballymena road on the left. I drove up that road about a mile and parked the van at the side of the road. The boy with the stolen car arrived with the guns we were to use. I forgot to say that my van had all its transfers removed. I got into the Cortina and the guns were handed out. The boy in the front had a submachine gun, I had a .25 Mauser semi-automatic and the other boy had a Walther 9mm. I put my gun under my leg on the seat. We all had blue nylon overalls and green woolen masks. We put the overalls on and I took over the driving of the car and we drove down the coast road through Camlough and out past the gate lodge at the entrance to the Turnley estate. I turned the car and pulled into a lay-by just after the entrance to the Turnleys. We sat there half an hour or so and an 1100 car came out of his estate and turned up the back road into Carnlough. We thought that maybe Turnley was in this car and I followed it. I caught up with it and when I saw an old man was in it I drove back to the lay-by. After a short time I spotted Turnley's Datsun estate car coming down the avenue. It drove past where we were parked and I saw Tumley's wife driving and he was sitting beside her. I waited and then followed. I kept a good distance behind Turnley's car and when we got to within 20 yards of Smythe's we all pulled on our masks. We were all wearing pink rubber household gloves. I saw Turnley's car park at Smythe's and I pulled the Cortina slightly in front of it. The 2 boys with me got out with their guns and I looked back and saw John Tumley get out of his car. The boys started shooting and I looked across at the other side of the road and I saw people standing. I was worried in case some of these people would do something stupid, so I held my gun out of the window and fired 4 shots in the air. This was to stop anybody from coming over the road and into the way of the shooting. When I looked around, the windscreen of the Datsun was shattered and I heard a woman screaming. The 2 boys jumped back into the car and I drove off. I drove to the Ford Escort van. The boy in the front got out and into the van and followed us up the road. We all got out, put the guns into a green holdall and put them over a hedge. We drove the car up a lane and got our overalls, gloves, and masks and threw them into the car. One of the boys took a plastic container of petrol from the car and poured it over the Cortina and threw a lighted match inside. The car went up in flames and we returned to the van. When I was about to get into the van, 2 cars passed on the coast road. I saw one of these cars slowing up and the driver looking over. I stood in front of the number plate so that he wouldn't get the number. We got into the van and headed for Ballymena. The killers drove to the car park of the Battery Inn at Ballymena and, using paraffin from a container in the van, they washed their hands and faces with the liquid and dried themselves with a towel. They entered the inn, washed in hot water in the toilets and drank beer. On their way back to Lame they were flagged down at a UDR vehicle checkpoint on the dual carriageway outside Lame. The van was searched and they were taken to the town's police station where they were questioned but released after 20 minutes. That decision was fatal. The McConnells killed a Catholic in Larne 6 weeks later. It was not until September 1980 that RUC detectives interviewed the McConnell brothers, McClelland and McFetridge. The RUC team was a formidable array of tried interrogators: Gray, McGarry, Richardson, Kilfitter, Thompson, McBrien, Johnston, and Cousins, most of them members of the Regional Crime Squad from Castlereagh. Their breakthrough came when they penetrated the defenses of Robert McConnell. It took a week to break his younger brother, Eric. When Robert McConnell made his confession, he also told police where to find the cell's arms, which included the guns used in the Tumley murder. I find Robert McConnell's reference to the use of a 9mm Walther pistol an interesting detail. Such a weapon was used in the Miriam Daley killing, but police at her inquest seemed unaware that a gun of this type had previously been used by Loyalists. That was probably an oversight on the part of the detective who gave evidence at the Daley inquest. Perhaps he was unaware of the use of such a weapon by the Lame Cell, or perhaps the RUC did not ballistically compare the 9mm pistol which police later found and traced to the McConnells with the bullets taken from the body of Miriam Daley. The detail is interesting, however, because it confirms that this type of weapon was in Loyalist hands and therefore tends to add weight to the theory that Loyalists murdered Miriam Daley. On March 11, 1982, Lord Justice Gibson jailed the McConnells and McClelland for life for murder. McFetridge admitted the lesser offense of manslaughter and was sentenced to 12 years in prison. After the judge delivered the sentences and made a forthright condemnation of the killers, Robert McConnell produced a verbal bombshell. In or around the month of April 1980, I was working as a fish salesman in the Lame area. At that time, although not a member, I had links with a Loyalist paramilitary organization. I was stopped one day near Cushendall by a van containing a number of men. I became satisfied subsequently that these were all members of the SAS, and I had dealings with them on that and a number of subsequent occasions through their leaders, who were Sergeant Tom Aiken and Corporal McGow. Aiken had just returned from duty in Hong Kong and he drove a red Opel car with a dent near the front driver's headlight, and McGow drove a green Audi. Aiken had a well-spoken Scots accent. On the occasion when I first stopped and after they had satisfied me who they were, they asked me to place a listening device in a bar in Cushendall where they said Gary Adams and another man were waiting to meet with some others. I went into the bar and fixed the device to the underside of a stool near where Adams was sitting doing a crossword. After I left, the barmaid came out and bought 50p worth of brown fish from me in what I was satisfied was an attempt to discover if I was a genuine fish salesman. She asked me if I knew who the man in the bar was, and I said, "Who?" "Gary. I think I've seen him before. Did he ever work in GEC?" When I returned, I was stopped by the man in the van and I was offered money in an envelope, which I refused. I agreed to meet them again and do things like that again if the need arose. They knew that in the course of my business I was going in and out of Republican areas, and during a series of subsequent meetings with me they discussed with me Republican leaders and, in particular, Tumley, Miriam Daley and Bernadette McAliskey. They said they had information that over a 2-year period the Republicans had a plan to escalate tension in the province by civil disorder, large-scale importation of arms and explosives, and by certain actions which would arouse the sympathy of Republican people with the ultimate objective of starting a civil war. We realize now that this involved the hunger strikes. We were told by Sergeant Aiken that Turnley was important in this regard because of his experience of imports and exports and because of his experience of dealings with the East, he having spent time in Laos and Cambodia. During this period, weapons, uniforms, and information on how to obtain intelligence-gathering equipment was supplied by Sergeant Aiken, who would contact me by telephone and arrange for me to pick up various items on lonely roads at the dead of night. I am making this statement so that the court and the public will be aware that information concerning Tumley and the others was fed through me by British intelligence services, and this information was of the nature I have already described. McConnell made his statement after he was sentenced, so it was not intended as a ploy to encourage the judge to regard it as a mitigating factor. One is obliged to ask serious questions about it. Why would McConnell seek to blacken the image of security services or the SAS? What did he have to gain? Was this claim of a military connection McConnell's way of punishing his military contacts because they did not protect him from a life sentence? Is McConnell, who is a self-confessed murderer, someone to be believed? Since this claim was not made during the police interrogation in 1980, McConnell had 2 years in which to concoct such a story. During 2 years in custody he made no effort to convey such allegations to either the RUC or the media. If one believes that McConnell deliberately devised a fantastic story of a military connection in his life, what could possibly have been his motive? Could he have wished to disassociate himself from the crime in the hopes that at some point in the future a life review board might view his request for parole in a lenient fashion? Was he seeking to protect himself from IRA or INLA revenge? I offer one explanation which, in respect of the activities of the UDA, might appear to have substance. The UDA is a legal organization and in 1982 it was developing a political strategy in the hope that it could eventually emulate the political success of Sinn Féin. That strategy demanded that the UDA constantly use convenient labels such as UF to distance itself from acts of violence committed by its members, so that its overt political image did not become tarnished to an extent that the British government might feel obliged to proscribe the organization. McConnell, by implicating the UDA leadership and not the UF in the murder of Turnley, who had no terrorist connections, was placing the UDA firmly in the role of a body which was orchestrating political killings. It is a curious element of Northern Ireland life that everyone knows that the UF is the military wing of the UDA, and the UDA's survival as a legal grouping depends upon a tacit acceptance that the UF is a different organization. Similarly, the acceptance of Sinn Féin as a legal grouping demands blindness to the historical reality that it is an integral part of the armed struggle and therefore of the Irish Republican Army. For reasons of political maneuvering and expediency, successive British governments have sought to ignore the truth. The terrorists play the rules of the political game to ensure they remain in the game. McConnell's statement that the UDA leadership demanded the death of Tumley implied that they may also have ordered the deaths of Daly, Bunting, and Little, since there was an apparent political connection between all of those people through their membership of the H Blocks Committee and the UDA's apparent willingness to believe they were all members of the INLA. Robert McConnell's confession to police was disturbing the equilibrium of the political game by making public the UDA leadership's direct intervention in terrorism and implying that they had ordered other political assassinations. Therefore, there is a distinct possibility that the UDA encouraged McConnell to shift attention to the SAS to obscure UDA involvement and a subsequent public examination of the UDA's role. On the other hand, the progress being made by the National H Blocks Committee from 1978 onwards was considerable in terms of its propaganda for the IRA and to a lesser extent for the INLA. McConnell made his statement about the H Blocks campaign retrospectively, but it is worth reflecting on the events which took place while McConnell was in prison for 2 years awaiting trial. Those events may indicate that the UDA did indeed regard as grave the activities of the H Blocks Committee in view of their consequences. In 1980, Republican prisoners at the Maze went on hunger strike to draw more attention to their demands. The government announced that it would look at the issue of clothing, but there would be no return to special status. The government also made it clear that although it was prepared to consider civilian-type clothing for male prisoners, it would be clothing officially provided. Many people sympathetic to the government position saw this use of the word official as stupid and unnecessary when it was just as easy to concede the clothing issue by allowing the prisoners to wear their own clothes. On December 18 the hunger strike was called off amid speculation that the IRA had abandoned it in confusion after the Secretary of State, Humphrey Atkins, presented the prisoners with a lengthy document as the basis for discussion of their demands. One prisoner in particular viewed the IRA position as an untenable one, 26-year-old Bobby Sands. He advocated a hunger strike which would continue until death if necessary, and he began the first stage of such a hunger strike on March 1, 1981, the 5th anniversary of the phasing out of special category status. The hunger strike would claim the lives of 10 Republicans and during it Sands, while dying, would be elected MP for Fermanagh/South Tyrone in April. He died after 66 days refusing food, and his death and that of the other hunger strikers represented a major propaganda coup for the IRA. The hunger strike campaign lasted until August of that year. During it there was considerable violence and tension between both communities. The presence of 70,000 people at Sands's funeral was seen within the Loyalist community as a conviction that the IRA and, in particular, the H Blocks Committee had achieved the objective of raising IRA fortunes. After the deaths of some of the hunger strikers, Cardinal Ofioch warned that the British government could well face the wrath of the nationalist population if it persisted with its stance and allowed young men to die. On the streets of Northern Ireland, terrorist violence claimed the lives of over 60 people, 17 of them members of the security forces. As far as loyalists were concerned, and in particular the UDA, they were justified in their opposition to the H Blocks Committee. Maybe they were in a position as early as 1979–80 to recognize the events which would flow from the activities of the committee. The other possibility is that McConnell was telling the truth and that military personnel were indirectly controlling a UDA active service cell. If that were true, McConnell might have made his statement because his controllers had failed to protect him from a life sentence. Moreover, if British intelligence services were indeed involved in these murders, one must speculate on their motives. One might wonder whether the death of Ari Neve led to a search for revenge. Alternatively, as McConnell's statement suggests, the British government may have been concerned that the advent of the H Blocks protests, and the powerful propaganda being disseminated worldwide by a range of politically astute people, represented a change in IRA fortunes and a significant threat to political stability. The National H Blocks Committee comprised a range of radicals, such as Daly, Tumley, Little, Bunting and McAlliskey, who were agitating for political status for terrorists and who were arguably the most articulate political activists of that period. They made excellent use of the international media, and their campaign led directly to the major hunger strike of 1981, which galvanized support for the IRA on an unprecedented scale. Could the British government have foreseen that and attempted to prevent it by encouraging one of its agencies, the UDA, to assassinate the political activists on the National H Blocks Committee? McConnell's statement from the dock implies that such a plan existed. However, he had 2 years in prison to make such an allegation or to have a statement prepared for him by the UDA leadership. Whatever the truth, in January 1981 one other member of that H Blocks Committee, Bernadette McAlliskey, almost lost her life to a UDA hit squad, and mystery shrouds that event too. An SAS team was dug in around her house, without her knowledge. They had cut telephone communication to the house and their presence was not even known to the local army commander. Although they saw the UDA hit team arrive, they did not apprehend them. The gunmen went into McAlliskey's home and shot her several times. They were arrested as they left the property. A member of the SAS team discovered Mrs. McAlliskey was alive after the shooting and gave her first aid until medical support arrived. His actions saved her life. Why were the terrorists allowed to enter the house? Was the SAS squad in place around the house because of information that Bernadette McAlliskey was about to be murdered? Answers to these questions have never been forthcoming. That fact along with others served to indicate to some people either that there was an unseen hand or that the intelligence community knew the UDA were engaged in an assassination campaign and no effort was made to prevent it happening because the targets were people who were themselves regarded as a threat to the stability of the state. In a dirty war everything is possible, but one is forced to ask whether in this case it is likely that there was a connection between all the events other than what was, according to known facts, a campaign of political assassination by a revamped UF. 12. Agents, informers, and double agents. In the shadowy areas of the dirty war, the use of people as informers, agents, and agents provocateurs not only creates controversy but raises serious issues for a democracy. The police, army, and intelligence agencies never admit that they employ people to spy on their behalf or that they tolerate the fact that some of those people act in a criminal fashion or are encouraged to do so to enhance their standing within terrorist organizations. The use of informers is vital to operational intelligence, which determines the way in which the security forces combat terrorism. It is said that informers supply over 2/3 of all intelligence and they do so for a range of motives including money, threats, blackmail, revenge, or even the thrill, and occasionally the desire to defeat terrorism. In seeking accurately to define terms such as informer or agent, one can turn to the definitions provided for aspiring intelligence officers by the School of Service Intelligence, Army Intelligence Wing. A source. A person, thing, or activity from which intelligence information is obtained. B. An agency. Is an individual or specialized organization used in collecting and or processing information. C. An agent. In intelligence usage, is one who is authorized or instructed to obtain or to assist in obtaining information for intelligence or counterintelligence purposes. D. An informant. Is any individual who gives information. The term is generally used to describe a casual or indirect source as distinct from an informer, who is normally connected with criminal activities, can be directed and receives payment for his services. Those definitions seem to indicate that an agent is someone who does the work of an informer but is not connected with criminal activities, in other words, the employee of an arm of the security services, though it could equally apply to someone who is not a member of a terrorist organization but receives large sums of money for providing intelligence on that organization or becoming involved in its workings. I believe the definitions offer meager scope either for truly assessing the roles of people within those military categories or for judging the legality or ethical nature of this dimension to the war. When an informer is caught by the paramilitaries and executed, the police, army, MI5 or MI6 never admit the person was working for them. In fact, they do not admit to the use of those operatives as described in the School of Service Intelligence document. It is a generally accepted principle that the use of agents and informers is a necessary, if not essential, means of defeating terrorism. However, since the risks for those who undertake such work are enormous, one may assume that the majority of informers do not volunteer for the work. I think it is fair to say that an agent is an employee of government who contracts out work to people who are then defined as informers. It is my contention that both are employees, but the informers take the greater risks because they operate at the cutting edge of terrorism. Some agents do take frightening risks but in a more calculated fashion. If informers survive, there are no medals. However, if they have been supplying high-grade intelligence, they may have been well enough paid to retire outside Ireland, provided their handlers allow them such a luxury. It is believed that many people who have told friends and relatives they were leaving Ireland to escape the troubles, or give their children a new life, were retiring as informers, having secreted their money in banks outside Ireland. What happens to those who are paid meager sums and who cannot afford to escape the eventual risk of a terrorist punishment? Informers are rarely pardoned by paramilitary organizations. The IRA has cleverly offered amnesties to encourage informers to repent, and in some instances they have imposed exile on informers rather than a death sentence to encourage other informers to reveal themselves. An example of exile being used as a punishment for a self-confessed informer occurred in 1975. The informer was a teenager from Dromary Park in Armagh, the area controlled by the Provisional IRA's 2nd Battalion of the North Armagh Brigade. He told the IRA that he began informing after he was caught stealing from parked cars outside a cinema in Armagh City. He claimed police told him they would not press charges against him if he supplied them with information on known Republicans. They assured him that there would be no risk, that he would be given money and told what to do. I checked this story with relatives of the young man and they confirmed that he was indeed an informer. Most of the work he undertook was simple surveillance on men in his neighborhood who were known to be provisionals. On some occasions he met his contact, a special branch inspector, at the town dumps, passed information and received a payment of £10 or £15. He had at least 50 meetings with his contact, and on one occasion he informed an army patrol of the presence of 2 armed IRA men, Jake McGarrigan and John Nixon. The patrol set up an ambush, and when the IRA men came into view, the soldiers opened fire, killing one man and wounding the other. After the young man's confession, the IRA showed leniency towards him for behavior which in their view merited execution, because they hoped to encourage other informers to reveal themselves. This young man was one of the fortunate few. Since the IRA knew their organization in Armagh was deeply penetrated, they felt it was worth setting aside the death penalty for informers in an effort to stem the flood of information from other spies in their midst. When terrorists murder someone they claim is an informer, they sometimes issue a statement asserting that the person admitted this while under interrogation. The latter phrase demands careful scrutiny of the claims, because violence and torture are used to extract confessions, and such tactics call into question anything said by people unfortunate enough to find themselves interrogated by terrorists. That is what happened to 43-year-old Eric Dale, a minor figure in the INLA who had been close to the Provisional IRA in the early 1970s and was interviewed about terrorism on several occasions. In April 1983 he was remanded on bail by the Central Criminal Court in Dublin, where he faced charges relating to possession of detonators. A native of County Down, he had moved to Portadown in County Armagh but left his wife and family, and in May 1983 was living in Monaghan with Claire McMahon and her 3 young children. On May 3 at 9:00 p.m. Eric Dale heard a knocking on the door of his house. Before opening the door he peered through a window and saw several armed men outside his home. Telling Claire McMahon of their presence, he instructed her to go to the sitting room. She later described the events. As Eric opened the door, a masked man entered and came into the sitting room. I was shaking and trembling, and the masked man told me everything was all right and not to panic. The only people in the sitting room were me and the 3 children. Claire McMahon was unaware that the face behind the mask was that of Dominic McGlinchey, the most wanted man in Ireland, and the operations officer on the General Headquarters staff of the INLA, a man who had killed at least 30 people, civilians as well as members of the police, army, and UDR. McGlinchey's balaclava had slits for his eyes and stretched below his chin. He wore a combat jacket, and a shoulder holster resting on his chest contained a .44 Magnum revolver. His right hand was positioned near the gun butt and his left held the holster. In the only recorded interview with McGlinchey, published in the Sunday Tribune in November 1983, he told the Dublin journalist and editor Vincent Brown that he preferred to get in close to his victim. It's usually a matter of who gets in first, and by getting in first you minimize the risk to yourself and put your man down first. It has worked for me down the years. I wouldn't be as good as they are shooting it out over distances because I don't get the opportunity for weapons and target training like they do. So I believe in getting in close. On the Cookstown job a while ago I went up to the bunker outside the police station and just opened up on the policeman in the bunker. While Claire McMahon was facing McGlinchey, she was unaware of events in the hallway. She was kept reassured by McGlinchey, who told her everything would be fine and allowed her to take her 8-year-old son Edward to the toilet. As she crossed the hallway she saw Eric Dale lying face down with his head towards the door. At least 6 men dressed in masks and combat jackets surrounded him. As I came back from the toilet with Edward, the first noticed that the first masked man had moved from the sitting room to the hallway. I asked what was going on and he said they only wanted to question Eric about guns or something that was missing. At this stage Eric was standing up and was being held up on either side by a masked man, each one holding him by the arm. As she looked at Dale, he turned his head towards her and said, "I never harmed anybody." Then he was marched out of the door, and McGlinchey told his men to tell Dale's missus what was going on. One of the terrorists approached her and said that if Eric was not home by morning she was to travel to Clovelly in South Armagh where she would be contacted. Another terrorist asked Eric Dale where he kept his car keys. Dale replied that they were in the car. Claire McMahon, realizing that the car was about to be stolen, asked how she was expected to travel to Clovelly without the vehicle. The terrorist told her she would be contacted somehow. She subsequently overheard Dale's captors ordering him to climb into the boot of his car and Dale replying that it was not possible. However, his captors unloaded the spare wheel and other items and pushed him into the boot. Claire McMahon never saw him alive again. On May 7, 4 days after the abduction, a body bound and wrapped in plastic was dumped by the roadside near the border at Killeen between Newry and Dundalk. It was Eric Dale. A post-mortem revealed that he had been shot in the head, and his body bore signs of torture and severe beating. The discovery of the corpse was followed by a statement from the INLA that Eric Dale had admitted under interrogation that he had supplied security forces with details of the movements of Seamus Grew and Roddy Carroll, who had been shot dead by members of the RUC in December 1982. The INLA also claimed that he had provided information that led to a number of arrests and the seizure of weapons, ammunition, and explosives belonging to the INLA, and that prior to his death he had been making inquiries about the whereabouts of Dominic McGlinchey, who the statement said was an alleged INLA man wanted on both sides of the border. Eric Dale's 23-year-old daughter reacted angrily to the INLA statement, pointing out the use of the word interrogation. There is not a shred of truth in what the INLA have alleged. My father was beaten and tortured by his murderers. They claimed he admitted giving information under interrogation, but nobody could withstand the terrible torture inflicted on him. My father was a dedicated Republican and gave the last 11 years of his life to the Republican cause. These people who did the dastardly deed are worse than animals. They cannot call themselves Irishmen and are nothing but gangsters. McGlinchey had a personal interest in the abduction, interrogation, and murder of Dale or, for that matter, anyone he suspected of having been involved in the Grew and Carroll killings. They were shot by members of the RUCC4 branch, who claimed that they believed Ireland's most wanted man, Dominic McGlinchey, was travelling in the car in which Grew and Carroll were shot. Using several cars, the E4 team trailed the three INLA terrorists from the Irish Republic, even though it was outside the RUC's jurisdiction. Stalker was unaware of this and subsequent events on the night of the Grew and Carroll shooting. The E4 operatives were in two cars, one behind the vehicle carrying the terrorists and one in front. On the Northern Ireland side of the border, E4 operatives were positioned in a car in a laneway, waiting for a signal from the E4 car trailing behind the terrorists, when they would ram the INLA men's car, thus ensuring that there were armed E4 men coming from behind and in front. The vehicle traveling ahead of the target car was to pass the laneway and then return quickly, so that when the terrorists' car was rammed there would be considerable firepower to deal with McGlinchey and his associates. It has never been revealed that the E4 operatives in the trailing car lost contact with the target car, with the result that the INLA men's car was not rammed. As soon as the error was discovered, a radio communication to other E4 units up ahead set in motion another ambush, but when the terrorists' car was attacked, McGlinchey was not inside it. He had left the vehicle at some point between the intended and the final ambush point. After the deaths of his fellow terrorists, McGlinchey sought to discover who had revealed his whereabouts. The E4 operation was launched after someone passed on information that McGlinchey was scheduled to travel into Northern Ireland on that night. McGlinchey, though unaware that he had been under surveillance before he left the Irish Republic, knew that his movements and travel arrangements were known to only a few people. Unfortunately, Eric Dale was one of those people. Terrorists often restrict knowledge of their travel arrangements to a defined number of their associates so that if something goes wrong they are able to isolate those with the relevant knowledge. The E4 units who watched McGlinchey in what was a foreign country were in breach of Irish sovereignty, but they were prepared to take the risk of causing an international incident to trap an INLA leader who was a mass murderer and one of the security force's most dangerous adversaries. They undertook the mission as a result of information about McGlinchey's whereabouts. E4 was responsible for the surveillance, but firepower was provided by a special support unit whose men were trained in SAS tactics at Aldershot. Dale knew of McGlinchey's whereabouts, and it has never been admitted officially that members of E4 were operating within the Irish Republic. However, Dale was not the only person with information about the INLA leader. A man who was eventually discovered to be a major spy within the Provisionals, George Points, was also aware of McGlinchey's specific travel plans. Points was later spirited out of South Armagh by his army handlers. I was told that he was a contact for many terrorists who, when crossing the border, required assistance such as a safe house in which to hide or information about the safest routes. Points knew about McGlinchey. Was it Points or Dale who informed, or was Dale a man who was willing to admit to anything under torture? We shall never know. During the course of my research I also learned that Points met the UDA leader Jim Craig, who was murdered in 1988 by members of his own organization. The UDA claimed Craig was involved in setting up John McMichael, the UDA/UF leader killed by the Provisionals in 1988. Craig told a close associate that he met with Points at the latter's instigation. Points offered to provide information on known Provisionals and determine a time and place whereby a UDA hit team could wipe them out. Craig is said to have remarked of this offer when relating it to a colleague, "I knew what that fucker Points was about. We would send a hit squad in. They would do the job, and on the way out the SAS would do our boys, just like killing two birds with one stone. I knew that if Points was setting up his own people, he had to be working for the army, and the ploy to get the provos was also one to expose us." Points' offer to Craig came at a time when the UDA was capable of killing Bunting, Daly, and others. The use of agents or informers is often an intricate affair. In 1989 the Provisional IRA executed a man to whom it attributed the designation British agent rather than informer, the IRA's traditional label for people whom it believes have betrayed its secrets. The British agent was 35-year-old Joe Fenton, a father of 4 from Andersonstown in West Belfast. On the night of January 26 he was found in an alley in the Lenadoon housing estate not far from his home. His killers had fired 4 bullets into his head before they sped away in a stolen car. By morning the Provisional IRA had issued a statement saying they had killed him because he was a British agent. In most instances the families of those branded with informing have angrily denied IRA claims. Within 2 days of Joe Fenton's death a different pattern emerged. In accordance with standard police policy, the RUC stated that the dead man had no connection with the security forces. However, his father, Patrick Fenton, told journalists that RUC pressure led directly to his son's death. He said he was making this known after reading his son's written statement to the IRA about his activities as an informer. "Having seen and read evidence which was presented to me, I accept his death and wish to say that the position in which he was placed, due to pressures brought to bear on him by the special branch, led directly to the death of my son." This was an unusual statement from a man with moderate views and no paramilitary connections. At the funeral the local priest Father Tom Toner, who is an outspoken critic of the IRA, expressed his revulsion about the Fenton affair. "The IRA is not the only secret, death-dealing agent in our midst. Secret agents of the state have a veneer of respectability on its dark deeds which disguises its work of corruption. They work secretly in dark places, unseen, seeking little victims like Joe whom they can crush and manipulate for their own purposes. Their actions too corrupt the cause they purport to serve." Father Toner reserved his most bitter comments for the IRA, who he said disgraced everything Irish and everything Republican. He said the Irish were left feeling unclean not because of the British presence, unionist discrimination, harassment, or murder. "To you the IRA and all who support you or defend you, we have to say that we feel dirty today. Foul and dirty deeds by Irishmen are making Ireland a foul and dirty place, for it is things done by Irishmen that make us unclean. What the British could never do, what the Unionists could never do, you have done. You have made us bow our heads in shame, and that is a dirty feeling. The IRA is like a cancer in the body of Ireland, spreading death, killing and corruption. It is the unrelenting enemy of life, and the community is afraid because it cannot see or identify it. We want the cancer of the IRA removed from our midst, but not by means that will leave the moral fiber of society damaged and the system unclean. Fighting evil by corrupt means kills pawns like Joe and leaves every one of us vulnerable and afraid. And it allows Joe's killers to draw a sickening veneer of respectability over cold-blooded murder and to wash their hands like Pontius Pilate." Father Toner's funeral oration eloquently attacked the dirty war and that part of it which makes use of informers or agents. Some people might see his views as naive, particularly in respect of the tactics required to remove the cancer which he refers to as spreading death, killing and corruption. Some might argue that all those things he identifies as being fatal to the development of society cannot be removed by mere condemnation, but by strong, if necessary unorthodox, action. Others might argue, as he does, that violence cannot be defeated by violence. In the Fenton episode, However, violence was not used to confront the IRA. According to the available evidence, Fenton was working within the IRA to destroy it. One might then ask whether he was operating within the law or outside it at the behest of his controllers. If someone is coerced into acting as an informer and is engaged in criminal activity, is this morally justified in war? Do matters of general morality need to be put aside in the cause of destroying the enemy? The answers will differ from person to person, but society may have to decide for its own future whether a dirty war can be won by using unethical tactics. The life of Joe Fenton as an agent/informer is not in doubt to those who knew him, such as his father and Father Toner, and the story they have accepted is as follows. In 1981, Fenton was asked by the IRA to undertake a task for them which would be regarded as a favor. The term favor was used by the IRA to indicate that he would not be compelled to do more than one task, moving a quantity of explosives from a dump to a safe house. Fenton accomplished this but was shocked when approached privately by members of Special Branch who told him they were aware of his work for the IRA and, in particular, the transporting of a quantity of explosives. They convinced Fenton that they could bring charges against him and establish his guilt, but that if he did a little work for them the matter would be forgotten. He was also offered financial inducement for any information he could provide. One might think that it should have been easy for Fenton to say no to the Special Branch suggestion, but one has to understand the complexities of life in Northern Ireland. Fenton would have suspected that someone in the IRA was an informer who had compromised him. Since he was not a member of the IRA, if he had wished to tell the IRA of the Special Branch approach, there was no one to whom he could have spoken in the certain knowledge that he was not talking to an informer. Fenton therefore agreed to work for Special Branch, and a date was set for a meeting at which his handlers would discuss the details of his relationship with them, what they required from him, and some of the techniques he would need to learn to keep himself alive. However, Fenton had no desire to keep the appointment. After returning to his wife and children, he planned a new life in Australia, and he did not appear for the scheduled meeting with his Special Branch handlers, but his plans were dashed when the Australian High Commission Consulate in Edinburgh rejected his application for immigration status for himself and his family. The Australian authorities will not comment on this on the grounds that it is improper to discuss such issues. The Special Branch and MI5 may well have had an intricate plan which specifically required someone like Joe Fenton. According to the IRA, he told them that the Special Branch and MI5 had informed the Australian authorities that he was a suspected terrorist. When Fenton's plans failed, he found himself once again in a shadowy world where he was being addressed by a Special Branch sergeant and an Englishman named Don. I have been told by a source within the security forces that Don is one of a number of MI5 liaison officers who oversee Special Branch operations or devise operations which are run by Special Branch operatives. Major operations are discussed within the Task Coordinating Group, which comprises operatives from Special Branch, MI5, E4, Army Intelligence and the SAS. The IRA says that Fenton told them he was drawn into the world of spying by threats and blandishments. He regularly met his handlers, and they gave him a phone number whose arrangement of digits indicates that it was located in East Belfast, an area housing RUC headquarters and other security complexes where police and army operations are planned and run. According to the IRA, Fenton was an ordinary working man who assisted them with a favor in his employment as a van driver. He was not in a position to improve his lifestyle. Then his career changed rapidly. He became a salesman for an estate agency and within a short time set up his own business, Ideal Homes, on the Falls Road. Fenton, say the IRA, was given £15,000 to finance his business and subsequently received supplementary payments of over £2,000. As an estate agent, he was able to offer the IRA big favors, the use of empty houses on his for sale lists as safe houses, temporary arms dumps or meeting places for IRA leaders and active service units. Fenton also let the IRA know when properties which would be suitable for meetings were about to come on the market. According to the IRA, Fenton was encouraged by his handlers to assist the IRA in this fashion. The security forces could bug properties in the knowledge that Joe Fenton would keep them on a for-sale list and allow the IRA to use them. Although the IRA will not admit the extent of the damage caused to their operations in Belfast, as one IRA leader put it to me, we are talking about a major penetration, the loss of active service people, bombing units, and a knowledge of our workings and thinking. When something like this happens, it is impossible to assess the extent of the damage or to remember every property he provided or what happened or was discussed on those premises. Another IRA man, well known to the security forces, told me that on his release from prison he was approached by Joe Fenton and offered temporary accommodation in one of the many properties listed for sale by Ideal Homes. The IRA say Fenton also used his business as a front for hiring cars for transporting arms, explosives, and men, and that these cars were kept under surveillance. Fenton had changed from the man who did a favor to being intricately involved in the world of terrorism. As an affable family man who was not politically committed to a Republican ideology, he did not fit the image of the terrorist. Those who knew him well believe that his first favor for the IRA was undertaken out of fear, and that it was a similar motive which led him into the hands of Special Branch and MI5. Nonetheless, his role as an informer enabled the police and army to apprehend several IRA bombing teams as they traveled to targets and to arrest over 20 members of active service teams in possession of guns. Yet time was running out for Joe Fenton. In 1988, the IRA established a mortar bomb factory in the Andersonstown area, in a house provided by Fenton, the use of which was limited to a few people. The house was raided by the security forces and 4 men were arrested. IRA intelligence began to examine Fenton and eventually concluded there was a link between security forces' successes over a long period and properties provided by Ideal Homes. When they investigated the history of Joe Fenton's professional life, they uncovered his sudden ability in 1982-3 to set up an estate agency business. That was the major flaw in Joe Fenton's past. Until 1988 his business was a success story mirrored by one of the symbols of newfound wealth, a BMW car, but in 1988 he appeared to adopt a casual approach to his business and rarely appeared in Ideal Homes premises. In July 1988 he was arrested and questioned by police on suspicion of laundering money for the IRA. This may have been a ploy to distract attention from his real work, unless the RUC officers who arrested him were unaware that Fenton was an important informer. In fact, he did launder money and was able to use his legitimate business to disguise the passage of IRA rackets' monies from one business to another. According to the IRA, his arrest by police was an integral part of a policy to provide the authorities with increased powers to investigate a range of businesses. The IRA maintains that there were organized leaks that protection money was being laundered through estate agencies, and when businessmen like Fenton were arrested, the public were encouraged to believe that all businesses, including estate agencies, required investigation. I feel this explanation is an attempt by the IRA to make propaganda out of an incident which may well have happened simply because Fenton was indeed laundering money for them. Joe Fenton was doomed to be one of life's failures. His business began to crumble, though it might be fair to suppose that a man under such enormous pressure did not have the potential or application to take control of his life and eradicate the problems. It is impossible to estimate how much the constant threat of discovery affected his conduct. Some of his friends detected a noticeable decline in his ability to apply himself to the running of Ideal Homes. As it began to slide towards bankruptcy, Joe Fenton could not find the means, primarily financial, to resurrect his business. He was under suspicion by the IRA and he no longer played a major role in their operations. Towards the end of 1988 he was driving a taxi to supplement his income. At the beginning of 1989 the Ideal Homes premises were closed by its landlord, who decided there was little to be gained in pleading with Fenton to pay back rent on the building. The IRA conceded that Fenton was not in a position to cause them damage for a considerable time before his death, since they took steps to limit his access to secrets once suspicion centered on him. They believed that, once he was unable to supply information of the caliber which led to so many arrests, his handlers withdrew their financial subsidy. According to them, Fenton told them that his handlers refused to believe that he was not in a position to help them and claimed that he was trying to extricate himself from the partnership with them. Joe Fenton's death was a sad ending to the life of a naive man who was easily manipulated. The IRA exploited him from the outset and left him exposed, and other nameless people were equally willing to place him in jeopardy. In killing him, the IRA saw itself as omnipotent, an element to the tragedy that was instantly recognized by Father Toner. Before I completed this book, I returned to an investigation of the Fenton story because I was intrigued by the fact that both Father Toner and Joe Fenton's father, while condemning the IRA for the killing, were adamant that the security forces were also to blame for his death and accepted that Joe Fenton was, as the IRA claimed, an informer. It seemed to me that the IRA must have been able to offer Fenton's father and the priest ample information to indicate that the role of the security forces was of a dubious nature. I sought out contacts in the IRA to no avail, because I was told the material was much too sensitive to be revealed to me. With the writer's persistence, I contacted a senior member of the IRA and was finally given what is a startling account not only of Fenton's career as an informer but also of the fashion in which, according to the IRA, he was sacrificed, as well as claims that other people were also sacrificed to keep him in place as an informer. The information shocked me. I believe that it was conveyed to Father Toner and Fenton's father in some form. They may well have been given the type of account which I am about to record for the reader, or they may have been presented with written evidence. Existing evidence in respect of courts-martial by the IRA is contained in written notes. During the course of writing this book, I learned that the IRA tends to be methodical about its court-martial procedures because of the requirements of the IRA's General Army Orders. A detailed note of what is said by the accused at a court-martial is kept as a written record so that it can be studied by IRA intelligence analysts. In addition, the IRA sees itself as an organization with a history which is recorded not so much for posterity as for those who join and wish to learn about the past. Courts-martial papers are kept in secret dumps and are restricted even within the IRA. The account of my meeting with the senior member of the IRA whom I believe was in a position to know about the Fenton case is recorded here in the form of questions and answers because I feel that this will best illustrate the aspects which most confused and troubled me. Author: how important was Fenton as an informer? IRA leader: it is difficult to estimate the full extent of the damage. He had access not only to information but also to people. He provided safe houses. We know that more than one such house was bugged because we later discovered the devices. That means that we cannot fully determine exactly what was said by volunteers who were in those houses and felt they were free to talk about operations. We know what he did compromise, and we are not prepared to talk about that because of ongoing inquiries. He also provided transport for active service units and the movement of weapons. Now, like all well-placed informers, not all of his information would have been acted on because it would have placed him in jeopardy. Author: when did suspicion fall on Fenton? IRA leader: several people whom he allegedly assisted were suspicious of him. When I say that, I mean people for whom he provided transport or lodgings. Those suspicions were conveyed to senior figures. Author: why were they not acted upon? IRA leader: that is where the matter becomes complex and interesting. Fenton was not simply active in providing safe houses and transport. He was also providing information to a senior figure in the organization. Author: surely, if a number of people doubted his loyalty, that would have been a sufficient motive for people in authority at brigade level initiating an inquiry or placing him under surveillance. IRA leader: that is why I say it is complex. Fenton was giving information to a senior member of the IRA. Now, if one is a senior member of the IRA and one has an informant who is providing reliable, accurate, and exciting material, are you going to listen to others who are saying that your informant is a tout? You are going to ward off the criticism because this man is enhancing your position within the organization by providing you with information which makes you look good. Author: are you saying that Fenton was in possession of information about the very people you say he was working for? IRA leader: exactly. Author: was the man in the IRA to whom he was giving the information, aware that he was being conned but happy to have good information to guarantee his stature within the IRA. IRA leader: no, he did not know, and neither would anyone if they were in his position and being fed the caliber of information which Fenton was giving him. Author: did he not ask where Fenton was acquiring this information? IRA leader: no. One's instinct is to be content to receive highly sensitive information without querying its source. After all, Fenton was an estate agent. He was trusted by his IRA guardian, who probably believed that Fenton was right to protect his sources. That is a simplification of the issue. Not everyone behaves in the fashion in which the IRA officer was behaving. However, when you realize the nature of the information he was being given, it is natural to recognize that it was hardly the type of information which one would instantly believe was coming from the security forces. Author: what type of information? IRA leader: he was providing his IRA protector with names, addresses, and vehicle registrations of uniformed policemen and members of SID. Now you would hardly think that this was the type of information you would be given by a tout. Remember that Fenton was crucial. He was operating at the highest level within the Belfast Brigade. He was exactly where his handlers wished him to be. Author: was he being run by Special Branch? IRA leader: he was much too important to be simply the property of Special Branch. He was being run by Special Branch in conjunction with MI5. He told us that. He was so important that we now realize just how much they were willing to sacrifice to keep him in place. They were prepared to give us the lives of ordinary cops to keep suspicion away from Fenton. They knew he was under suspicion. They learned that not simply through the bugging of safe houses, but because his IRA protector would have been obliged to convey to him the fact that suspicion was being directed at him from several people. Those who suspected him were kept at bay because of the nature of his information. However, suspicion grew, and there were those within the movement who were not prepared to let the matter rest and sought to pursue it at the highest level. Author: was there a body of evidence presented to a higher authority? IRA leader: yes. Author: was that not a signal to the IRA that he should be interrogated in the fashion to which suspected informers are subjected? IRA leader: in normal circumstances the answer would be yes, but other people were advising him, namely his handlers, and as with previous occasions when he was close to being caught, they offered him a lifeline. Author: what kind of lifeline? Did they advise him to leave Northern Ireland? IRA leader: Fenton took the heat off himself by providing the IRA, through the officer who was protecting him, information which the IRA was quick to recognize as vital. He offered the names of two informers who were operating within the brigade area. They were a husband and wife team, Gerard and Catherine Mahone, who were in their 20s. IRA intelligence acted on the information and placed surveillance on the couple. Their house was used as a dump on occasions, and it was wired by British intelligence. We learned that later. They also tampered with IRA explosives devices which were occasionally stored in their home. They were interrogated, admitted their guilt, and were court-martialed. They did not mention Fenton because they did not know of his treachery, but he knew them. We now know through the interrogation of Fenton that he was told to give us Gerard and Catherine Mahone to remove suspicion from himself. When a guy is supplying information of that caliber, the tendency is to regard him as valuable and not to suspect him. As time went on, however, and the Belfast Brigade lost men and weapons and eventually a mortar factory, the suspicion heightened and it pointed towards Fenton. A weight of evidence was assembled which suggested that at the very least he should be interrogated. Fenton knew that time was running out and he bolted. The IRA thought it had lost him, but he returned to Belfast within a short time. He claimed he had gone to England to watch a big fight. The dates of his absence coincided with a big fight, but that did not halt the demands for an inquiry. When he was finally court-martialed, he told us that his MI5/Special Branch handlers told him to return to Belfast after he bolted. They told him to say that he was at a big fight. They must have known that we would not accept that kind of reasoning. Author: why did they send him back? IRA leader. Before I answer that, let me tell you what is the final twist to this story, because it also explains the way British intelligence operates. They were willing to sacrifice Fenton for a purpose. The reason we know why they were prepared to sacrifice him is that after we shot him we uncovered an extremely sophisticated bug in a house which Joe Fenton had provided as a safe house. In that house, members of the IRA discussed Fenton's fate and the evidence against him. Therefore, his handlers knew that IRA suspicion was so great that he was likely to be found guilty and executed. They were still prepared to send him back. They sent him back to cover their tracks because they had someone equally important in place. They expected the IRA to be preoccupied with Fenton and to believe that Fenton was alone. That is always the way the Brits operate. Fenton was only a pawn to them. By sending him back, they were allowing us to think that we had our man. The IRA had one informer in the Belfast area. The IRA also realizes that, by placing so much effort into examining the Fenton case, other matters concerning another possible informer could be so easily obscured. Fenton was not the first and he will not be the last. The killing of Gerard and Catherine Mahone took place in September 1985, just over 3 years before the murder of Fenton. They were shot in an alleyway in the Turf Lodge area of West Belfast. Gerard Mahone was shot first, and as his wife broke free from the execution squad, she was also mortally wounded. It is believed that she found the strength temporarily to escape from the killers after she was forced to watch her husband being shot in the head. As she ran down the alley, she was shot in the back. The Mahone house was sealed off for several days and thoroughly searched. The manner in which the search operation was conducted suggested that Gerard and Catherine Mahone were no ordinary couple. While examining the case of Joe Fenton, I encountered an equally bizarre story of an informer who was caught by the IRA and encouraged to reveal the details of how he met his handler. The informer said that every week his handler picked him up in a car at Kennedy Way on the edge of the Andersonstown area and took him for a drive through Belfast. The trip lasted 15 minutes, and during it they discussed the information which the informer had acquired. After the interrogation, the IRA told the informer they would give him immunity if he participated in a plan to capture his handler. The informer agreed, and the IRA decided that, when the handler stopped his car at Kennedy Way on the return leg of one of the weekly trips round Belfast, the informer would spray an acid substance in his face. An IRA squad would be positioned nearby to rush to the car and abduct him. On the appointed day, the informer was armed with a small spray the size of a perfume bottle, containing a substance which caused temporary blindness when in contact with the eyes. The informer played his intended role until the final moment when he withdrew the spray from his pocket. As soon as he saw the informer's hand reach towards him, the handler knocked the spray sideways and the acid substance was spattered on the windscreen. The IRA patrol had no time to act as the handler opened the front passenger door, pushed the informer out of the car, and drove the vehicle at high speed from the scene. Within 24 hours the informer was arrested and taken to the police station close to Milltown Cemetery. After being questioned about his attempt to compromise his handler, he was released, but told that he would probably be killed by the IRA because it would be leaked that he had only pretended to spray the acid at his handler. On his release, the IRA, as predicted, abducted him and subjected him to further questioning. Having decided that maybe he had not fully played his part in the attempted kidnapping of his handler, and if he was willing to betray one set of controllers he was likely to have been turned again, they questioned him about his arrest after the abortive kidnap. He told them about the prediction the police had made. While the interrogation was taking place, the premises were raided by an army patrol. The informer was rescued but the IRA interrogators escaped. The informer was never seen again. According to the IRA analysis of the episode, the informer was released either because it was hoped the IRA would kill him or to see where he would run. To support the latter theory, they point out that his release almost led to the capture of a team of IRA interrogators. As far as I am concerned, the one certainty is that the informer would have been assassinated by the IRA. Beyond that point one can only guess at motives of the handlers. The story epitomizes the games that are played. They are riddled with deceit, double dealing, contrived and genuine moves, and sometimes simple methods which are assumed to be complex. Those who are caught between the two sets of players will never know when the rules are being changed or the true nature of the game. The most controversial story of an agent-handler relationship began in 1971 and lasted 9 years before ending in a bizarre twist. The agent was listed on RUC Special Branch files as Agent 294, and his handler was SB Sergeant Charlie McCormick, the intelligence operative who was a constant presence in the life of Agent 294 but not his only master. Agent 294 was Anthony O'Doherty. He was born in the village of Portglenone in County Antrim in 1949. 20 years later O'Doherty was steeped in the Republican tradition but was not a member of the IRA. He enjoyed being seen at Republican marches and commemoration ceremonies, and it was at such a ceremony in 1970 that he came to the attention of Detective Sergeant Charles McCormick. O'Doherty was selling copies of a Republican pamphlet, The United Irishman, when McCormick approached him and exchanged pleasantries. On that occasion McCormick, along with uniformed police, was on duty observing the commemoration of Roger Casement. The venue was the windswept hilltop overlooking the spectacular scenery of Moorloof Bay on the North Antrim coast. McCormick made a mental note of many of the Republicans present but was drawn to the fresh-faced O'Doherty because his profile had not previously appeared on special branch files. He was vigilant to any opportunity to detect the presence of a newcomer to the Republican fold, and someone who might eventually prove to be a useful contact. The young man was on the periphery of the Republican gathering, and his behavior and demeanor struck the experienced detective as being the traits of a naive individual. McCormick's intuition and judgment on that day encouraged him to suspect that O'Doherty was approachable, unlike the majority of Republicans present, who were antagonistic and unwilling to be engaged in conversation by a plainclothes policeman. His hunch was correct. He employed a favorite technique of overt friendliness and suggested empathy with the historic commemoration. O'Doherty was impressed by a policeman taking an interest in him, a mere pamphlet seller, and by the policeman's affable manner. The policeman's lack of the expected invective lulled the young man into a conversation during which he revealed his name and where he lived. He was unaware that everything he said was being mentally recorded by an astute special branch operator. That was their only meeting until the morning internment without trial was imposed in August 1971. Anthony O'Doherty was arrested on the orders of the special branch and, in particular, on the advice of McCormick, even though it was questionable whether O'Doherty was actively connected with terrorism. Once in custody, O'Doherty discovered that the policeman interviewing him was the affable plainclothes cop who had talked to him at Moorloof Bay. O'Doherty was at his most vulnerable when arrested. He had been taken from his home in the early hours of the morning and treated roughly. The experience had unnerved him and filled him with fear. It was a happening which bore no relation to the role-playing that he associated with selling Republican propaganda. McCormick reassured O'Doherty that he should not be anxious. At the same time he pointed out that he was being held without trial and there was the possibility that he could be incarcerated and the key thrown away. However, O'Doherty had the opportunity to walk to freedom if he was prepared to consider a deal. O'Doherty faced a classic dilemma: he could be imprisoned indefinitely, he could agree to a deal but fail to comply with McCormick's demands, but that would lead to his rearrest, against which he could not legally object, or he could do a deal and be guaranteed freedom. His options were stark, but for O'Doherty there was no doubt which one suited him. He was prepared to accept the offer of freedom at a price. In this early stage of a blossoming professional relationship one may observe the shrewd tactician McCormick and the young, impressionable but equally shrewd O'Doherty. The latter was about to embark on a career as Agent 294. Within O'Doherty's psyche was a desire for danger which he was prepared to accept from any quarter. However, McCormick offered two other major enticements, aside from the prospect of freedom. One was money, lots of it. The other was protection for O'Doherty's family, at a time when sectarianism was a fatal dimension to the situation in Northern Ireland. In his interview with O'Doherty that morning, McCormick had established that the young man was concerned that his family in the divided city of Derry were at risk from loyalists, so he allayed this fear by offering protection in the event of threats to the O'Doherty family. Anthony O'Doherty left police custody with a handshake from McCormick, who arranged a further meeting to discuss the finer details of their professional contract. At their next meeting, O'Doherty was encouraged to join the official IRA, since it was the grouping with which he had been loosely connected at the Moorloof Bay ceremony. He was also introduced to another member of the special branch, Yvonne Johnston, who he was told might occasionally require his services. O'Doherty was informed that he would receive a basic financial retainer, but additional payments would be made to him for information he supplied. The size of the payments would vary according to how effective the information proved. For example, as a result of information, the seizure of a rifle would yield more money than the discovery of a revolver. An IRA explosives dump would guarantee a substantial payment, as would the arrest of active service volunteers, whereas hearsay information would be paid at the rate of only £5 or, at most, £10. O'Doherty did not prove to be a highly competent agent. In 1972 he was rearrested after an armed robbery at a shirt factory in Derry. He was not charged with any offense, but was detained without trial on a Second World War naval vessel, HMS Maidstone, which was moored in Belfast Harbour and housed a large number of Republican internees. O'Doherty's incarceration in the midst of active Republicans allowed him to be privy to gossip which was of interest to Special Branch. He was held for 4 months on the ship and was visited on 4 occasions by McCormick and another member of Special Branch. They questioned him about conversations among Republicans on the subject of future strategy, the ongoing conflict and those who were central to it. After 4 months, on McCormick's orders, Agent 294 was moved to the main internment camp, Longkesh. O'Doherty's detention on HMS Maidstone almost ensured his acceptance in Longkesh, which held some of the most prominent members of both wings of the IRA. After 6 weeks there he was released and told that Special Branch had revised its plans for him. McCormick said it was vital that he got in on the Provi scene. He and his colleagues were beginning to recognize that the provisionals and not the officials posed the major threat. O'Doherty accordingly began associating with people connected with the provisionals. He says he provided good information, but McCormick was preoccupied with marital problems and money was not forthcoming in exchange for information. As a result, O'Doherty devoted himself exclusively to Yvonne Johnston, who became his handler. That relationship ended in October 1973, when Johnston resigned from the RUC to set up a road haulage business. His decision to leave at the early age of 34 was due to the risks incurred by his job and the stress on his wife Elsie and their 3 children. O'Doherty resumed his working relationship with McCormick, and they reactivated their financial contract, money for information graded in accordance with its substance. Meanwhile, Yvonne Johnston was working hard to provide a new and more prosperous life for his family. On December 10, 1973, he was cruelly reminded of the risk-facing policeman when a Special Branch detective with whom he had worked earlier that year was the victim of a booby trap bomb concealed in his car outside his home. Johnston was shocked and expressed fears to colleagues that the IRA might target him. His fears were well-founded. 2 days later he was abducted at gunpoint from his lorry at a border crossing between the counties of Armagh and Monaghan. As the lorry came to a standstill at a customs clearance post, masked and armed IRA men dragged Yvonne Johnston from the vehicle and bundled him into a waiting car. A male employee of Johnston's haulage firm, who was a native of Mayo in the Irish Republic, was unharmed by the terrorists and permitted to leave. The kidnappers drove off with Yvonne Johnston in the general direction of Monaghan town in the Irish Republic. Johnston showed naivete in traveling in a border region, and from someone with considerable security experience it was a strange decision. It was not his first business trip to the Irish Republic, and the fact that it took place 2 days after the assassination of his former colleague, Detective Constable Maurice Ralston, illustrated a careless if not foolhardy mentality. A massive search for Johnston was mounted on both sides of the Irish border, but to no avail. Elsie Johnston and the Church of Ireland primate, Dr. George Sims, made separate appeals to the terrorists to spare the life of their hostage. The terrorists, as always, proved impervious to public opinion or the pleas of a distraught wife and mother. 48 hours after the abduction, a body was discovered beside a hedgerow in a remote part of the South Armagh countryside, a short distance from the border. The victim, a male, was bound and gagged, and there was a bullet hole in the back of his head. While Elsie Johnston waited for the body to be identified, she told detectives who were consoling her that the IRA had no right to take Yvonne because he had harmed no one. Before the body on the border was officially identified as the missing ex-policeman, the Mid-Ulster Brigade of the Provisional IRA issued a statement saying they executed Yvonne Johnston and that when they kidnapped him he was in possession of photographs of IRA men who were on the run. They said he also had 2 police identification cards which permitted him to carry out undercover work in the Irish Republic. They justified the murder on the grounds that Yvonne Johnston admitted under interrogation that he was involved in brutalising Republican suspects during interrogation sessions at Ballykelly Army Base. He was executed only after it had been positively established that he was deeply involved in undercover activities for the forces of occupation. He admitted that his identification cards had given him free passage for his undercover activities in the Free State. Is it possible that Yvonne Johnston was engaged in special branch work, using his haulage business as a cover, or that he was doing freelance surveillance for his former employers in RUC Special Branch? The RUC say there was no question of Johnston's being involved in security duties after his retirement. It is not our normal practice to reply to the purported public statements of murderers. It has, however, been reported that Mr. Johnston, a former police officer, was in some way still acting as a police officer, and this was the reason for his death. Mr. Johnston resigned from the RUC 2 months ago, and in doing so, he ceased to have any connection whatsoever with the RUC. He was a civilian involved in the purely civilian business of earning his living as a husband and father. For the IRA to attempt to justify his murder with an outright lie is a cruel and cynical exercise typical of that organization. Yvonne Johnston's murder was cruel and sadistic. His body bore marks of torture, and post-mortem evidence revealed that burns on his body indicated that he could well have been lowered into a bath of scalding water. In the aftermath of his death, the Special Branch tried to estimate how much he might have revealed under torture about security forces operations, particularly the agents he ran. They probably also wondered whether one of those agents/informers had betrayed Ralston and Johnston to their IRA assassins. According to O'Doherty, Johnston compromised him to the IRA while under torture. O'Doherty claims that after Johnston's murder he was asked by the Provisionals to attend a meeting at the Four Seasons Hotel at Drogheda. As he entered the building he saw 4 IRA men and he smelled a rat. He tried to leave the building and they seized him. He fought, freed himself from their clutches, rushed to his car and drove to Monaghan Garda station, where he made contact with a member of Irish Special Branch, and was then escorted safely across the border. On a subsequent occasion, according to O'Doherty, IRA men abducted him while he was drinking in a pub in Swatrick in County Londonderry. They bundled him into a waiting car and held him at gunpoint. He produced a pistol which had been concealed in one of his boots, disarmed his kidnappers and forced them to drive him to Swatrick Town Square, where he alighted from the car and made good an escape. He spent the following 18 months constantly moving from place to place, living in haysheds and forests. Several times a week he met McCormick and his senior officer, Inspector Jimmy Blair. O'Doherty's role as Agent 294 might never have come to light if he had not been arrested by Belfast CID and held for questioning for 7 days in September 1977. In the course of interrogation he implicated himself and alleged that his handler, McCormick, was involved with him in armed robberies. He admitted possession of firearms including a pistol, a rifle, and a submachine gun. In what may well have been a dangerous precedent, the police released O'Doherty after he gave them several undertakings. The undertakings have never been revealed, but according to a special branch inspector it was felt O'Doherty was touching on something much deeper and the authorities felt it was in their interests to free him. The special branch inspector who negotiated Agent 294's release from SID was Jimmy Blair. He had a vested interest in ensuring that O'Doherty did not reveal too much about the unorthodox if not illegal activities of the special branch and their highly unethical use of agents. At the time of his release, what did the RUC have on file about Anthony O'Doherty? When arrested in September 1977 he was interviewed by Detective Inspector Alan Simpson of Regional Crime Squad Headquarters. Simpson was a member of an interrogation team within Regional Crime which became known to terrorists as the Squad because of its success in questioning suspects and the knowledge its members displayed when interrogating suspects. Other names in the A Squad team were Mooney, French, Donnelly, Newell, Hall and Aurier. These men helped to damage the INLA through their police work and as a result became terrorist targets. When Detective Inspector Simpson interviewed O'Doherty he took the following notes, which later formed part of the Crown case against O'Doherty. I am a dead inspector attached to HQ Crime Squad based at Knock, Belfast. On September 29, 1977, accompanied by Dead Constable Dalton, we carried out an interview with Anthony O'Doherty at Castlereagh Police Office, Belfast. On September 30 between 1:20 and 2:25 p.m. I interviewed O'Doherty by myself at Castlereagh Police Office. The essence of both these interviews was repeated and embodied in the notes of a lengthy interview with O'Doherty which took place on September 30. This particular interview commenced at 1:35 and Dead Constable Dalton was present. I explained to O'Doherty that throughout the preceding 6 days whilst at Castlereagh he had been interviewed by several police officers and during the course of those interviews he had spoken about his involvement in the campaign of violence. We then had a lengthy discussion about his background and his personal and political views. Detective Inspector Simpson then quoted the following statement from O'Doherty. In 19,751 knew that a particular person did a robbery at the Northern Bank in Cushendall. Around £3,500/4,000 was taken. The main recipient of the money received £3,000. He also conveyed the person who did the robbery from the scene. I also know that on that day the army were kept well clear of Cushendall and the military intelligence officer was taken away to fish that day. This was to delay the arrival of helicopters in the area as they had to be tasked by the military intelligence officer. The person who did the robbery received about £800 and to my knowledge it was spent on drink and other social activities. The person who received the bulk of the money used it to pay outstanding bills. I heard that friends of his received expensive presents and among the proceeds were a lot of Bank of Scotland notes. I believe he went to Scotland on a holiday to dispense of these notes to avoid arousing suspicion. When the robbery was done the money was taken to the other person's flat directly where it lay dormant for 5-6 months and was doled out gradually. In January 1977 I know that these two persons did a robbery at Martin's Town Post Office. From the intelligence in my possession, the previous recipient of the money drove the car and the person who carried out the robbery walked across the fields. It was dark at the time and was timed to happen about 3 minutes before closing time. Everything went smoothly. I don't know how much was taken as the person who did the robbery did not have a chance to count the money. The recipient who was waiting at the car for the arrival of the person who did the robbery took the money at once. These two persons drove directly to the flat in Ballymena. The money was taken to the field but it was not counted in the presence of the person who did the robbery as it was best they parted company as soon as possible. The person who did the robbery did not receive a single cold shilling of the money. At the flat the money was placed inside a triangular corner unit. The money from this robbery was to be used by the recipient to buy a new car. About 6 weeks later the Martin's Town Post Office was robbed again by the same two persons. It was a replica of the first robbery. A similar sum of money was taken and the person who did the robbery went back across the fields and got into the waiting car. They then drove to Ballymena and went to the flat again. On arrival at the flat they both went inside but parted again shortly afterwards as the driver had to go on duty. I know that the person who did the robbery was given clear indication not to fire the weapon used in the robbery as it previously had been test-fired and shells were available for comparison. The person who did the robbery on this occasion received about £125 3 days later. The person who did these robberies did it partly for the proceeds and partly for friendship. There were also slight hints of blackmail. The person who received the proceeds was in deep financial trouble and facing losing his job because he could have gone to jail as he was required to pay £40 per week maintenance. Also, he had a large mortgage to meet. It was pure depression on his part. On occasions he sobbed about his financial trouble. These 3 robberies were the only ones done by these 2 men. Before making the statement, O'Doherty insisted he could not reveal the name of the recipient but indicated that he was a policeman. He told one of his interviewers, Detective Constable William Allister, "God, I can't tell you. I did the robberies on my own and not for any organization." At the time of making the statement, O'Doherty refused to name the policeman, whom he claimed had been good to him. His case was that he had committed the robberies on his own initiative to help this policeman because he was in financial difficulty. Despite O'Doherty's admission of criminal offenses, he was released. Was it because the detectives were keen to discover the identity of the policeman whom O'Doherty was accusing, or was it because O'Doherty was being clever? The latter thesis is worth examining in the light of other matters which O'Doherty discussed with his interrogators. He went on to offer them information which related to them and pointed to the fact that members of the INLA were aware of their identities and were targeting them. One is obliged to ask whether indeed O'Doherty offered this information to make himself valuable to his squad interrogators and to buy himself freedom. Why else would detectives release a man who by his own admission was a criminal? In offering them such information, O'Doherty showed that he was more than willing to compromise his own brother, John Joe. There is therefore a sense, one feels, that O'Doherty was buying himself freedom with the following revelations. The person who received the bulk of the proceeds of the robberies found out that Dennis Murray had reported his suspicions about those 2 persons being involved in robberies to RUC headquarters. About 7 months ago the same person told me that Malachi Close had been arrested and had cracked. He said that Close had told the SID that I done all the robberies around the Cushendall, North Antrim area generally. He told me that the RUC squad would probably be interrogating me and to watch out for Kenny French as he was as sharp as a lance. He said that if I did any talking, he would be sitting there whistling and he would get John Joe to get a piper to take me to Onacloy graveyard. He described Kenny French as being a flashy dresser with dirty fair hair in a teddy boy style. He said he was about 5 feet 9 inches with a very sharp face. He said he dressed better than the usual type of person and was about 35 years of age. That's all he told me about him. At the same time I asked him who ran a squad. He told me it was Billy Mooney, who used to be a special branch man in Lisbon. He said that Mooney was over 6 feet tall, dressed sober, strong full features with a Roman nose and grey/blue eyes. His hair was parted and swept back. His hair was black. He said he was elderly, about 48 to 50. I want to stress that when he told me about French and Mooney, it was not to set them up but merely that they were the opposition at Castlereagh. O'Doherty referred to the discovery of a bomb under McCormick's car outside a fellow policeman's house. The bomb exploded while it was being defused by the army. O'Doherty later alleged that McCormick put it there to indicate that he was being targeted by the provos because he was a serious threat to them. O'Doherty's statement ended with a further mention of his brother and a claim that both of them were present during discussions about murders. About 2 weeks ago I was in Killybegs in the company of Peter Pringle, Vinty Fagan, Frank Gallagher, John Eddie McNichol, Joe Kelly, and Bernie McAteer. Pringle said we would have to do something with the squad as they were destroying the organizations. Gallagher said that plans were in hand but it was hard to plan such a big operation and keep it tight. He said that it only takes one grasser to destroy this operation. He asked John Joe if there had been any intelligence on it. John Joe said that a fair bit had been done. Gallagher said that each company officer commanding should be left to look after the fuckers who were harassing them. Pringle said that this was another of these operations which was half-planned and never carried through. Gallagher said that wasn't it right that White had Donnelly/Hall/REA sewn up. White is the OC of the IRSP in Derry. Gallagher suggested throwing 10-pound bombs into the ground floor windows of the squad members' houses. Cahal Maguigan was lifted by police in connection with the Ballymena bombs. John Joe told me that hard man Maguigan had been out in an army helicopter and pinpointed the house where the bombs were made outside Tombridge at the Clady dump, which was a field near Beachland Park. I said to John Joe that Maguigan would not do that. Even after the statement, the latter part of which places O'Doherty by his own admission in a conversation about the mass murder of a squad detectives, the RUC authorities were prepared to release him. O'Doherty was indicating that his paramilitary connections extended beyond the provisionals. He was prepared to compromise his brother and name a large number of people as accomplices to conspiracy to murder. One must ask whether O'Doherty gave police the story about the planned murder of a squad members in order to keep himself out of prison and to emphasize his abilities as an informer/agent. Surely on the basis of the whole statement, Detective Sergeant McCormick was entitled to know that Agent 294 was accusing a policeman of complicity in 3 robberies and accepting money from a man alleged to be the OC of the provisionals in South Antrim. Were a squad not aware that O'Doherty was a police/army agent? Since there is no indication that the A squad detectives knew O'Doherty's alias as Agent 294, this suggests that Special Branch was a law unto itself. However, they must have recognized that he was a self-confessed criminal who led a bizarre and dangerous lifestyle. He was a practiced liar and a confidant of terrorists. Surely, therefore, he would have told them he was an agent in order to gain freedom. If the RUC did know he was Agent 294, did they not think it necessary to inform McCormick that his agent alleged he was providing a recipient policeman with the proceeds of robberies? McCormick was not told anything, and O'Doherty was released and subsequently worked for McCormick for a further 3 years. Did he give a squad some kind of undertaking that he would work for them, if they released him? One is, I feel, entitled to ask this question. If such an undertaking was given, O'Doherty had suddenly acquired additional handlers without McCormick's knowledge. Yet there is no evidence that he reached any agreements with the squad to achieve his release. However, I was told by a Special Branch source that Inspector Jimmy Blair was made aware of O'Doherty's dealings with the squad. This source added that Blair was told that O'Doherty would also be providing information for a squad. That arrangement may well have suited Blair, who was also one of O'Doherty's handlers. It was not in Blair's interests that a squad examine too closely the activities of Agent 294. As events will show, Blair was not averse to allowing agents including O'Doherty to commit criminal acts, and I believe he was content to maintain a professional connection which did not generate too much scrutiny. Until August 1980 O'Doherty operated with McCormick and Special Branch, though on March 16, 1978 he attended a pre-arranged meeting with members of a squad, namely Detective Constables French, Newell and Dalton and Detective Inspector Alan Simpson. They drove him by arrangement to Portgleanone and from there O'Doherty directed them to Garvady Road on the outskirts of the village. Detective Inspector Simpson recorded the event. O'Doherty told us to stop the vehicle. He disappeared across the fields and returned approximately 30 minutes later. He handed us a Webley and Scott double-barreled shotgun and cartridge belt with cartridges. O'Doherty told me that the weapon was one of a pair of shotguns stolen by Benedict McAteer from the home of Charles Connolly outside Portgleanone. O'Doherty added that he had discovered where McAteer had concealed one of the shotguns and he was handing it to me. He undertook to try to locate the second shotgun. Again Agent 294 went his merry way working for a squad as well as Special Branch. McCormick remained oblivious of the allegations about a recipient policeman. Inspector Jimmy Blair continued to make use of O'Doherty, who was serving several masters. O'Doherty revealed in court 2 years later he was also working for Army intelligence. According to O'Doherty, the Army trained him in surveillance techniques which included the mounting of observation posts, the use of photographic and tape recording equipment and unarmed combat. In fact, McCormick said that for long periods he did not meet with O'Doherty but was aware that his agent was living rough in the countryside. It is McCormick's contention that O'Doherty was able to do this only because of his training with the Army. There is every reason to assume that the ability to live in such a fashion indicated not simply Army training but specialized training by one of the Army's elite units such as the SAS. On the other hand, O'Doherty by his own admission was also associating with terrorists, which would have necessitated meeting in rural areas with active service units of men who were on the run and hiding out in forested areas in North Antrim. O'Doherty was, it appears, working for several organizations. His movements were always erratic. Special Branch, as McCormick told me, did not always expect to see O'Doherty on a regular basis. After all, he was a self-confessed terrorist who was wanted by provisionals, was capable of associating with the INLA because of family connections and was also playing the role of an agent. From all accounts he was a man with a busy schedule. The Army for its part has never admitted that O'Doherty worked for them, but by tradition they would not do so even if O'Doherty was being truthful about the matter. No evidence came to light at the time to prove a connection with the Army, though I am told that such a connection existed. McCormick knew there was such a relationship between his agent and the Army but refuses to talk about it. A Special Branch source told me that O'Doherty worked for a special Army unit and was given training by them. O'Doherty was not arrested again until June 1980, at a time when the Chief Constable, Sir John Herman, was tightening controls on the activities of Special Branch. O'Doherty made further admissions about his life as Agent 294 but was again released. However, during his interrogation he was made aware of police interest in Detective Sergeant McCormick. On August 3, 1980 O'Doherty was rearrested and charged with over 40 offenses including attempted murder, blackmail and possession of weapons and explosives. One wonders why it should have taken nearly 3 years and what was the precise motive for such a decision. He was arrested under Section 12 of the Prevention of Terrorism Act and conveyed to Castlereagh, which police refer to as police office but which in fact is a sophisticated center for conducting interrogations and is sometimes known as a holding center. He was then driven by Simpson, French, and Newell to Ballymena and en route they told him they believed he was responsible for a shooting at the home of a police constable, Eugene Carney, in 1974. O'Doherty admitted that he was, though he said he had not intended to harm Carney, whom he knew from school days, but had fired shots over Kearney's house to gain favor with the Provisional IRA. On August 4 Simpson and Dalton interviewed O'Doherty at Castlereagh Police Office and informed him that they were making inquiries into serious crimes in the Portgleanone and Cushendall areas of County Antrim over a number of years. They told him their interest was in robberies, the blackmailing of a bank manager, explosions, and shootings. After being cautioned, O'Doherty agreed to tell all he knew about such crimes. Simpson told him some of the ground had been covered at their interviews in 1977, but O'Doherty said he required his memory of those interviews to be refreshed, so Simpson quoted from notes of the 1977 interrogation sessions and asked O'Doherty to repeat his allegations to establish the truth of what had been said 3 years earlier. He recorded the following statement by O'Doherty which was tendered in evidence at O'Doherty's trial. Neither McCormick or me had any money. He could not even afford to give me the retainer of £10 or £12 a week that he was getting for me, so he decided if he cleared all the army or police from the Cushendall area would I rob the bank. I had earlier said to Charlie McCormick that I was going to Scotland to get a job. He said not to go as I was the only half-decent contact he had. He said, John Joe will clear you in the long run with the provos. If we can pull a ween of bum shootings like the one at Constable Eugene Kearney's, that will put you back on the map. I agreed to do the bank in Cushendall, and about a fortnight before the robbery Charlie took me down to Cushendall and showed me the area. I did not know the glens of Antrim at all, and so he was going to show me where to go and where not to go. We used a van. We had a look at the bank and Charlie said if I could hold up 6 people the money problem was solved and we'd have 10 grand, so we came back again to Ballymena. 2 or 3 days later we took a handgun and a hand grenade down to a spot near Cushendall and hid them in a hedge. We went back to Ballymena. The day before the robbery, it was in the evening, Charlie ran me down to Lisnahunchin and I hijacked a car. I used a red light and was dressed like a soldier. I stopped a mini car with a woman in it. I told her I needed the car and she said it was all right and got out of it. I got into the mini car but could not find the starter. I found out later that the starter was on the floor. I told her to get back into the car and she drove off. As I was talking to her, another car stopped as the driver thought it was a proper road check. I went over to the driver and told him to get out as I was taking his car. He just got out. I think it was a Cortina. I took the car and drove down the glens to a quarry. I parked the car in a quarry and stayed there all night. I could not even sleep as it was cold and snowing. Charlie had told me to do it at 11:30 in the morning. I stayed in the quarry until 11:30 or so. I had no watch, so it might have been earlier. I drove to Cushendall to see if there were any UDR or police about and then went out and picked up the gun and hand grenade. I drove back to the bank and parked outside. I put on a mask and went into the bank. I just demanded the money. There were 2 or 3 customers in the bank and the staff. I just said hand over or else or something like that. They did. I passed a pillowcase through the counter and said I did not want any change. A man took it and filled it with banknotes. I went back out and got into the car. I drove off about 4 miles out of the town in the Ballycastle direction. I parked the car and walked over fields for about 3 miles. At times I lay down in the whin bushes. I eventually came to the road near a chapel where Charlie was to pick me up at 6:30 p.m. He was an hour and a half late and he came about 8:00 p.m. in the van. I forgot to include that just after I done the bank I drove straight to Cushendall. I parked outside the post office. I went in and the post office was empty. The woman shouted to hold on as she would be downstairs in a minute. She came downstairs and I said, "I'm here for the money." She said that's all right and handed me a brown envelope with the money in it. I went outside and sailed away in the car. It was then I parked the car and took to the fields. After he picked me up in the van, we went to his house. He took the money and the gun and left them in the van. He then gave me a change of clothes and I slept that night in his house. Charlie bought me a Ford Escort out of the proceeds, which cost £950. He gave me £20 a week for 6 months and took me to Bangor and bought me a coat and a pair of trousers. We went to the town and country in Newtown Ards for a meal. Charlie told me that if he gave me too much money I would make a mouth of myself around the town. Over the next few months I heard again that the Provos were out to kill me. I then met Benny McAteer and he told me that Dan Carney was carrying a lot of money. We got toy guns and masks and went across the fields to his farm. Dan was in the yard talking to some other man. I can't remember which one of us had the gun, but one of us said to Dan to hand over his money. He gave us the money out of his pockets, which wasn't even £30, I think. I then did a raid on a furniture store, but because I didn't get much money out of it, Charlie said we would have to visit Cushendall again. I said I was not going into the bank again on my own. Charlie said I could hardly expect him to go in with me. I must have talked him into going, as he agreed to go. He ran me out to the Michelin car park. We had agreed that we could steal a car there. I stole a Cortina by using a bunch of keys I had. I hid the car in Parkmore Forest. Charlie picked me up and drove me back into Ballymena and got my car, which I think was the Datsun 100A, which I think I had at the time. I drove the car down the glens and parked it on a laneway which leads down to the river. Charlie picked me up and we went home again to Ballymena. He said he would have trouble getting away the next morning but would make an excuse out. The next morning about 9:30 or so, I'm not sure, but we met on the Dury Road. Charlie was in his own car. We then drove to the stolen car at Parkmore Forest. We put everything on and kept the masks rolled up in the caps. We had combat jackets, guns, and masks stored away in the forest. We got into the stolen car and drove to Cushendal village. We parked the car outside the bank and went inside. Charlie said he did not want to do any talking. We had the masks pulled down. It was nearly the same procedure as the time I had done it on my own. The man behind the counter filled the pillowcase. I took the pillowcase with the money and we both went back into the car. Charlie drove it. We headed off and he nearly lost it on a bend. We headed towards Ballymena for a couple of miles and abandoned the car. We walked across the fields to where my car was parked. We got into my car and drove along the Ballymena scenic route to Parkmore Forest. We threw all the money and guns into the boot of Charlie's car and I went back in my own car to Ballymena. We got around £3,000. I got paid every week for a year about £20. By contrast to the 1977 revelations, in this statement Agent 294 is suddenly naming McCormick. Was he being encouraged to be direct, or was this part of an ongoing strategy? On August 5, O'Doherty continued his revelations, again naming McCormick and accusing him of serious offenses involving shootings at policemen. It was O'Doherty's claim that shootings were staged by McCormick so that he could pretend to investigate them, accuse IRA men and in doing so illustrate his ability to solve crimes quickly and so enhance his professional standing. O'Doherty also alleged that shootings were staged to allow him to prove to people in paramilitary organizations that he was a real terrorist and not, as was the generally held belief within the Provos, an informer. O'Doherty also claimed that his handler had a personal interest in one shooting, that of Police Constable Carney. Charlie said, "You can have a go at that big cunt Eugene Carney." Charlie said he had asked Constable Carney to square a motoring case but he had refused to do so. I said I was not getting involved in any shootings along the ban at 3 o'clock in the evening. Charlie said, "I can tell you about Carney. He is going with a bird down and around Ross Nashane and he is easy meat." I said I knew nothing about it other than that she was called McAleese. Charlie said that if I could have a go at his house or down at Ross Nashane he would give me a few quid. Charlie said he thought he was on the way out. I asked him what made him think that. Charlie said they were forming regional crime squads and Harry and the rest of the boys were in on them. He said, "I have produced nothing and the next thing I will be a sergeant in Bessbrook." Charlie said there was a conspiracy against him and he needed results and needed them quick. I think it was around that time that things did go bad for him as I could not do anything as I had a bad back. Charlie had the Sten gun and rifle stashed away. I said I could tell him how I could get Carney any Saturday night. Charlie said he was not telling me to do it but there was the Sten and Carney was home on a Saturday night. He said, "One in the leg will not do him a bit of harm because he wouldn't square a motoring offense." I said that if I did that I would only have 400 yards to go to the Ban River and he did expect me to swim it or run around in circles about Gorgole. He said, "I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll sit down at Milltown and lift you." We decided to do it and Charlie took me out in the Celica car with the Sten and he supplied the ammo. He dropped me off along the Milltown Road and I crossed the fields with the Sten to the back of Kearney's house. It was about 1:30 in the morning and Eugene Carney came home. He came to the back door of his house, parked the car and locked it. He opened the door of the house and went in. He put on an inside light. I think it was in the scullery. About 5 minutes later the light went out and one went on upstairs in a bedroom or on a landing. I just opened fire on the car. I don't know how many rounds were fired. The car was a Marina. I ran down the fields and got into a car where Charlie was waiting for me. He said to me, "Did you get him?" I said, "Nah." He said, "It's just as well." I told Charlie that the finger would be pointing straight at me. I said this as we drove along the back roads. Charlie said, "I have a young fellow named Quinn who is an agent in the Mill Quarter area. I will tell him to put in a report that Grant and McElroy were responsible for the shooting. You put in the same report." This was to keep me right and Charlie right. I then got involved in trying to get Farmer Kane out of internment so that he and I could be the two top men in County Derry. It was believed I was responsible for putting him inside so his release would put me in favor again. Sometime after this I got involved in shootings at Pordenone police station. I used a .303 rifle. I had no ammunition but Charlie got me some. The first 2 times Charlie dropped me off up the Garvati road. He gave me 2 boxes of .303 ammunition with 50 rounds in each box. He also gave me a bandolier which held clips. The first time I walked across a field about 80 yards and because of the security lights I could see the silhouette of the station. I fired about 6 shots and picked up the shells. Charlie didn't wait for me but headed off into Ballymena because he wanted to come back out to investigate it. Weeks afterwards I did a replica with Charlie and fired about the same number of shots. After some months me and him started working together again. My back was bad at the time but he took me for the odd day out fishing and shooting. I think it was around 1975. Sometime around then Charlie ran me out to Pordenone. We were coming down past McClellan's Town Orange Hall where we saw a lot of activity. I think there was a dance on. We knew there was always a lot of trouble at it and that a police car would be there to check the dance. I said to Charlie that it would be a good time to have a go at the police car. Charlie said he would rather that I didn't bother. I asked why. He told me there were a lot of special patrol group personnel running around Pordenone. He said, "Fuck you. If you are going to do it, fire wide and high." I had the Sten gun with me. He dropped me off about 500 yards below the Orange Hall. I went up to a corner on the road and got into a hedge on the right-hand side of the road going towards the Orange Hall. There were cars going up and down the road and I saw the police car coming from the direction of Pordenone. I let it go past me. It was doing about 25 mph. I fired and the bullets bounced off the road. What actually happened was that as I was cocking the Sten it went off before I intended it to. I emptied the magazine which held about 22 or 24 rounds. I ran off through the trees and the police started firing back. I hid the Sten in a hedge near a hoggle and me and Charlie picked it up 2 days later. Charlie told me to get rid of the Sten as it was far too hot and to drop it into the river Ban. I gave it to our John Joe for 2 walkie-talkie radios. O'Doherty was, in police parlance, singing, and on August 5 he was asked about a bomb which was found under McCormick's car during their ill-fated relationship. Charlie told me he went to Moody's home at Ballylummin between Pordenone and a hoggle for tea every Sunday and I was to plant the bomb. Charlie supplied the material for the bomb. He produced 2 pounds of gelignite which was a funny shape and not in sticks like big candles. It was about 7 inches long and sort of twisted. Charlie also produced 2 detonators and we made up the bomb. I got a clothes peg, put 2 staples through it and connected 2 wires to it. The battery was an ever-ready, a bit broader than a cigarette packet. We connected the wires to the battery but broke the circuit with a big brass switch, smaller than a house switch but like one which you would find in an old bread van. I think the switch was taped to the battery and marked on and off on a bit of paper which was stuck to the switch. We arranged that when the switch was in the position marked off it was actually on and vice versa. The jaws of the clothes peg were kept open with a piece of plastic which is on a shirt collar when it is new. The plastic was attached to a piece of fishing line with a fish hook on the end of it. All this was arranged round the explosives but the detonator was kept out of it. This was all made up on a Friday and taken to within a mile of Moody's house and hidden under whin bushes. I was to go on Sunday night between 9:30 p.m. and 9:45 p.m. and leave it under Charlie's car where it could be easily seen. I did go out that Sunday night, picked up the bomb and went across fields to Moody's house. I saw Charlie's brown Celica car parked at the door at the back of the house. I put the bomb under the car where it could be easily seen. I tried to hook the fishing hook to the front tire but the hook caught in my gloves. When I got the hook out I just threw it on the ground. I just left and went in my own car back home. I met Jimmy Blair the next day and he said to me that me and McCormick were going well when we decided to blow up his own car. A few days later I met Charlie and he was driving an old Vauxhall Viva and he was as pleased as punch. He had some stuff left over from making up the bomb for under his car. He asked if I knew any reserve police around Pordenone that we could hit. I said the only one I knew was Mark's. Charlie and me made up another bomb. We had about half a pound of explosive left. It was a replica of the bomb under Charlie's car, but I can't remember if it had a brass switch. It had a switch of some sort. Me and him went and had a look the night before the attack in his wife's Vauxhall Viva. We left the bomb in a hen house and fired a couple of shots. The people in the house fired back. There was nothing about the bomb on the news, so I phoned the police in Ballymena and tipped them off about it. I heard on the news later that day that the bomb exploded, injuring a policeman in the foot. I done it to boost my morale, that's all. There was no intention on my part or Charlie's to cause any harm. I was arrested shortly after this and brought to Castlereagh, but later released. O'Doherty was clearly not content to confine his version of events to his relationship with McCormick as an agent. He also provided them with an account of his part in an attempted murder of policemen, which by his own admission did not involve his handler. I knew Willie Lees on and off for about 10 years through Republican clubs things. He sent for me and asked if I knew Desi Grew, who was looking for a boy called Poland who was a policeman from around Ballymena. I said I knew Poland and he drinks in the Adair Arms in Ballymena. Lees told me that Grew and Stephen King had stayed about Lee's mother's looking for John Poland and had actually seen him. They had guns and all staked out to do Poland. Lees said Grew wanted to see me. I said I was not terribly interested in Grew, as I was sure he only wanted to see me through the sights of a rifle. Lees told me that they had now moved to Mulvinas at Glenarm. I said if there was something going on I would have to make a phone call first. I phoned the IRSP office in Dublin where my sister Patricia worked. I told her a hound dog was looking for me and was he after me. She said no, that it should be all right. I then met Grew in Lee's house the same week. I went in and he was sitting there. Grew got up, shook hands with me and said, "Tony, how are you? Willie probably explained to you why we are here." I said he did. I said if anything happens to Poland or Blair around the town he may shoot me, as it would be blamed on me right away. Grew said we have the stuff here and we don't want to take it away again. He meant jelly and guns. Grew asked me did I know if he went to school or chapel. I said I was having fuck all to do with it. Willie Lees then said we should put a hoax bomb outside the town and put a real bomb where the police and army would take up a position to deal with it. They had by this time gone off the idea of shooting or bombing John Poland. I did not agree with the hoax bomb that Lees talked about. Grew said he had a better idea. He said we should break into an unoccupied house and leave a bomb and phone the police. That was shot down as well, so they then settled for a booby trap. He said Archie Mans had a lot of old Volkswagens near Carnini. He said there was a moss across the road from him that had 2 or 3 old derelict cars and that would be the spot. William Lees agreed to gather up bits and pieces and I supplied the 2 shifting spanners which came with my cold car. Nothing was done that night. I went round to Lee's house the next night, which was Monday. Grew was sitting in Lee's at the time but was heading back down to Larne. Grew came to Lee's house with a brand new socket set. Grew also brought with him 2 gallons of paint. William Lees had an old tank of gas. He gave me back the 2 shifting spanners as Colt or Mitsubishi were written on them and could be traced. Grew and William Lees went out to Wilson's estate and came back with 3 or 4 pounds of gelignite or some type of explosive. It was wrapped in clear plastic. Grew got it in, heated it up and burned a hole in the face of a watch. The watch would not go after it, so Willie Lees gave Grew his own personal watch. Grew burned a hole in this watch with a pin. He stuck the bare end of a piece of wire in and stuck it with superglue. Grew then stuck the watch to the piece of board about 6 long and about 2 wide. He stuck it with superglue. He also had a clear plastic tube taped to the board and a small square transistor radio battery taped between the watch and the tube. He then soldered wires coming out of the watch, the battery, and the plastic tube. He tested the circuit with a bulb. He left it in such a way that the wire only had to be connected up to the detonator and then placed in the explosive. There was mercury inside the clear plastic tube. They tried to find ball bearings but could not, to include in the bomb. Gru's car was parked outside, so he went out to it and lifted out the back seat and placed the made-up bomb under the back seat. He also put the explosive in, but kept it separate. He put the back seat on again. Willie said there was no point. I said I would go on home. Lees and Gru got into Gru's old Fiat car and followed me as far as Dunville. He also took the old tank of gas and the socket set and the paint tins. I knew that they were going to set the bomb inside one of the paint tins, and when it was lifted it would go off. I went to my work the next morning and heard on the news that 3 policemen had been injured at derelict cars outside Ballymena. I knew that our job was going to plan. About a week later I met William Lees and he told me that if the bastard had lifted enough explosives the 3 policemen would have been dead. O'Doherty also admitted extorting a large sum of money from a bank manager through blackmail and claimed he committed the crime to assist people he knew in the IRSP/INLA. He also made allegations that McCormick, in collusion with him, carried out the murder of a police officer, Sergeant Joseph Campbell, in Cushendall in County Antrim on February 25, 1977. O'Doherty alleged that McCormick had carried out the murder because Campbell was aware of McCormick's participation in crime with O'Doherty. Ultimately, as a result of these allegations and further statements by O'Doherty, McCormick had to face charges which included armed robbery and the murder of Sergeant Campbell. The evidence against McCormick, however, consisted essentially of O'Doherty's statements, which were uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice, and Justice Murray, sitting in Belfast, dismissed all the charges with the exception of the charge of armed robbery. He sentenced McCormick to 20 years imprisonment. McCormick subsequently succeeded in having the conviction overturned by the Court of Criminal Appeal. In January 1984, Lord Lowry, the presiding appeal court judge, remarked that the evidence against McCormick was inadequate for such a conviction. He said the trial judge misdirected himself in law as to the creditworthiness of O'Doherty and was wrong to find O'Doherty's evidence against McCormick capable of being believed. In the context of what happened in the various court cases, it is interesting to note what Detective Sergeant Charlie McCormick said when arrested: "I, Charles McCormick, didn't kill Sergeant Campbell. I never arranged to get a gun or anything. There is no way Joe Campbell is in his grave because of me." When it was put to McCormick that he had used methods beyond normal policing and killed Campbell because the policeman had discovered this, McCormick replied, "Before God, I didn't." When he was informed that O'Doherty was the source of these allegations, he reacted by describing his agent as a Walter Mitty character whose job had got beyond him. "I did my job and it wasn't accepted. I didn't do Joe Campbell and I didn't do any of these things." O'Doherty must have been asked to bring down a special branch man. He must have been interrogated by the provost. He is a snivelling bastard. I friggin' well never did any of these things. I am completely innocent. How could you take the word of that lying bastard? McCormick told his interrogators that O'Doherty had named to him the killers of Joe Campbell. "O'Doherty told me it was a dirty one and no one wanted to know about it." He added that he could account for his movements on the night of the murder. When asked about O'Doherty's claim that the booby trap bomb which was found under his car was a staged operation, he replied that this was nonsense and named those he believed were responsible for what he knew to be an attempt on his life. He said it was daft to suggest he knew about the bomb. Such a suggestion, he said, was pure shit. He was hated in Tunbridge and a gang from that area planted the bomb. After the incident he was advised by his doctor to spend a fortnight away from work. He also denied O'Doherty's allegations that he was involved in robberies. He told his interrogators that O'Doherty as a source was hard to handle and was dangerous, though he had turned up good gear. He was paid retainers of £5 or £10 per week, with £200 for results and £300 for seizures, and McCormick was often out of pocket because of payments to his agent. As a result of information from Agent 294, he had uncovered an arms dump in Cushendall, a mortar bomb factory and rocket launchers. The agent had also given him information about the killing of Lord Louis Mountbatten to the effect that his murderers were either from the markets area of Belfast or from the town of Castlewellan. A chief inspector who interviewed McCormick recorded that the accused sergeant admitted knowing that O'Doherty possessed guns but claimed that other officers were also aware of this. The result of the interrogation of Charles McCormick was that this special branch sergeant, who once guarded the Queen when she visited Northern Ireland, was, as I have recounted, charged with the Campbell murder as well as 26 other offences including those of armed robbery, making bombs, and causing an explosion. While he was being held in custody in Crumlin Road Prison, he said that the prison authorities discovered a plot to kill him and stopped it just in time. In the same prison, Anthony O'Doherty was being held, for his own safety, in solitary confinement for 23 hours a day. On August 25 he was visited by a squad detectives. I believe that, when he made his allegations about McCormick, O'Doherty was fully aware that there was the prospect of a deal with the authorities. I believe he was part of a developing strategy which became known as the Supergrass system. In 1981 O'Doherty pleaded guilty to the charges against him and received sentences totaling 18 years imprisonment. This paved the way for him to become the first Supergrass, in the trial, in March 1982, of the only policeman to be charged on the basis of Supergrass evidence. It had taken the authorities several years to act on O'Doherty's claims. The trial of McCormick, based as it was on the evidence of an informer/agent, is a fine example of the problems facing judge, prosecutor, and defense counsel alike in an age of terrorism where the informer may be expected to be a star witness. At the trial of McCormick, O'Doherty went into the witness box and offered an account of life as an agent. He said he lived on a knife edge. Leading a double life was a dangerous game in which one slip would mean a death sentence. O'Doherty argued that he chose such a life for humanitarian reasons and not because of money or freedom. He agreed with defense counsel that he had been paid £1,000 for a blackmail offence, that he had carried out a robbery merely for kicks, and that he had given terrorists the address of an army intelligence operator. In cross-examination, McCormick's defense counsel, Desmond Bowell QC, one of the most astute and experienced members of the Northern Ireland Bar, asked O'Doherty how he could be court-martialed by the IRA when he had constantly denied being a member of that organization. O'Doherty replied that his brother told him he had been court-martialed and sentenced to death by the provisionals. Bowell put it to him that maybe he had reconciled himself with the provos. O'Doherty answered, "It wouldn't matter if I killed the whole British cabinet. Charlie McCormick showed me a book of IRA standing rules which says that a death sentence cannot be retracted. It stands forevermore, amen." He declined to comment on a suggestion by defense counsel that he finally defected to the IRA to have his death sentence commuted. He also denied that he persuaded the provisionals that he was more useful to them as a double agent than as a dead agent. When asked how someone known as an informer could obtain information valuable to the security forces, O'Doherty replied that the staged shootouts had had the desired effect of re-establishing him in Republican circles. Explaining his motives for working as an informer/agent, he stated, "For the first 6 months after I was released from internment I was under a subtle form of blackmail. Afterwards I worked partly for humanitarian reasons, partly for excitement. These men were handing me out guns. They were hardly going to turn round and intern me. It was a normal working relationship. I put myself at a great deal of risk." The verbal exchanges in court between Desmond Bowell and O'Doherty contained the elements of a fencing match with thrust and counter-thrust. Bowell: "Is it true that you became a practiced liar?" O'Doherty: "Up to a point." Bowell: "Therefore you are a practiced liar." O'Doherty: "Certainly, when I was doing my job." Bowell: "To you, lying was like riding a bicycle, a facility you never lose." O'Doherty: "You are twisting my words." O'Doherty admitted receiving money for information but said the role of agent cost him money, whereas he could have chosen a job of work which would have given him a Friday night wage packet and no problems. Counsel suggested to him that his loyalty to the IRA was illustrated by the fact that on many occasions he supplied the police with enough information to ingratiate himself with them, but not enough seriously to damage the IRA's operations. O'Doherty said this was a ridiculous allegation and he could name 60 occasions when his tip-offs to police were successful. Counsel pressed O'Doherty to reveal how many agencies employed him. Did he work for SID, Special Branch, the Army, IRA, and IRSP? O'Doherty agreed this was correct up to a point. So you worked for 5 agencies. You were prepared to sell yourself to 5 agencies, said counsel. I was getting no money out of it, replied O'Doherty. Counsel suggested that the payment he was receiving was his freedom or his life. O'Doherty told the court he was armed from the start. He was given a .38 revolver, then a .32 revolver, a .303 rifle, a .45 revolver and a Sten gun which had belonged to the provisionals. Counsel turned his attention towards an offense of blackmail to which O'Doherty had pleaded guilty. O'Doherty admitted that he, his brother and another man obtained £8,000 by blackmailing a Cushendall bank manager. He said the money was obtained by making a threat of death on behalf of the IRSP, but he was not a member of that organization. I was asked to do the thing and I did it. That doesn't make me a member of the IRSP. Desmond Bowell said there was evidence that Sergeant Joe Campbell had investigated the blackmail in February 1977. Bowell, his death came about because of inquiries he made into the blackmail and what he learned about it. O'Doherty, no. Bowell, and if we are to look for the murderer of Sergeant Campbell, we look to you, your brother or O'Doherty, that's lies. McCormick shot Campbell. I believe Campbell may have suspected that it was me and McCormick who were behind the blackmail. Bowell hounded O'Doherty, constantly analyzing and chipping away at his evidence. The result was that O'Doherty said he had no evidence that McCormick was involved in committing robberies. He also named a person, not McCormick, who he said killed Campbell. I want to make it clear, he told counsel, that I did not tell any policeman about Charlie McCormick being involved in armed robberies nor did I kill anyone. At no time have McCormick or myself been involved in criminal activities. Under further cross-examination, he said those were his words to RUC investigators in 1978. Counsel pointed out that those admissions were completely different from other statements he made to the court. O'Doherty agreed, turned to the judge and said that in 1978 he was covering up but at his final arrest in 1980 he broke down. Counsel put it to O'Doherty that police were suggesting to him that McCormick was involved in crime. Bowell, I am saying to you that you were prepared to admit that Sergeant McCormick was involved in crime whether you knew it or not. O'Doherty, I knew it was true because Sergeant McCormick was always along with me. Counsel's constant questioning of O'Doherty was naturally directed at his credibility but O'Doherty remained remarkably firm. Much to the consternation of defense counsel, he admitted that he had regularly received prison visits from the detective in charge of the Crown investigations against McCormick and he had, in his cell, copies of statements he made to police in 1980. He denied that he and the detective were conspiring against McCormick or that they contrived their evidence along certain lines. Bowell suggested that O'Doherty's evidence was a tissue of lies concocted with the purpose of getting McCormick convicted and thereby gaining a remission of sentence for the witness. O'Doherty's initial reply was that counsel was the first person to make such a suggestion. He then paused and added, "You are one of the first, other people have suggested the same thing." The words "other people," he said, referred to other prisoners. Defense counsel completed his cross-examination and then addressed the court, pleading that his client had no case to answer. He told the judge, who was sitting without a jury, that it was the defense submission that it would be dangerous to convict on the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice who is an informer and by his own admission was playing a double game. Mr. Bowell argued that there was a distinct possibility that O'Doherty was a double agent. He is a man living on his wits. He is a man who has lied and lied, a man who is a practiced liar and has given various accounts of the matters at issue. If there is to be any force or significance to the proposition that it is dangerous to convict on the uncorroborated evidence of an accomplice, then surely this must be it. Having heard this man in the witness box and observed him, having heard the admissions that have flowed from his own mouth, this is not a man who can be relied upon, particularly beyond a reasonable doubt. His evidence is flimsy and almost irrelevant. In practical terms, as well as in legal terms, before your lordship can convict, your lordship must believe that man. I submit that nobody having listened to that man over the last few days can put his hand on his heart and say he is satisfied he is telling the truth. Mr. Bowell's eloquent submission was rejected by the judge and the case continued. The most revealing evidence about special branch operations came during the appearance in the witness box of Inspector Jimmy Blair. He admitted working with O'Doherty and added that he and another officer were working with him in 1981. This was the period when O'Doherty was in prison. Blair refused to reveal the name of the other officer for security reasons, nor did he say whether he was from Special Branch or Army Intelligence. So, even while O'Doherty was in prison, he was in the employ of at least one agency. Of course, in the run-up to McCormick's trial he was held in a specially constructed area of Crumlin Road Prison which later housed other supergrasses. While there he was possibly being debriefed or briefed. Blair admitted that during his career with Special Branch O'Doherty worked for a number of Special Branch officers and an Army intelligence officer, and that this was unsatisfactory. "Did you ever have suspicions that he received weapons from a special unit of the Army?" asked Desmond Bowell. Blair replied that he had, but it was not his duty to ask questions about it. "Did you not think this was a matter which should excite police interest?" inquired Bowell. "Not at that time. It came to my notice that Detective Sergeant McCormick and O'Doherty were working with that unit and they had taken him away and trained him," Inspector Blair answered. This statement by Blair was lost to the media in the coverage of the McCormick case, and it is something to which I shall return later in this chapter. Blair said he was aware that members of O'Doherty's family were connected with the IRSP and INLA, and although it was possible in view of this that O'Doherty was a double agent, he had no difficulty assuring himself that this was not the case. At this point in the trial, Blair found himself seriously compromised legally by questions from defense counsel concerning the workings of Special Branch. In the coverage of the trial this episode received little attention, yet it is crucial to an understanding of the values of such an agency and how those values pose grave questions for a democracy. Desmond Bowell asked Blair if he had ever encouraged persons other than policemen to shoot in unwarranted circumstances. Blair replied that he did not wish to answer the question. When pressed further by defense counsel, Blair said he could not answer for reasons of security. He then paused and added that he could not reply on the grounds that he might incriminate himself. This was a most useful and, I feel, disturbing statement by a senior Special Branch officer. As a result, the court was adjourned for 10 minutes. When the trial resumed, the judge directed that he was according the witness privilege. Inspector Blair did not have to answer the question. However, the court heard information which perhaps throws light on Blair's reluctance to incriminate himself. Another Special Branch officer gave the following version of events during the McCormick trial. In February 1974, O'Doherty gave information that a wanted terrorist was in the area. O'Doherty was under pressure from other terrorists. At that time he wanted to establish himself and make it known he was not working for the police. The information was that this terrorist was on the wanted list and could be found at a certain house, and O'Doherty thought that if he staged the firing of some shots in the air that would give us an excuse to search the area and find the wanted person. Subsequently that took place. We fired some shots in the air in the vicinity of a UDR patrol. The police, however, did not find the wanted man. Mr. Bowell pointed out that firing some shots in the air was an inadequate description of what happened. He put it to the superintendent that O'Doherty would say there was a heavy exchange of fire on both sides, that the place where O'Doherty ambushed the patrol was riddled, and that 2 UDR soldiers were wounded. The superintendent accepted that there was heavy firing but said only 1 UDR man was wounded, not seriously, when a fellow soldier's gun accidentally discharged in a Land Rover that was supposedly under fire. When questioned about O'Doherty's reliability as an agent, the superintendent said that before 1974 his information yielded results, but after that year he did not come up with important data. Before 1974 he was producing results that saved a considerable amount of lives in the community. In my opinion, he seemed genuinely concerned to combat violence and did everything he could to prevent incidents taking place. That is an inadequate description of a man who was at the time serving an 18-month sentence for over 40 terrorist offenses, including the attempted murder of 3 policemen. The superintendent completed his evidence by accepting a proposition from Desmond Bowl that if O'Doherty was a successful double agent, Special Branch would have remained unaware that he had been turned by the IRA. Before McCormick took the witness stand, the court was given an indication of the manner in which he had been treated when first interviewed by colleagues. A superintendent said he put it to McCormick that the RUC considered him to be worse than the Provisional IRA. Mr. Bowl described the statement as vulgar abuse of the accused, and the judge said it was unnecessary. Then McCormick walked into the witness box and, head bowed, told the court that he was a teenager when he joined the police force in 1958. He was stationed in County Fermanagh, in the village of Kesh, but moved to Ballymena in 1961. He worked on a part-time basis for SID and became a detective constable in 1969. McCormick stated that when he became involved with O'Doherty he was aware that the agent had another handler, but this was not unusual. It ensured that if a handler died or was murdered, an agent or tout was not lost to memory. O'Doherty told him about arms dumps and the command structure of the Provisional IRA in South Derry. We knew that his own family, and especially his brother, John Joe, were involved with the Provos, and that John Joe was the main man at the time. After Yvonne Johnston was murdered, McCormick said that O'Doherty was concerned that the former Special Branch officer might have revealed under torture O'Doherty's status as an agent. He told the court that he and his agent were friends and it was unprofessional to give informers the impression that one was using them. McCormick said he first became suspicious that O'Doherty was involved in acts of terrorism when the agent failed to appear at a rendezvous in March 1976 and a Cushendall bank was robbed that day. Although he continued to use him as a source, he reported to the authorities that he believed he had a criminal on his hands. It was the witness's view that O'Doherty turned against him because he was being used by the Provisional IRA. When asked about his knowledge of Sergeant Campbell, who was a pillar of the Ballycastle community, McCormick told the court that he suspected the station sergeant of leaking Special Branch intelligence to the IRA. The RUC Chief Constable, Sir John Herman, later took the unusual step of referring to a court case and condemned the allegations as a slur on an innocent man who was a fine policeman. McCormick at his trial denied all O'Doherty's allegations, including that which related to a bomb under his car. Whoever placed that bomb had only one intention. That was to take my life and that of whoever was with me. He described how he discovered the bomb and phoned Inspector Blair to inform him about it. They both examined the bomb and Blair pulled a fishing hook out of the car. McCormick urged Blair to let go of it and to think of his youngsters and wife at home. Towards the conclusion of McCormick's evidence to the court, he was asked whether there were times a blind eye would be turned on the activities of an agent. He replied, "Many's a time a blind eye was turned in relation to incidents, but I can assure you that O'Doherty did not get authority from me or anybody else to carry out the attack on Sergeant Campbell, nor was he assisted by me." When the presiding judge asked if Special Branch was required to decide whether to prosecute a source who was known to be guilty of a crime, McCormick replied that such a decision would not be a Special Branch matter and added, "A report would be submitted. Our superiors knew the type of job we were involved in and they understood the difficulties." It was a less than satisfactory answer, but it indicated the dilemmas facing the Special Branch in their use of an agent. In his summing up, Defense Counsel Desmond Bowl returned to the substance of an earlier submission and stressed the dangers arising from placing any reliance on the evidence of an accomplice. An accomplice is 9 times out of 10 able to talk with plausibility because he was there. That plausibility gives an impression of truthfulness which may be carried on to a jury deciding that he is truthful in everything he says. It is because of that the courts have said it is dangerous to convict on the evidence of an accomplice. O'Doherty is far from an ordinary accomplice. He is a liar because he says he is a liar. Not only is he a liar but a practiced liar. It must be perilous to rely on the uncorroborated evidence of a practiced liar. He has lived by lies, he has survived by lies and owes his life to lies. He agreed with me that for a period of years he lived a lie, and that implies so very much. If he had dropped his guard at any time, he was a dead man. It is frightening to think of the errors that would be created if courts convicted on this type of evidence. As a miscreant he should not be believed. He is defective morally. He has been involved in crime ranging from burglary to attempted murder. O'Doherty is a killer and a hypocrite. One cannot imagine a more vile creature being put into the witness box of this land. Mr. Bowell suggested that O'Doherty believed he would walk free from prison at an earlier time than the law ordained. The self-confessed agent was an active and dangerous Republican. Defense counsel also illustrated that O'Doherty's demeanor was, in his view, typical of someone with a love for drama and the theatrical, a sense of vanity and a desire to be center stage. He perceived O'Doherty as intelligent but dangerous because of his cunning and intrinsic subtlety. Charles McCormick, who had been suspended on full pay during his trial, had spent almost 4 years in prison. His next move, he said, was to sue for wrongful dismissal and to sue for wrongful arrest. He is still waiting for the outcome of legal proceedings against the RUC. He says the RUC knows who killed Campbell and he wants the culprits to be charged. McCormick lives in Ballymena. In his spare time he drinks with former colleagues and other policemen, and enjoys gardening and fishing. He gives the impression that he has a devastating story to tell but will not tell it if the RUC accedes to his request that the murderers of Joseph Campbell are publicly charged and compensation is paid for wrongful arrest and dismissal. It may be that the question of financial compensation is secondary, but I was left with the feeling that it is nonetheless an issue. The dispute between McCormick and his previous employers remains unresolved. I conducted a lengthy conversation with him in the presence of another journalist. He was affable, served us excellent whiskey, but was cautious with words. It seemed that if McCormick ever decided to reveal the details of his life as a special branch officer, there would be many people interested in what he had to say, but that perhaps his story would be prevented by his former employers, who might use the Official Secrets Act against him. I was told by a special branch source that McCormick had led an interesting life and that he worked for a time with a special army unit based at Castle Dillon in County Armagh. Robert Nyrick and Tony Ball were members of the same unit, which was concerned with terrorist operations, both Republican and Loyalist, stretching from Armagh into the north and northwest of the province. Blair confirmed that both McCormick and O'Doherty worked for a special unit of the army. His use of the words special unit is, in itself, significant. Is it possible that O'Doherty was trained in Castle Dillon? He was trained by the army, but the Castle Dillon unit, according to my source, was one of several in Northern Ireland which were responsible to London and not army authorities in Northern Ireland. These units communicated with each other, and there was one in South Derry which probably trained O'Doherty and liaised with McCormick. According to my sources, he came into contact with Nyrick through the special unit operating on his patch. Inspector Jimmy Blair was retired from the RUC after the trial. He committed suicide in April 1989. The McCormick trial, and particularly the evidence of special branch officers who talked of staged shootouts and confirmed that O'Doherty was supplied with an arsenal of weapons, conveyed images of a dirty war in which the rules were being loosely interpreted and even broken. Jimmy Blair's refusal to answer a question on the grounds that he might incriminate himself left him open to speculation that he had authorized agents to use weapons. One allegation which did not emerge at the trial was that O'Doherty had regularly removed IRA weapons from dumps and given them to McCormick, who had them fired so that bullets could be retained for forensic examination to determine if the weapons were used in assassinations or ambushes. O'Doherty had then returned the weapons to the dumps. Another matter which did not come to light during the McCormick trial was that a chief inspector of special branch who was scheduled to give evidence for the Crown disappeared from his home for several days, approximately a week before the trial began. He went to court to give evidence, but his bout of amnesia left him distressed and he was not considered to be in a fit state to give evidence. He later went on extended sick leave due to ill health and eventually retired from the RUC to become a security officer for a firm in Northern Ireland. The trial and the bizarre story which unfolded left many questions unanswered. McCormick says he was framed. His lawyer claimed that Agent 294 was turned into a double agent by the provost and that meanwhile he was also working for a special unit of the Army. The Army escaped scrutiny in the trial, so one can only wonder what role was performed for them by Anthony O'Doherty, a man prepared to denounce everyone around him, even members of his family, when his own freedom was at stake. 4 months after McCormick's conviction was quashed, O'Doherty was told that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, James Pryor, recommended that the royal prerogative be used to remit 8 years of his sentence. This ensured that he became a free man because of the 50% rule applying to determinate sentences for terrorism in Northern Ireland. O'Doherty was quietly moved to safety. After his release, an unsuccessful murder attempt was made by the IRA on his brother, John Joe. O'Doherty was conveyed to another part of the United Kingdom where he was given a new identity and a weekly sum of money. Within a fortnight he was back in his old stamping ground of Ballymena. The police soon discovered his whereabouts and returned him to his new living quarters across the Irish Sea. Several months later, O'Doherty was again back in Ballymena. This time the police were obliged to snatch him from a sidewalk and return him to the safety of his hideaway. He told them he could not cope with living away from home. I believe that by that stage he knew he was not at risk from the provisionals. Maybe he had, in IRA parlance, done them a favor. I have also learned that when McCormick and O'Doherty were operating together they would have violent arguments which were then quickly forgotten. Theirs was a strange relationship, and it is possible that O'Doherty may have wished to be in Ballymena close to the man he betrayed. The only other relationship he seemed able to sustain was, for a time, with a young woman who was separated with 5 children. A journalist told me that O'Doherty was observed in a shop in Ballymena in May 1989. The information about the sighting had come from another journalist, and the claim did not appear any more bizarre than O'Doherty's lifestyle. However, he was a survivor in a dirty war in which he played an integral part. Desmond Bowl, McCormick's lawyer, denounced him as a killer, yet several agencies had been prepared to employ him. McCormick would argue that terrorism is dirty and as such requires dirty or unconventional tactics. If such methods are indeed necessary for winning a dirty little war, then the use of people like O'Doherty could be widespread, and that creates problems for a democratic society. Although O'Doherty was a survivor, others were not so fortunate. Several months after the killing of Joe Fenton in 1989, another Catholic businessman lost his life at the hands of the IRA. The victim was 48-year-old John McAnulty from the town of Warren Point outside Newry. Aspects of his life and the events leading to his death are reminiscent of the Fenton case. McAnulty lived a flamboyant lifestyle, drove expensive cars and was regarded as an affable, amiable extrovert who enjoyed displaying his wealth by buying expensive rounds of drinks for acquaintances in bars. He married when he was in his late teens, but the marriage lasted only a year. He left for England, where he worked on building sites and drove lorries for building contractors, but did not settle in one job. At the start of the Troubles he returned to Northern Ireland and bought a garage business in May, the townland outside Newry where Robert Nyrick's murderer, Townsend, lived. The business was well supported by locals. Aside from providing a mechanical service, it also bought and sold second-hand vehicles. Republican sources in South Armagh say that in 1970-1 John McAnulty allowed vehicles which were for sale at his garage to be used by both wings of the IRA to transport weapons across the border and to ferry men on the run from Northern Ireland to safe houses in the Republic. The sources are adamant that McAnulty was not a member of either wing of the IRA but was a sympathizer who was willing to perform favors when asked, mostly by the provisionals. He remarried, though maintained friendly terms with his first wife Peggy, who lives at Camluff, a village on the outskirts of Newry. In the early 1980s he established a haulage business with 6 lorries and employed about a dozen drivers working on shifts. His firm, Cambrook Farm Feeds, dealt in grain. McAnulty was known to be unscrupulous about the restrictions imposed on people transporting goods across the border from one part of the island to the other. In accordance with EEC regulations, exchange rate subsidies were paid for goods which crossed the Irish border, and McAnulty was prepared to send cargoes of grain to crisscross the border, earning several subsidies on the same shipment. He was also not averse to allowing his vehicles to be used for smuggling livestock and other goods. This brought him into contact with a subculture which feeds on fraud and lives off the border. By the mid-1980s the authorities in both parts of Ireland were exercising strict controls in an attempt to eradicate smuggling. Those who were engaged in this criminal pursuit not only required IRA sanction to pass through certain territories but, according to the security forces, were also forced to pay the IRA subsidies, otherwise known as protection money. The IRA's knowledge of the border, where it could be crossed at any time without risk from police, army, or customs, was vital to successful smuggling. When the British government clamped down on subsidies, haulage firms such as McAnulty's began to face economic hardship. His response was to wind up his business, but the assets were insufficient to pay debts he owed on both sides of the border. In May 1989 he and other hauliers were arrested and held for questioning by customs investigators, much as Fenton and some estate agents were subjected to scrutiny and brief interrogation about money laundering for paramilitaries. Although McAnulty and the others were freed after questioning, it was clear from documentation seized from his premises that the investigation would continue. On Sunday, July 16, he drove with his first wife to a pub on the outskirts of Dundalk in the Irish Republic. After midnight 6 masked and armed men forced their way into the premises and seized him. They dragged him into the car park and in an ensuing struggle he was beaten and blood was spilled on the ground. He was bundled into a car. 24 hours later his body, naked from the waist up, his feet bare, his hands bound and a towel wrapped loosely round his head, was found by the roadside at Clovelly in South Armagh. The Provisional South Armagh Brigade issued a statement that they had killed him because he was an informer. They claimed he was guilty of passing information to the RUC from 1972 and he regularly met his handler in the Downshire Arms Hotel in Banbridge, a predominantly Protestant town between Belfast and Newry. The IRA said McAnulty's brief was to frequent pubs along the border and maintain surveillance on certain Republicans. The information he supplied, according to the IRA, led to raids on dozens of homes and placed the lives of IRA men at risk. The murder led to media speculation that McAnulty had been killed because he owed protection money to the IRA, or that a debtor had paid for his assassination. Privately the RUC said that he was not an informer, but that would have been a predictable response. The Gardaí were also skeptical about the claim that he was an informer. However, like the RUC, they have a policy of making no public comment in such circumstances except for condemnation of the murder. One other theory surfaced in the Sunday World newspaper. The abduction and murder of wealthy Warren Point importer, John McAnulty, may have been a panic reaction by the IRA following the smashing of their top European hit squad by French anti-terrorist police. Sources in South Armagh say McAnulty may have been involved in bringing weapons into Ireland in grain shipments from France. The sources say the dead man visited France earlier this month and his wide-ranging contacts there would have been useful to the IRA. Intelligence experts say that France was a safe haven for IRA units involved in attacks on British Army targets in Germany and the Netherlands. But the French connection began to fall apart. The Sunday World's investigative reporter, Martin O'Hagan, believes he was held captive by the IRA unit which killed McAnulty. O'Hagan was abducted in South Armagh some time before the McAnulty killing. I went into South Armagh after receiving a communication that local Republicans wished to talk to me. Like most journalists, you understand the risks of the job, and one of them is to talk to sources you know or who request to speak to you. I was given details of a rendezvous and drove there, but when I arrived, I was confronted by masked men in combat jackets, carrying walkie-talkie radios and battered-looking AR-15 Armalite rifles. I was hooded and bundled into a car and driven to a house which I believe was probably on the southern side of the border. Martin O'Hagan was interrogated by two IRA men about Sunday World staff and the newspaper's contacts in the Republican movement. During the interrogation, which lasted 12 hours, the reporter was told that his name had been found on documents taken from two RUC undercover detectives who had been shot months earlier by the IRA in South Armagh. The policemen had been returning to their base after meeting with their counterparts in Dundalk. Unfortunately, their deaths left security forces uncertain of what the IRA might have taken from the bodies and car of the two policemen. There was no way of determining which files, personal documents, or address books both men were carrying when killed. Their meeting in Dundalk had been arranged to discuss cross-border security. Intelligence chiefs recognized that there was every risk that the provisionals had come into possession of important intelligence. Martin O'Hagan was told by his interrogators that documents taken from the murdered policeman named a Sunday World reporter as someone who met regularly with a Republican contact in County Armagh. O'Hagan said his interrogators demanded the name of the Republican contact, but he replied that he had no knowledge of such a person. They also told him that information on top security files taken from the policeman pinpointed police informers and that roads around the border would soon be littered with touts. According to O'Hagan, the IRA men threatened to drug him to make him talk. One of them remarked that 40-year-old David McVeigh, whom they shot as an informer in September 1986, went to his death protesting his innocence. McVeigh, whose two brothers are serving long prison terms for IRA-related offenses, was lured to his death after being told he was being sent to an IRA training camp in the Irish Republic. He left his wife and children at his Lugan home and was found several days later dead on a border laneway. O'Hagan was frightened and constantly expected to be killed. I sat on the edge of my seat and my heart was pumping. I thought that this was the end for me. I remember the feelings of anger I felt that these people, whom I didn't even know, had the power of life or death over me. Fortunately, Martin O'Hagan was driven back to his car and released. When they were letting me go, I was again bundled into a car which had the rear seat removed. I panicked and shouted, "You bastards are going to kill me." Someone in the darkness shouted back, "We're not, but there are a lot of others who lay where you are lying and who were shot." Those final words to Martin O'Hagan were chilling, and one can only speculate on what John McAnulty's killers must have said to him. They not only shot him but prefaced his death with torture. His body bore the marks of a beating and cigarette burns. There was media speculation from security forces sources that McAnulty had been abducted and taken to a house on the northern side of the border. The likelihood is that he was tortured in a house in the Republic not far from where he was seized. Martin O'Hagan may well have been taken to the same premises. Father Dennis Fall, the headmaster of a Dungannon school and an outspoken critic of violence, knows of a house of torture near Dundalk which has been used by the IRA for the interrogation, torture and execution of a large number of the 33 people whom the IRA has killed as informers since September 1973. Father Fall talked to me about this house and said that examples of torture included cigarette burns and the use of electric shocks. Many people tortured there were not executed, and this confirmed for Father Fall the presence of such a house of torture. The IRA indulges in moral indignation when a rioter is struck with a plastic bullet. It constantly alleges that its members are roughed up during interrogation. It cites the techniques of torture used on selected people at the outset of internment, which caused the British government to be censured by the Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg. How can it make such condemnations when it treats human beings so cruelly, when it expresses such disdain for the sanctity of human life and so sadistically prepares victims for the summary extinction of life? No one can ever know the suffering endured by someone such as John McAnulty or Yvonne Johnston in those long hours before a bullet brings a grotesque form of relief. As someone who has written about and investigated this dirty war, I am left without the words to describe accurately the sickening dimension to the violence which is the torture of helpless people. No cause justifies it, and any cause will be forever tainted and destroyed by it, because no cause morally succeeds by dispensing with the human being's dignity and unalienable right to justice and to life. In the world of agents and informers, those agencies which regard democracy, the law, and justice as sacred should also consider whether dignity, justice and the law require to be upheld, and that a dirty war is not always won with dirty tactics. A government must ask itself whether a self-confessed terrorist such as O'Doherty, who pleads guilty to over 40 offenses including attempted murder, is entitled to a royal prerogative. Such a decision by Jim Pryor as Secretary of State for Northern Ireland can easily signal double standards which may well damage the very fabric of the judicial system. The professionalism of the security agencies is vital in a dirty war in which the rules can become obscured or blurred. The question inevitably is whether such distortion is deliberate. 13. A Dead Man's Revenge, IRA Informers and Arms Discoveries. In the undercover, War Special Branch and military intelligence constantly watch for the opportunity to turn a terrorist into an informer or simply for someone who is willing to work as an agent for a financial retainer. Where money is not a sufficient incentive for a terrorist to forsake his or her allegiances, other methods are used such as coercion or blackmail. One story I investigated provides a fascinating and disturbing insight into the way in which terrorists are turned and has an ending which would appeal to any writer of crime stories. In the early 1970s, while the Provisional IRA was swelling its ranks with young men and bombing the heart out of the major centres of commerce in Northern Ireland, it was also recruiting people well away from prying eyes in rural areas and also in the unlikely towns which are dotted around the province. In 1974 in Portaferry, a picturesque fishing village on the mouth of Strangford Lough, 32-year-old James Young took the IRA oath of allegiance and for a short time was only obliged to play a minor role in the ranks of the Republican movement. In 1975 his life took on a much more dangerous character when he was asked by the officer commanding his unit to take part in a robbery to raise funds for the purchase of weapons and the support of prisoners' dependents. The plan was for Young and two other volunteers, one of them an 18-year-old youth, to rob Structural Ceramics, a company based in the village of Killuff in County Down. Young was told that the robbery would take place when the firm's payroll was on the premises. For several weeks in August and early September 1975, Young and his accomplices placed surveillance on the company premises, planned an escape route and discussed the fashion in which they would enter the place. A decision was reached that Young would dress as a woman, and that would enable him and his companions to pass through the security at the entrance to Structural Ceramics without attracting undue attention. On September 19 the three men entered the building, produced guns, and made the staff lie on the floor. They ripped out telephones and made their getaway with £2,700 in cash. What was not apparent at the time was that Young's gun was an imitation firearm because his unit did not have a plentiful supply of weapons. The proceeds of the robbery were handed to the unit OC, and Young and his accomplices were ordered to lie low until they were contacted by the IRA. Young spent a quiet Christmas with his wife and children and was not contacted by the IRA until January 1976. He was invited to a meeting with his OC and several other IRA officers, who told him that a plan was being laid which would ensure that numerous commercial areas in County Down would be razed to the ground, not with conventional tactics such as car bombs or bombs placed in hold-alls, but with small incendiary devices that could be easily concealed. In February he was ordered to place an incendiary bomb in a clothes shop in the center of the town of Downpatrick. He traveled to the target area with two others, but they all panicked because there was tight security in the neighborhood of the shop. Young decided not only to abandon the mission but to rid himself of the incendiary device because of the risk of being apprehended with it on the return journey to his hometown of Portaferry, a considerable distance from Downpatrick. James Young's life as a terrorist was soon to end. Before the summer of 1976 he was in police custody charged with membership of the IRA, robbing the ceramics factory and possessing incendiary devices. Under police interrogation he did not prove to be a difficult person and he readily admitted his crimes. In any case he was not in a position to pretend to be innocent because an informer had provided his interrogators with details of his activities. On November 11 he appeared before Belfast City Commission and was sentenced to 8 years imprisonment. Within 4 years he was released from prison custody, having served the recommended 50% of his sentence. On his release he resumed his family role at his home in Beechwood Avenue, Portaferry, aware that if police believed he was consorting with terrorists he could be summarily returned to custody to serve the remainder of the 8-year prison term. Young cautiously maintained links with members of the IRA but was not an active participant in terrorism. In August 1981 he was involved in a car accident on the road between Newtown Ards and Portaferry and the matter was referred to police in Newtown Ards. Young was judged to be responsible for the accident, to have been driving dangerously and without proper documentation. He was obliged to report the matter to his local police station, but although he did so it was not immediately resolved. The constable who dealt with him visited his home several weeks later and told him to make an appearance at the police station within a week. Young went to the station believing he would be required to make a statement about the car accident in accordance with normal police procedures. However, he found himself in the presence of 2 men dressed in plain clothes, who appeared to be detectives. Although they did not discuss the fine detail about the car accident, they did make a point of stressing that it was a dangerous business and could result in Young's being returned to prison to serve the remainder of his sentence. They added that such a course of action would remain at the discretion of the police. Young was terrified that he would once again be obliged to leave his wife and children, and as the conversation developed it became obvious that the 2 men in front of him were aware of his fears. Finally they offered him an opportunity to avoid returning to prison and facing any charges relating to the car accident. He could work for them. It was a classic situation. The 2 policemen who were dealing with him were members of the RUC Special Branch. I was told that Young was occasionally under surveillance on his release from prison, but the decision to attempt to turn him was taken only after his local police station put his name through the police computer to check his identity and background as a result of the car accident. When it was realized that he was a former terrorist who had possibly transgressed even in a minor way, the matter was referred to Special Branch on the basis that Young appeared to be in a dilemma which might be turned to the advantage of the security forces. The 2 Special Branch officers informed Young that if he worked for them he could be a paid agent, and outlined the type of sums he could earn, which would supplement his earnings from laboring jobs. They specified that he could earn as much as £100 per month, with larger sums being available if he provided knowledge of the whereabouts of terrorist leaders, weapons, or explosives. As an agent he could either receive a monthly retainer or alternatively rely simply on payments for information he provided. In essence they were offering him the role either of paid agent or of informer, receiving money for whatever knowledge he was prepared or willing to sell. As a paid agent he would be in their employ and constantly at their bidding. Young was not concerned about money, he was worried about being returned to prison and being separated from his family. When he requested time to reflect on what had been put to him, he was told that once he had decided on a course of action he should phone a Newtown Ards number and ask to speak to Dennis. According to the IRA it was almost a month before Young, unknown to them, contacted Dennis, and as a result of their telephone conversation went to a pre-arranged spot on the road from Portaferry to Newtown Ards to meet Dennis. From the time of this meeting Young became an agent. However, he refused to accept money, perhaps as a way of suggesting that he was undertaking the role out of fear and duress and not for financial advantage. The date was November 1981, and from that time Young was under orders, not simply from Special Branch but also from military intelligence, who were keenly interested in the IRA's operations in County Down. Dennis introduced Young to another man whom Young came to know as David Fletcher. Young now had 2 handlers, a necessary ploy in security forces dealings with agents or informers. The use of 2 handlers ensures that there is always one available to attend meetings, that 2 minds are constantly assessing the behavior and value of an agent or informer, and that in the dangerous climate of Northern Ireland the untimely death of one handler does not mean that intimate knowledge of an agent or informer is lost. A Special Branch operative explained it to me in the following way. When there are 2 handlers it may be a case that 2 agencies are involved. I would be representing Special Branch and the second handler might be representing the London Calling Boys or military intelligence. It will depend on the nature of the informer or agent and what he has to offer or the area of operations to which he has access. The decision on who will be involved apart from me would be taken by the task coordinating group, which represents all the interested parties. Even in circumstances where it is merely a special branch matter, the rules are that 2 handlers be involved. There is so much which is never committed to paper for security reasons or because the job we do is about maintaining your own contacts, hence the need for 2 handlers. If I am bumped off by the IRA, the other handler will know who I was running. If there was not another handler and I was wiped out, an agent or informer who was under my control might read about my death in a newspaper and think it was his lucky day and he could just go away and never think about it again in the knowledge that only one handler knew about him. No, informers and agents don't get away that easily. There's too much at stake in this game. You see, you never know just what they're thinking. Some may do it for the money and keep doing it for the money. Others do it because we've made sure they've no choice, and once they're in, then the more they give us the deeper they're in the game. The advantage of 2 handlers is also that you need all the time to be watching your back and assessing what they're thinking. If they can be turned once, they can be turned again, depending on the stakes. Once Young was in the game, he was under orders to become more actively involved with the IRA than he had been in 1975-6. The IRA were not suspicious about Young's enthusiasm for active service duties but were glad to have an addition to their ranks. The fact that he had served time for the Republican cause almost guaranteed his immediate acceptance into active service and dispelled any doubts about the suddenness of an interest which had not been apparent on his release from prison. Over the next 3 years, Young operated as an active service volunteer while serving his handlers in the security forces. No one is ever likely to know all the information he gave to his handlers. The IRA says he passed on details of a coordinated bombing campaign in County Down which resulted in the security forces setting up stakeouts close to the intended IRA targets. The IRA adds that most of the bombing strikes and many other operations were abandoned. They claim that Young took part in one abortive bombing mission, and that he compromised numerous shootings as well as bombings, which led to the imprisonment and death of IRA members. By the end of 1983, the IRA were aware that many of its operations were known to the security forces, and suspicion centered on units that had been involved in the planning of the abortive bombing strikes. As with many IRA operations, prior knowledge is restricted to a definable range of people, and by December 1983 a secret inquiry was underway to find a major informer in the ranks of those who were privy to information about the bombing campaign. James Young's period as a valuable agent was almost at an end. IRA intelligence was busy narrowing the field of suspects to those who knew about individual operations which were compromised over a period of 2 years. By the end of the first week of February 1984, they believed the culprit was James Young. They interviewed other volunteers who were acquainted with him and those who had accepted him into active service in 1981. The issue of the car accident was raised as the only example of any contact Young was known to have had with police after his release from prison. IRA intelligence realized that if Young was an informer, he had not been recruited by the security forces in prison but after his release. They inquired about the car accident and learned that police never proceeded with the matter. This sealed Young's fate. From experience, the IRA knew that Special Branch were adept at using minor criminal indiscretions by paramilitaries as means of inducing them to inform. By the end of January, the IRA say their net was closing, but they decided they had to find a way of persuading Young to leave his hometown without arousing a suspicion that he was being singled out as an informer, and a way of getting him to South Armagh without having to kidnap him in County Down and transport him towards the border. IRA reasoning was based on a set of principles which has applied in the majority of episodes of this kind. Firstly, the skilled interrogators and executioners of informers are based in an area of South Armagh which spans both sides of the Irish border. Secondly, in South Armagh, which is traditionally known as bandit country, it is easy to conduct the interrogation and execution of informers because the area is not fully under the control of the security forces and is difficult terrain in which to conduct large-scale searches. In Belfast, Portaferry or other centres of population, the security forces are extremely capable of conducting large-scale searches of a particular area. Away from observation in the lonely countryside of South Armagh or in remote areas outside the Irish Republic town of Dundalk, the IRA can detain and interrogate an informer for days without risk of capture of the informer and his kidnappers. Young was told he was required to attend a reorganisational meeting of the IRA. He was not given the date, time, or place, but was informed that shortly before the meeting he would be contacted and accompanied to the meeting by another volunteer. The IRA were taking no chances. They reckoned that Young would probably tell his handlers that he was scheduled to go to a secret meeting, but the fact that he did not know the date or time ensured that if his handlers were suspicious they would not be in a position to follow him. The IRA were also convinced that Young's handlers would be interested in his attending such a meeting on the basis that it would provide up-to-date intelligence. Young informed his handlers that an IRA meeting was planned and gave them his limited knowledge of it. They were concerned that he might be walking into an IRA trap, but nonetheless they did not prevent him from doing so. They gave him 2 phone numbers, one of which he was to use before he left home for the IRA meeting, the other being his contact number once the meeting ended. The IRA never gave Young the chance to make contact with his handlers but moved swiftly. Young was informed about the supposed meeting in the presence of 2 volunteers who ensured that he had no opportunity to use a telephone. They traveled with him by car to South Armagh, where he was handed over to the IRA's Special Interrogation and Execution Unit. Young was taken to a house, stripped to his underpants, and at gunpoint was questioned for 3 days. He was continually threatened and denied sleep, but was not subjected to the kind of torture which would have left its imprint on his body. According to the IRA, he admitted working as an agent, and apart from passing information about the bombing strikes, he also gave his handlers details of other operations. He gave details of a coordinated bombing strike in County Down. After this he complained to his handlers that he could have been killed as he was on one of the operations. He was assured that he was in no danger and ordered to carry out bombing operations as before. The IRA claim Young confessed that he was told by his handlers to interfere with explosives charges set by IRA bomb engineers in such a way as to ensure the bombs would not detonate. They also say he passed special branch information about a weapons camp which he attended in June 1983, and in October 1983 gave information on the movement of weapons. Young's IRA interrogators were particularly interested in his handling of weapons and in whether he passed information about the movement of guns and where they were stored. They knew that at the beginning of January 1984 they had asked him to transport a submachine gun to Belfast and told him the gun was intended for an arms dump outside the city without giving him the location of the dump. His interrogators had good reason to question him about the weapons because in 1984 the IRA were aware that informers were being used to place bugging or tracing devices in weapons so that arms dumps could be located by the security forces or active service teams intercepted as they left a dump to carry out an atrocity. Young told his interrogators that he did inform his handlers that he was asked by the IRA to transport a weapon to Belfast. His reason for doing so, he told them, was that he was frightened that he would be caught in possession of the gun at a security forces roadblock. He gave the gun to his handlers the night before his planned journey to Belfast. They escorted him from Portaferry to Belfast the following day to ensure that he was not detained at a roadblock, and even travelled into West Belfast, where he was required to hand over the gun. They had the gun in their possession throughout the journey, and gave it him shortly before the handover. Young then made his way to a house in the Andersons Town estate and left the gun with another member of the IRA. Unknown to Young, that gun was to have a significance in events after his departure from West Belfast. According to the IRA, on January 7, several days after the weapon transfer, Young met his handlers and gave them information about the identities of IRA volunteers in County Down. 5 days after the kidnap, Young's clothed body was found lying face down by a stone wall on a roadside near Crossmaglen in South Armagh. He had been shot once in the head. A rug was draped across the upper part of his body. Young left a wife and 4 children, and his death was described by the deputy leader of the SDLP, Seamus Mallon, as an example of the hypocrisy of the provisionals, who claim for themselves the right to a fair trial while denying others the most basic civil right of all: the right to life. The IRA issued a statement that if Young had come forward at any time within the previous 30 months and admitted that he was an RUC agent, his court-martial would have taken a more lenient view. There are those in authority who would interpret that statement as indicating that if Young had done so, he would either have been used by the IRA as a double agent or have been shot much earlier than February 14, 1984. There is little doubt that Young damaged the IRA in County Down. A member of Special Branch told me that he was one of their most valuable agents. When I inquired why he was permitted to attend the so-called meeting, he replied, "There is no way you can plan for every eventuality." Young was informed that it might be a trap, but that was based on supposition. If there had indeed been a meeting, he would have been in a position to find out a lot about the provos. In this game, everything is a risk. The IRA plays its games, we play ours. We don't execute the IRA when they're caught, but they execute our people. There's a lot at stake, we have to take the risks, and of course it means a loss of life. As Young went to his grave, the IRA began analyzing what it knew about him, in particular the circumstances relating to the transportation of the gun to Belfast. Why did his handlers become so intricately involved in the moving of a weapon? They could easily have arranged safe passage for the car which the IRA gave him. Why were the handlers so concerned personally to ensure that this particular weapon reached Belfast? The IRA concluded that the handlers must have bugged the gun. The Belfast Brigade was contacted and asked to trace the submachine gun. They revealed that it had been moved through Belfast to County Antrim and was in an arms dump close to a housing estate at the hamlet of Carness, just outside Dunloe. Meanwhile, the security forces were preparing a sting for the IRA. They were pleased they had not informed Young that a bug and tracing device had been planted inside the butt of the submachine gun. Both devices had been fitted inside the weapon the night before it was moved to Belfast. It had also been forensically tested and proved to be a weapon used in the killing of several members of the security forces. While Young was being interrogated by the IRA, Special Branch, with the assistance of military intelligence, were keeping a trace on the submachine gun. By the time of Young's death, they knew it was in the arms cache near Dunloe. However, they were faced with the possibility that the IRA, as a consequence of interrogating Young, might suspect that the gun was bugged and have set up their own sting. The dominant view within security circles was that, since Young was never told about the bugging devices, the IRA could only guess about whether someone had tampered with the weapon. On the other hand, the IRA might not even consider such an eventuality. The IRA believed that if the weapon was bugged, an SAS team or an RUC special support unit would be placed close to the arms dump to effect an ambush. The IRA ordered surveillance on the arms dump, and the task was given to the Provisionals North Antrim Battalion. 2 volunteers were selected to form an active service unit to be used in the event of an SAS team being discovered in the vicinity of Dunloe or Carness. One of the volunteers was 21-year-old Henry Hogan, who lived at Carness, and the other was 18-year-old Declan Martin from Dunloe. These two were armed with an Armalite rifle and a sawn-off 12-bore shotgun. While the IRA made its plans, a 2-man SAS team was chosen to dig in at Carness. In the team was 26-year-old Sergeant Paul Oram, from Gomersal in West Yorkshire, whose parent regiment was 9/12ths Royal Lancers attached to 9 Infantry Brigade in Derry. Oram was married with a 5-month-old daughter and was an extremely competent soldier. He had told his family he was doing a job for Maggie in Northern Ireland. In 1983 he was awarded the Military Medal after shooting a member of the INLA in Derry. 2 men armed with a rifle and handgun had accosted him on the street in Derry, and as they tried to kidnap him, he opened fire. One of the men, Neil McGonigal, was shot through the head and died instantly. The other terrorist was wounded in the shoulder. With this kind of experience behind him, Oram was chosen to lead the 2-man SAS surveillance team that security chiefs hoped would identify IRA active service volunteers when they approached or attempted to leave the arms dump. For its part, the IRA had chosen two experienced terrorists with a personal knowledge of Dunloe and particularly the housing complex at Carnis where the arms dump was sited. On February 19, Oram and a fellow SAS man set up a covert observation post in a field overlooking Henry Hogan's home at Carnis. Oram's orders were to maintain surveillance on the surrounding area. He was also told that the Hogans were a Republican family. At the time, Henry Hogan's brother Michael was serving a prison sentence in Port Alois jail in the Irish Republic for IRA offences, while Henry was suspected of IRA membership. If Henry Hogan or any other member of the IRA was seen approaching the arms dump or spotted in the vicinity of the housing complex at Carnis, Oram was to radio that information to backup SAS teams. Two cars containing members of the SAS were on the outskirts of Dunloe waiting for orders. They were so well briefed about the arms dump and the geography of Carnis that they knew every yard of the target area. So did Henry Hogan and Declan Martin. The IRA hoped that by maintaining a low-level presence in the area, they would not arouse suspicion. From experience, they had learned that an SAS surveillance stakeout would normally involve only two men and that Hogan and Martin could operate quickly, kill the soldiers and fade into a countryside they knew well. The plan was to identify the SAS post and wipe it out before SAS backup teams could be alerted. Hogan and Martin were aware that if the SAS had placed an observation team on the periphery of the arms dump, the site chosen would be a nearby field. The IRA team also set up a covered post overlooking a field. They were dressed in combat gear and balaclavas and were armed. On February 21, the IRA volunteers saw movement, perhaps only slight, in the field overlooking the Hogan home. They radioed to a third volunteer who was nearby that they had spotted members of the SAS, and from the amount of camouflage it was evident that there were two men in the team. Hogan asked for instructions and was told that he should move against the SAS hideout under cover of darkness. At 8 p.m. Hogan and Martin crept stealthily down the field and approached the covered post. Yards from it they rose to their feet and walked slowly to the edge of the hideout. They pointed their guns towards Oram and his companion and ordered them to stand up. The two SAS soldiers, realizing they were in mortal danger, swung round to fire, but Oram was shot dead and his companion wounded. Hogan and Martin believed they had succeeded in killing the SAS men and ran for cover. The fact that they did not wipe out the SAS men was to be their undoing. Oram's companion pressed a radio signal which alerted the waiting SAS teams. They sped into Carnis in two unmarked cars. Patrick Robb, a resident of Carnis, was resting on a sofa in his home when he heard bursts of gunfire. Other residents also heard shooting, and saw two cars arrive and armed men wearing hoods run in a pincer movement towards the field. The cars contained 4 SAS men, most of them armed with what residents described as small, compact machine guns. These were submachine guns used only by the SAS in Northern Ireland. One resident heard a man shouting for help. It may have been Oram's companion. Perhaps the best eyewitness account was later given by 18-year-old Dominic McMullen, who was working at his car outside his home close to the Hogan house. He heard English voices but also saw the two IRA men run towards a chain-link fence, jump over it and run about 10 yards. He heard shots and saw them fall. There were Englishmen running and they jumped over the fence and ran over to them. One of the boys must have still been living and an Englishman just pointed the gun down at the ground and all I heard were the shots coming and the sparks. It was definitely a soldier firing into a body on the ground. This evidence bore a ring of truth. The subsequent inquest tended to bear out McMullen's testimony. A soldier identified only as a gave evidence to the inquest that he shot one of the IRA men as he lay on the ground. The soldier said he saw two armed men, at whom he fired 4 shots. When he approached to remove their weapons he noticed that one of them was still moving and he fired 2 more shots into him. A forensic scientist told the inquest that the person who was shot on the ground was Declan Martin and that bullets were found embedded in the ground underneath his body. The killing of the 2 IRA men finally ended the saga of the informer James Young and was in a way a dead man's revenge, but a costly revenge. The morning after the shooting many newspapers reported that the security forces were hunting a third IRA man, who had escaped. The police offered journalists a photo opportunity to record the fact that 3 guns had been found in the field where the shootout took place. 2 of the guns were an Armalite and a sawn-off shotgun, the weapons used by Hogan and Martin, and the third was a 9mm submachine gun of continental origin with a handgrip. Was there a third IRA man? And was this the gun that was bugged? Neither the IRA nor the security forces are willing to answer such questions. The IRA has never admitted the exact whereabouts of the arms dump. It may have been a hole in the ground, or it may have been a concealed space in a house in Karnas. If it was the latter, the IRA would not comment, because to identify a house as an arms dump would place the owner or occupier in a criminal context. The IRA may never answer the 2 final questions which would complete the story of Young and the bugged submachine gun. One is left to speculate on whether the submachine gun shown to journalists belonged to a third IRA man or whether it was the weapon that Young transported to Belfast. Since the security forces knew the location of the dump, they could well have removed the bugged weapon after the killing of Oram and the 2 IRA men. The story of a third IRA man not only was supported by the discovery of a third weapon but had the effect of permitting the security forces to carry out large-scale searches of the North Antrim area for several days. Many of the searches inconvenienced the local population and some were carried out in a heavy-handed fashion. However, they were perceived to be justified and beyond criticism because of the claim that a third IRA gunman was on the loose. The way in which the story ended satisfied both sides involved in the intrigue. The participants in the undercover war, as this story illustrated at the time, were content to maintain a posture which served to protect each other's secrets and ways of playing the game. If anyone had implied that the shooting at Karnas was the result of an elaborate plot, both sides would have refused comment. It is one of the complex ironies of the dirty war which I sought to unravel, the tendency of both sides to pretend that it does not exist, as if they are players in a game which they prefer to keep secret even to its spectators. It is as though they say to themselves that if anything is revealed about such a war they are both compromised. There is a terrible absurdity about it, and yet a curious logic, as expressed to me by a member of the IRA. Public comment about the details of an operation is dangerous because it may reveal what we know about them. The moment that they become aware that we know the techniques or way in which they think or operate, they will change the rules and vice versa. This is a war that has to be played in the shadows because of its nature and the need for doublethink and deception. No matter what each side may say or do, it seems the best laid plans may be wrecked. That was evidence in one story which I researched as a result of a tip-off from a fellow journalist about an IRA volunteer who was shot dead in July 1988. The volunteer was 33-year-old Brendan Davison, who lived at Friendly Way in the Markets area of Belfast. In the 1970s he was imprisoned for attempted murder and possession of weapons and was released from prison in 1980. Like many IRA men of that period, he became prominent in Sinn Féin and undertook electioneering work. He maintained contact with the IRA, was not a major activist but was aware of terrorist operations. In June 1987 he was shot as he stood outside a bookmaker's shop near his home. He was not seriously wounded and was quickly back on the streets after a short stay in hospital. Those responsible for shooting him were members of the Ulster Volunteer Force. On the evening of July 25, 1988, Davison was at home in his ground floor flat having breakfast when there was a knocking at his front door. A neighbor heard him inquire who was outside and he was told it was the Peelers. As he peered through a spy hole in the door, 9 shots were fired through the door and he was killed. A postal worker who was in the vicinity saw the killers before the shooting. They were in a Vauxhall car and were dressed in police uniforms. He did not believe they were policemen because the car was not armor-plated. A police Land Rover passed him twice as he observed the Vauxhall car. Residents of the area saw the bogus policemen arrive outside Davison's home. One of them stepped from the car armed with a rifle, hammered on the door to Davison's flat and then fired a burst of rounds into the door. The rifle used in the murder was a Czech-made weapon, and forensic examination of bullets found at the scene indicated no previous history of use in terrorist operations. At the time of writing there is no evidence that the rifle was ever again used. The police Land Rover which was in the area at the time of the shooting was in no way involved, and the driver later told an inquest that he did not see the Vauxhall car. There is every likelihood, however, that he did pass it at some point on his travels through the Markets district, but his failure to observe it was probably due to inefficiency or because he was preoccupied. What did not come to light is that Davison was a police informer. That was not the IRA view because they gave him a military-style funeral in keeping with his membership of the IRA. I found the story of his shooting puzzling, since my source confirmed that a member of Special Branch, on learning of Davison's death, commented, "Stupid bastards, the prods. They took the best informant in the city out of the frame." If that is in fact what happened, and I have no reason to doubt the source of my information, even the best laid plans can be disrupted. Equally, if he was indeed one of the best informants in the city, there was no way in which he could have been protected. His killer's elaborate plan also indicated that they believed him to be an important figure in the IRA and that they possessed the kind of intelligence which enabled them to target him in the right place at the right time. All in all, he was a wanted man. If he was indeed a leading informer, it is likely that he would sooner or later have been killed, if not by bogus policemen, certainly by members of the IRA's execution and interrogation squad in South Armagh. The RUC say he was killed by loyalists. And an important informer, he was undoubtedly replaced because irrespective of setbacks or unforeseen circumstances, the game has unlimited moves. He would have been a grade 1 informer because of the role he played in the IRA. I learned from an impeccable source that he was an experienced interrogator who presided at many courts-martial. According to a priest who had reason to learn about him, he was present at interrogation sessions in a house outside the town of Dundalk where informers and those suspected of informing spent the remaining hours of their lives. Another priest, Father Dennis Fall, investigated the alleged use of a house by the IRA near Dundalk and told me the premises were a place of torture where electric shock treatment and other degrading and inhuman practices were applied. As an informer himself, Davison was uniquely placed to learn what other informers divulged to the IRA before they were shot. Such intelligence would have been invaluable to Special Branch in their assessment of what the IRA knew about them and whether, before his death, an informer divulged the full extent of his treachery and those IRA secrets he betrayed to Special Branch. Knowledge of how much the other side is aware of the degree to which it has been penetrated, and of how far its secrets and the identity of its personnel has been compromised, can mean the difference between life or death, success or failure. A disturbing dimension to this story may well be that Davison's role as an IRA interrogator, and the information he was extracting from people about to die, was more important to his handlers than the lives of those unfortunate people and the possibility that a scrap of information about their predicament might have saved their lives. Maybe that is an idealistic and unrealistic view in a war which is not fought on a conventional battlefield and where the compromising of one source may lead to the deaths of many or the saving of the lives of hundreds. The fact is, most informers have a limited lifespan, though a few have remained in place for a considerable period of time. In some instances, the few informers who were operative within the IRA for over 5 years outlived their usefulness by providing information which was of such significance that it had to be acted on immediately by the security forces, thereby compromising the informers and so leading to their deaths. It is worth noting that the use of informers has related mainly to the IRA because it is the organization which the authorities regard as the greatest threat to stability and to the very existence of the Northern Ireland state. It is considered so dangerous because it would have changed the course of European history this century if the bomb at the Royal Hotel in Brighton had wiped out the entire Tory cabinet. The use of informers in loyalist organizations has, I contend, not been regarded with the same kind of critical appreciation. This is due in part to the fact that as far as the British government is concerned, the loyalists do not pose such a serious threat as the IRA. Secondly, the authorities find it much easier to acquire information on loyalist groupings because historically the security forces draw most of their members from the loyalist unionist community. Loyalist groups have been penetrated with greater ease by the intelligence agencies, since many of their members owe allegiance to the Crown and are therefore much more easily encouraged to work for the state. In recent years, loyalist terror groups have sought to finance international arms shipments, and that has made them more of a target for Special Branch and MI6, but the IRA still remains the major enemy and the group to which most intelligence resources are directed. Since the early 1980s until the present time, the constant worry within security circles has been the IRA's potential to rearm and equip itself with modern and sophisticated weaponry from Middle Eastern sources. Security chiefs have known that, if the IRA could achieve one massive arms shipment, the war in Ireland would be in place for another decade. They are worried that if the provisionals could acquire surface-to-air missiles such as the American Stinger, which was used by the Afghan rebels against the might of the Russian helicopter and fighter force, they could make the movement of troops in Ireland an impossibility and change the course of the conflict by elevating it to a new and much more dangerous level. The presence of such a weapon in IRA hands would threaten all Northern Ireland ministers, if not the Prime Minister herself. It was with such fears in mind that all intelligence efforts were directed towards finding and creating an informer within the IRA's quartermaster area of operations related to the storing and movement of weapons in Northern Ireland. Intelligence chiefs knew that if such a person worked at quartermaster level within the Belfast or Derry Brigade, he would have access to knowledge of the movement of arms from the Republic for use in the conflict in the north of the island. Such a person would be able to provide details of the type of weapons being moved, whether new weapons were being made available to active service units, and whether the IRA was receiving new arms shipments. In 1980, Special Branch informed MI5 that a former member of the Provisionals, 39-year-old Frank Hegarty, bore all the signs of being the type of person who might be vulnerable to an approach by Special Branch. Hegarty was from the Rosemount area of Derry, and his links with the IRA had been severed years earlier. He had not officially left the organization but had drifted away from a terrorist lifestyle. Special Branch were sensitive to any trait exhibited by a terrorist or former terrorist in the city of Derry which might suggest that he could be turned. Frank Franco Hegarty was a heavy gambler who was constantly spending money on horse and greyhound racing. He lived in the Chantelau area of the city with a woman and her 5 children. According to the IRA, Hegarty later told them that Special Branch first approached him with an offer of £400 in cash as an initial payment, to be followed by a retainer of £25 per week if he provided them with tidbits of information. The weekly retainer was paid by his 2 handlers, whom he met at pre-arranged spots in Limavady or the waterside area of Derry. One of them belonged to Special Branch, the other was a member of MI5. Like many informers before him, Hegarty may have thought that he would not be required to provide sensitive information, since he was no longer active in the Provisionals, and that he could always offer low-level or useless material. Before long, however, Hegarty was encouraged to rejoin the IRA. Special Branch files indicated that his previous role in the Provisional IRA was in the Quartermaster's Department, and that was where they required him to work now. Hegarty, I am told, offered himself to the IRA for active service and was readily accepted because his record showed that he was trustworthy. As a result of his previous period with the organization, he was highly knowledgeable about the smuggling and storage of weapons and explosives. Hegarty's reinstatement as a terrorist was gradual. Whatever information he supplied did not jeopardize his role as an informer or create suspicion about his loyalty, and he continued to meet his handlers. In 1985 it was apparent to the intelligence agencies that the IRA had acquired a massive arms shipment from the Middle East on a scale which shocked even security chiefs, who were already aware that a large quantity of weapons was likely to find its way into IRA hands. Hegarty and other highly placed informers, men like Joe Fenton, were suggesting that the big one had arrived from Libya, been brought in by ship and offloaded on the southwest coast of Ireland. Their information indicated that the shipment was so large that quantities of Russian-made weapons were being stored in purpose-built underground bunkers in the Irish Republic. Staff from the quartermaster departments of the Belfast and Derry brigades were involved in the movement of parts of the shipment. Guns and explosives were being moved by its quartermaster staff to parts of the border close to the lines of supply used by the Derry Brigade's active service units. Hegarty was now in a position which was vital to his handlers. In January 1986 he suddenly disappeared from his home in Derry. That month, Garda acting on information from the security authorities in Northern Ireland uncovered a massive quantity of Russian-made AK-47 rifles and ammunition at Carrowreague in Roscommon and at two sites near Sligo. While the IRA reeled from the discovery of the largest arms dumps ever found in the Irish Republic, Frank Hegarty was in England, in a house at Sittingbourne in Kent, under guard from members of Special Branch acting on orders from MI5. The IRA did not immediately suspect Hegarty but ordered an internal inquiry to determine how many people possessed information about the arms dumps. While this was taking place, Hegarty's girlfriend visited him in Kent. She was not involved in any of his activities and assumed he had gone to Sittingbourne because he wanted to work and reside in England, away from the stress of Derry. She returned home leaving Hegarty with his minders. According to the IRA, he later confessed that while in Kent he was provided with money for placing bets on races he watched on television. He lived alone, but at least 6 heavily armed minders were positioned in an adjoining property. It has been said that he became homesick and decided to return to Derry in the belief that he could convince the IRA that he was not responsible for the arms finds. However, the IRA reckoned that he had bolted before the arms discovery and they waited. Experience told them that informers often returned through homesickness or because their handlers wished them to do so in order to confuse the IRA about the number of informers in existence. Franco Hegarty returned to his native city. His family and girlfriend welcomed him home. Throughout his period in England he had regularly phoned them, indicating that he was working and obviously giving no hint that he was hiding from the IRA. It has been suggested that he was lured home by the IRA with an offer of immunity because they were terrified that he would become a supergrass. The IRA denies that any such offer of immunity was conveyed to him, though they admit that they suspected him of having been responsible for compromising their arms smuggling operations. I am not inclined to believe the IRA. They knew he had been in the quartermaster's department which dealt with smuggling, and that he had disappeared to England in the days prior to the arms finds, if not on January 26, the very day of the Garda discoveries. I am told they had means of contacting Hegarty in England. A promise of immunity might well explain why MI5 allowed him to return. It is possible that he returned because he was homesick, as the IRA claimed, since that was apparently the case with Anthony O'Doherty. Homesickness would not, I believe, have been sufficient incentive to a man who knew he would surely die, so perhaps the IRA were offering immunity, or maybe his handlers were encouraging him to believe he could persuade the IRA of his innocence. I am inclined to the view that the IRA lured him home. Once he was back they acted carefully and moved against him only after he had been living for 2 weeks in Derry. When I asked the IRA about Hegarty I was told the following. He'd damaged our organization. He was trusted and was good at what he was asked to do by us. He was involved in transporting arms and there was no suspicion about him until we began to examine the people associated with the captured weapons, those on our side who knew of their existence and where they were being stored. His disappearance was a major indication, but we waited patiently. We knew where he was and that he was probably well guarded. He told us at his court-martial that money and gambling lured him into acting as an informer. He was picked up by MI5 agents on the M2 motorway on the day of the arms finds and flown by private plane to Kent, where he was debriefed by MI5. Hegarty didn't know that the information he gave about the arms dumps was to be acted on, and that is why he was suddenly seized while driving along the M2. They had told him that the guns and ammunition would only be lifted once they were broken down and moved into smaller dumps. He knew himself that if they were seized while in large dumps, IRA intelligence would eventually narrow down the number of people in possession of information about the location of the big dumps. They sacrificed him because it was important to keep the Anglo-Irish agreement alive at a time when it was falling apart. The fact that joint security operations were leading to such massive arms seizures was a way of reinforcing the very nature and basis of the agreement, security cooperation. Hegarty came home because he was homesick. Maybe his handlers wanted him home. Maybe there was another mole and they wanted us to believe that he was the only one. We are fully aware that such things happen in this kind of war. However, the reality is that we shot an informer. They know it but will never admit to it publicly because they prefer to make people believe that they do not exploit people like Hegarty and finally sacrifice them. There is little doubt that Hegarty was held in a house in Sittingbourne. In November 1985, 2 houses in the village were taken over by members of Special Branch under the control of members of MI5. I believe this was done because they did not know the moment when they would be required to act on Hegarty's information. 6 months later, on May 25, 1986, Gardaí informed the RUC of the presence of a body near Castlederg in County Tyrone. It was Frank Hegarty. His hands were tied behind his back, tape covered his eyes, and he had a bullet wound to the head. A member of RUC Special Branch commented to me that Hegarty had died saving other people's lives because the 120 rifles and 18,000 rounds of ammunition found by the Gardaí would surely have killed a lot of innocent people. The SDLP leader, Seamus Mallon, described the killing of Hegarty as the IRA's shoot-to-kill policy, while Martin McGuinness of Sinn Féin argued that he regarded criticism by the SDLP and clergymen as pathetic and that Special Branch and British intelligence placed people in a position in which they were forced into acting as informers and subsequently lost their lives. The RUC said publicly that its policy was to offer no comment or denial on specific claims by the IRA. In the past, attention has often wrongly centered on whether a person was giving information to the police rather than on the fact that they were brutally murdered by self-appointed executioners. No inference or conclusion should be drawn from the RUC's silence in particular cases. Father Michael Canny, who officiated at the funeral mass for Frank Hegarty, said that while the IRA offered an excuse for the murder, it was no justification for what was a cruel, unjust, and brutal killing. Probably no one in the church was aware that, irrespective of the condemnation, the undercover war was claiming the lives of many more people who worked in the shadowy world of espionage. According to the IRA, Hegarty told his interrogators that his handlers said he was working for Maggie and that the information he was providing was being conveyed directly to 10 Downing Street. Hegarty, they claim, believed that this was the case. If it was indeed Hegarty who provided the intelligence which led to the big arms finds, one is inclined to believe that he was indeed working for Maggie. Information which led to the seizure of part of the Libyan arms shipment would have been conveyed to the cabinet, if not the Prime Minister, who takes a personal interest in the war against the IRA. 14. Treachery and Special Branch spies. In the perilous world in which informers and the Special Branch operate, the treachery of just one person within the security forces can lead to the unmasking and subsequent assassination of valuable informers or agents. In 1978-9, one police officer's treachery led to the destruction by the IRA of an entire Special Branch spy network in Belfast. The incident also provided an insight into the workings of the intelligence gathering agency and raises many questions about its methods. Special Branch, which perceives its operations as central to the defeat of terrorism, is extremely protective of its need for secrecy, and its members are always carefully vetted. Within the organization, information is restricted to those who need to know. SID often finds it difficult to extract necessary information from Special Branch officers, and there is often mistrust and resentment between the groupings. Special Branch's handling of informers/agents is kept secret from the most senior officers in other branches of the RUC. It is believed that, by restricting knowledge of particular operations to individual Special Branch officers, in the event of a security leak, those in possession of specific information can be easily identified. This may help to limit damage, but it can never prevent or eradicate treachery. In 1978, a member of the RUC Reserve asked his superiors if he could apply for a post with Special Branch. He was told that he would not be considered for such a job because the rules stipulated that only full-time police staff were considered eligible, and membership of Special Branch was not easily achieved. Police officers were selected for Special Branch duties only at the invitation of the organization and not as a result of an application. It was pointed out to the reserve officer that, even if a person was selected for Special Branch work, a final decision on suitability was made after exhaustive vetting procedures to ensure that the prospective candidate was trustworthy. The reserve officer, whom I am obliged to refer to as Officer A for legal and security reasons, was angered by the attitude of his superiors. However, they knew from his file that he had made repeated requests to be considered for special branch duties. In fact, his file also bore testimony to his considerable experience in providing backup support for undercover police and army teams in Belfast. He was a member of an elite squad known as the Bronze Section, which was attached to the Special Patrol Group. He reveled in his backup role and harbored an ambition to be running spies. A former colleague of Officer A has this to say of his behavior in 1978, he was overweight and overstressed and looked a lot older than his 35 years. He showed all the signs of someone living on the edge of life. To placate him and in recognition of his services, he was given the job of collator assisting Special Branch. However, he still regarded himself as capable of operating as a fully fledged Special Branch officer. No one was sufficiently aware of his inner bitterness or his obsessive ambition. Officer A's job of collator placed him in a unique position. He was constantly viewing and filing information. To understand the significance of his role, one may examine the following comments of another policeman who worked close to him at that time. He was essentially a cipher for a wide range of information. Now he would not have known how to connect it. Much of the information would have related to payments to informers or records of conversations, the movement of suspects, etc. Ironically, he was essentially privy to a range of material which was not known to the average member of Special Branch. He was dealing mainly with material relating to Belfast operations. Much of it would, however, have been in a coded form or would have referred to incidents without actual names being included. Therefore, without a more detailed knowledge of events, his work as a collator restricted his knowledge of the more intricate workings of Special Branch. For instance, a document might have passed across his desk relating to information from an informer within an IRA unit in F Company of a particular battalion. Now would not have known the identity of the informer. The only way he could ever have discovered it was if he was told by the relevant Special Branch operative or by the IRA. The IRA would know which of their men was in possession of information about an operation and by their own means of intelligence narrow the leak to one person. So was working with material which offered him little information on informers and their handlers, but was potentially damaging if given to terrorists. Officer A's ambition to play a more integral part in the intrigue of Special Branch activities led him to devise a plan to convince his superiors that his value was not being recognized. He aimed to establish contact with a leading member of the Provisional IRA and thereby begin an association which he hoped would enable him to set up a spy network. Once he had made contact, he believed he could offer his newly created source low-grade information on police operations. This would lead him closer to the IRA and make it easier for him to turn IRA members. His first step was undertaken with the naivete which was to characterize many of the subsequent events in his life. He wrote a letter to Martin Dillon, one of the best-known IRA leaders in Belfast. Dillon was from the Ardoyne area of North Belfast and was responsible for many IRA operations throughout the 1970s. Officer A obviously believed that a letter written to such a prominent figure would not be discovered by those within the intelligence community who are responsible for mail interception, much of which takes place within the main sorting building in downtown Belfast. Ironically, the letter to Dillon, which was posted through the open mail, got through the security checking system. It was apparently mailed to an address which Officer A had discovered on Dillon's Special Branch file. It was not his home address but a house which he was believed to frequent occasionally and which was owned by a person with Republican rather than IRA connections. The letter indicated a disillusionment on the part of Officer A and his willingness to assist the Republican cause. I am told that Officer A's letter outlined a means by which the IRA leader and the police officer could meet. The first meeting was brief and merely established contact between the two men. It is believed to have taken place in a large open area of Belfast's Antrim Road known as the Waterworks, which contains two disused reservoirs surrounded by landscaped walks. Traditionally, this stretch of land has been a place where people walk their dogs or feed the many swans which nest there each year. During subsequent meetings, other members of the IRA were present. I am told that one of the IRA men later became prominent as a Sinn Féin councillor. Officer A was given another contact, 33-year-old Peter Valenti, a father of 4 from Unity Flats in North Belfast. This arrangement enabled Officer A to meet publicly and frequently with a member of the IRA who was less prominent than Martin Meehan, and enabled Meehan to retain control over Officer A through the North Belfast 1st Battalion. Suddenly Officer A, unknown to his superiors, was achieving his primary goal of establishing contact with the IRA. Although Officer A was pleased with his success, he soon found that the IRA expected him to prove his value as a spy by providing them with information on which they could act. He began by passing on the type of coded information which crossed his desk, believing, stupidly, that it would appear valuable but would lead nowhere. Events soon began to change. In July 1979 Martin Meehan was arrested and questioned about the abduction and imprisonment of a 17-year-old informer, Stephen McWilliams, who worked for the Special Branch and Military Intelligence. Stephen McWilliams worked in a staunchly Republican club, the Felons, in the New Lodge district. He became an informer early in 1979 after being caught breaking and entering the Central Bar in Belfast city centre. Between committing this crime and appearing in Belfast Juvenile Court he was recruited to spy on the IRA in North Belfast. He pleaded guilty to the burglary and was ordered to pay £365 to the owners of the bar in compensation for the damage caused. His recruitment as an informer may have been based on coercion, the prospect of an easy sentence in the juvenile court or the promise of money for information. Whatever the reason, he subsequently met his handlers at the Grand Central Army Base in Belfast's Royal Avenue on a regular basis. The fine imposed by the court was convenient for those trying to recruit him because they could offer him money to enable him to pay it. McWilliams was valuable to them because his job at the Felons Club placed him daily in the company of Republicans. He reported regularly on the movements of known Republicans and later admitted that his handlers showed him a photograph of Meehan within a short time of his recruitment. He reckoned that occurred in January 1979. On July 11 McWilliams was kidnapped at the Felons Club and over 4 days he was moved between 4 IRA safe houses where he was interrogated and beaten. He told his captors that he was a British Army informer and revealed the nature of the information he passed to the security forces. McWilliams would have been another fatality in the Northern Ireland troubles but for the intervention of the army. 4 days after he was abducted, an army patrol raided the house where he was being held. They captured one of the kidnappers and took the 17-year-old to the Grand Central Base to meet his handlers. The result of that meeting was the arrest of Martin Meehan and 4 others, bringing the total in custody to 6 men. Meehan was charged with conspiracy to kidnap McWilliams and with participating in his imprisonment. The security forces were jubilant to have such a high-ranking and dangerous provisional behind bars. Meehan was held in custody until April 1980, when he was jailed for 12 years with 5 other men receiving varying sentences for their part in the McWilliams episode. McWilliams's evidence identifying Meehan was described by the judge as of poor quality, but the presence of Meehan's car in Oakfield Street where the rescue of McWilliams took place corroborated the poor quality evidence. The identification supplied by McWilliams was based upon his allegation that when he was being transferred from one of the 4 safe houses he caught a fleeting glimpse of Meehan, whom he claimed was driving a car which was surveying the route ahead for the other kidnappers. McWilliams told cross-examining counsel that he did not know Meehan to see but recognized him as the spotter car driver when he saw him in an identity parade the day after the rescue. However, he admitted to being shown a head and shoulders photograph of Meehan in January that year. The investigative journalist Ed Maloney made the following observation about the case. McWilliams' evidence was proved to be false, resulting in the acquittal of Kevin Mulgrew from the New Lodge area. In the end it came down to the judge choosing between Meehan, who was a convicted provo whose only defense was that he had spent the day at the Folk Museum near Bangor with his girlfriend and children and then spent the rest of the night at home, and a 17-year-old boy engaged as an informer in dangerous work. Inevitably the judge chose McWilliams, and there are some who would say that in Northern Ireland it couldn't have been otherwise. Whatever the merits of the case, Meehan, a man capable of acting in such a fashion, was taken off the streets and a teenager escaped death to begin a life of exile from the IRA. What fascinates me about the arrest of Meehan is that prior to his arrest Special Branch filmed him meeting Officer A. I am reliably informed that Meehan was filmed entering the upper end of the waterworks at its Cave Hill Road entrance and Officer A from the Antrim Road exit. Officer A was walking his dog, and they appeared to meet casually at a point between the disused reservoirs. This was never made known and was certainly not mentioned at Meehan's trial in 1980. However, the sequence becomes interesting when one considers the following questions. Officer A was meeting Meehan and Valenti prior to Meehan's arrest. Did he convey to Meehan the fact that he was being spied on by McWilliams? Was the McWilliams evidence merely a means of getting to Meehan and removing him from circulation once it was discovered that he was handling a Special Branch collator, namely Officer A? Was Meehan simply caught in a terrorist act, or could it be that once McWilliams was rescued Special Branch suddenly perceived a means of using an informer to testify against Meehan and remove him from the streets? The truth may never be known, but it lies somewhere within the scope of those questions. My reason for making that assertion is rooted in subsequent events. On October 26, 1980, Officer A was finally arrested and found to be in possession of the names, addresses, and vehicle registration numbers of senior figures in Special Branch. Under questioning he admitted his dealings with the IRA. When he was confronted with the film of his meeting with Meehan and photographs of meetings with Valenti and a leading member of Sinn Féin, he revealed that his initial intention was to establish his own spy network, but confessed that the provisionals succeeded in turning him, by paying him substantial sums of money. The immediate problem for Special Branch was to determine the amount and types of information which he supplied to the IRA. A deal was struck with Officer A. No charges would be preferred against him and he would be permitted to leave the country if he cooperated with Special Branch investigators. The deal was sanctioned by the Attorney General on the grounds that a court case would make public information which could be damaging to national security. This reasoning was spurious, but it was a convenient way of providing Special Branch with the freedom to examine in miniature every dealing Officer A conducted with the IRA. Meanwhile, Special Branch acted quickly to turn one of Officer A's IRA contacts, Peter Valenti. Knowing of his dealings with Officer A, they were in a position to confront him with the possibility that A might give evidence against him. It is not known exactly how Valenti was recruited, but he became an informer after the public arrest of Officer A. I am led to believe that, by the time Officer A was arrested, Special Branch had firmly established the nature of his relationship with the IRA and felt that the matter was too serious to allow it to proceed any further. It may well be that through watching Officer A, Meehan, Valenti and others they learned a great deal about the workings of the IRA in North Belfast. Their major concern was what Officer A had passed to his IRA contacts before they discovered his treachery. I have reason to believe that it was in the spring of 1979 that they realized information was being leaked to the provisionals. A Special Branch contact told me that information crossing Officer A's desk was thoroughly vetted after his treasonable behavior came to light. A cynical view might be that this was a bit like closing the stable door after the horse had bolted. The Officer A episode was to have a number of repercussions. On November 12, 1980, Peter Valenti disappeared. 48 hours later he was shot dead in an alleyway in the predominantly Protestant Highfield estate, which is sandwiched between West and North Belfast. The killing was publicly deemed to be the work of loyalist assassins, in particular the Ulster Defence Association. The RUC, especially Special Branch, knew differently. Valenti's killers had pressed a new, crisp £20 note into his hand as he died. It was a private message to Special Branch from the provisionals. Although the RUC, according to their official policy, do not comment directly on the motives for murder, Chris Ryder recognized the nature of this murder in his book The RUC, A Force Under Fire. In the unwritten protocol of IRA-RUC relationships, the money, 30 pieces of silver, one detective called it, was an unmistakable pointer to the true motive for his death. Since the IRA were not prepared to admit publicly to the murder of Valenti, they devised a private message to their adversaries in Special Branch. The IRA's reluctance to be associated with the so-called execution was because Valenti was active in a current campaign to end the H-blocks in the Maze prison. Significantly, his brother Jim was a prominent IRA prisoner conducting the blanket protest against the wearing of prison clothes, which the IRA contended was part of a policy to criminalize IRA inmates and to eliminate their status as political prisoners. Peter Valenti was active in the street campaign and the marches throughout Ireland aimed at highlighting a prison protest which was being given attention by the international media. The IRA were concerned that, if they acknowledged they had murdered a leading anti-H-blocks activist, this would be exploited to damage public support for the blanket protest. However, the IRA have privately confessed that they informed Jim Valenti that they had shot his brother. Jim Valenti was granted compassionate leave from the prison to attend his brother's funeral. The IRA interrogation of Peter Valenti helped them to put together missing pieces from what amounted to a jigsaw puzzle of information passed to them during their dealings with Officer A. On January 20, 1981, 23-year-old Maurice Gilvary was found dead on the South Armagh border. His hands and feet were bound and his death bore the hallmarks of an IRA execution. Within 24 hours the IRA issued a statement admitting they killed him and describing him as a volunteer with the Belfast Brigade. They said he had given information to the police about IRA operations, the movement of weapons and the use of safe houses. Gilvary was a member of the 3rd Battalion of the Provisional IRA and lived at Butler Street in the Ardoyne area of North Belfast. Chris Ryder believes there was a domino effect which began with Valenti but can be traced back to Officer A. The killing of 2 other informers followed in quick succession. On February 2, Patrick Traynor, who had been an informer for several years, was shot in West Belfast. On June 27, Vincent Robinson was shot and his body dumped in a garbage chute at Divis Flats in the Lower Falls district of West Belfast. The domino effect ended on September 27, 1981, when 22-year-old Anthony Braniff was murdered. His family later claimed that he had been tortured, and the IRA replied that marks found on his body were powder burns caused by the discharge of a weapon close to the body. The Braniff killing signaled the end of an episode which began with one man's treachery. In January 1982 the IRA finally admitted killing Peter Valenti. It also released a statement announcing a 2-week amnesty for informers to admit their crimes and declaring that informers who were banished from Ireland were free to return to the country to have their cases reviewed. This ploy indicated that the IRA knew the elimination of one spy network did not mean the eradication of all the informers within its ranks. 3 months later the IRA left a body at the South Armagh border. The victim was 24-year-old Seamus Morgan from Belfast. The Provisional said he was an informer, but his family vehemently denied the claim. The truth may be locked in Special Branch files, or the murder may have resulted from IRA paranoia. What is not in doubt is that many young people recruited by Special Branch and other intelligence agencies are the frontline soldiers and not the men who manipulate or control them. The policeman who was turned by the Provisionals was not prosecuted. I am informed that this policeman has found God and has devoted his time to evangelizing. There are those who believe that finding God is an expedient choice after crimes have been committed. One of his colleagues Riley suggested that it would have been preferable if he had found God before he found the Provisionals and they found Valenti and the other agents. In the months following the unmasking of Officer A, further inquiry took place within the RUC to uncover another mole. This time the inquiry was related to the fact that Chris Ryder, in an article for the Sunday Times, revealed that several men, including Valenti and Gilvary, were informers. In the aftermath of the Officer A affair, the Chief Constable, John Herman, was incensed at the possibility that someone in a sensitive area of police operations was leaking secret information to the media. Herman was obsessed about secrecy and distrustful of the media. Likewise, many journalists were not particularly enamored with his treatment of the media. However, he was in control of the police and he decided that security within his force was under threat. Accordingly, he invited Joe Mounsey, an assistant chief constable from the Lancashire Constabulary, to investigate the source of the leak to Ryder. Herman, it is said, believed it had originated within Special Branch. Mounsey, who was often credited with bringing Myra Hindley and Ian Brady to justice for the Moores murders, approached the task of finding Ryder's mole with dogged determination. A policeman who worked in Special Branch at that time says that the inquiry was seen as a witch hunt and was unnecessary, since those named were dead, and the IRA knew they were informers, as did Special Branch and even the public. In Special Branch we regarded the witch hunt as counterproductive. However, I suppose Herman was paranoid about leaks following the episode. On the other hand, Herman had an intense mistrust of the media and was concerned about the management of news-related material. He didn't want people willy-nilly giving off-the-record stories. He wanted to be in control of what the public was told. Chris Ryder sardonically comments in his book that Mounsey spent 9 months preparing confidential guidelines for keeping the media at arm's length, but the morning after the guidelines document was circulated within the RUC, its contents were published on the front page of a morning newspaper. However, Mounsey did not simply prepare guidelines, he identified the source of Ryder's information as a Special Branch officer, whom Herman quickly transferred to other duties. In putting together the story, which began in 1981 when Chris Ryder revealed that the IRA was uncovering a spy network, I painstakingly examined all the details of this episode and uncovered an additional dimension which I believe the IRA never discovered and which Special Branch is unlikely to admit. It concerns Maurice Gilvary, who was executed by the IRA 2 months after Valenti. When Gilvary was murdered, the IRA issued a lengthy statement indicating the seriousness with which they regarded his informer role. "We are extremely reluctant to execute volunteers, realizing the methods and duress, the physical and psychological pressures used by the RUC to solicit information. But this was no simple case of a volunteer being arrested and breaking down and then reporting the matter to his unit." Maurice Gilvary admitted to a court-martial of his peers that he had passed on information on an ongoing basis for years. However, the IRA did not know the full extent of Gilvary's dealings with Special Branch. Chris Ryder says Gilvary provided information which led to the SAS killing 3 IRA men in an ambush in North Belfast. The IRA refused to confirm this, and one needs to be wary of such claims. Special Branch may well have conveyed this to Chris Ryder to disguise the fact that the person who made possible the SAS ambush was still in place as an informer. On the other hand, the IRA may hold a similar view and deliberately appear confused about the matter. Whatever the truth, while acting as a Special Branch informer, Gilvary was an IRA active service volunteer and a hitman who was involved in a double murder. On the evening of February 3, 1980, 60-year-old Patrick Mackin and his 58-year-old wife Violet settled down to watch television. Their home was at 568 Old Park Road, an area of Belfast renowned for civil strife and bordered by Loyalist and IRA strongholds. Patrick Mackin was a Catholic who felt safe living in North Belfast, even though he was a retired prison officer. Before his retirement, he had been responsible for training prison officers at a special unit outside Belfast. Prison officers have been targets for terrorists during the Troubles, but never on the same scale as police and soldiers, and this may have been the reason why Patrick Mackin remained in Old Park. According to his friends, he saw his retirement as ending his concerns about being on a terrorist hit list. Sometime after 7:00 p.m. that night, gunmen burst into his home and shot him several times as he sat in an armchair. His wife was also shot while she was sitting. They both died instantly. When detectives arrived on the scene, the television was on and there were drinks on a table in front of the dead couple. Within 24 hours, Special Branch contacted SID and told them they knew the culprits. They named 3 men whom they said were members of the Provisional IRA. Special Branch said that after the shooting the killers walked into a drinking club in Ardoyne and boasted about the shooting of the elderly couple. The detailed account of this alleged episode in the Ardoyne club contains some curious elements. Special Branch claimed that one of the trio, to whom I shall refer henceforth as Mr. B, described to people in the club what the people were wearing when they were shot. A detective constable who listened to the Special Branch account remembers the crucial elements. The special branch officers said that described in detail to other members of the IRA what Violet Mackin wore, right down to the color of her clothes and slippers, and also described Patrick Mackin's clothes. Now myself and my colleagues thought this was highly unusual if not bizarre. Killers, from my experience, don't take much interest, particularly detailed interest, in the way their victims are dressed. For an IRA man to immediately go to a drinking club and spend his time giving intimate details to people of the way his victims dressed was not something which happened as far as we knew. Special Branch, of course, said they knew all of this from a source whom they would not divulge. They insisted we arrest the culprits whom they named. Now we knew that 2 of those named were bad boys, capable of murder, but was not. We told Special Branch that there was no way was involved, but they insisted that their information was correct. Mr. B was picked up with 2 others for prolonged questioning and confirmed Sid's suspicions that not only was he innocent but he was being fitted for a double murder he did not commit. Mr. B was a relative of the provisional IRA leader Martin Dillon. He was shot by the army in the early 1970s but was not a member of the IRA, though he associated with people on the fringes of republicanism. Investigating officers from SID insisted that he was innocent and eventually released him. His co-accused were found guilty of the murders. The person who supplied Special Branch with their information on the double murder was Maurice Gilvary, yet Gilvary was the man who killed the Mackins. It was he who actually pulled the trigger. By trying to get an innocent man fitted for the crime, he remained for a time an active terrorist in whom the IRA had confidence. The murders demonstrated his commitment to the IRA, and he was also able to remain secretly in the employ of Special Branch. One is obliged to ask whether Special Branch knew that he murdered the Mackins. Surely Special Branch officers could have made an observation similar to that which immediately occurred to SID officers, that killers do not pay much attention to how victims are dressed, unless they were too preoccupied with finding the culprits to pay much attention to Gilvary's evidence. He told them he was in the club and presumably they believed him. If by chance they suspected that he was the trigger man, would they have sacrificed a useful informer? This raises questions about the use of active terrorists as informers. Were Special Branch prepared to allow him to commit murder on behalf of the IRA, to keep him in place as an agent? Did he give them the names of his accomplices but not reveal his own part in the crime? The source who confirmed this story placed me in contact with another member of the RUC, since retired, who corroborated the detail and who was later very disturbed when he discovered the connection between Gilvary and Special Branch. If one should contend that Special Branch firmly believed Gilvary, and that such contacts and liaisons are necessary in the defeat of terrorism in a dirty war, one is still left with a lingering suspicion. In this instance one might ask whether the informer was more important to Special Branch than his guilt, providing, of course, that they knew about his involvement. This creates a corollary, namely, that in such an event the informer survives only if he acts as a terrorist, and therefore the rules applied to informers are different from those applied to other terrorists. I found this story disturbing and quickly detected the apprehension in the retired police officer who had been faced with Special Branch insistence that they knew the culprits. His instinct told him that someone was being deliberately fitted for a crime. The question that remains unanswered is whether Gilvary acted independently of Special Branch to protect himself by pointing the finger at an innocent man, or whether Special Branch acted in collusion with him and were content to unmask 2 of the culprits while sacrificing an innocent person to keep their agent in place. 15. The technology of surveillance. In May 1984, the English policeman, John Stalker, was asked to conduct an inquiry into an alleged shoot-to-kill policy by the RUC. Part of his investigation centered on the activities of a police department known at the time as E4. It was a specialist department assigned to the task of spying on IRA suspects and known terrorists. The department was subdivided into areas of expertise. E4A, which most concerned Stalker, dealt with man-to-man surveillance. E4B comprised the department's technicians who were adept at planting and concealing bugs, phone tapping and the use of other electronic gadgetry. E4C and E4D specialized in photographic surveillance such as the use of hidden cameras, miniaturist cameras designed for concealment in cars, suitcases, and other items. These experts also used hidden video cameras to record events in known terrorist haunts or to maintain surveillance of an identified arms dump. Prior to the Stalker inquiry, the technicians in E4B did not possess the expertise of their counterparts in MI5, who were also active in intelligence duties in the province. However, because the activities of E4 were supervised by Special Branch and were ultimately under the control of MI5, technicians from MI5 often carried out tasks as part of E4 operations. This happened frequently and was not always due to the fact that MI5 operatives possessed better equipment and greater knowledge, but because the intelligence agency wished to control a particular operation. In such a circumstance, MI5 technicians planted the necessary bugging equipment and supervised its use. An army base would be used as the nerve center to record all intelligence data picked up by the bug, with the result that MI5 controlled not only the operation but also the intelligence and the tapes on which it was recorded. This involvement of MI5 was to have controversial significance in the Stalker inquiry. However, E4 overall and E4A in particular were given the most dangerous and secretive of roles within the RUC, with overall supervision accorded to Special Branch and, ultimately, the Chief Constable. E4A operatives were provided with backup cover from teams known as Special Support Units, whose members received SAS training in a center at Aldershot, and whose brief was to provide, if necessary, firepower, speed and aggression, a phrase which some believe referred to ambush techniques. E4A operatives were regularly engaged in following suspects or known members of the IRA. Often they were required to dig in close to where their quarry lived or was hiding. Sometimes they had to conceal themselves in bushes or remain for days in specially prepared holes in the ground or in derelict buildings. Occasionally they would dig in for several days close to an IRA arms or explosives dump to record the movement of IRA volunteers so that they could be apprehended or ambushed. Aside from human eye surveillance, E4A also provided technical services such as filming or photographing members of the IRA and suspects. John Stalker found that the most frustrating part of his investigation related to a shooting in a hayshed on November 24, 1982, in which a teenager, Michael Ty, was shot dead and Martin McCauley was seriously wounded. Both were in the hayshed when shot, and Stalker later discovered that the building was bugged. However, he was never allowed access to the tape recording of the events in the barn. Stalker was determined to verify whether a warning was shouted before police opened fire and whether Ty and McCauley were, as police alleged, cocking antiquated rifles which were found in the shed. The bug was concealed in a rafter in the building. Not only was it capable of transmitting conversations live, but its electronic signal was powerful, and a recording of events in the hayshed was made at Mahone Road Army Base in Portadown. This advanced bugging equipment ensured that the hayshed was constantly under surveillance without operatives being required to dig in near the building and risk being discovered and killed. After the shooting, the bug was removed from the barn by two leading members of the RUC. Prior to that incident, the hayshed had, on a separate occasion, also been bugged by MI5 at the request of E4A. A quantity of explosives were known to be concealed on the premises. MI5 personnel placed a tracking device within the explosives which was designed to set off a signal at Mahone Road Army Base as soon as the IRA moved them. The intention was to alert the special support units so that an IRA bombing team could be intercepted, ambushed and, if possible, apprehended en route to a bombing target. The security forces did not wish the IRA to know that a highly placed informer had told them of the presence of the explosives. By placing a tracking bug in the explosives and only acting when the bombing team was in transit, E4A hoped to deceive the IRA into believing that the bomb team had been apprehended by chance. The informer would be protected, and both the explosives and an IRA team would be taken out of circulation. Unfortunately, the tracking device failed to operate at the moment the explosives were moved. This cost the life of two policemen, who were killed when those explosives were converted into a landmine and detonated at Kinigo in South Armagh. A tracking device and bug were also used in another incident investigated by Stalker, but he remained unaware of the events surrounding the operation. The BBC reporter, Chris Moore, who especially well knows the precise nature of the Stalker inquiry and what was hidden from Stalker, revealed the details of this controversial bugging in a television broadcast in 1988 that went virtually unnoticed. The BBC has been told that MI5/MI6 electronically bugged a car being used by 3 IRA men in Armagh in 1982. The 3 men, Eugene Tonin, Sean Burns, and Gervais McCurr, were shot dead by the RUC's anti-terrorist unit. We've been told John Stalker was never made aware of this bugging operation. What he did not know was that MI5, MI6, and the RUC combined forces in an electronic bugging operation. We've been told that the car in which Burns, McCurr, and Tonin were shot dead was bugged. We've been given to understand that the security forces involved in the covert surveillance operation were able to listen to the conversation going on in the car. Moore was correct, and the last movements of the 3 IRA men were recorded on a tape which John Stalker did not even know existed. The bug was placed inside the IRA men's car about an hour before they were shot dead. According to Moore, the bug convinced E4A operatives that McCurr and his companions were on their way to murder a UDR man. Our sources say the 3 IRA men were planning a murder attack on a member of the security forces. At the time of the shooting, we've been told, it was thought the IRA men were on their way to the home of their intended victim to complete their operation. It was only afterwards, when no weapon was found in the car, that the security services involved realized that the journey was what our sources describe as a dry run. What was heard of the conversation in the car apparently increased the security forces' belief that the attack was imminent. What Moore did not reveal was that the bug was taped to the underside of the car at the instigation of British intelligence operatives and not E4A, though it was E4 special support personnel who fired almost 100 bullets into the car. The bug would have provided a clear broadcast of the conversation in the car, which Moore says, according to his sources, was misunderstood. In addition, a tracking device was also placed alongside the bug, so that if the bug failed to function, the tracking device would alert the technical operatives at Mahone Road Army Base that the car was being moved. One wonders whether Stalker's investigation and his subsequent book might not have been more controversial if he had known about this other tape or the details of Chris Moore's investigations into the episodes examined by him. The use of tracking devices has led to numerous incidents in which IRA volunteers have been apprehended on their way to bomb targets. The IRA is aware of the damage caused to their operations by such means. We know that we have lost men because of tracking devices. 2 years ago, one of our units in Derry lifted 10 pounds of explosives from a sealed dump and made it into a bomb. The target was chosen and the bomb team left a safe house, but on their way to the target, they were forced to abort the mission because of heavy security. They returned to the safe house and the bomb was replaced, timer intact, in the dump. It was decided that the same target would be hit 1 week later. 24 hours before the second attempt, a decision was taken to divide the 10-pound bomb into 2 5-pound devices. The 10-pounder was taken out of the dump into the safe house. As the lads split it, they discovered a tracking device in it. They knew they were probably under surveillance and about to be hit. That bomb team escaped from the safe house with minutes to spare. We also believe that the Brits have not only used tracking devices but have also booby-trapped our bombs, with the result that some of our people have been killed on bombing missions. The IRA have described how tracking devices, bugs and other minute gadgets have been placed by the police and army inside IRA weapons. We discovered that they were bugging weapons. They would find an arms dump, preferably what we call a sealed dump. That is one which has been carefully sealed to be used only when authorized, unlike other dumps, which might be a cupboard in a house or an area under floorboards. The latter dumps are for weapons in constant use. The sealed dump is designed for special occasions. When a consignment of guns or explosives is brought into an area as surplus gear, they are placed in a sealed dump. Now if the Brits discover a sealed dump, they have the technology to open it and reseal it. We know this because they have done it to our cost. If they get into a sealed weapons dump, they can place a small tracking device or a bug inside a rifle butt or in a rifle barrel. They can also booby-trap guns so that they will explode when fired. We caught one of our people who bugged weapons for them. We did not know the extent of his role until we captured him. We know he was an informer, so we set an elaborate trap for him. We designed a bogus roadblock and stopped him as he was driving along a road close to his home. At the roadblock he was threatened and told he was about to be shot. He was told the roadblock was manned by members of the SAS. The guy panicked and said he was an agent. When we interrogated him, he told us how he bugged rifles in a sealed dump. We executed him and buried him. His wife knows about it, but because she is Republican we will not reveal his name to avoid embarrassing her. To combat bugging we have anti-bugging gear, but to be sure we now have a strict policy about arms and explosives dumps. Before weapons go into a dump, they are carefully examined and cleaned. Before they are used, they are again examined. Of course, there is no sure method, though we now employ techniques to ensure that we limit the extent to which people have access to dumps. An example of how police plans can go wrong occurred in 1988 and has until now remained secret. Police operatives discovered the whereabouts of an IRA explosives haul in the form of a large bomb, and they replaced the Cortex fuse with one which would not work. They then allowed an IRA team to transport the bomb and place it outside premises in Belfast city centre. Police and army believed that by replacing the Cortex they were protecting the city centre, preventing loss of life and also safeguarding their source, since capture of the bomb team and the explosives would have led the IRA to the informer. However, no one informed the Army's bomb disposal experts. When the bomb was discovered outside the taxation office, the surrounding area was sealed off. Army bomb experts, unaware that a dud fuse had been placed in the bomb, used a small explosives charge to defuse it. Unfortunately, this served to trigger the bomb, which exploded, causing considerable damage. If the bomb disposal officer had known about the dud fuse, he could have removed it and thus defused the bomb. The IRA would have assumed that his expertise had won the day. That operation was carried out by operatives of what was previously E4A. After the controversy caused by the Stalker investigation and the publication of his book, the RUC changed the name of the surveillance department's units to E41/E42. The operatives who have expertise in the use of technology are known as E4B/C/D, etc. One other change that has occurred is the reduced role of MI5 technical specialists. E4S technical experts now plant their own bugging and tracking devices. There is considerable ill feeling between the RUC and MI5 because MI5 apparently walked away from the Hayshed inquiry, pretending that their involvement was minimal. According to RUC sources, MI5 always tended to interfere and demand a role in E4 operations, but when controversy reigned, as with the Stalker investigation, the intelligence service ran for cover and was deliberately obstructive, referring all inquiries to RUC personnel and suggesting that the culprits could be found in police ranks. It is in the field of human surveillance that RUC and Army operatives are at great risk. Robert Nyrick's death was a testimony to the dangers facing intelligence operatives who are required to be physically close to the terrorists. Unlike Nyrick, several Army intelligence men have had narrow escapes. On July 8, 1975, Staff Captain C.E. Eldred was on a mission in the Falls area, dressed casually and driving a yellow Datsun car. However, members of the IRA observed that he was making repeated trips along the lower falls and they set a trap for him. Only his judgment and reflexes saved him. As he made one of his numerous passes of Clonard Street, he became aware of a number of IRA men following him in a car. He realized he was about to be rammed, but in his haste to escape them he almost fell into their trap. Ahead he saw a group of people on a street corner and understood that, once he had been rammed, they would descend on him. He swung his car to turn into Sevastopol Street but crashed the vehicle. Although he could have used firepower to hold off his attackers, he fled on foot to Springfield Road Police and Army Post. Inside the vehicle, the IRA found an identity card with his photograph and other details: height, 5 foot 10 inches, eyes, green, hair, brown, serial number, 241266906. The Army issued a public statement saying that he was engaged on routine military duties. However, the car and its contents indicated the nature of Eldred's work. There were scores of photographs of known members of the IRA and of people suspected of IRA involvement. There were also documents detailing the movements and backgrounds of terrorists, maps, and a submachine gun of a type issued only to the SAS. Eldred took a considerable risk in traveling alone. His task was undoubtedly to shadow and report on the movement of IRA personnel. In his car was a transmitter linking him to his base so that once he spotted a wanted terrorist, that information could be quickly relayed to uniformed troops in the Lower Falls district. 2 years later in West Belfast, another intelligence operative on a similar mission was not so fortunate. He was Paul Harmon, who was using a false name, Hugel. The IRA later showed selected pressmen some of the documents recovered from Paul Harmon's car after he was shot dead. They also issued the following statement, which the Army privately accepts, containing some accurate information in respect of the codes Harmon used to communicate with his base. His complete intelligence data, personal firearm, and a slim transistor-like set of flares were uncovered. Had our volunteers hesitated, Harmon at the press of a flare button could have immediately alerted British Army patrols. In the files were discovered the miniaturist photographs of 73 Republicans. Around the photographs of veteran Republicans, Billy McKee, Gary Adams, and Advice Center worker, Mary Kennedy, were circles, which we suspect at this stage of our research, were singled out for possible assassination, as symbolic levels, to weird Brit thinking, of Republican organization. 5 weeks ago a black taxi was fired at from a passing car in West Belfast. The number of this civilian vehicle, as well as a long list of others, was among the spies' files. Much of the information and a few photographs were of non-Republican civilians. The codes were as follows: buildings were named after fruits, e.g. grape meant a church, pear, a taxi, apple, a pub. Towns and Republican areas throughout the 6 counties were named supposedly after English football teams, e.g. Derry was Oxford, Dromore in Co. Down was Celtic and Crossmaglen was Notts. Other premises which the Brits associated with other independent sections of the Republican movement were named after planets. 85B Falls Road was Sun. Inside a grubby copy of the January 5, 1977 edition of Amateur Photographer were intelligence maps of Belfast and its environs. The routes which the Brit spies use in their plainclothes vehicles and seemingly other spy routes, were plotted out. The statement was typical of the IRA's policy of exploiting a situation for propaganda purposes. Its author was obviously not aware that Celtic is not an English football club. However, the use of codes as outlined was correct. Contrary to what the IRA might say, the Army maintained that Harmon was performing a task for the protection of the Catholic population, and the suggestion that he was an assassin was absurd. 1 year later, in 1978, an undercover squad was almost caught unawares in North Belfast. At that time there had been many sectarian killings in the area, and it is likely they were operating to counter the activities of traveling killer squads. The discovery by local people of the Army undercover team came 4 days after the murder of 52-year-old William Smith, chairman of the local Catholic ex-servicemen's club. Smith was shot once in the head outside his house as he returned home from the pub. It may well have been in response to this killing that 4 undercover soldiers set up a secret observation post in a former shop at 199 Old Park Road. The premises offered a view of any vehicles or people moving along what was a busy and troubled area of the city. The day after Smith was murdered, the owner of number 199 discovered that a side door to the building was open. He was concerned because the premises were used to store materials for a building company, and his first thought was that a burglary had taken place. When he examined the ground floor where the materials were kept, he was pleased to discover that nothing was missing. The following day he returned to number 199 and to his consternation found a padlock on the side door had been forced to permit entry. He again inspected the stored materials but they were all in place. 2 days later, a resident who lived in a house adjoining number 199 told the owner that he had heard noises coming from number 199 the previous night. Both decided to investigate. After searching the ground floor they decided to examine the upstairs area, which was vacant. They climbed the staircase and made a cursory inspection upstairs. As they turned to go back down, a voice screamed at them from above, "Don't move or I'll blow your heads off." Above them the trapdoor to the attic was open and a large figure loomed in the darkness with a pistol aimed at them. In a split second the dark figure plummeted towards them and, as if with a rugby tackle, brought them both crashing to the floorboards. As they recovered from their fall, 3 more men descended swiftly from the attic. The 4 strangers, all of them dressed in light military clothing, had heavy stubble and smelled of human excrement. They radioed for assistance and within a short time an army vehicle arrived. The owner of number 199 was released. His companion was held for questioning for an hour at a nearby army base before he too was freed. The IRA later claimed that the soldiers were seen removing a parcel from the house which they attempted to conceal from a small crowd of local residents who gathered at number 199 when they realized that something untoward was happening. According to the IRA, the parcel was partially unveiled as undercover soldiers climbed into an armored personnel carrier, and it contained a jacket similar to that worn by the person observed shooting William Smith. Responsibility for his killing had been claimed by the Irish Freedom Fighters, a previously unheard of grouping. The IRA suggested the IFF did not exist but was a British counterinsurgency ploy to cause confusion within Republican ranks. They maintained that local people believed that one of the undercover soldiers resembled a description of Smythe's killer. Although the IRA could not justify its claims, they suited its purpose of attempting to discredit the security forces. The incident illustrated how undercover soldiers were required to exist for days in a hostile environment, probably using the attic as an observation post. The army procedure in such circumstances would be to remove or slightly dislodge 1 or 2 slates to permit a view of the surrounding neighborhood. At night infrared sighting would be used to scour the area, to note the movement of people and particularly cars, from which most sectarian killer squads operated. The use of undercover teams in this way has narrowed the scope of terrorist organizations in Belfast. Through their observations, such teams enable the intelligence community to track the movements of the majority of known subversives. All of this information is constantly being fed into a computer by intelligence analysts. When a dangerous terrorist does not appear on surveillance lists over a given period, alarm bells start to ring, and the police and army begin to believe that something unusual is being planned. The discovery of the Gibraltar bombers was the result of what is known as man-to-man surveillance. Once Danny McCann or Mairead Farrell disappeared from surveillance lists, suspicion arose that they were engaged in a special mission. While researching this book, I was told by the IRA that the intelligence service's priority in Ireland is surveillance geared towards the England Department. This was the first use of the term England Department that I encountered. When I inquired what was the England Department, I was told the following. The England Department is an entity kept separate from all other IRA operations. The Brits know that. It is their major target. The England Department is the most closely guarded cell structure within the IRA. It is the most tightly formed unit, with cells within cells. Even the IRA leadership is restricted with regard to knowledge of this department. The Brits put all their efforts into trying to get close to this department. They know that if they can get one breakthrough, they are in business. We know that they expend so much effort and resources on man-to-man surveillance. They do that because they know that we have learned a great deal. We also have technology. We are careful about the means by which we communicate. Therefore it all comes back to what may seem the simplest method but which, if successful, is the most devastating. For example, if, say, the Brits uncovered an operation like Gibraltar, it could happen this way. McCann, savage, or feral are not where the Brits expect them to be. If they do not appear on surveillance reports over a given period, the Brits become suspicious. The Brits devote every available effort into finding at least one of them. Word goes out to all their operatives and informers or to the Gardaí and Irish Special Branch to find them. If they find one, they will concentrate on that person in the hope that he or she will lead them to the others and possibly a planned operation. An account of how surveillance teams operate and how terrorists react to them was given to me by a leading member of the Irish People's Liberation Organisation, a breakaway group from the INLA. When driving from place to place, I know I am probably under surveillance. If I am stopped at a roadblock, the likelihood is that I have lost those trailing me. They will have alerted the security forces with orders to detain me at the roadblock. Once those watching me are back in place, I will be allowed to proceed on my journey. If I am going anywhere that requires special methods whereby I am certain that I am not being watched, I will restrict details of my movements and my intended destination to one, perhaps two people. In the event of me being apprehended, I am able to narrow the number of suspects who have possibly betrayed me. When someone is arrested, interrogated, and released, he or she is debriefed by the PLO. Debriefing is very important. It helps us build a dossier on interrogators, their techniques, mannerisms and, maybe, even dress sense, because that may reveal something which may be of value at a later date. Debriefing also seeks to establish what the enemy knows about us or about the individual who was interrogated. For instance, the type of questions asked by the interrogator may reveal interesting details. We ask our people to remember the questions they are asked. An interrogator has a lot of information in his head. He may betray himself because he is trying to be clever or boastful. I was once debriefed and the questions I had been asked were analyzed, and we narrowed down to 2 the number of people who could have betrayed information about certain matters. When they place surveillance on you, they are thorough. It is not like the movies. We discovered by deliberately placing our own surveillance on a leading activist in our organization whom we knew was being watched that they will use a large number of people and they will even operate in several cars. They are good. Most of the time you will never know unless they want you to know. They may want you to know to panic you or to suggest that someone is betraying your movements or to unnerve you and wear you down. An intelligence expert who has written extensively about the CIA told me that Belfast is similar to Berlin during the Second World War and is the ideal city for training operatives in man-to-man marking. The cars used by surveillance teams, particularly E4, are constantly resprayed at a plant designed specifically for this purpose at RUC headquarters in Belfast. The science of intelligence gathering is very precise and can best be illustrated by definitions provided by the School of Service Intelligence, Army Intelligence Wing, which names 3 types of sources and agencies from which intelligence can be obtained. Those which are directed, i.e. ones which can be tasked by an intelligence officer to provide answers to his questions. Those which are indirect in that they provide information but an intelligence officer has no control over them. This category is limited to permanent or semi-permanent sources such as newspapers published by an enemy, or regular news bulletins put out on radio or television by hostile governments or forces. Those which are casual, that is those which may or may not be known to exist and which provide useful information unexpectedly. In making a collection plan, intelligence staffs will normally rely on directed agencies and sources to obtain their critical intelligence requirements within a specified time limit. Information from undirected sources will normally be received in the form of intelligence summaries from higher formations, or reports from specialist agencies, and is of value in preparing assessments or intelligence estimates. Information from casual sources is unpredictable, and in the absence of collateral or confirmation from a reliable source, it is difficult to establish its authenticity and ensure that it is not part of an enemy deception plan. The principal directed sources available to intelligence staff are Army and police observation posts, foot patrols, armored reconnaissance patrols, aircraft, and devices and sensors, both ground and airborne. Observation posts constantly relay information on vehicles and pedestrians. In the larger posts, such as the one established on top of Divis Flats in West Belfast. There are several observers continuously scanning the streets of the Lower Falls area using high-powered binoculars and, at night, infrared sights. The information collected is fed into a central computer for evaluation, but it is also available for immediate analysis and action. Police and Army foot patrols constantly study the faces of all pedestrians with a view to maintaining a permanent watch on known and suspected subversives. Helicopters hover above troubled areas carrying a range of sophisticated photographic equipment capable of constantly broadcasting live pictures to a ground base. Other types of aircraft regularly photograph the Northern Ireland countryside and have permission to overfly the Irish border. Again, such aircraft are fitted with infrared and thermal sensors to detect the presence of landmines and arms dumps, and to determine convenient areas in which to deposit undercover soldiers who will spend several days in dugouts in areas such as South Armagh. Ground sensors are also placed in strategic parts of the countryside on both sides of the Irish border. These are small electronic devices which can be hidden in the ground, in tree trunks or in hedgerows, and emit signals indicating the presence of humans. Sensors are vital for undercover teams who need to know whether there is an IRA patrol in the vicinity of a dugout. Military and police intelligence staffs are not normally involved in the use and exploitation of indirect sources. This task is usually undertaken by specialists from the Defense Intelligence Staff. However, the School of Service Intelligence considers that military intelligence personnel in Ireland should recognize potential indirect sources, which they define as a new publication or broadcast on a new wavelength, and should arrange for the recording and reporting of such information through the correct channels, so that the source can be exploited. The School of Service Intelligence states that, in general, indirect sources consist of all types of written material and radio or television broadcasts which may contain useful information. These would include not only all IRA publications but also academic assessments and all written material about the conflict, including books such as this one. Intelligence personnel constantly scrutinize all journalistic comment, because journalists often provide detailed information deriving from sources close to terrorism. Likewise, film documentaries may unknowingly lead the security forces to the source of a terrorist act by indicating the area in which it was planned. Investigative journalism is always under scrutiny, and, according to an intelligence expert to whom I spoke, journalists often unwittingly reveal their source. Journalists know their phones are tapped, but they need to use them, and the immediacy of their jobs determines that they tend to carelessness for the sake of expediency. Equally, they talk in public places to other journalists about their successes and failures. They are also easily followed. The area in which the intelligence staffs always hope to be in advance of the terrorists is that of technical development. Nowadays, the wide range of technology is, according to the military, capable of providing systematic observation, by day and night, in all weather and in conditions of adverse visibility. Imagery and sensor equipment is used for ground-to-air surveillance by covering troops, for patrol observation posts, and for air-to-ground surveillance by reconnaissance aircraft. In border areas, surveillance teams on the ground are equipped with manually operated imagery and sensor systems, but the soldiers' eyes and ears are regarded as the most formidable surveillance devices. Soldiers in this role are given image-intensifying night observation sensors, which harness and enhance whatever radiation, whether invisible or infrared, is available even on the darkest nights. These devices can be in the form of an individual weapon sight or an nod. All weapon sights can be used for surveillance purposes and can detect any active near-infrared devices such as vehicle headlights. However, all image intensifiers suffer from fog, rain, and smoke, which scatter the existing light. They cause eye strain through prolonged usage, and the narrow field of view restricts the ability to cover a designated area. While near-infrared devices are used for night viewing and photography, far-infrared devices are used for detecting objects from the heat emanating from them. The infrared night viewing equipment uses an infrared sensor in conjunction with an infrared lamp. Its range depends on the power of the infrared source and the type of objects on which the equipment can be used. Sniper scopes on individual weapons have a range of up to 600 meters, Binoculars used with vehicle headlights for night driving have a range of 80 meters, and sight/searchlights on armored vehicles have ranges of up to 1,200 meters. In the air, the intelligence task is to search out areas on the ground where the IRA are storing arms or building a hide from which a military or police patrol can be ambushed. For this purpose, near-infrared photography is employed. Objects seen against a background of vegetation may match the background when seen by visible light, but they are differentiated when seen by infrared sensors. Although this phenomenon is revealed by night viewing devices, it is, according to military experts, more commonly exploited by photography. All that is required for taking photographs using infrared light is a special film and a filter for the camera, and the main purpose of the photographs is to detect objects camouflaged against ordinary visual observation. One of the most important surveillance developments in Northern Ireland has been the thermal imager known as T1. All objects are known to have what is described as a discrete or individually distinct temperature of their own. This can be measured accurately by detecting the far infrared radiation they emit, and, as a result, heat pictures or thermal images can be produced on a screen. Thermal images can penetrate fog, rain, foliage, and even camouflage. Permanent thermal photographs can be taken by using an airborne sensor. These can indicate what is beneath camouflage or underneath a trapdoor to an IRA arms bunker. However, the easiest targets to detect, according to military watchers, are vehicle engines, cooking equipment, and the barrels of recently fired weapons. One of the most unusual airborne devices used in the Ireland conflict has been the unmanned drone. This is a small device powered for short flight and launched from a plane or helicopter. Since 1972, many people living in border areas have probably heard strange sounds in the air during the hours of darkness, unaware of what was flying above them. Drones provide short-range reconnaissance both by day and by night, using optical and infrared sensors. They are tasked by intelligence staffs. In 1972, the British Army acquired what was known as the IN/USD or MiG, a drone with a speed of 410 knots and a maximum travel effectiveness of 60 kilometers. It flew at 300 to 600 meters above ground level, and it carried recording equipment which in daylight conditions, flying at a height of 600 meters, could produce a 70% stereo overlap with vertical cover of a strip of ground 600 meters wide and 30 kilometers long. It also had oblique coverage over a distance of 1,750 meters on either side of the vertical. When it was equipped with infrared sensors, it had an all-weather capability. Its limitations were that its flight path was preset and the maximum flight distance was 120 kilometers with an average of 100 kilometers. The maximum flight duration was 9 minutes. There was no in-flight transmission and the time taken to retrieve the data collected was at least 80 minutes. Consider how the world has changed technologically since 1972, and one can only wonder at the sophisticated drone available for use in Ireland today. However, the advances in technology often prove useful for only limited periods. Success generates scrutiny and, once the terrorists become aware that a particular device is being used against them, they alter their tactics. The provos, aware of the sophisticated nature of aerial photography, say they have learned how to construct bunkers which are not easily detectable from the air. An example of the failure of technology was the construction of large military watchtowers along the border. In April 1987, Judge Gibson was blown to pieces within range of some of these watchtowers, and another attack intended for a member of the judiciary killed a family along a stretch of road covered by the towers. Frank Doherty, a journalist who has an acute knowledge of technology and has written extensively on this aspect of the war, discussed countermeasures used by the IRA in an article in Phoenix magazine in September 1988. Two of the most hush-hush weapons used by the British, aerial remote sensing and radio tagging, have been turned back on the British and now give the provos considerable advantage. Remote sensing is the system which allows the British to detect hidden weapons, command wires, and landmines from the air, using a combination of thermal imaging, side-scan radar and multispectral photography. Having put up with the effects of remote sensing for years, which meant that many of their operations were detected in advance. The provos have learned the art of electronic camouflage. For example, their footprints crossing fields en route to an ambush site can be spotted by taking infrared pictures from low-flying spotter planes on routine surveillance. The provos have also learned to cross the countryside by moving along the perimeter of fields, where hedges provide cover for their footprints from the air, or alternatively they use cattle to cover their tracks if they are moving around a culvert where they have set a landmine. They have also become adept at using various weather conditions to outwit aerial observers and those in the static observation posts which dot the border. The favorite time for the provos to go on the move is when it is wet and windy. Various British devices which operate on the Doppler shift effect are useless then. Doppler shift devices detect movement using electronic beams. If the trees and hedges around them are moving in high wind, they are ineffective. Heavy rain and thick mist also variously affect electronic viewing devices which normally see in the dark. Similarly, the army and police are constantly studying the IRA's technological developments, particularly in the field of bomb making. Military strategists admit that the IRA has proved adept at devising new types of detonation devices and methods of delay timing explosions. It is in the latter field that the IRA has created the greatest worry for the security forces. It was the provisional IRA that devised a delay mechanism whereby a bomb could be secreted in a building with a timing device set to explode it months or even a year later. In terms of bomb-making techniques, the war will always favor the terrorist until the security forces find a means of combating a particular bomb-maker's methods. The IRA also now possess bugging equipment and devices for detecting bugs. While I was writing this book, I was informed by a contact that the provos discovered a miniature bug in the ceiling of a house in Belfast and were amazed at both its size and its capability. It was the tiniest device they had ever encountered but could relay conversations across several rooms in a house. The most controversial dimensions to the dirty war occur in the fields of phone tapping and computerization. Phone tapping has been taking place since the beginning of the present conflict. In 1969 it was organized on a small scale and was carried out by attaching small listening devices to individual telephone lines in telephone exchanges. Telephone engineers ignored the presence of tapping devices because their employment involved signing the Official Secrets Act. When inquiries were made by engineers about phone taps, dark-suited men arrived at an exchange and reminded the staff of the precise nature and scope of the Official Secrets Act. As the need for phone tapping increased, selected members of post office engineering staffs, mostly at a managerial level, were employed in an extracurricular listening role. At night they secretly entered telephone exchanges, often accompanied by military personnel, and listened to selected lines as well as identifying individual lines which were marked for permanent tapping. Eventually, a more sophisticated means of tapping was established in Belfast city centre, and in recent years massive amounts of cable have been installed to link army premises at Lisbon to the entire phone network which is based in Belfast. This has raised suspicions that phone tapping is more widespread than officially indicated. The journalist David McKittrick addressed this issue in the Irish Times. The special branch appears to tap only with ministerial authority, but the other three agencies regularly break the law. Reliable sources say the illegal taps have often run into hundreds. Specific figures are difficult to obtain because none of the three agencies involved tell each other what they are up to. Tapping targets have in the past included the Rev. Ian Paisley, John Hume, William Craig, Paddy Devlin, although sources say there now appears to be less eavesdropping on politicians. Other targets include Provisional Sinn Féin and Ulster Defence Association, call boxes in pubs frequented by paramilitaries, newspaper offices, and the Europa Hotel, principally because of the large number of journalists who use the hotel. Reliable sources say that phone tapping is very wasteful in manpower, in that listening to the conversations takes so much time. And different sources agree that for all the time put into it, telephone intercepts produce very little information of any real value. The army has always paid a great deal of attention to journalists' phones. Again, it is difficult to imagine that much hard intelligence could be gleaned from them. Modern technology has made the phone tapping exercise less dependent on human resources. Through the use of computers, recording equipment can be activated by voice imprint or by the speaking of selected words. The word-activated system is very useful, though there is undoubtedly still a need for manpower to evaluate the phone conversations. Tapping can take place anywhere between an exchange and the target's home or centrally in Belfast. A journalist who once worked as a telephone engineer provided an interesting insight into telephone tapping in an article in Phoenix magazine in 1983. The journalist, under the pseudonym Nicky Tam, referred to the use of a telephone intercept system known as Pusher. At the British Embassy in Dublin, he claimed that Pusher listened on microwave radio channels which carried phone and telex signals from major communication centres in Dublin to all parts of Ireland. A former army officer told me about one method of listening to conversations in buildings that was used in Northern Ireland in the early 1970s. A device monitored the vibrations on a window and analyzed them to reproduce a conversation taking place in a room. This former officer recounted one such incident with a degree of mirth. In 1974, as the Ulster Workers' Council strike was in progress, there was considerable instability. No one was quite sure how certain political figures would react to events. We were concerned about the pressure being placed on the power-sharing executive, and particularly the nationalist representatives, namely the SDLP, who were sharing the governing of the province for the first time. We had to know which way they would turn in order to assess with clarity the future of the executive. At one point Gary Fitt was at Westminster and was communicating by phone with his party's chief whip, Paddy Devlin. We knew that they probably reckoned their phones were tapped and would be careful about what they said to each other. However, we judged that once off the phone Paddy Devlin, whose house was being used as a meeting place, would be free to talk. We also believed that whatever code he was using with Fitt would be revealed in the privacy of his house. We bounced microwaves off windows of his home and recorded the conversations in his living room. It was very valuable. It was, however, the use of what Time Out magazine dubbed terminal surveillance that generated controversy, speculation and, at times, overreaction. In the early 1970s, when most intelligence data were still stored on index cards, stories appeared in newspapers and journals that the army was in possession of a computer which had files on the majority of the population. The reports claimed that the computer files contained detailed and personal information on individuals. Evidence since then tends to support the view that no such computer existed until 1978-9. On April 12, 1981, the Sunday Tribune published excerpts from documents detailing the use of an army computer codenamed Vengeful. The Tribune claimed that British military intelligence operated an espionage network under a number of secret guidelines. Farmer's Daughter is an espionage system which details all features of households in clearly defined cross-border areas. The border list is a programmed section on the Operation Vengeful computer which includes vehicles from the south or those seen traveling in border areas. And Border Crosser is a system which monitors all traffic which crosses from the south into the north and traces its every move. The documents on which the Sunday Tribune based its article came from the School of Service Intelligence's military wing and indicated that the computer, Vengeful, had 50 terminals in Northern Ireland, which assisted soldiers who fed into it car registration numbers and sought details on vehicle occupants and drivers. As the Tribune rightly pointed out, it included a border list of vehicles which travelled to Northern Ireland from the Republic, and under a subsection, Farmer's Daughter, the computer contained minute details on houses and their occupants on both sides of the border. The Tribune revealed much that would not at the time have appeared in media publications in Great Britain. It reproduced photostat excerpts from the secret documents showing that British military intelligence areas of responsibility were not merely confined to British soil in Ireland. Besides the information stored on vehicles and persons, the computer data banks also include precise details of organizations which in an introductory list of abbreviations are listed as Republican and left-wing. These include associations like the Association for Legal Justice, the Ancient Order of Hibernians, Irish Civil Rights Association, Irish Republican Army and Irish Republican Socialist Party. But also on file are the Gaelic Athletic Association, the Falls Taxi Association and others. Details on these organizations include the aims and policy which give an indication as to the direction that organization may take or what attitude they may adopt towards a given situation. The documents which were the basis for the Tribune article were genuine, and Duncan Campbell of the New Statesman has also seen them. Vengeful existed in 1974 as a computerized system for registering every vehicle in Northern Ireland and assisting soldiers at road checkpoints. However, according to Duncan Campbell's source, it did not initially provide useful information. From 1978 onwards a smaller but more sophisticated computer undertook Operation Vengeful, creating what the Tribune described as a highly sophisticated espionage operation in Ireland. Computers with their attendant images of a society constantly under scrutiny have been a major source of intelligence. Department of Health and Social Services computer files have provided the basis for assembling a much larger profile of the Northern Ireland population. In addition, bank accounts have been examined, telexes have been tapped and mail has been surreptitiously opened. It is all part of a war, and it often happens at a level where most people are unaware of it. The age of technology has provided the security forces and agencies with additional means to combat terrorism, but even the most sophisticated of devices require time, money, manpower, and hours upon hours of analysis. The most successful means of intelligence gathering still appears to be the traditional one, the use of informers, who are closer to terrorists than computers and thermal imagery and, unlike bugs, can move independently. 16. Money, Gaddafi, guns. In the decades prior to 1969, IRA violence was financed by subscriptions from sympathizers in Ireland and from Irish-American organizations in the United States. The American dimension was not significant in previous campaigns, though it was from the United States that the IRA acquired the Thompson submachine gun, which was its trademark until the arrival in the early 1970s of modern weaponry such as the Armalite rifle. As far as cash was concerned, before 1969 the IRA was embarrassed about having readily available funds and frowned on the idea of making money. Its reluctance to acquire money by criminal means was evidenced by its treatment of two volunteers who robbed a bookmaker's shop in Berry Street, Belfast, in 1941. When the two culprits arrived in prison, they were ostracized and regarded as common criminals by Republican prisoners. The attitude that robbery was anathema to Republicans remained in place until the commencement of the Dirty War in 1969. The communal violence which signaled the campaign of terrorism led immediately to the erection of barricades in many towns and cities. In the major centers of Belfast and Derry, where the barricades became a feature of life, so did crime. Barricades were formed by hijacking lorries. The goods on hijacked vehicles were often removed by mobs, but there was one particular commodity that could easily be converted into profit: alcohol. Although the IRA soon realized that brewery lorries provided a ready source of capital, as yet they had no outlet for selling the goods. While the IRA examined ways of selling hijacked alcohol, suppliers were concerned that their business was being seriously damaged because the paramilitaries controlled the areas behind the barricades and would not permit brewery lorries to deliver goods to those pubs which had not been destroyed in the August 1969 rioting. One brewery encouraged one of its representatives to approach the IRA leadership to negotiate a way round the impasse. The IRA agreed to allow access to Republican areas if the brewery was willing to pay a price. The deal which was struck was that the brewery would provide one lorry load of alcohol free to the IRA each week. In return, access would be guaranteed to lorries from only that brewery. Illegal drinking clubs were being set up in many areas to replace burned-out bars, and these became the outlets for the lorry loads of free alcohol. Once other breweries learned that a deal could be struck with the IRA, they agreed to similar terms. Suddenly, the official IRA and the provisionals were receiving income from illegal drinking clubs, many of which were later licensed by government. The pattern in Republican neighborhoods was duplicated by Loyalist paramilitaries. Profits accruing from this scam provided paramilitary groups with a means to pay volunteers and prisoners' dependents and create a fund for the purchase of weapons. However, the sudden change in IRA policy generated its own form of abuse, and individuals used some of the money to finance flamboyant lifestyles. This happened more frequently on the Loyalist side, and in the 1980s led to a purge within the UDA of men who were seen as godfathers. Some of them were assassinated. In 1969-70 the Provisionals, as part of a deal with a brewery, insisted that one of its leading figures be placed on the brewery payroll to oversee their business dealings with the company. This was agreed because business was booming and those clubs under the Provisionals' control conducted all their trade through that brewery. The Provos also appointed an accountant to handle all their business with the brewery and to negotiate prices for the alcohol sold to IRA-controlled outlets. All paramilitary groupings benefited from similar arrangements. Paddy Devlin, the former SDLP chief whip, who was a member of the IRA in the 1950s but is today a writer and broadcaster, believes the barricades were crucial in allowing the paramilitaries the freedom to shape a dimension to the dirty war which we now define as the rackets. His views are based on a close observation of the events through his experience as a leading member of the Central Citizens Defense Committee. The barricades brought an influx of criminal and low-life types into so-called defense organizations which evolved into the Provisional IRA. It was a tribal thing which brought monies, even state monies from government agencies in Dublin, into the north for Catholic aid. Collections were being set up and were received by area leaders who got used to handling money, which led to the setting up of full-time leaders and their staff. They evolved into the godfathers who sustained their own existence and position with funds generated on the same basis as the New York Mafia families. They allowed for the hijacking of cars and trade vehicles. If you were a trader, you were permitted to trade if you paid to the funds for the so-called poor and homeless. The violence also affected public transport. Whenever barricades were being built, buses belonging to the city were set alight. Some enterprising people saw an opportunity to profit from the need for an alternative form of transport. Black London-type cabs were bought and travelled through Republican areas of Belfast, providing a service at prices which undercut bus fares. This caused unfair competition with the buses. As the number of cabs increased, the drivers paid into a central fund. On several occasions this fund was looted, and in the absence of a police force the IRA were summoned to deal with the culprits. Since the IRA recognized the potential revenue from this service, they took payment from the central fund. After the IRA became involved, a great many more buses were burned. When the authorities attempted to end what became known as the black taxi service, the IRA prevented buses from entering Republican areas, and the authorities backed down. In time, like the illegal drinking clubs, the taxi service became an accepted part of the way of life in certain areas of Belfast. The Loyalists, as with the alcohol rackets, also set up a black taxi service. Nothing was immune from extortion, not even banking. Several banks in Belfast paid the Provisionals and, in turn, were provided with paramilitary watchers who identified hold-up men. The IRA recovered the stolen money, returned it to the banks and punished the robbers either by kneecapping or banishing them from Ireland. Businessmen knew that the safest way of remaining solvent was to pay for protection. A well-known joke in Belfast was that, if a group of businessmen were in a room and only one denied that he paid protection, he was likely to be the person supplying it. The expansion of paramilitary interests created wealth which was in turn invested. As the major terrorist organization, the Provisionals had the biggest share and their racketeering activities created the greatest wealth. However, the Provos' spending on weapons devoured much of their income, whereas other groupings such as the official IRA and loyalist paramilitaries invested in businesses by buying pubs and shops, and their leading figures developed expensive tastes and better lifestyles. In border areas, the IRA raised money for the cause by extracting payment from smugglers, men such as John McAnulty, who were involved in the transfer of vehicles, grain, livestock, and other products to the Irish Republic. Alcohol was and has remained a favorite product for smuggling because its price in the Irish Republic is often double that in Northern Ireland. Customs officers often ignored the illegal passage of goods out of fear or because of direct threats. In some instances the IRA was deemed to be responsible for robberies which were in fact carried out by criminals not connected to paramilitaries. In a society where law and order breaks down, crime in general tends to thrive. There were also individual terrorists who used their organizations as a front for their own freelance robberies and extortion. When massage parlors opened in Belfast in the early 1970s, they all paid protection money. Sometimes a massage parlor paid money to several organizations or to people claiming to represent a terrorist group. Once it was known that Northern Ireland society was riddled with racketeering, criminals of all kinds took advantage of the fact that a businessman could easily be conned into believing that he was paying his money to paramilitaries. One businessman who paid money for years put it like this: "When you set up a branch of your business in an area and lads come round and demand a weekly payment, you could not ask them for proof that they were IRA or UDA. They didn't carry identity cards. You just paid up. They could have been common criminals or, on the other hand, they could have been the real thing. I paid 2 groups of people for 2 months in an area, until one day, 2 guys came in and told me they were UVF. I told them politely that I was already paying to the UVF, and I added as an aside that I was also paying the UDA. One of these guys looked at me, reached inside his pocket and withdrew a pistol. He told me he was UVF and it was their area and that the UDA would not be demanding money. I never saw the bogus paramilitaries again, but I was required to pay the real guys the money I was paying to the other 2 groups of extortionists. The real guys told me that my premises would be protected. Several years later, in another part of Belfast, I was offered protection from a security firm which was a front for the UDA. It was like living in one of those American cities you see in movies, except that it's for real and these guys don't mess about. At the beginning of 1970, one man started a business which involved leasing equipment to illegal drinking clubs that were gradually being taken over by the provisionals. The business quickly began to thrive and became a lucrative operation. This did not go unnoticed in the ranks of the provisional IRA, who decided to divest the businessman of his leasing arrangements. The businessman was persuaded to sell his franchise for the equipment. The provos recognized the potential in his business and took over the entire operation. The major racket, which was devised by the official IRA and became a feature of the financial dealings of all paramilitary organizations, was the extortion of monies from building sites. The most cunning aspect of this form of racketeering concerned the use of tax exemption certificates. This is how it was explained to me by a politician who investigated it. In normal circumstances, a contractor who has a £20 million job employs subcontractors to undertake the work. Now, if the job is a massive housing development, the contractor may employ several subcontractors. A subcontractor will in turn employ a labor force and will agree a sum of money for the job which will be paid to him by the main contractor. The subcontractor acquires a tax exemption certificate from the Inland Revenue on the basis that he has a bona fide business. The subcontractor hands the certificate to the contractor. The contractor pays the subcontractor, e.g. £20,000 per week, but is not required to pay the tax of those being employed by the subcontractor. The subcontractor pays the wages from the £20,000 he receives from the contractor and deducts a percentage for the Inland Revenue. The subcontractor makes the tax deduction each week and, at the end of a financial year, he hands over a large sum of money to the Inland Revenue. The exemption certificate, in effect, exempts the contractor from paying the tax and places the onus on the subcontractor. The paramilitaries cleverly saw an advantage in the abuse of this system. For example, a paramilitary sets up a business and calls his business the Boardroom Backers. He is in effect a subcontractor. He acquires a tax exemption certificate by criminal means or has one forged. He gives it to the contractor who is offering him £20,000 for a year on a housing job. The subcontractor deducts £2,000 each week for tax. The job is done in the year and the contractor is happy. The subcontractor and his company Boardroom Backers disappears, never to be seen again, and so does £100,000 into paramilitary coffers. Well, it is more lucrative than that, and the scam is much more clever. The subcontractor employs people who are receiving unemployment benefit and who are willing to accept lower wages because they could be easily compromised or are willing to make a weekly financial contribution to the cause. The £100,000 could easily be £150,000. The official IRA devised this racket with the help of one of their men who was working in Birmingham and who illustrated for them that it was easy to acquire real tax exemption certificates or forge them. This man later accused the provisionals of initiating the scheme as a means of protecting the official IRA, which had taken on a respectable image as the Workers' Party. A Belfast city centre accountant provided the IRA with advice on how to run this racket, and he also did the paperwork on the setting up of bogus companies. In situations where a subcontractor was a bona fide operator, the paramilitaries ensured that the middleman who provided the labor force for the subcontractor was one of their men. My informant put it this way. When a subcontractor was genuine, he would hand the tax exemption certificate to the contractor and undertake the legally required responsibility of collecting the necessary income tax. However, he would need to hire a workforce. The paramilitaries might have a company named Exit Pay which could provide carpenters, bricklayers, etc., for the job. This company would employ men on the double, pay them lower than normal wages, or ask them to pay a weekly sum to the cause. No matter what way it worked, the paramilitaries had a way of siphoning money from the system. Trade unions were unaware of the way in which labor was being manipulated and workers paid. Bogus companies often sent 50 weekly contributions to the union office to indicate that the workers were happy and working normally. The paramilitaries feared that if UKIT, the Building Workers Union in Belfast, discovered the racket, they would expose it. By the late 1970s, every paramilitary organization was involved in this, and Belfast, for example, was carved up geographically by the terrorists. According to my informant, the paramilitaries, Republican and Loyalist, met occasionally in a pub off the Antrim Road in North Belfast. The city was divided so that an area, even though it contained Catholic and Protestant areas, was defined as IRA, UDA, UVF, official IRA, or INLA. In this way they ensured that no one encroached on another's territory. It was in all their interests. I know of examples where a job needed to be completed quickly and it was on a site in a Protestant area. Roofers were required and the UDA approached the INLA and asked for assistance. A squad of Catholic roofers was escorted every day to this UDA-controlled site and their protection was ensured. The reverse also happened. This is a dirty business and the public is blind to what is really going on. In the area of housing development, it was the Northern Ireland Housing Executive, a government-controlled body, which suffered from racketeering. They dealt with main contractors, not subcontractors. However, in areas where violence was rife, contractors charged an extra 25% on top of their tender for a housing project, to take account of the prospect of having to pay extortion monies to paramilitaries. The housing executive would have been aware that tenders for work in troubled areas differed by 25% from tenders offered by contractors for work in districts where there was no obvious paramilitary presence. Paddy Devlin, who was on the Housing Executive's board, believes that a few contractors with paramilitary connections were given information by a member of the executive staff which enabled them to devise tenders at a price which would be acceptable to the housing body. It is reckoned that over a 10-year period the paramilitaries benefited by several £million from operating their swindle against the housing executive. While I was investigating the history of racketeering, I discovered that until 1988 businessmen were permitted to claim income tax relief for having to pay extortion monies to the paramilitaries. This was not made public either because the government did not wish to encourage extortion or because it preferred only a limited number of businessmen to be aware that such a tax relief facility existed. Public disquiet about the swindling of housing executive funds led to newspaper reports accusing the IRA of a large-scale fraud. Chris Ryder, who was the Sunday Times correspondent in Northern Ireland, published articles pointing to a major fraud of this kind. Several politicians in Northern Ireland claimed that the IRA had benefited by a sum of £1 million to £3 million. A former Lord Mayor of Belfast, John Carson, said the figure was probably closer to £15 million. The damage to public confidence in the housing executive led to an investigatory commission led by His Honour, Judge R.T. Rowland. He presented a written report in 1979 which cost £224,000, excluding the salaries of permanent officials involved in the investigation. The report's findings did not support the press speculation but nevertheless confirmed the existence of racketeering. In its coverage of racketeering in West Belfast, the report stated, "A considerable amount of money went astray. We find this to have been a substantially correct allegation. The Northern Ireland housing executive paid out considerably more money on the contracts than was warranted, and it is clear they did not obtain value for money. We estimate that in relation to Moyard and Turf Lodge, more satisfactory contractual conditions and arrangements could have saved £800,000, and there is also a strong presumption that the work at White Rock and Springhill cost more than it should have done. During our consideration of the allegations, we were aware that various figures had been put forward by those making allegations as to the amount purportedly lost by the NIHE. Some put the figure as high as £3, £4, or even £10 million. We are satisfied that these figures grossly overstate the extent of the excess cost and have no basis in fact. Building firms controlled by the members of the IRA were set up to carry out the work and charged exorbitant rates is another allegation. This allegation cannot be positively substantiated. The firms engaged on these contracts employed ex-detainees, and Anderson's Town Cooperative was formed by detainees. All of the firms were probably subject to paramilitary influences, but there is no evidence that they were set up to carry out the work and charge exorbitant rates. It was the loose nature of the contracts and the lack of close supervision which was responsible for the loss of money. The report ruled out misconduct by housing executive employees, admitted that one company, under pressure, paid the IRA £5,000, but was unable to deal conclusively with allegations that the workforce regularly paid the IRA. There is no direct evidence of direct payments of individual workers to the IRA, but there is evidence of such payments being made. It is established that regular deductions, generally £1 per week, were made from the workers' wages as contributions to the Green Cross Fund, but we have no evidence that any of this money reached the IRA. Paddy Devlin believes that Judge Rowland's report was inadequate because the police at the time were not organized to investigate fraud and the police input was therefore minimal. A vital witness left the jurisdiction before his role in the racketeering could be examined. This witness was under pressure from both the provisional IRA and the official IRA because he knew the intimate dealings which enabled these groups to manipulate the funding for housing redevelopment and rehabilitation. Devlin says the Rowland report reduced the fraud for a period of 3 years, then gangs appeared on building sites with weapons and ordered bona fide contractors and subcontractors to vacate sites in favor of businesses willing to deal with paramilitaries. The Provisional IRA was perhaps the only organization which devoted the bulk of its money to the financing of war, despite reports to the contrary. The Provo campaign recovered finances on 3 fronts: first, the purchase of weapons on the international arms market; secondly, the salaries of active service volunteers and contributions to the families of prisoners and of deceased members; thirdly, the purchase of propaganda materials and the cost of running the ballot box strategy. From time to time there have been well-planned reports in the media, emanating from the intelligence community, and claiming that the IRA uses its funds to finance extravagant lifestyles for its members. Such reports have little basis in fact and are designed to portray the IRA as a mafia-type organization rather than an ideologically motivated army. Like most writers and journalists, I have not encountered IRA men who lead flamboyant and expensively tailored lives. I have, however, met a few former UDA leaders who made no effort to disguise the wealth acquired from racketeering. Nowadays all the paramilitary organizations ensure that any opulence is not evident, since it only serves to damage the public image of terrorism. The Provisional IRA has always been the major banker, because for many years it received support from people not only in the whole of Ireland but also in America, Canada, and, of course, in the large Irish community in Britain. The Provisional IRA's major priority after its formation in January 1970 was to equip its rapidly expanding army. Initially, money was used in the United States to purchase small quantities of weapons which could be easily concealed as Aer Lingus freight or on ships' cargoes. The IRA was fortunate at that time in having the sympathy of many people in the Republic, notably in the crucial area of customs. It had sympathizers at Kennedy Airport who loaded weapons onto Aer Lingus planes. Merchant seamen also smuggled guns and ammunition into Britain or directly to Ireland. At first the importation of arms was haphazard, and weapons of different design, manufacture and caliber found their way onto the streets of Belfast and other centres of conflict. In early 1970 the IRA suddenly received a batch of Mark I carbines, short, semi-automatic rifles weighing less than 6 pounds and ideal for quick concealment and street fighting. The Mark I carbine was the weapon best suited for urban guerrilla warfare. It originated in the Second World War and the Korean War, and millions were manufactured by the USA. The carbines replaced IRA weapons of an older vintage such as the .303 Lee Enfield rifle, which was heavy, bolt-loaded, and delivered a muzzle flash which betrayed the location of its user. From the American market in 1970 the IRA also received Second World War submachine guns known as grease guns. They were an improvement on the Thompson submachine gun which the IRA made famous in Ireland. The Thompson, first invented in the 1920s, was cumbersome and heavy. It fired .45 ammunition, was not designed for accuracy but produced a frightening rattle and was an excellent weapon for riot conditions. The Garand rifle, ideal for sniping and used by U.S. servicemen in Korea, also found its way into IRA dumps. The provos quickly recognized that the American arms route would never provide massive shipments of guns needed for a developing war with the British. Only small consignments could be shipped, because British intelligence was aware of the American connection, was constantly harassing IRA sympathizers and was forever watchful for a mistake which would lead to the arrest of the smugglers. The FBI too was vigilant. With this concentrated scrutiny the provos decided to develop another arms route closer to home, one which would provide larger shipments of weapons and explosives. In any case, although the United States could easily be exploited for weapons because of its gun laws, it did, ironically, have tight controls on the use, sale, and availability of plastic explosives. The Provisionals made their entry into the European arms market with the aim of acquiring one large shipment of modern weapons of high-velocity caliber, so that guns and ammunition could be standardized throughout the IRA units and training more efficiently devised. In 1970 IRA volunteers were required to know the workings and individual peculiarities of a wide range of weaponry and therefore were not professionally adept with any single weapon but merely capable of firing many. The IRA's desperation to buy weapons led to their dealing with an American named Freeman, who walked into Sinn Féin offices in Dublin, announced that he was an arms dealer and offered his services. Freeman went to Europe to set up an arms deal with the Czechoslovakian manufacturer Omnipol and liaised in Dublin with Dathy O'Connell, a member of the Provisionals Army Council. Joe Cahill, another IRA leader, began encouraging sympathetic businessmen in the Irish Republic to raise £20,000 in cash for Freeman to make a down payment on the weaponry. While Freeman was in Europe, O'Connell decided to fly to the continent to meet him to finalize preparations for the purchase and transportation of the weapons. O'Connell behaved amateurishly. Maria Maguire, a 23-year-old unemployed graduate, was infatuated with O'Connell. Although he was a married man, O'Connell allowed her to spend a lot of time in his company and invited her to accompany him on his arms trafficking trip. According to Maguire, who later wrote about her exploits, O'Connell gave her a .38 automatic before the two of them left for Paris, armed, but carrying passports in their own names. Maria Maguire's account reads like a soap opera involving two lovers engaged in a daring exploit. For several days O'Connell and his pretty companion traveled across Europe carrying a large sum of money and two pistols. Maria Maguire claimed the IRA leadership were worried that the Irish people would discover that they had negotiated an arms deal with a communist country. She also reckoned that the IRA leader was anxious because he paced up and down in his hotel room and chain-smoked. Dave tried to relax. He drank a lot of scotch, as he always did when he was trying to calm his nerves. Maguire returned to Dublin, acquired more funds, conducted conversations on the phone with O'Connell and returned to the continent. Joe Cahill arranged for a warehouse to be provided for the storage of the arms in Amsterdam. He placed a Cork businessman in charge of this part of the operation and devised a plan to ship the weaponry from Rotterdam to Derry. Considering the failure of the arms smuggling operation in 1970, it was perhaps foolish for the provisionals to attempt to repeat the exercise with only a few variations in tactics. O'Connell inspected the Czech arms at the Omnipol factory and was supplied with the company catalogue, obviously an attempt by Omnipol to encourage future sales. O'Connell later claimed that he was followed from Czechoslovakia by Czech or Russian agents. However, he was also convinced that British Secret Service agents were also watching him. Since the Cork businessman proved inept at providing a warehouse in Amsterdam, O'Connell made alternative arrangements. Maria Maguire and another IRA helper, who arrived in Amsterdam to provide bureaucratic assistance, made preparations for shipping the Czech consignment from Rotterdam. Maguire was not informed how the weapons would be disguised to pass Dutch customs regulations, but this information was not deliberately concealed from her, since it would have been obvious that a false description of the IRA cargo would be needed for the ship's manifest. While O'Connell and Maguire were in a hotel room recovering from a hangover, they glanced at a copy of the Daily Telegraph and learned from a short paragraph that the IRA Chief of Staff was on the continent in search of arms. Both Maguire and O'Connell were astounded, yet their journeying through Europe was sufficient to have attracted considerable attention from many authorities. Maguire later claimed that they were followed throughout Amsterdam that day, and in the evening they learned that the Czech arms consignment had been seized at Schiphol Airport. The consignment of 166 crates contained rocket launchers, grenades, submachine guns, rifles, pistols, hand grenades, ammunition, and plastic explosives. While O'Connell and Maguire began to seek an escape route from Holland to Dublin, the IRA Army Council agreed a plan to kidnap the Dutch ambassador in Dublin in the event that the couple were arrested by Dutch police, to hold him hostage and to bargain for the release of the two provos. The plan was not put into effect because O'Connell and his companion travelled to France and flew to Cork. So ended the first major arms trafficking, as well as the sexual affair between an IRA leader and a woman who was later described as a terrorist groupie. Maria Maguire, who some provisionals later believed was a British agent, fled Ireland with the aid of an Observer journalist and wrote her account of the year she spent in the IRA. The book, To Take Arms, was a poorly written, naive and sensational account of her infatuation with O'Connell and republicanism. In her absence she was court-martialed, and to this day the provisionals say she will be executed if she is ever located. As she admitted at the end of the book, there were few places left for her. After O'Connell's failure, the IRA began again to negotiate a deal with the Czechs but on a smaller scale, and this resulted in the purchase of a batch of pistols. In 1972, however, the American arms market provided a new dimension to the war, one which represented a chilling warning of the danger created when the IRA acquired modern weaponry, and which illustrated what could have happened if the Czech consignment had reached the streets of Northern Ireland. The American contribution was a batch of rifles much more reliable than any previously used by the IRA. These were AR-180 rifles, 3 foot 8 inches long, with a folding butt which made them easy to conceal. They were light, easily cleaned and simple to operate, and they fired .223 high-velocity bullets, with devastating effect. They became publicly known as Armalites and in IRA parlance as Widowmakers. The first batch of Armalites originated from the Howe Machinery Company in Japan and were part of a limited edition of this particular weapon which fired tungsten-tipped bullets capable of piercing armor. Since few of these weapons were manufactured, the IRA supply dried up, but in 1974-5 the American dealers substituted another Armalite, the AR-15, the sporting version of the American military Mi-6. However, although the provos retained their interest in the European arms market, there was a slight change of events from early 1971 onwards. During that period, Northern Ireland became the focus of attention for many observers and students of conflict, ideologically committed left-wing people from other European countries, some of whom had not experienced armed conflict in their own societies and others who had already traveled elsewhere to observe conflict. Among those people whom I shall call the conflict travelers were a few who had personal experience of warfare in the Middle East and were closely related to the Palestinian cause. What has never been revealed in any of the studies of this period is how contacts were established between the conflict travelers and the IRA, and how those contacts led to the Middle East and what some people have termed the Libyan connection. Much has been written about IRA contacts, so-called allegiances, and the appearance of representatives of other terrorist groups from the Middle East at IRA conventions. This has led to wild speculation and inadequate reporting of the real links established by the provos and of the fact that most of their arms deals with Middle Eastern contacts have been conducted in the usual way, money for guns. Since all terrorist groups need both weapons and money, they will exchange guns for money or money for guns, depending on what they require at any given time. There are exceptions to the rule. For example, guns or money may be made available to another organization as part of a package deal which might require one organization to carry out acts of terror on behalf of another or provide safe houses, guns and explosives for a hit team from another country. The IRA refuses to carry out terrorist acts for other organizations. I am informed that in 1988 Gary Adams went to Tehran to discuss the release of a Belfast man, Brian Keenan, who was being held in Beirut. While he was there, IRA representatives attended a meeting with members of the Hezbollah in Beirut. The IRA delegation offered fake Irish passports in return for Keenan's release, which they estimated would give them a major propaganda coup. Although the Hezbollah regarded the offer of passports with derision, they were keen to seek an arrangement with the IRA, and Hezbollah representatives offered to release Keenan on condition that the IRA provided assistance to active service teams in Britain. A leading member of the Provisionals confirmed to me that such a meeting took place and that no agreement was reached because the IRA was not prepared to undertake operations for any other grouping, to be associated with their aim or to become involved in their operations by supplying weapons, safe houses, or any kind of practical assistance. One can only speculate about the type of deal being offered by the Hezbollah and the outcome of such a liaison if agreement had ever been reached on joint operations. However, the IRA knows that such a partnership would damage the IRA's reputation in Ireland and annoy sympathizers in Britain and the United States. I have been told that the crucial contacts were initially made with the Basque separatist movement EDA, which already had a well-established arms supply route to the Middle East. A small grouping of conflict travelers set up a significant range of contacts leading directly to the Middle East and to Algeria. It was through Algeria that the Provisionals established relations with both the PLO and, through them, Libya. The Basque connection was recognized by the Australian lecturer, Michael McKinley, in an essay in the book Terrorism in Ireland edited by Yona Alexander and Alan O'Day. McKinley did not know how the contact was made, but he nevertheless dated it to 1972. However, like many observers, he lapsed into a political analysis as if to indicate that the Basques and the IRA shared a common ideology, broadly based on a socialist thesis. The IRA contact with the Basques, like many others, was forged on the much simpler basis of convenience. It suited the IRA to take up an offer from the Basques for a dialogue to discover how they could assist the IRA, whom they regarded as political fellow travelers. The IRA, McKinley states, were reported to have signed a political agreement with the Basques in 1972. There is no evidence that this occurred, and people close to the Provisionals at that time deny that any agreement was signed between the two organizations. McKinley, to his credit, recognizes that there was a mutual understanding about weaponry, but he interprets this to mean that they reciprocated with firearms and technical expertise. He bases this upon claims made by Maria Maguire that Sean Max Theophan met leaders of EDA, who in exchange for explosives training of Basque terrorists by the IRA supplied the provos with 50 revolvers. As her book indicates, Maria Maguire was familiar with the use of speculation and hearsay. Max Diofan never made such a deal, according to those close to him. Since the Basques were nearer to the Middle East, they would not have required explosives training. It is conceivable that in the late 1970s the IRA and the Basques attempted to share their technical knowledge, though I suspect it would not have been necessary. Once the IRA established their Middle Eastern contacts, they no longer required the Basques except for the movement of small quantities of weapons. Michael McKinley accepts that explosives and the technical knowledge needed for their use were both easily obtained, and that the IRA would not have been required to train EDA operatives on a continuing basis in the field of terrorism, as one observer claimed. He also agrees that after the early 1970s the relationship between the IRA and EDA was reduced to the exchanging of delegates to political conferences. However, the initial relationship was undoubtedly significant because it also led to contacts with other terrorist networks and sympathizers of terrorism in France, Germany, and Holland. By the summer of 1972 the IRA had negotiated a deal for a consignment of RPG-7 rocket launchers from Algeria, one of the PLO's backers. This had been organized with the assistance of the PLO and the small group of conflict travelers who set up the Basque/Middle East connection for the provos. While the RPG transportation was being arranged, a much more significant relationship was being formed between the provisionals and the Libyan leader Muammar al-Qaddafi. Like the other Middle Eastern relations, the Libyan contact was rooted in events of 1971, though it was eventually the PLO and Algerians who introduced the provisionals to a man who saw their struggle as a nationalist revolution with an anti-colonialist dynamic. Qaddafi's admiration of the IRA was made public in a radio speech on June 11, 1972, "At present we support the revolutionaries of Ireland who oppose Britain and are motivated by nationalism and religion. The Libyan Arab Republic has stood by the revolutionaries of Ireland, their arms and their support for the revolutionaries of Ireland." This speech was made, contrary to subsequent reports, some of them believed to be from British intelligence sources, before any provisionals formally met Qaddafi or his official representatives. It has been written that the provos were in Tripoli in January or February 1972, whereas the provos privately argue that they did not visit Tripoli until a formal trip had been organized. The arrangements were made in the Libyan delegation's offices in Warsaw in August 1972. Joe Cahill, accompanied by a leading provisional who has never been named, met senior Libyan officials who discussed how their president's support for the IRA could best be realized. The provisionals bluntly conveyed their need for weapons and pointed out that their finances were low, since they had lost money on the O'Connell arms deal and had used much of their funds to buy arms in America and pistols from the Czechs, as well as supporting the families of a large number of men who were interned. The Libyans stressed that, if the provisionals wished to be aided substantially, they would be obliged to visit Tripoli and convey their requests to the president. Having gone to Warsaw with a veritable weapons shopping list, the provos were disappointed but were prepared to proceed further with the Libyan connection. It is now widely accepted that members of the Provisional IRA went to Libya at the end of August 1973 posing as school teachers. At that time legitimate advertisements were appearing in Irish papers seeking teachers of English for educational establishments in Libya. According to the freelance journalist Ed Maloney, two teachers, one from County Monaghan and the other from County Down, were interviewed for posts in Libya by members of a little-known society in Dublin. Maloney says a Libyan member of this society was told by the Libyan authorities to recruit these men in the knowledge that they were provos. A third person who went to Libya on behalf of the provos was recruited by the Libyan delegation in London. Some of those who left Ireland to teach in Libya between 1972 and 1974 ended up teaching English to members of the Libyan army. During the autumn of 1972 the provos in Tripoli negotiated a large arms consignment and were also promised financial assistance. The Libyans, though prepared to provide weapons, made it clear that the IRA would be responsible for the transportation of the weaponry, which would include heavy machine guns, AK-47 assault rifles, submachine guns, pistols, grenades, rocket launchers, warheads, and ammunition. There would also be £2 million in cash. In January 1973, Joe Cahill, who was known for his organizing ability, traveled to Tripoli. Libyan intelligence provided him with advice on how to move the weapons by sea from Tripoli to Ireland. They recommended a contact, Günter Leinhauser, convicted in 1967 for trying to smuggle a large consignment of guns and explosives to Kurdish insurgents in Iraq. Leinhauser and his wife Marlene held a 90% share in a German shipping company called Giramar. In Cyprus they registered a boat, the Claudia, for the purpose of transporting the Libyan gifts to Ireland. Contrary to speculation, the Claudia was only ever loaded with one shipment of IRA weapons, and this took place at Tripoli docks. In darkness, on the County Waterford coastline at Helvick Head on March 28, 1973, the Irish Navy boarded the Claudia and found 5 tons of weapons. Joe Cahill and 5 other men on board were arrested. At the time there was speculation that documents or possibly money had been dumped overboard. Subsequent reports also claimed that Gaddafi had paid millions into Irish bank accounts for the provisionals. When writing this book I asked a member of the provisional leadership about these reports. He told me that almost £2 million in cash was on board the Claudia and it was the only item which was worth saving and could be cleared away in time. He said that no one was later prepared to admit to this because it was deemed to be publicly acceptable to take weapons from anyone, but to allow so-called communists to finance an IRA campaign would have been thought shocking and, if made known, would have damaged the IRA profile. If the money was sealed in containers, dumped overboard and later recovered, that would explain how the IRA continued to wage its campaign through the mid to late 1970s. £2 million would be worth 10 times that amount today, which indicates the buying power that Gaddafi may well have given to the IRA. I see no reason to disbelieve this report considering its origin. The capture of the Claudia could be attributed to several factors. The intelligence service which seems to know most about the episode is the Mossad, the Israeli service, and they privately admit that they tipped off the British, who had a minimal presence in Tripoli. The British, on the other hand, might have traced Joe Cahill's movements out of Ireland and been waiting for something to develop in the Middle East. Before the Claudia even reached Ireland, radio listeners in Tripoli would have been aware of the presence of IRA men in their midst because several provos delivered anti-British broadcasts with a triumphal tone. There would have been no better way of signaling to the intelligence community, particularly the Mossad, that something was about to happen. At any rate, the Mossad may well have known by then the nature of the IRA deal. The Claudia made considerable efforts to conceal its intended route by constantly tracking, but its eventual capture suggests that before it left Tripoli, British intelligence, the Royal Navy and finally the Irish Navy were aware of its destination. One theory in IRA circles is that the Irish Navy stumbled on the ship, but that seems like wishful thinking and is distinctly lacking in imagination, given all the intrigue that surrounded the arms deal. The Claudia saga once again demonstrated to the IRA the futility of organizing large shipments of arms over huge distances without proper planning. According to the IRA, the Claudia deal was organized in a haphazard fashion, too many people knew about it, and Gaddafi's public pronouncement of support before the shipment left Tripoli turned the spotlight on Libya as an arms source. The failure of the operation provided the IRA with a lesson about their benefactor. His egotism knew no bounds, and he was not prepared to hide his support for them. In 12 months following the capture of the Claudia, the IRA acquired small quantities of weapons in the Middle East which were shipped to Spain, sent overland to France and by boat to Ireland. During that period, Gaddafi is rumored to have offered them an opportunity to become involved in an import-export business by trading Irish goods to Libya, which imported the majority of its luxury goods. The IRA says this was not an offer which appeared on their agenda and they were too busy running a war to pose as businessmen. They did soon discover that the Libyan leader could be fickle and was easily disposed to revising his political views. In the summer of 1974, loyalist paramilitary organizations aided by people on the fringes of the Unionist political parties organized what became known as the Ulster Workers' Council strike, a modern rebellion without much violence but with widespread intimidation. It led to the collapse of the power-sharing executive government in Northern Ireland and verged on a unilateral declaration of independence. For several weeks a loyalist body, the Ulster Workers' Council, resembled a political cabinet and held the British government to ransom. The Chief of the General Staff told the British Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, that the British Army did not wish and was ill-prepared to face workers on barricades. International media coverage of the UWC strike was based on the premise that it was a workers' strike. Gaddafi saw it as a workers' rebellion. He was impressed but also confused. Suddenly he was faced with a crisis of allegiance. The workers were Protestant and engaged in a form of revolution which in part equated to Gaddafi's political ethos, but their message was not that of the IRA, which Libya supported. Further confusion reigned when Gaddafi's requested a meeting with the loyalist paramilitary Ulster Defence Association, which policed the strike. Believing they were, like the IRA, opposed to British imperialism, he felt they were entitled to his support. For its part, the UDA wished to dissuade Gaddafi from helping the IRA. They also had a hidden agenda. They too needed weapons and they saw Libya as a potential supplier. The request for a meeting came from Libya through its London delegation and the auspices of a Unionist MP at Westminster. Gaddafi was later quoted as having viewed the strike as a valid mechanism which reminded him of his own nonviolent coup of September 1969. The UDA was invited to send a delegation to Tripoli on November 1, 1974 to participate in a seminar intended to find a solution to the problems of Ireland. However, that was not the publicly stated aim of the seminar. It was arranged in conjunction with the previously unheard-of development of Irish Resources Organisation, which claimed to be politically non-aligned and to be interested simply in the development of Ireland's offshore oil and gas resources. Several days after the UDA delegation arrived in Tripoli, a group representing the Provisional IRA flew into the capital and booked into the same hotel as the UDA men. The situation proved farcical, and little was resolved in the talks which subsequently took place. However, the UDA returned home in November convinced that they had persuaded Gaddafi that the Provos were not freedom fighters and that the resolution to the problem lay along the political road to an independent Northern Ireland. Many commentators believe that, from the arrival of the UDA in Tripoli, Gaddafi's relations with the IRA deteriorated until they were virtually non-existent. In December 1974, both the Libyan president and his prime minister, Major Abdul Jalloud, made private statements that their country's aid to the Provisionals had amounted to £5 million, a figure which included the £2 million in cash, the 5 tons of weapons on board the Claudia, the purchase of the vessel and payment for Linehausers services. Gaddafi's association with the UDA resulted in a meeting in September 1975, when UDA delegates discussed with Libyan government representatives the prospect for Libyan financial involvement in an independent Northern Ireland. His brief flirtation with the UDA was embarrassing to the British and created the potential for further confusion and conflict. However, contrary to popular belief, Gaddafi did not lose admiration for the Provos but privately maintained contact with them, while being careful not to make the public pronouncements which were reminiscent of 1973 and the Claudia debacle. In the mid to late 1970s, the Libyan government found itself under diplomatic pressure from the Irish government to desist from supporting the IRA. Gaddafi responded by indicating that his country had severed ties with the IRA. This was untrue. Gaddafi and the IRA knew the folly of organizing large arms shipments from Libyan soil, so he was arranging contacts for the Provos with others in the Middle East who were willing to sell arms. In 1979, a former paratrooper and member of the IRA, Peter McMullen, claimed that the Provos had received 7 tons of weapons from Libya including surface-to-air missiles. He told a reporter that the major obstacle to the use of the missiles was the fact that the instructions which arrived with them were in Russian. McMullen was spinning a tale. At the time he made this claim he had fled Ireland and was in an American prison cell contesting an extradition request from the British authorities. McMullen was known to be capable of telling marvelous tales, and this one was intended to convince people of his inside knowledge of the IRA, because the basis for his plea against extradition was that he had been a member of the IRA and was a political offender. He knew the American judiciary were not keen to extradite Irish political offenders, particularly members of the IRA, to Britain. Gaddafi's contribution to the provisionals was to find them sources of weapons which could not be traced to his country. The contacts were Palestinians based in 3 terrorist training camps in Libya. In 1976 Tripoli became a meeting place for the provisionals and representatives of the PLO, who knew where to acquire a ready supply of weapons, Lebanon. It was to be a straightforward deal, Western currency in exchange for weapons and plastic explosives. The PLO had a surplus of arms and needed money, while the provisionals required weapons and were prepared to pay with hard currency. Once again the provisionals decided to attempt to buy a large quantity of guns and explosives at a cost of almost £400,000, but this time they devised an elaborate plan to ensure that few people knew of their intentions. In April 1977 a company named Progress Electro was established, with offices in Dublin rented by a middle-aged man with a Liverpudlian accent calling himself Robert Kingsley. Unknown to the authorities he held a new Irish passport in the name of John O'Neill, but his real name was Seamus McCollum, and John O'Neill was a long-dead Dubliner. The offices of Progress Electro at Middle Abbey Street in Dublin city centre were shabby, but were merely an address of convenience. Seamus McCollum was a sleeper whom the IRA had reactivated after a long period when he lived in Liverpool as a respectable member of society. Although he had a Republican past, the IRA believed it was long forgotten. In 1954 he was caught ferrying explosives from Liverpool to London and was jailed for 5 years. On his release he went back to Ireland, where the IRA border campaign was ending, but was interned at the Curragh camp. Eventually he returned to Liverpool, where he worked as a shipping clerk. He maintained contact with friends in the Republic but was not regarded as someone connected with the IRA. When the present campaign of violence began he made no effort to become involved in IRA activities or politics. According to associates, he was confused about the split which led to the creation of the Provisionals, but after events such as internment and Bloody Sunday he became sympathetic to the Provos. Accordingly he offered his services to members of the Army Council who had known him during the 1950s campaign. They recognized that as a shipping clerk he could be valuable in helping with the smuggling of weapons. At first they encouraged him to maintain a low profile until they were ready to make use of his services. As one IRA man put it to me, aside from a few services he provided, it was decided that he should remain clean until the moment when he was needed to perform the big one. In April 1977 Progress Electro purchased 2 large electrical transformers at a cost of £30,000. The transformers were then officially shipped to Limassol in Cyprus, where their innards were removed and replaced with over 700 pounds of explosives, mortars, assault rifles, grenades, rocket launchers, machine guns, machine pistols, ammunition and rocket-propelled grenades. This consignment of a considerable range of weaponry and explosives with deadly potential had been moved to Cyprus by the PLO and was handled at Limassol by members of the IRA who had spent several months in the city preparing for the operation. PLO contacts there helped them pack the consignment into the transformers, which were in turn loaded in crates marked defective. The plan was devised by the former shipping clerk and overseen at every stage by Seamus Twomey, McCollum's main IRA contact. The transformers were to be shipped back to Ireland in the belief that customs would recognize the returning machines and not search them because they had been examined on their outward journey. A glance at them would not have revealed anything untoward, though McCollum and Twomey expected customs simply to accept that they were being returned because they were mechanically defective, a scenario with which customs officers were familiar and which would not arouse their suspicions. At Limassol the crates were officially loaded on the British cargo ship Tower Stream for a journey to Antwerp, to be transferred to another vessel for a subsequent trip to Dublin. Tower stream traveled via Haifa, London, and Rotterdam to Antwerp, where the ship was boarded on the pretext that the manifest appeared to be incorrect in respect of part of the cargo. Customs officers opened the crates containing the transformers labeled as cargo on its way to Progress Electro in Dublin. It was clear that the customs officers knew exactly what they were doing. There was nothing wrong with the ship's documents. No one, not even the IRA, knows how the operation was discovered. It could have been caused by a suspicious member of the ship's crew, someone in the arms dealing chain, or a brilliant piece of surveillance. The breakdown may have occurred in Ireland. After the cargo was seized, McCollum was arrested and Twomey, a member of the IRA Army Council, was also caught. It is believed that the arrest of Twomey resulted from surveillance placed on McCollum as soon as the cargo of guns and explosives was discovered. The arms were seized in December, but in January 1978 the IRA showed that there were always other sources of weaponry. The M60 machine gun appeared on the streets of Belfast and demonstrated its deadly firepower. The tabloid media assumed the M60 was part of another Middle Eastern consignment. In fact, a batch of M60s had been smuggled from the United States the previous year. This not only illustrated the difficulty of closing down all the sources of weapons and smuggling routes but also proved that the IRA was always exploiting all the options. From 1977 until the mid-1980s the IRA's arms smuggling reverted to a steady stream of guns, ammunition, and explosives bought mostly in the Middle East and ferried into Ireland in small quantities in cars, cargo lorries or ships. This form of smuggling has proved the most difficult to detect because of the range of options open to the IRA and the volume of traffic on land and sea which cannot all be searched. However, the objective of smuggling a large shipment of guns and explosives remained paramount, despite the failure of the Claudia deal and what became known as Operation Antwerp. A large consignment would provide a range of terrorist weaponry not available in the small batches reaching Irish shores. The IRA always dreamed of having a large quantity of assault rifles, mortars, plastic explosives, and, above all, SAM or Stinger surface-to-air missiles, which they judged would change the character of the war. Since the IRA reckoned that they had already made it too difficult for troops to operate in parts of Armagh without helicopter support, surface-to-air missiles would make it impossible for them to operate there. In areas of Belfast and other major centres, the British Army would be deprived of its spy planes and helicopters with their sophisticated electronic and photographic gear. In the early 1980s the provisionals looked to America for the big shipment, and they almost got what they wanted. In fact, they bought a massive quantity of weapons, explosives, and ammunition, shipped it across the Atlantic and transferred the cargo from the mother ship to the Marita Ann, a cargo vessel, off the Kerry coast. An Irish Navy vessel was in the vicinity and the cargo was seized. The name of the mother ship was never revealed. The provisionals initially attributed the failure of the operation to a high-placed informer in their ranks. There was media speculation that the mother ship had been tracked by satellite or by a British submarine across the Atlantic and that the Irish Navy was informed after the IRA cargo had been transferred to the Marita Ann. The IRA now privately admit that the story was not elaborate and that the Irish Navy stumbled on the arms smuggling operation as it drew to a close. Again, this escapade illustrated the resilience of the provos and the fact that their efforts never ceased but were unlikely ever to succeed when the plan involved moving shipments across oceans. Yet their persistence did pay off, because Muammar al-Gaddafi came to their aid, as did Iran, which adopted a similar attitude to Britain as Libya. Both countries became violently anti-British as American foreign policy under Ronald Reagan found an admiring ally in Margaret Thatcher. The provisionals exploited the anti-British feeling sweeping the Middle East to mount a major arms smuggling operation which succeeded in bringing into Ireland the largest collection of assault rifles and plastic explosives ever assembled by the IRA. No one in the provisional movement will talk about it, though I was told that, despite press speculations that there were 3 shipments, there was in fact only one, but it was bigger than all the others which failed. In 1987 the MV Exund, which was bought and registered in Sweden, was boarded in French waters and her crew were arrested. The Exund was found to contain a massive quantity of weapons and explosives. Her captain and crew were from the Irish Republic, and the vessel had come from Lebanon. The arms seizure was regarded as a major coup until it was realized that a previous shipment of similar dimensions had got through to the Provos. That shipment brought the checkmate explosive Semtex into IRA hands. The one weapon which the IRA did not acquire was the surface-to-air missile. Its absence from the large arms shipment is difficult to understand. The only reasonable explanation is that in 1988-9 the IRA were developing the technology to produce a surface-to-air missile capable of evading the anti-missile devices on British Army helicopters. Those devices were designed to eliminate the threat of Stinger and SAM surface-to-air missiles, which British intelligence knew were in the hands of groups such as the PLO. What was not known when the Exund was seized was that a quantity of Semtex explosives had been offloaded from the ship off the Spanish coastline. It was transferred to a smaller vessel, which took the Semtex to Porto Banús, and it was this consignment which was later intended for use in Gibraltar. The Exund was equipped with several small landing craft for unloading the cargo once the vessel reached the Irish coastline. The discovery of the Exund produced a flurry of stories suggesting satellite surveillance, submarine surveillance, and the use of a French reconnaissance plane to track the ship. No one may ever know the means by which the IRA operation was uncovered. Perhaps the ship was simply spotted unloading the explosives off the Spanish coast. On the other hand, it may have been the result of an intricate intelligence operation. Sending the Exund to one of the most dangerous and constantly scrutinized parts of the world was a risk the IRA was prepared to take. One major shipment evaded the intelligence watchers of the major Western nations, with their spies, satellites, and eavesdropping equipment. Maybe the second one fell foul of the intelligence traps. Neither the IRA nor the intelligence community will betray its secrets in a war where bluff and double bluff play such a part. The IRA have the money and the resilience, and while they have the support of states such as Algeria, Libya, and Iran, as well as the assistance of Palestinian terrorists, weapons and explosives will continue to reach Ireland. They may arrive constantly in small quantities, but there is always the risk that the IRA will get the big one. As an IRA leader put it to me, "We are not daunted by failure. We will try and sooner or later the big one gets through. We know what we are up against. There isn't an intelligence service that doesn't have someone in the Middle East, and everything we do there has the potential for failure. Equally, while they are looking at someone else, we can escape the net. There are also many options. The option which the British security services know they need to prevent is the one which could offer the IRA access to surface-to-air missiles." 17. Killing for profit, criminal alliances and terrorism. The one area of the dirty war which the paramilitaries on both sides are reluctant to discuss, even with the few journalists in whom they often confide, is racketeering, which I dealt with briefly in the previous chapter. The reason for this reticence is that the rackets brought together sworn enemies who convinced their own supporters that they were constantly at war while they secretly engaged in a bizarre dialogue, unknown to the general public and to the most ardent supporters of terrorism. Money brought groups of terrorists from both sides to a secret conference where they carved up parts of Northern Ireland, designating areas within which individual terrorist groups would operate criminal enterprises without interference from terrorists from the other community. Loyalists and Republicans entered into a joint arrangement which guaranteed protection of each other's criminal pursuits and made it possible for each side to raise enough money to purchase arms for the continuance of the war and the deaths of over 2,000 innocent people. Central to this collusion was an agreement that the leaders of the terrorist organizations and rackets on both sides would not be targeted for assassination. That did not preclude the killing of civilians or members of the security forces. This agreement, which guaranteed the safety of those in both camps who were ordering the deaths of so many other people, persisted for many years. Contrary to popular opinion, media coverage, and black propaganda emanating from official sources, the genesis for this part of the dirty war rests in contacts which were established in the early to mid-1970s between loyalists and members of the supposedly defunct official IRA and not between loyalists and the provisional IRA. The contacts between official IRA men and loyalists took place at a time when the Workers' Party, which owes its origins to the official IRA, was claiming that the IRA was no longer in existence and its ethos firmly consigned to the past. In fact, some members of the official IRA had established contact with people within the loyalist community from the late 1960s and retained those relationships despite the communal violence which from 1969 separated the communities and drove many people into the paramilitary organizations. It was on the basis of the early social contacts and relations formed in prison in the early 1970s that criminal associations were subsequently developed. From the outset there was less enmity between members of the official IRA and certain loyalists than between most loyalists and the emerging provisional IRA, which appeared to be at the forefront of the tribal conflict. The initial collusion between loyalists and Republicans was centered in West Belfast, where the communities lived in close proximity, and involved members of the Ulster Defence Association and the official IRA. It resulted in the massive building site fraud and extortion of monies from the business community, as described in the previous chapter. The Provisionals entered this phase of the Dirty War at a later stage, but it was not they who devised it, though there is evidence to suggest that they refined it. Those members of the official IRA who shaped a racketeering strategy changed their ideological allegiance within a few years and joined the Irish National Liberation Army, which assumed much of the control of the rackets and the contact with loyalists. This loyalist-Republican connection provides a fascinating insight into the way in which certain terrorists were prepared to put aside their mutual enmity in pursuit of profit. Although the profits from the rackets enabled the paramilitaries to purchase arms, pay their volunteers and support the families of prisoners, it also enabled the UDA leader, James Craig, to lead a champagne lifestyle and take his bodyguards and enforcers on continental holidays. Craig masterminded the criminal enterprises in loyalist West Belfast. He was one of those loyalists who was on speaking terms with members of the official IRA before 1969 and later strengthened his relations with them when he found himself in prison for criminal offenses in the early 1970s. He possessed a well-developed criminal mind and realized the potential for exploiting the lawlessness of the province by entering into an alliance with Republicans on the basis of the one thing they had in common, a lack of financial resources to fight an ongoing war. Craig also saw the advantage of developing a criminal strategy in a society where the forces of law and order were much too preoccupied with terrorism to worry about extortion and fraud. He had little difficulty in convincing several members of the official IRA that there was much to be mutually gained from cooperation between Republican and Loyalist groups to create a criminal monopoly. As a practiced criminal, he perceived an opportunity to use the firepower of paramilitaries on both sides to close down the regular criminal element and create a monopoly for the UDA and the IRA. On the Republican side there was a central figure who dealt with Craig and devised the tax exemption fraud which was applied to building sites. Since this man has never been charged with any offense in connection with racketeering, for legal reasons I shall refer to him as Mr. X. It was Mr. X who had provided Craig with much needed advice at the outset of his unholy alliance, and it was also Mr. X who made use of a Belfast accountant to operate the tax exemption fraud. The accountant fled to Dublin in the late 1970s when the RUC began to suspect his involvement, and he still resides in Dublin. Mr. X also operated out of a bar close to the markets area in Belfast city centre where he dispensed tax exemption certificates. He visited building sites which were under the control of the officials and later the INLA and was accompanied by a known terrorist who operated as his enforcer. I am not in a position to name the enforcer for legal reasons. While the racketeers on both sides met to discuss their criminal enterprises, they were also obliged to meet when any terrorist action threatened to jeopardize their collusion, such as the murder or attempted murder of someone known to the racketeers or of a member of either organization. On one occasion a Republican was shot by loyalists in Belfast city centre. The victim was a member of the official IRA, who immediately protested to James Craig. He had authorized the shooting in the belief that the victim was in the ranks of the Provisionals, having decided this on the basis of an RUC intelligence document which had been passed to the UDA by a disaffected policeman. Craig apologized to the officials, explained that the shooting was a mistake, and promised that such an event would not occur again. However, he did not admit that he personally gave the orders for the killing or that he was in possession of a security forces intelligence document. The official IRA was not satisfied with his apology or explanation and demanded a meeting at which both sides could discuss the implications of the shooting and ways of preventing a recurrence of such a mistake. Mr. X told Craig that the official IRA would not stand idly by and watch its members being assassinated, and the incident could lead to an ending of their joint criminal ventures. Recognizing that the cozy relationship with the IRA could be jeopardized, Craig agreed to a meeting to resolve any differences and to emphasize his regret at the shooting. Both organizations arranged to send delegates to a meeting in the Royal Bar in Ann Street in Belfast city centre. Craig and Mr. X ensured that UDA and official IRA volunteers would be placed strategically in the Ann Street vicinity so that if the meeting was discovered by the security forces, the volunteers would create a diversion to allow the delegates to reach safety in their respective ghettos. The meeting was attended by Craig with 4 UDA officers and Mr. X with 4 members of the official IRA. Prominent in the Craig grouping was Bucky McCullough, who was to figure tragically in later events in Craig's life. Among the Republican delegation was a man with a patch over one eye, Dimple Vallely. Mr. X and Craig did most of the talking. All of those present on the Republican side joined the INLA a short time later and removed the rackets from the control of the official IRA. This meeting, however, was conducted over drinks in a calm atmosphere, and any differences which were apparent were quickly resolved and discussion centered on business ventures. To anyone watching from a distance, the Republican/Loyalist gathering could well have resembled a group of friends having a night on the town or builders discussing the merits of various enterprises. While this was going on, people were being killed in Belfast. That meeting was crucial in the development of the relationship between all those present. Its significance was later evaluated by the UDA's military wing, the Ulster Freedom Fighters, when they conducted a secret inquiry into the activities of Jimmy Craig. The following extract from their report stresses the significance of the Royal Bar get-together. This was the start of a liaison which was to bring about racketeering, extortion and collusion leading to the deaths of leading loyalists. The people involved in this and subsequent meetings became so confident that they invited each other to pubs and clubs in their respective areas. The Republicans drank in such places as the Loyalist Club, Royal Bar, and Top House Bar. Loyalists in turn drank and visited such places as the Lagan Social Club in the Markets area, the Trocadero, and the Manhattan Bar. All of this took place with the knowledge and permission of. While racketeering flourished, the war on the streets continued, and the general public remained ignorant of the fact that some of those men who were ordering the deaths of innocent people on both sides of the tribal divide were also meeting together for drinks and meals in selected pubs and clubs. Meetings became a means not only of resolving disputes about which grouping should control a particular geographical area or building site, but also of finding ways of helping each other as partners in crime. When bricklayers were required on a site controlled by Craig, for instance, the Republican delegates offered to bus in bricklayers so that a particular site could be completed in a legally stipulated time, thus avoiding any penalty payments to the builder or contractor. Meanwhile, many of these men left cozy meetings with their sworn enemies and ordered the deaths of soldiers, policemen, UDA men, or innocent Catholics. Not everything went smoothly with Craig's operations, partly because Bucky McCullough became disillusioned with him. McCullough was not averse to using monies from the rackets to further the aims of the UDA and to purchase weapons for its military wing, the UF, but he was opposed to the use of money for personal gain. McCullough began to suspect that Craig was taking a percentage of racketeering funds for himself, but he was frightened to confront Craig because he was so powerful and ruthless. When Craig was remanded in custody to Crumlin Road Prison on extortion charges, however, McCullough had the opportunity to discover the extent to which Craig was milking the organization's fund. He examined the UDA files on the organization's finances in West Belfast and uncovered an internal fraud by his boss. McCullough was not discreet about his discovery, and UDA men loyal to Craig informed him that Bucky McCullough was demanding an internal inquiry into the misuse of UDA funds. Craig decided that his lieutenant, Bucky, was a serious threat to his personal ambitions and had to be removed from this world. However, it was not an easy killing to arrange, and Craig knew an accusing finger would be pointed at him if it was carried out by a member of the UDA. The perfect solution lay in using his INLA contacts, particularly those who were originally members of the official IRA and were at the Royal Bar meeting. Members of the INLA would readily kill a member of a loyalist paramilitary organization, unlike the official IRA, which by this stage appeared to be defunct and at the very least had ceased hostilities against all terror organizations except the Provisionals. Craig let it be known to his INLA contacts that McCullough was deeply involved in sectarian assassinations. From all accounts, McCullough did not have a history as a hitman, but the INLA were prepared to believe Craig and to use his help in the forming of intelligence about McCullough's lifestyle and whereabouts. The INLA sent a hit team to McCullough's home in the heart of the Shankill and shot him dead. His demise ensured that Craig did not face charges of swindling UDA funds. Henceforth Craig was determined that no one would get too close to his operations. He also established himself as undisputed UDA commander of West Belfast by cleverly engineering the departure of a man who had been the commander in that area of the city for several years. Jimmy Craig felt secure in the knowledge that he was in overall command of the UDA in the most powerful base in the city and that the official IRA and INLA would not order his assassination, but he also recognized that the greatest risk to his life could come from the Provisional IRA. He knew that given the slightest opportunity the Provisionals would send a hit squad into the Shankill to kill him. Forever the opportunist and unscrupulous enough to consider any action which would guarantee his personal safety, Craig decided that he had to do a deal with the Provos. Meanwhile he was willing to cooperate with the RUC by offering them information to keep himself out of prison, as well as colluding with military intelligence, and with anyone who had the power to threaten his lifestyle or weaken his dominance of Protestant West Belfast. He reckoned, however, that to obtain an assurance from the Provisionals that he would not be at the top of their hit list he had to offer them something they needed badly. Initially he offered to discuss changes in the criminal boundaries within Belfast that would enable all paramilitary organizations to obtain a reasonable share of the loot from racketeering, but the Provisionals were capable of creating and maintaining their own rackets and money-making schemes without relying on Craig. All they wanted from him was information on loyalists, both members of the UDA and those of the outlawed UVF. Craig was willing to offer them the intelligence they required to target particular people. In May 1982 the leader of the infamous Shankill Butchers gang, Lenny Murphy, was released from prison and began an orgy of killing. He was high on the Provisional IRA hit list and they demanded that Craig provide them with the intelligence necessary for a hit squad to stalk Murphy and kill him. Craig detested Murphy, his killing sprees brought too much police attention into the Shankill area, and this threatened Craig's criminal activities. Murphy in turn was not frightened by Craig's reputation and was prepared to set himself up in criminal pursuits which compromised Craig's operations. The UVF leadership was terrified of having to cope with Murphy and at least one member of the UVF leadership was resigned to the fact that Murphy should be assassinated. Craig therefore agreed to help the Provos but insisted that the killing could prove difficult because Murphy knew he was wanted by the IRA, was careful never to leave the safety of the Shankill and its peripheral areas, and confined knowledge of his movements to a few people, one of whom was his girlfriend. In my book The Shankill Butchers I wrote that I believed the Provisionals to be responsible for his assassination and I also named Craig, but I was unaware of the extent of Craig's involvement in Murphy's death in November 1982. In fact, Craig used two of his lieutenants to track Murphy over a period of weeks to establish whether there was a pattern to his behavior that would leave him exposed to an assassination attempt. They discovered that his routine was erratic but that the one constant factor in his life was his daily visit to his girlfriend, Hilary Thompson, who lived in the Glencairn housing estate, a loyalist enclave a short distance from his family home at Brookmount Street on the Shankill Road. Craig learned that he often spent the night in the Glencairn house but was certain to visit the premises at least once a day. This information convinced IRA intelligence that there was a discernible pattern to Murphy's behavior which left him vulnerable. However, the problem facing the IRA was how to be in the right place at the right time to shoot the master butcher, as he was known to the tabloid media. Although Glencairn offered the best opportunity to kill their quarry, it also posed serious risks for a hit squad. They would have to be present at or near Murphy's girlfriend's house at the moment he decided to call on her, and after the killing they would need a secure escape route. The IRA assessed the risks as follows. We were faced with the problem that if we sent a hit team into Glencairn they would be obliged to lie in wait in a car or van. Sitting in an area where strangers immediately come under suspicion was too big a risk. A hit team would have to be there for some time, and then there was the risk that they could be wiped out by the UVF or disgruntled loyalists. The IRA have never revealed the details of how they killed the leader of the Butchers or the part played by James Craig. In researching the rackets and the collusion which existed between Loyalists and Republicans, I came across two pieces of evidence which independently confirm the way in which Craig helped the Provisionals to kill Lenny Murphy. The UF conducted a private inquiry into allegations that Craig was central to the IRA plan which resulted in Murphy's death. In quoting what the UF put into print, I am obliged for legal reasons to replace some names with blank spaces. The people who know about Murphy's death have no doubt who set him up. Craig and set him up on S instructions using a Lig O'Neill Protestant married to a Catholic as the contact man. Craig provided the damning evidence by telling a number of people of his part in the killing of Murphy. Craig conned people in Glencairn into showing him where Murphy parked his car. The UF report also contained a claim that the 9mm submachine gun used in the killing was found buried in the Glencairn area in 1987. This is what I wrote about Murphy's death in the Shankill Butchers. At 6:40 p.m. on November 16, Murphy drove to the Glencairn housing estate and made his way to Fourth River Park, oblivious of the fact that a blue Morris Marina van was trailing him, keeping a safe distance and traveling at a steady speed. As Murphy parked at the rear of Hillary Thompson's house and turned off the engine, the blue van turned slightly, with its rear facing the rover. Suddenly the back doors of the van were thrown open and two gunmen emerged, one armed with a 9mm submachine gun and the other with a .38 special revolver. They opened fire on Murphy who, unaware of their presence, was about to open the door of his car. He was hit by 26 bullets in the head and body and died instantly. The blue van used by the hit squad was hired weeks earlier in the Bronneal area of predominantly Protestant East Belfast. When the killers fled, the van was found burning at Fourth River and Harmony Hill, strategically placed to block anyone pursuing the gunmen. A car which was used to spirit away the gunmen into the nationalist enclave of Lig O'Neill was also found the same day. I also referred to a piece of detail which puzzled police at the time. Close to Murphy's girlfriend's house was a gap in a hedge leading to a field, a shortcut known only to locals. Through the gap in the hedge, police found masks and gloves which they believe were used by the gunmen. I know now that the masks and gloves were dropped by people who were supporting the Provo hit team. Those people were Craig's men, and they also removed the weapons which fired the fatal shots so that the IRA gunmen could leave the area unarmed and if stopped by a security forces patrol would not be in possession of incriminating evidence. Since the submachine gun was an unusual design and would not have been easy to conceal or use again, Craig ordered it to be buried. The .38 revolver was never found, but I am told that Craig liked it and knew that it would not arouse notice, whereas the submachine gun was of a type not used by loyalists and would attract too much attention. The UF investigators also traced the member of Craig's gang who burned the killer's blue van to enable them to make their escape. Their report claims that the UF found letters which were exchanged between a Republican based in Lig O'Neill and a member of Craig's gang and which bore testimony to the planning by Craig and the IRA before the hit squad made its final move against Murphy. Nonetheless, the UF were left with a doubt about Murphy's death and they speculated that the men who killed Murphy could have been members of Craig's group who created an impression of IRA involvement to disguise Craig's participation. However, a source very close to the IRA confirmed to me that not only did an IRA team carry out the killing but they stayed in Glencairn overnight in a house owned by a person who was friendly with Craig. The source told me the following. Craig and the Provos knew that, to hit Murphy and get out, the hit team needed to be based in a safe house in Glencairn. Firstly, the IRA hitmen were moved from West Belfast, where they were normally based, to Ligoniel close to Glencairn. Everything was set in motion as far as planning was concerned. The IRA didn't trust Craig, and so they reached an agreement that when the time came for the hitmen to move into Glencairn to do the killing, they would be obliged to remain there for at least 24 hours to give them a fair chance of hitting Murphy. The IRA insisted that during that crucial 24 hours Craig provided hostages, the same number of his men who would be held by the IRA, so that in the event of the IRA team being compromised, the hostages would be wiped out, and so would Jimmy Craig at a later date. It was also Craig's people who hired the van, and got rid of the gloves, masks and guns. It was also around 1982 that Craig received phone calls to UDA headquarters on the Shankill Road from a mysterious person who always identified himself as Joe. When Craig was asked about this person, he remarked that he was a prison warder whom he met while serving a sentence in Crumlin Road Prison, and that he was very kind and helpful. According to the UF, Joe was a member of the Provisional IRA from Unity Flats and was Craig's IRA contact. The UF identified Joe, and that is his Christian name, but for legal reasons I am unable to include his surname. They claim that, when a UDA officer was sent to meet Joe to deliver a cryptic message from Craig, the UDA man recognized Joe as a known provisional. Joe's contact with Craig led to one of the most bizarre arrangements between Craig and the IRA. Joe told Craig that the IRA needed assistance in planning the murder of Republican supergrasses who were being held in a specially constructed unit in Crumlin Road Prison. The IRA were aware that Lenny Murphy had been able to poison an accomplice in Crumlin Road Prison in 1973, and that Loyalist paramilitaries had several prison warders under their control. Joe explained that the IRA wanted Craig to coerce someone into gaining access to the supergrass wing or to their food. The IRA would provide poison which could be administered directly with force or in their meals, since they had acquired a deadly substance which could be placed in food or water without discoloring the contents. Joe handed over the poison to one of Craig's men. The UF admit that the UDA officer who was given the poison was arrested after receiving it and was held for questioning in Castlereagh Holding Center. The poisonous substance was removed from him and he was released from police custody after several days without charge. According to the IRA, Craig deliberately sabotaged the operation at an early stage by informing the RUC. This ensured that the plot could not be attempted again and removed Craig from an obligation which would have had dangerous consequences for him. If the supergrasses had been murdered, Loyalist collusion would have been suspected. Craig, say the IRA, was shrewd and unwilling to take the risk. By informing the RUC of the plot, he was doing himself a favor with his police contacts. Part of this bargain with them was that the UDA officer who was caught with the poison be released after questioning. Craig ended the IRA plot very cleverly and successfully turned it to his advantage. According to the UF, Joe telephoned Craig after Gary Adams was shot by a Loyalist hit squad in March 1984 as he drove through Belfast city centre. Meetings with Joe were only attended by Craig or of the UDA. They were held in the Capstan, Royal, and King Arthur bars in Belfast city centre. The IRA contacted Craig after Gary Adams was shot and asked him what was going on and what about the agreement regarding top men. It is believed that Joe made the call. Craig was stupid to tell other people about the call. The shooting of Adams was indeed a breach of a long-standing agreement that Republican and Loyalist leaders would be left off hit lists. Craig was worried not only about this development but about a plan to kill Mr. X of the INLA. The UDA leadership considered Mr. X a legitimate target, and it was only Craig's intervention that prevented him being assassinated. Craig had profit in mind, but he convinced the UDA's ruling body that Mr. X was providing him with useful intelligence on Republicans. However, Craig's luck was beginning to run out, because one man in the UDA leadership believed that Craig was lining his own pockets. That man was John McMichael, who aside from being a prominent political figure in the UDA was also a brigadier in the UDA's illegal military wing, the UF. McMichael received a report from a UDA officer in West Belfast that Craig was regularly meeting his IRA contact, Joe from Unity Flats, and that Craig was divulging all the information to Joe and getting nothing in return. However, according to some sources, Craig tried to get himself out of trouble by providing McMichael and the UF with information on the INLA which could not be traced back to him. It was not enough. According to a UF report, the provisionals asked for a top-level meeting with the UDA leadership after the attempted murder of Gary Adams, but this was rejected out of hand by John McMichael, who ordered Craig to abandon his contacts with Republicans. Craig ignored McMichael's orders and continued to meet members of the Provisional IRA, INLA, and a breakaway faction from the INLA known as the IPLO, the Irish People's Liberation Army. There were other people similarly interested in Craig, namely those in the intelligence community such as Special Branch and Military Intelligence, who were particularly keen to identify his contacts and to unravel the complex web of criminal activity which was at the root of racketeering. They placed surveillance on him, photographed and video recorded his movements and his meetings with Republicans. This work was carried out by members of the elite E4A department of the RUC assisted by technical experts from MI5. One of the video recordings of conversations which Craig conducted in city center bars later found its way into the hands of the UF. It showed Craig at a meeting in the Capstan Bar in the Cornmarket area of Belfast and alongside him a member of the IRA's Northern Command. The possession of that video was an indication of the contacts the UF had within the RUC. Such an important piece of intelligence should never have been allowed to fall into the hands of terrorists. It is worth noting that the videotape was acquired in 1988, 18 months before major revelations about the UF's possession of photographic documents on IRA suspects. Before the video was received by the UF, John McMichael was murdered by the IRA. A bomb placed under his car exploded while he was sitting behind the driving wheel of the vehicle outside his home in Lisbon in December 1987. Prior to his murder he had confronted Craig about racketeering and his contacts with Republicans. After McMichael's death there was widespread media speculation that the UDA were conducting an inquiry into McMichael's murder to establish whether there was Republican/Loyalist collusion in the killing. There was no such inquiry, but there was a change of leadership within the UDA in March 1988, when certain people in the organization began looking in the direction of Jimmy Craig. The report of a subsequent inquiry conducted by both the UDA and the UF makes for interesting reading, but as with all such documents I am obliged to omit names and addresses for both legal and ethical reasons. Despite McMichael's warning, Craig continued to meet PIRA/INLA/IPLO people. Although the row before Christmas 1987 probably hastened McMichael's death, it in itself did not bring it about. McMichael had confided in close colleagues that he knew that Craig had warned the Provisional IRA that was a UF target. McMichael had also told UF intelligence to drop information that Craig could pick up, the idea being to watch for the information coming back. There is no doubt that both members of PIRA, were warned about the UF targeting them. Last but not least, McMichael had reopened the issue of alleged UDA/PIRA collusion in Lenny Murphy's murder. Within 2 days of John McMichael's murder, sources close to senior UDA officers indicated Loyalist involvement. Rumor became rife, not least because his office in UDA HQ in Gaunt Street in East Belfast was ransacked and orders issued that the office should be locked and no one allowed admittance. Inner council members who were not happy about the affair decided to make their own inquiries. For obvious reasons these early inquiries had to be very discreet, but after leadership changes in March 1988 things began to come together. The breakthrough came in the summer when a member of the UDA Inner Council was contacted by some UDA people in England who claimed to have some information about McMichael's death. A meeting was arranged in England at which it soon became clear that what was being said there came from Northern Ireland sources using the English UDA people as a means of relaying vital information about McMichael's death. By this stage it had been established that Craig had supplied the color, make and number of McMichael's car as well as information on a place where it would be parked for a certain period. It was decided to watch Craig as closely as possible, not because we did not believe what we were told but because we wished to catch him out ourselves. Within limits, Craig had been under almost constant surveillance since Christmas. The results of this surveillance make interesting reading. All of Craig's taxi journeys were monitored and the drivers questioned. The areas he was dropped off include the Central Information Agency in Ormeau Avenue and Apollo Road off Boucher Road as meeting places with provisional IRA people. He nearly always used taxis for these journeys, getting out of the taxis to sit in other cars, telling the taxi drivers to wait for him as he was collecting money from builders. A short piece in the Who column of the Sunday World newspaper asking how a leading Shankill Road loyalist was able to walk freely about the Unity Flats complex came as no surprise to our investigators. They had twice observed Craig going into the flats, meeting a girl and being taken to two separate addresses. In February of 1988, Craig was in a car stopped by a security forces patrol in Dunmay. The other occupant was a top provo Craig met in Crumlin Road Jail. The provo is the boyfriend of another leading provo, of Glen Road. Craig was also observed meeting of Moira Street in the Short Strand area who had provo form. Probably his last act of treachery was to tell leading markets provo, that a Protestant builder was carrying out work for the security forces up the country. Craig had fallen out with the builder after he had refused to pay him for a site at Temple Patrick. The provo let this slip to a source friendly to the UDA, and Craig's meeting with the provo was observed and a warning was passed to the builder. The UDA and UF were not simply interested in McMichael's death, they and the UVF were concerned that there was an informer in loyalist circles who had set up other loyalist leaders for assassination, and they needed to know whether it was Jimmy Craig. The provisionals had killed not only Murphy but also UVF officers such as John Bingham, William Frenchy Marchant, George Searight, and Fred Otley. IRA and IPLO hit squads had shot each of these men in the heart of the Loyalist stronghold of Shankill. The UF investigation into these shootings was inconclusive and produced only circumstantial evidence, though IRA sources privately point the finger at Craig. In the secret report, the UF made the following observations. Although there is nothing to link Craig with the death of John Bingham, coincidence is stretched to the limit regarding the deaths of Frenchy Marchant, George Searight, and Fred Otley. On the day of Marchant's death, Craig had arranged to meet him. Instead of Craig getting out of the car outside the Eagle to meet Frenchy, he got out outside the Intercity furniture shop at the corner of Conway Street and stood talking for 5 minutes. Inside that 5 minutes, Marchant was murdered 50 yards away. On the day George Searight was murdered, Craig brought 2 other UDA men to a meeting on Shankill Leisure Centre car park. While they were sitting in the car park, Searight was shot 50 yards away. Fred Otley was shot in the shop at the corner of Agnes Street and Shankill Road, and Craig was sitting 20 yards away in Michaela's Cafe. Others can be the judge of whether these 3 incidents were a coincidence. What the UF did not know was that a week before his death, George Searight met a member of the IPLO in the Europa Hotel in Belfast. According to a journalistic source, Searight requested the meeting to discuss his personal safety and to ask that he be removed from the IPLO's list of assassination priorities. The source is of the opinion that Searight was afraid for his life because of the manner in which Bingham and Marchant had been so easily murdered. One journalist was told by the IPLO that Searight was willing to trade information for an assurance that he would not be on their hit list. Since that was a ploy used by Jimmy Craig, one might speculate that Craig was instrumental in persuading Searight to meet with a Republican paramilitary. I am informed that 1 week after this meeting, George Searight was shot dead, and the IPLO cynically referred to his death as a popular hit. Craig was no stranger to the Europa Hotel. According to UF documents, he attended a meeting there with Mr. X of the INLA, his enforcer, and a member of the INLA brigade staff. The UF say that the meeting was called by the INLA to ask Craig to explain why one of their members had been shot on the Cliftonville Road in North Belfast, which was within Craig's territory. According to the UF, 2 senior UDA officers from West Belfast attended the meeting as observers after other top-ranking officers declined invitations to be present. An internal UF report on the matter made the following points. The 2 West Belfast officers were disgusted at what went on. The INLA delegation said at the end of the meeting that they were satisfied that Craig had nothing to do with the shooting, but they then put forward the names of 2 UVF men and said they were responsible. It must be stressed that Craig was alone with the INLA people for over half an hour before the 2 West Belfast officers arrived to observe the proceedings. The INLA men asked if the names of the UVF men could be confirmed as the people who did the shooting. At this point our people got up and left. The UF also learned from another member of the UDA that Craig asked him to accompany him on a visit to a Republican club in the Markets area. Craig told this man to arm himself with a .45 revolver for the journey. When they arrived at the club, Craig's companion was searched and the revolver taken from him for safekeeping, but as they were leaving the premises the revolver was returned to him. This illustrates the absurdity of some aspects of the collusion between paramilitaries, but more brutal consequences were to follow. On October 15, 1988, Jimmy Craig was lured to a meeting with other members of the UDA at the Castle Inn in East Belfast. As he sat quietly enjoying a drink, two men in ski masks, armed with automatic weapons, entered the bar and shot him dead. The UF had finally decided that it could no longer risk having Craig in its midst. His murder did not stop the rackets. While they remain, the contacts established across the divide will also remain, because it is through those contacts that the profits accrue to purchase the arms which keep paramilitaries in business. Conclusion: the dirty war goes on. Writing this book has been an extremely difficult, dangerous, and depressing task. It has been difficult because of the nature of the sources and contacts with whom one is obliged to communicate. Sources and contacts prefer to remain anonymous because of the risks to personal safety if one is judged to be in possession of certain types of information. It is easy for persons to be labeled terrorist sympathizers or supporters. Some people who supplied me with the information did so out of a sense of duty or a belief that a particular story should be told because the public had a right to know. I never felt that any of the sources or contacts sought to compromise me, and the paramilitaries I met knew I was not someone who could be easily duped. The work was at times dangerous because I was obliged to meet people to whom violence is a way of life. It was also depressing because it illustrated the immovable ideologies, prejudice, and mythology which are all pervasive in Ireland. So many questions remained unanswered owing to the nature of the conflict I was examining. However, I believe the questions are valid and, in presenting them as unanswered, I have demonstrated the need for answers from those who are combatants in the dirty war. I also feel strongly that the RUC, leaving aside Special Branch, has been hampered in its attempts to investigate many of the episodes which I have revealed and analyzed. Special Branch, military intelligence, and the security services operate with a freedom which makes it virtually impossible for SID properly to investigate incidents involving personnel from any of their agencies. In reality, SID has been neutered. The Pitchfork Killings episode illustrates how SID was unable to gain access to the information and people relevant to their inquiry. The RUC has no authority on army bases and is denied access to files relating to intelligence matters. This limiting of the central role of a police force is, I believe, damaging to society and only serves to heighten suspicion of covert UPS and conspiracies, the staple diet of a dirty war. I also learned matters which I decided not to include in the book because they would have placed people at risk and compromised ongoing security operations. One matter over which I deliberated for a long time was the connection between certain members of the legal profession and terrorists. Solicitors and barristers do a difficult job and one does not wish to exacerbate their problems by indicating a connection between some members of the profession and terrorism. However, I felt I was obliged to reveal the nature of what I learned because this lawyer-terrorist connection is a devastating weapon in the terrorist armory and the public has a right to know. Members of the legal profession have been shot dead, and one of them was murdered in his home in 1989. But the story I am about to tell has no relation to those men, who were innocent victims and whose lives were not tainted by unethical or criminal behavior. The main connection between terrorist organizations and the legal profession occurs at solicitor level, because it is a solicitor's role to deal with arrested persons from the moment they are arrested until they appear in court, when they are formally represented by barristers. This is loosely the arrangement, and it is the solicitor-client relationship that is exploited by terrorists. When a terrorist suspect is arrested, police are empowered by emergency legislation to question that person over a 7-day period. RUC interrogators have often used that period to extract statements of guilt and information about the arrested person's accomplices, terrorist structures, and plans. When the terrorist suspect is out of circulation, if he or she is broken by interrogators and reveals important intelligence, the security forces can act quickly on the information before terrorist groupings are aware that they have been compromised. It is therefore vital for terrorist leaders to know whether one of their number is revealing the names of accomplices, the whereabouts of weapons and explosives dumps, or plans for future operations. The only person allowed access to an arrested suspect is the suspect's solicitor. Solicitors who are in the pay of a terrorist organization can ask their clients what they have told their interrogators and can pass messages from an organization's leadership to their clients. In other words, solicitors can establish whether clients have compromised their terrorist overlords and accomplices or whether they are in a weak mental state and likely to break under continued questioning. If several members of an organization are interrogated by police, the solicitor is free to meet all of them and establish which one is a potential supergrass. When I refer to these rogue solicitors as being in the pay of the paramilitaries, I mean they are paid, not directly, but by receiving a flow of clients from a particular organization. It has not been unknown for a terrorist suspect who has been broken by police interrogators to realize that his failure to resist interrogation will be quickly conveyed to his overlords if he has accepted advice from a particular lawyer. I am aware of one case where a killer changed his solicitor because statements he had made to police incriminated terrorists who were free, and he knew his solicitors would have access to those statements and would convey their contents to terrorist leaders. If that had happened, his life would have been at risk, even in prison. In the early 1970s, when loyalist hit squads were being sent out to kill Catholics, they were given the names of solicitors to contact in the event of being apprehended before or after a killing, in order to ensure that only those solicitors who were approved by the leadership were to have access to loyalist assassins. That is not to conclude that solicitors who regularly represent members of paramilitary organizations are under the control of those organizations. I am alluding to a small number of solicitors who set aside professional ethics for personal gain or political motives. Such people come from both sides of the conflict, and their religious persuasion determines the terrorist organizations they represent. In the course of my research, I acquired documentary proof of one example of a solicitor acting in an unethical, if not criminal, fashion. I was extremely concerned about using the material without supporting evidence to indicate that it was not simply an isolated example. I spoke to police interrogators, who assured me that I was not dealing with an isolated case of one rogue solicitor. The policeman emphasized that those solicitors who were involved were few in number, but their undermining of police work had an extremely serious and damaging effect. The documents which came into my possession and which contain police interrogation notes illustrate how one solicitor was operating on behalf of a terrorist leadership. It is not my role to act as prosecutor, nor would I wish to single out one solicitor and place his life at risk. I have removed his name and the names of the policemen from the following extracts from relevant documents. The name of the accused has also been omitted, as well as details which might serve to identify him, his organization and, as a result, his solicitor. In the documents I am about to reproduce, the solicitor will be referred to as A, the accused as defendant, and the policeman as Detective Sergeant B and Detective Sergeant C. Dashes will indicate names of terrorists mentioned by the defendant. The interrogation notes were taken by Detectives B and C. I have arranged them in sections to indicate the chronological sequence of the interrogation over a period of several days, and I include only those parts of the notes which relate to what I term the solicitor-terrorist connection. It was put to the defendant that by reading the notes from the previous day, it appeared to us that he had not admitted any further involvement in terrorist activity. The defendant replied, "That's right." It was suggested to the defendant that as he had now started to tell us the truth, that he might as well tell us the whole truth and clear everything up and get it off his chest. The defendant stated that he had seen his solicitor the previous day and that his solicitor, A, had told him to say nothing more. The defendant was informed that this was all very well and that he was quite within his rights to remain silent, but that sometime in the future his conscience would start to trouble him, if not now, about the taking of human life, as on occasions we believed he had taken human life to further the aims of the. The defendant replied that he did not know what to say or who to trust. He was asked to explain what he meant and he replied, "I don't trust my solicitor because he's more interested in the than what happens to me, and I don't trust yous as all yous want me to do is to admit to things." The defendant was informed that there was no question of us asking him to admit to anything that he was not involved in, and we were only interested in the truth of his involvement in crimes which he had committed. The defendant replied, "Look, I've told everything that I admitted to use the other day, and he asked me who was interviewing me when I made the statements, and I told him that it was yous." At this stage I interrupted the defendant by holding up my hand and informed him that I did not want to know what transpired between him and his solicitor during their consultations. The defendant replied, "I don't care. I don't trust him. I'm going to tell you." The defendant went on to say that his solicitor, A, had told him that he knew det. SGTC and that he was a bad one but did not know me, det. SGTB, but that he would not be long in finding out. The defendant then said that A was not very pleased that he, the defendant, had withdrawn his complaint against the police interviewers because anybody arrested by the police was told by the to make a complaint early on so that if anything was brought out in court, they could say that they were forced into making statements. The defendant further stated that A had told him that he, the defendant, would have to lodge his complaint again against the police as soon as possible. The defendant informed us that there was nothing in his complaint, but that he would have to make it to police authorities before he left Castlereagh Holding Centre, because if he didn't he would be under suspicion of touting when he was transferred from Castlereagh to prison. The defendant added that A had told him to make the complaint as he had before. The defendant then said, "Look, it's nothing against yous, but I'll have to do it sometime before I leave here." The defendant then said that his solicitor, A, asked him if he named anybody else that was involved with him in what he had admitted to the police. The defendant stated that he told A that he hadn't named anyone else, and A told him to name nobody and to say or sign nothing else, and that he, the defendant, had nothing to worry about as he, A, would ensure he got off any charges on the basis that he suffered duress at the hands of the police interviewers. The defendant was asked if he thought we were not to be trusted. He replied, "I think I would trust yous more than him." The defendant was asked who he was referring to when he mentioned him, and he replied that it was his solicitor, A. The defendant said he felt sorry for his family. He said, "You know, I will have to make a complaint before I am charged to keep me right with the boys in prison, but I intend to plead guilty in court." The statement commenced at 5:45 p.m. and terminated at 6:00 p.m. When the statement was finished, the defendant tilted his chair back and folded his arms. He laughed and said, "You know, A thinks that I have gone supergrass. I told him that I hadn't, but that somebody was talking as the police knew too much." The defendant was told that he was informed at an earlier stage that what transpired between him and his solicitor had nothing to do with us. The defendant said, "Fuck him. He is more interested in them than he is in me." The defendant then went on to say that his solicitor, A, had asked him if he had named anybody and that he, the defendant, had denied this. The defendant stated that A told him that some of the boys thought that he, the defendant, had gone supergrass. The defendant said that he told A this was not so. He then went on to say that A asked him who was interviewing him in relation to what he had admitted, and that he told him it was det. SGTB and det. SGTC. The defendant said A told him to say or sign nothing more as he, A, could still get him off on the basis of police duress, and A further told him to make a complaint immediately. The defendant then stated apologetically, "I'll have to make a complaint before I go." This interview terminated at 6:15 and the defendant was returned to his cell by uniformed staff. The defendant was then asked if anything else had come into his mind that he had been involved in and which we had not been told since we saw him last. The defendant replied, "No, as far as I can remember, I've told you everything." The defendant then stated, "A's worried. He was asked was he referring to his solicitor and replied that he was, and he went on to tell us that he had just seen a short time earlier and that at this point I interrupted the defendant and told him we were not interested in what went on between him and his solicitor. The defendant replied, "You will when you hear that he's been bought and paid for." He went on to say that he, the defendant, had told A about admitting involvement in robbery to police. The defendant further stated that his solicitor, A, asked him if he had named anyone else and that he, the defendant, told him that he hadn't. The defendant said his solicitor, A, asked him who was interviewing him and he told him it was Det. SGTB and Det. SGTC. The defendant went on to say that A told him that A had met and the previous night. The defendant was asked who were these two men mentioned by his solicitor. The defendant replied that they were both members of the brigade staff of the and that one of them was the brigade provost marshal and he was asked where his solicitor met these men and he replied that he did not know and that his solicitor had not told him. The defendant said his solicitor, A, did, however, tell him that he, A, talked to the men about the situation of those in Castlereagh, including himself, the defendant. His solicitor said these men believed it was obvious that someone was talking and it sounded like whoever it was going supergrass and that they wanted to know what they were up against. The defendant then stated that he told his solicitor that he, the defendant, thought that was the supergrass as there were things put to him by the police which only could have known. The defendant asked us was he right. He was told that we were not at liberty to discuss anything of that nature with him. The defendant nodded his head and said, "That's okay. I'll find out who it is anyway." The defendant then informed us that his solicitor, A, had been telling him that it was important to know how deep the rot was and he, A, was going back to see and again. The defendant went on to say that his solicitor, A, had also told him that when he, the defendant, got to the Crumlin Road prison, that he was to go straight to C and tell him everything that happened in Castlereagh after A's visit. The defendant was asked who was the man in Crumlin Road prison and he replied that he was the commander in the prison. The defendant went on to say that A told him that he, A, would go into prison and see the commander before the defendant was charged in order to assure the commander that the defendant had not talked so that he, the defendant, would be okay in prison. The defendant was asked if he was serious about what he had just told us and he replied, "I'm not joking. This is what A told me today." The defendant again stated that his solicitor, A, told him that he must make a complaint against the police immediately and that he, A, was very annoyed with him for not having made a complaint before now. We had a further discussion with Those extracts are a damning comment on one solicitor and they illustrate how terrorists can exploit the right of a solicitor to talk to suspects while they are under interrogation. As I stated earlier, this is not an isolated case and it represents a much deeper malady. It happens away from public view, and this is the first time that it has been documented. The dirty war goes on. On January 13, 1993, robbers were shot dead in West Belfast by members of an army undercover unit. The manner in which the robbers were killed revived the allegation that the security forces were operating a shoot-to-kill policy. Politicians from both the nationalist community and the Middle-of-the-Road Alliance Party called for an inquiry and expressed dismay that there appeared to have been no effort to arrest the three men, two of whom were armed only with imitation firearms and appeared to have been shot repeatedly while they lay on the ground. The three robbers were members of a gang which comprised 5 regular associates but was often supplemented by freelance criminals who drove getaway cars, provided safe houses, or hid stolen goods. They called themselves the Hole in the Wall Gang and operated in both Northern Ireland and the Republic. According to police records, they were professional criminals who favored robbing banks or post offices but were willing to undertake other ventures provided the risks were not too great. In other words, they were not prepared to rob premises known to be owned or connected to paramilitary organizations. RUC detectives who investigated some of the crimes they committed in 1988 knew they were not connected with the IRA, did not possess weapons but did use imitation guns. The gang rarely operated in Republican areas of Belfast because one of their members, 25-year-old Eddie Hale from the Pole Glass housing estate in West Belfast, was a casualty of the Provisionals' policy of punishing criminals who were known to be operating in Republican areas. In 1987, Hale was abducted by the IRA from a house in West Belfast and questioned about crimes in the west of the city. He was then shot through the arms, legs and ankles. After shooting him, the IRA warned Hale that if they again discovered he was engaged in antisocial behavior, his punishment could well be more serious. The following year, however, he was convicted for handling stolen goods and going equipped to commit a crime. Clearly he was a hardened criminal who was prepared to risk further retribution from the IRA. They did not act against him, and it is believed that their reason for not fulfilling their threat was that the crime for which he was convicted was committed outside West Belfast in an area not judged to be under IRA jurisdiction. Two of Hale's associates in the gang were also habitual criminals with a range of convictions. 42-year-old John Joseph McNeil, who was single and lived in the Old Park area in the north of the city, had a criminal record which contained almost 30 convictions for offenses including assaulting police, theft, burglary, and handling stolen goods. His record dated from the late 1960s. The youngest member of the gang was 21-year-old Peter Thompson, whose family lived in the Twinbrook area of West Belfast. He had 6 convictions and his criminal activities began when he was 16. A criminal who knew them, and who liked them is a Catholic, told me the following. Those guys, like me, were generally careful not to operate in hard Republican areas, but when things are bad and you need the money, you know only one way to get it, and that is to do what you do best, even if that means risking the wrath of the Provisionals. They're a difficult lot, unlike the Loyalist paramilitaries. Catholic criminals have difficulty operating effectively as far as armed robbery is concerned because it is not easy to get the real things, I mean guns. You cannot and dare not ask the provos, and that is why guys like Eddie Hale would resort to imitation firearms. You see, it sounds crazy, but the work comprises risks anyway. If you go out with an imitation firearm, you can't defend yourself and you risk getting shot dead by being mistaken for a terrorist. There's no time to shout, "Hey lads, this is only a toy gun," or "this heckler is only an imitation." Now those risks you know about, so it is not much different to risk hitting a bank or post office in a Provo area. Firstly, if you're not seen and you have good security in your gang and a trustworthy fence to handle stolen goods, nobody is going to know who did the job. There are so many criminals around. However, if somebody breaks cover or is too flush with money and the provos get to hear of it, they'll pull you in for interrogation. When they ask you to talk, you talk and take the punishment. If they think you're a real bad bastard and you're prepared to lie to them, or you name another thief and they later find out it was really you, they'll not have any mercy. It'll be a head job. But, for all that, if things are bad, people will operate in a Provo area. The one advantage is that the cops tend to think such jobs are carried out by the IRA. That is what annoys the IRA and is one reason why they hate ordinary criminals. The provos have their own means of raising money and don't need to hit premises which pay protection. When a pub that is contributing to provo funds is hit by robbers, it makes the IRA look silly and they are expected to find the culprits. Now when it comes to loyalist paramilitaries, it is a different matter. In my criminal past, I associated with people within the UDA and they were prepared to lend guns provided they got a slice of the action. They didn't care that you were a Catholic. There was profit. If there was no profit, they would just as soon cut your throat or put a bullet in your head. The UVF, like the provos, were not prepared to offer weapons on loan to criminals. In fact, the UDA also stopped this practice after the killing of Jimmy Craig, the West Belfast UDA chief. However, Hale and his colleagues in the Hole in the Wall gang were offered weapons from a most unusual source, 2 joyriders who also specialized in stealing from cars. On December 9, 1989, some young men from West Belfast stole a black Vauxhall Astra from the city centre. In a fashion common to joyriders in Belfast, they drove the Vauxhall to a car park adjacent to the Homestead Inn on a quiet country road in the townland of Drumbo between Belfast and Lisbon, intending to swap it for another car of their choice. There they left the Vauxhall but removed nothing from it because they saw little of obvious value to them. They spotted a Nissan Bluebird and reckoned it was the type of car they would like to drive back to Belfast. There were also 2 hold-alls in the vehicle. After forcing entry to the vehicle and examining the hold-alls, however, they decided that the car was too hot. Inside the hold-alls were guns and military equipment. They transferred the hold-alls to the Vauxhall and returned to Belfast, where they set light to the Vauxhall on the Stewartstown Road and then went in search of someone who might purchase the weapons. One hold-all contained a Heckler & Koch submachine gun with 4 loaded magazines, a 9mm Brown semi-automatic pistol with 3 loaded magazines, and a flash grenade of the type used by the SAS or members of the covert units within 14th Intelligence. This army grouping originated in the mid-1970s and was first stationed at Castle Dillon in County Armagh. It was the organization which Robert Nyrick joined and has also been referred to as 4 Field Survey Troop or the 14th Independent Company. It is tasked much like the SAS, with whom it operates, and is under the direct control of the Army but with MI5 advisors in its hierarchy. Besides the SAS, it is the most secret organization in the British Army. Its members now number approximately 250 and they operate not only throughout Northern Ireland but also across the border in the Irish Republic. Their role is to gather intelligence and operate on it after analysis. In order to discover more about this organization, to help unravel the whole incident, I sought out a source within the Army who has only ever provided me with accurate information on topics which cannot be traced to him. This source has always been careful never to give me details which if published could endanger members of the security forces and has only supplied information on matters where he believes there is a genuine public interest. What I was told places information on the record for the first time. It is irrelevant what title should be applied to this organization, which does a fine job in combating terrorism. It is essentially in the front line and, when the order is given, its men are obliged to take real risks. It has been operating since the mid-70s and has developed a sophistication beyond most organizations within the security forces. It works closely with Special Branch but there are the obvious strains and stresses one associates with security in Northern Ireland. I am not simply talking about petty jealousies but about who is in control. Special Branch runs its informers/agents and this unit runs its own informers. However, Special Branch began to feel that this specialist organization was encroaching on its territory and made representations at the very highest level and claimed that this army grouping was getting out of control, with units operating when and where they liked without reference to Special Branch. Special Branch reinforced the complaint by saying that this grouping was recruiting people who were already Special Branch/agents informers or recruiting people who were of no use in intelligence gathering or providing information. Special Branch was listened to, and rules were established in 1989 which stipulated that before any agent or informer could be recruited by this army organization, Special Branch required to be informed. This led to Special Branch exercising a control which was realized in the following fashion: if these army specialists wished to recruit an agent/informer, they would approach Special Branch and provide the name of the person. Special Branch would then say whether the said person was already a Special Branch informer/agent, and whether this person was in their opinion of any value. Finally, they would give the army grouping the authority to recruit the person. Part of the difficulty with this organization is that it does have a degree of autonomy which is resented and it is not represented on the task coordinating group, which is made up of members of the major security groupings. My source also confirmed that the weapons stolen from the car at the homestead belonged to 2 members of this organization, which I know to be 14th Intelligence. The undercover team comprised a man and woman who were taking time off for a drink when their car was burgled and the hold-alls removed. This source also confirmed 2 other pieces of detail, hitherto unpublished, which are crucial to an understanding of how 14th Intelligence operates and the risks it creates through carelessness. The episode at the homestead was a disgrace, a clear breach of security, though it must be said that lapses of this kind are inevitable for people in this organization who are constantly under pressure. What did not come to light was that, Even after this episode, there was another occurrence. Those of us within the army were shocked, and it served to heighten awareness of special branch complaints. On January 8 the male/female team went to a concert in the King's Hall in Belfast featuring the Tears for Fears pop group. Afterwards they went to the Europa Hotel, booked into a room and spent the night together. They left 2 hold-alls in their car containing equipment similar to the items stolen at the homestead. There was absolute panic, but fortunately the car was found the next day in West Belfast with the gear untouched. The other thing which is worth noting is that this grouping now handles direct confrontations with terrorists or armed criminals. When information is acquired that a terrorist unit or armed criminals are ready to operate, these units go up against them. Generally speaking, they operate in 2 cars, 2 operatives to each car. In one car there will be a female. That will be the car which will in difficult circumstances be the one used to engage in surveillance from a stationary position. The presence of the female with a male in a stationary car is less likely to excite the interest of terrorists or criminals than 2 males. The second car will contain the men who will do the necessary shooting, but they will be constantly on the move until the moment when their colleagues in the stationary car indicate that the time has come to confront the armed terrorists or robbers. In circumstances where information is received which indicates that imitation firearms are going to be used, the subsequent security force operation becomes the responsibility of the RUC and in particular of SID and the uniformed branch. However, the moment it is known that real guns are to be in the hands of the criminals or terrorists, the matter is placed through special branch and this specialist organization is tasked to go into action. Part of the reason is that they can cope with the firepower which terrorists or armed criminals can bring to bear in a situation like Northern Ireland. The ordinary policeman is not trained for direct confrontational eventualities. It takes special people to do that. My source also confirmed that it was this grouping which recruited the supergrass Anthony O'Doherty and gave him specialist training. Although the source refused to be drawn on the relationship between E4 and 14th Intelligence, he hinted that 14th Intelligence were better trained and since the stalker investigation took the primary role in difficult operations. He also suggested that security was tighter within the covert army teams, and that they did not trust the RUC undercover units to maintain absolute secrecy. I suspected, however, that what he was really saying was that 14th Intelligence preferred to retain its secret role and not to face scrutiny from any grouping with the RUC apart from its contact with Special Branch, with whom it was obliged to communicate and with whom it occasionally shared information. He did confirm that the male/female team who spent the night together in the Europa Hotel were quickly moved out of Northern Ireland and were not available for interview by police. When SID learned of the disappearance of the weapons and sought to interview the undercover team, they were told they had left the province, but at that time the undercover operators were in fact at Army HQ in Lisbon waiting to be flown to England to face disciplinary charges and were being questioned about the nature of the documents which were in the missing car. In the meantime, the 2 joyriders had quickly sold the weapons from the car at the homestead for £200 to the Hole in the Wall gang. The Heckler & Koch submachine gun was removed to a garage at Lugan, where, unknown to its owner, it was stored by a man who acted as a fence to the gang. He rented the garage and used it as a clearinghouse for stolen goods. The gun was removed to Lugan so that if the gang decided to operate outside Belfast, they had a weapon in a place near to many rural towns and the Irish border. Within 2 days the RUC raided the garage in Lugan and removed the Heckler & Koch. I have discovered from my source that the RUC was able to act so quickly because an informer who was a close associate of the gang revealed to police that Hale and his associates had acquired 2 guns. The informer was unable to reveal the whereabouts of the 9mm Browning pistol because it was hidden somewhere in Belfast. Information about the theft of the guns, the discovery of the Heckler & Koch and the fact that 1 gun was still missing was also conveyed to the 14th Intelligence but was kept secret from the media and the public, partly because police were engaged in delicate negotiations with the gang's fence and also because 14th Intelligence requested that the matter be kept secret to avoid embarrassment. The informer led police to the weapons and also to the fence who had hired the garage. Detectives quickly established that the owner of the premises was unaware of the use being made of his garage, but he was able to name the person who had hired it. Detectives and the fence reached an arrangement that, if he secured the return of the Browning pistol from those who had stolen it, no charges would be preferred against him or the joyriders and the members of the gang. It is not uncommon for police to offer such a deal. This has occurred in the past, when members of the UDA stole weapons from policemen but returned them after police approached the UDA leadership. In this instance, the security forces could have traced the joyriders and the gang by placing surveillance on the fence once he tried to contact those holding the pistol, but from all accounts that was not necessary. During a 22-hour police interrogation, the fence was presented with the names of every member of the gang. He is alleged to have told the gang that all police wished was the return of the pistol. As a result of the interrogation and the subsequent deal, the pistol was returned, but the whole matter, including the identity of the gang, was also brought to the attention of Special Branch and 14th Intelligence. It is fair to assume that both these agencies soon became intimate with police records of members of the gang and police intelligence of their activities. The police informer who enabled Sid so quickly to identify those who had acquired the stolen military equipment must surely have been in a position to acquaint his handlers in Sid with two other important pieces of information which I can reveal but which were not mentioned in subsequent press reports. When the joyriders drove into Belfast with the two hold-alls, they parked the stolen Vauxhall Astra on the Stewartstown Road in West Belfast, removed the stolen military gear and then set the car alight to destroy fingerprints. They made their way to a house rented by the gang and used as its headquarters. Peter Thompson and Eddie Hale had been living there for 4 months. The house was situated in the Dunmay district on the periphery of West Belfast, and the joyriders frequently visited it to sell the gang goods taken from cars or vehicles they had stolen, which the gang used in robberies. This association of professional criminals and young joyriders who were also thieves represents a subculture of lawlessness which is prevalent within Northern Irish society and obscured by the political violence, since terrorists are often deemed responsible for offences committed by ordinary criminals. When the two joyriders arrived at the gang's hideout, the hold-alls were examined by Hale, Thompson, and another person. The joyriders were given £200 and told to keep the matter secret. After the deaths of Hale, Thompson, and McNeil, remaining members of the gang told Gary Adams that one of the hold-alls contained a military map and codes but had been destroyed. Could it be that the gang did not destroy the second hold-all and its contents? Did the gang pass on that hold-all to the IRA? Did the IRA in return provide Hale and his companions with a form of immunity from punishment if they carried out any criminal offense in a Republican neighborhood? Were such questions in the minds of members of Special Branch and 14th Intelligence? One can reasonably conclude that the informer who tipped police off about the gang's possession of the guns would also have been able to acquaint them with the whereabouts of the second hold-all, assuming that the informer resided in Belfast and was in close contact with the gang. Whatever the truth, the fact remains that the gang were in possession of documents which contained secret codes. Whether or not they destroyed the relevant material, they certainly viewed it and discussed what they should do with it. It is also valid to argue that persons in 14th Intelligence and Special Branch who closely monitor terrorism must have wondered whether the gang were on the periphery of the IRA and providing them with intelligence or a service which was compromising undercover units. When the second car was taken from the Europa Hotel on January 8, 5 days before the 3 gang members were shot by soldiers, intelligence observers must have wondered whether the same joyriders were at work again. When I discovered that a second 14th Intelligence car was taken but found with everything intact, I was tempted to conclude that the thieves who left such a car and its contents untouched in West Belfast must have known that they could not fence the contents and that they could have been the same joyriders. The joyriders who stole the hold-alls from the homestead would certainly have known by January 8 that it was best not to touch such materials again. I am reliably informed that after the homestead theft the gang told them about the police discovery of the heckler and the return of the Browning. There may well be no connection between the second car and the homestead thieves. Coincidence in Northern Ireland is too often thought to be significant when it is not. However, the disappearance of the car would have indicated to Special Branch and 14th Intelligence the need for urgency in examining the relations between joyriders and a gang such as the Hole in the Wall, and whether gangs of this type traded stolen military materials with the IRA. After the return of the Browning pistol, the gang members became afraid for their safety. They believed they were being watched from a house opposite their hideout in Dunmay, and on one occasion they thought they heard a security radio channel at the side of the house. Peter Thompson's parents, who are law-abiding and did not condone his criminal behavior, said he was on edge in the weeks before his death, and that a young woman with an English accent made several phone calls to the family home asking to speak to Peter, but was told each time that he was no longer living at home. According to Mrs. Thompson, the day before her son was shot dead, she was followed by a young man in a red Ford Escort XR2. The Thompson family also claim that a car containing several strangers was parked outside their home at midnight one day during the Christmas period. The Thompsons also allege that a car driven by a brown-haired woman drove past the Dunmay hideout on several occasions and sped off when challenged. This tends to confirm other evidence that the gang were under constant surveillance. There is every reason to assume that they would have been under scrutiny, since they had acquired weapons stolen from undercover soldiers and were in possession of military materials which were not returned. It may well have been the intention of Special Branch and 14th Intelligence to bring the gang to justice. I am convinced that surveillance was mounted on the gang as soon as police located the guns, but that it was restricted to members of 14th Intelligence. The surveillance of the gang ceased to be a matter for Sid once Special Branch told Sid that they were taking over, and that another informer close to the gang was saying the gang was preparing to use real guns in a big operation. On January 10, several members of the gang met in the Dunmay house. Among them were Hale and Thompson. They agreed that they should undertake a robbery that week and convinced themselves that the matter of the stolen guns and their suspicions about being watched should be put aside. Since several £1,000s worth of stolen goods were lost when police raided the garage in Lugan, they badly needed cash. That week, two unknown persons put a proposal to the gang that they should rob Sean Graham's bookmaker's premises at the junction of the Falls and White Rock Road. The plan was that several gang members would enter the premises from the side door. A source who was aware of the gang's discussion of this proposal gave me the following account. They discussed hitting Graham's betting shop by the side door because they were in possession of information that in that week the bins would be emptied and delivered late. The plan was to knock on the side door of the betting shop and shout "bins," and the door would be open to accommodate the collection of refuse, with the result that the gang would have easy access to the place without having to walk through the front door on a main thoroughfare. The gang decided not to undertake this robbery, but instead to hijack a van transporting money to post offices in another part of the city on Friday, January 12. That operation was aborted for reasons which have not become clear. On Saturday, January 13, at approximately 9 a.m., the gang sat in the Dunmay house. Hale argued that they should have robbed the bookmakers. Another gang member said it was now too late, since the plan was to enter the premises at 9:30 before there were many punters present. Hale pointed out that they could still drive down the road and rob the betting shop before midday, because the Dunmay house was less than 2 miles from the proposed target. The general feeling among the gang was that they should not undertake the operation, but Hale persuaded Thompson and a person whom I can only refer to as Mr. X to take part. He also encouraged McNeil to act as the driver for the robbery. Two gang members who said they would not take part agreed nonetheless to drive two of the robbers to the Falls area and leave them in the vicinity of the betting shop. McNeil was tasked to drive an Opel Kadett which had been stolen from a car park in the Royal Victoria Hospital on Thursday night in anticipation of the Friday hijack. The two members who opted out of the betting shop robbery also agreed to conceal 3 balaclava masks and 2 replica weapons in the city cemetery directly opposite the betting shop. The replicas were a Schmeisser submachine gun and a 9mm Browning pistol. Shortly before 11 a.m., McNeil drove into the city cemetery and with one of the robbers collected the masks and imitation weapons. Then he parked alongside the bookmakers, adjacent to the side entrance. Hale and Thompson and Mr. X put on the balaclava masks which were worn on the top of their heads, like what are described in Belfast as monkey hats. These woolen hats fit neatly round the head and are worn by joggers in cold weather. When a balaclava is worn in this fashion, a terrorist or criminal can pull it down over his face quickly and just as quickly pull it back up and return it to the shape of a normal hat. Hale was given the replica Schmeisser and Mr. X the imitation pistol. The three chose to enter the premises from the front and not by the side door as planned. I can offer no definite explanation for this change of plan, except that they may have decided that the ruse of pretending to be Binman would not work at 11 a.m. Once inside the front door, they pulled down their masks, opened a second door and shouted to customers and staff to lie down on the floor facing away from them. By this stage they had also removed the imitation firearms from inside their coats. As they began scooping money into bags, they heard a banging noise and shouting at the side door. Believing they were about to be apprehended, they panicked and ran to the front entrance. Hale and Thompson were first onto the street and were shot dead. Mr. X managed to scramble back into the betting shop, where he tore off his mask and dropped the imitation pistol on the floor. He lay on the floor with other customers and later escaped in the confusion which followed the shooting. Hale and Thompson were hit by a hail of bullets at the front of the betting shop. McNeil was shot dead as he sat at the wheel of the getaway car. Eyewitness reports carried in many newspapers and in television broadcasts appeared to confirm that the getaway driver was the first to be shot. Hale and Thompson were killed as they exited from the premises. Most reports testified to a clinical ferocity which claimed the lives of the three robbers. Several stories that a Vauxhall Astra car containing the two soldiers who carried out the shooting parked behind the getaway car, that the soldiers emerged from the car and one armed with a Browning pistol shot McNeil. These same soldiers are believed to have shot the other two robbers, one of whom was carrying what must have appeared to be a real submachine gun, the replica Schmeisser. Allegations of a shoot-to-kill policy by the security forces were reactivated when television, radio, and later the newspapers carried accounts from bystanders who said they saw one of the soldiers shooting into the bodies of Hale and Thompson as they lay on the pavement. What was not immediately made known was that a second car was positioned near the betting shop and contained two undercover members of 14th Intelligence, one of them a woman. Theories about the shooting soon emerged. The Sunday World newspaper carried the headline "Car mix-up led to deaths." A bungled IRA operation could have led to the deaths of three betting shop robbers by soldiers who thought they were a Provo team who had switched cars. Police sources have claimed that an IRA operation to kill a policeman on the Falls Road on the Friday night sparked the latest shoot-to-kill affair. At the last minute the gunmen abandoned their assassination bid, but they drove the stolen car they were using to a shopping complex and abandoned it. Minutes later another stolen car later used by the robbers was stolen less than a quarter of a mile away. But the RUC had mistakenly put two and two together and thought that the Opel car had been taken by the same Provo hit team. Police intelligence alleged the Army undercover squad were cruising in unmarked cars in the Upper Falls district when they spotted the car taken by the betting shop robbers. They thought it was the same Provo hit squad who had tried to shoot police in the area the previous night. So they moved in using summary execution methods. Mr. X and other members of the gang were terrified after the shooting and sought advice from a priest, who advised them to talk to the MP for West Belfast, Gary Adams. They contacted Adams, who is also president of Provisional Sinn Féin, and told him about the history of the stolen guns, the deal arranged through a middleman with the RUC, and other events leading up to the betting shop robbery. Sinn Féin sought immediately to exploit the circumstances of the shooting with a headline in its news sheet, En Fablacht, which claimed the deaths were a symptom of Britain's secret war. In the story beneath this headline no mention was made of the fact that Eddie Hale was shot by the IRA in 1987. Sinn Féin accused the soldiers of ignoring army regulations that they challenged before opening fire. This was more than ironic, coming from an organization which advocates the summary execution of all members of the security forces and does not believe in issuing challenges to any of its victims. The overall account in the media did not deal with the presence of informers close to the gang, or how the presence of one informer led to the identification of the gang and the recovery of the weapons. I am not firmly convinced that there was a second informer, even though my source claims that was so. I believe my source pointed me in that direction because that was the information being conveyed to the army and most likely SID. The presence of a second informer would have enabled Special Branch to take charge of targeting the gang for surveillance on the grounds that he was saying real guns were about to be used by Hale and his associates. Is it possible that Special Branch falsely claimed to have an informer so that they could remove SID from the investigation and keep the whole matter under secret Special Branch control? I am not suggesting for one moment that Special Branch had any sinister motives. After all, they had to consider so many possibilities concerning this gang and above all needed to find out more about them. Alternatively, an informer close to the gang in Belfast may have been encouraging them to believe that a major crime was being planned involving real weapons, and any gang that was willing to buy a heckler and cook would have appeared to have something very serious in mind. One tends to associate criminals with sawn-off shotguns and not high-powered weapons such as a heckler and kook, but I believe in this case the hole-in-the-wall gang, as their very name suggests, were not very cunning and were prepared to accept any kind of weapon. Peter Thompson's father later remarked that the gang did not have much brains. He based his judgment on their decision to rob a betting shop before midday using the stolen Opel Kadett with its Dublin registration. What was in the minds of the soldiers who fired the fatal shots? Did they happen upon an armed robbery or were they part of an ongoing surveillance operation that ended tragically? These questions will be answered only when all the facts are known, though that is not always possible in a dirty war where secrecy is necessary. While examining this incident, I was obliged to look closely at the recent use of undercover patrols, and I came across a story of a cat-and-mouse game played between teams from 14th INT and the IRA in East Belfast in 1989. The IRA in the Short Strand area were monitoring army radio signals to try to discover whether there were specialist units in the area. One source explained why the IRA company were on alert. When an army helicopter is overhead and there are no uniformed personnel in a neighborhood, you can be sure that the army has created a sterile area so that undercover patrols can move into the area and work without interference. You must remember that if uniformed people are in an area, they may stop any car, and that could include one with undercover people in it, and that doesn't help undercover operations. To avoid that eventuality and to ensure that uniformed soldiers don't mistake their own people for IRA and end up shooting them, the area is cleared of all uniformed police, army, and UDR. IRA people on the ground know by instinct that it is happening. As the IRA monitored radio signals, by chance they picked up communications between specialist patrols, but they could not pinpoint the exact locations of the undercover teams. The IRA commander decided to place a large number of his men unarmed on the streets of the area with orders to watch out for any suspicious persons or cars. Weapons were removed from a dump, and active service volunteers were placed on standby, ready to go into action. The IRA men scouring the neighborhood were close to abandoning the operation when two of them passed a parked car and heard a voice calling out a message from inside the boot. It was an undercover soldier shouting to colleagues to rescue him. He had seen the IRA men approach his car and reckoned he might be in danger. When his fears were realized, he was close to panic. While the IRA men were trying to open the car boot, two backup cars of undercover soldiers arrived in response to a radio communication from inside the boot. On seeing cars screeching into the street, the IRA men ran away. The soldier in the boot was rescued. His role had been to observe the movements of people in the area through a small hole in the boot cover. He may also have been equipped with a miniature camera, though remote-controlled miniature cameras can now be placed in parked cars. Another bizarre incident occurred in the Falls area near Sean Graham's bookmaker's shop in 1989. A young couple had just left a car parked in a side street off the Falls Road when they were approached by several teenage members of the IRA. Within seconds, a car sped up and whisked the couple away. Inside the abandoned car, the young IRA men found a Heckler & Koch submachine gun. Minutes later, the entire area was sealed off by uniformed soldiers, who searched every street and removed the couple's car. The next morning, a slogan appeared on a nearby gable wall: "Thanks for the heckler." The dirty war appears to have no end in sight, and it often generates more questions than it answers. I found the writing of this book extremely depressing because in many instances I encountered stories which illustrated the futility of the conflict and the waste of human life in alleyways, on remote hillsides or in a border forest. There appeared to me to be many players in the game, not just terrorists, who showed little regard for the sanctity of life. In a sense I felt that all the combatants in a dirty little war such as this eventually become tainted by it. I was concerned to examine the extent to which people in some of those agencies of government in the front line of this war are permitted to operate without the degree of scrutiny which a democracy of necessity must exercise to ensure that society itself does not become a victim of war in respect of its own values. In attempting to seek an explanation for many events I concluded that if there are great conspiracies, as several observers tend to suggest, they are not to be found in the varied matters that I analyzed. In fact, there are numerous parts to the jigsaw which forms the dirty war, and I believe that many parts which have yet to be uncovered will fit into the jigsaw. They will not, however, come together to produce conspiracies but may create theories about the elements that make up the conflict. My role, I felt, was to prise open some of the issues, to unravel some of the stories which have become distorted by the propaganda of either side and to tease out the complexity of the backdrop to the war. The dirty war is to be found in such events as secret burials, the use of military reconnaissance force squads, the manipulation of those who become informers and inevitably the victims, the development of the sophisticated technology of surveillance, and the manner in which the public is so frequently deceived about the true nature of the conflict. It is also about heroes and villains, the collusion between members of the security forces and terrorism, and ultimately the rules by which the war is fought. These elements have made it a dirty little war. It is no longer about massive street confrontations between mobs and the security forces, or between the two communities, or large-scale gun battles in the ghettos of Belfast. The war is now won or lost in the game which involves the use of agents and double agents, the placing of high-definition surveillance equipment, the bugging of weapons and explosives in terrorist dumps and the effectiveness of propaganda. It is also about a breakdown in society and the way in which terrorism has been institutionalized, and it is this which will need to be addressed if the dirty war ever ends. The institutionalist nature of violence is to be found in the title of one of the chapters of this book, Killing for Profit. Terrorism has now found its way into the profitable aspects of life where it receives acceptance at levels of society where it would normally be shunned. Through legitimate businesses, terrorists have the means to hire lawyers and accountants in order to ensure that their businesses run smoothly. Terrorism has now a hold on society through the ownership of pubs, clubs, shops, and the distribution of those luxuries such as videos which many of us acquire. In some areas of Belfast it is possible to point to licensed premises owned by men who are or have been connected with terrorism and who acquired the capital to buy the businesses from the proceeds of racketeering. In this way terrorism may well remain an integral part of society. However, it is not all about racketeering and other criminal enterprises. It is also a war between bitterly opposing forces with a history which does not easily lend itself to change. There is an uneasy feeling that this type of war has the potential to remain a feature of life in Ireland because it is not fought on a grand scale which would constantly bring it to the attention of the world or involve a sufficiently large number of people in society. In other words, it may not ultimately disturb enough lives for society as a whole to seek to end it. On another level it fits into the pattern of international terrorism, and for that reason it may occasionally find itself high on the agenda of a Europe which has every reason to fear terrorism. When one recognizes that the IRA could have changed the course of British history this century with the bombing of the Royal Hotel at Brighton during the Tory Party conference in 1984, one must also accept that serious measures are required to deal with the threat it poses. The central question seems to be related to what kind of measures are acceptable in defeating terrorism. I hope I have provided the reader with the means to scrutinize those rules of engagement which have been used by agencies of government over the last 20 years. I hope I have also illustrated that there is nothing glorious about the dirty war and that it is not concerned with any great ideological conflict. The victims who have been subjected to torture or inhuman and degrading treatment before their lives have been forfeited are a testimony to the hatred, bigotry, prejudice, and senselessness which provide the impetus for the continuance of the dirty war. The fact that it is a war fought without the normal rules of engagement means that at some point those who are combating terrorism use means which they believe are best suited to this type of conflict, and as a result sometimes those involved in the dirty war are compromised by it. It would, however, be wrong to conclude that this is a statement which is inherently critical of those who are vested with the authority to deal with terrorism. I hope I have shown that the war against the terrorist is critical to society but is not easily defined in terms of what is required to deal with the type of conflict which exists in Ireland and which finds its way into other countries in Europe. I feel there is a need not simply to examine one event but to see the conflict against the history of Northern Ireland and to provide the reader with an opportunity to see the totality of the issue rather than the selective history which both communities in Northern Ireland exploit to perpetuate the prejudice that is central to much of the dirty war. Finally, in reiterating that the dirty war often generates more questions than it answers, I hope the reader will understand that in some instances where no answer was available I included the question in the belief that the question of itself was important and that perhaps its existence may encourage someone, somewhere, to provide an answer. Appendix, the Green Book. What follows is the Constitution, aims, objectives and disciplinary procedures of the IRA. Known as the Green Book, it is the IRA's official handbook. It has not been edited or altered in any way, and is printed here, in its recent edition, for the first time. Any errors of grammar or of sense can be attributed to the original. Constitution of Oglake Naheireann. 1 Title. The Army shall be known as Oglake Naheireann. 2 Membership. 1 Enlistment in Oglake Naheireann shall be open to all those over the age of 17 who accept its objects as stated in the Constitution and who make the following pledge. I promise that I will promote the objects of Oglake Naheireann to the best of my knowledge and ability and that I will obey all orders and regulations issued to me by the Army authority and by my superior officer. 2 Participation in Stormont or Westminster and in any other subservient parliament, if any, is strictly forbidden. 3 Enlistment shall be at the discretion of the Army authority. 3 Objects. 1 To guard the honour and uphold the sovereignty and unity of the Republic of Ireland. 2 To support the establishment of an Irish Socialist Republic based on the 1916 Proclamation. 3 To support the establishment of, and uphold, a lawful government in sole and absolute control of the Republic. 4 To secure and defend civil and religious liberties and equal rights and equal opportunities for all citizens. 5 To promote the revival of the Irish language as the everyday language of the people. 4 Means. 1 To organize Oglake Naheireann for victory. 2 To build on a spirit of comradeship. 3 To wage revolutionary armed struggle. 4 To encourage popular resistance, political mobilization and political action in support of these objectives. 5 To assist, as directed by the Army authority, all organizations working for the same objectives. 5 Army control. 1 The General Army Convention shall be the supreme Army authority. 2 The Army Council shall be the supreme authority when a General Convention is not in session. 3 The Army Council, only after convention, shall have power to delegate its powers to a government which is actively endeavoring to function as the de facto government of the Republic. 4 When a government is functioning as the de facto government of the Republic, a General Army Convention shall be convened to give the allegiance of Oglake Naheireann to such a government. 5 All personnel and all armaments, equipment and other resources of Oglake Naheireann shall be at the disposal of and subject to the Army authority, to be employed and utilized as the Army authority shall direct. 6 General Army Convention. 1 A General Army Convention of delegates shall meet every 2 years unless the majority of these delegates notify the Army Council that they it better for military purposes to postpone it. When a General Army Convention is postponed, it shall be summoned to meet as soon as the majority of the delegates shall notify the Army Council that they deem it advisable. 2. An extraordinary General Army Convention, and that the urgency of the issue for the convention does not permit of the selection of delegates as prescribed, that the delegates to the previous General Army Convention constitute the Extraordinary General Army Convention. When for any reason a delegate to the previous General Army Convention has become ineligible, or is not available, the Battalion Council shall elect a delegate in his/her stead. Every active volunteer in the battalion shall be eligible to stand as a delegate. For when the Army is engaged on active service, no unit or General Army Convention shall be held until a reasonable time after hostilities have terminated, unless the Army authority decides otherwise. 5. An executive of 12 members shall be elected by ballot at the General Army Convention. At least 8 of these members shall be delegates to the convention. 4 members may be elected from active volunteers who are not delegates. The next 6 in line shall, however, be eligible as substitutes to the executive in order of their election. The executive shall always have 6 substitutes in readiness. 6. No member of the executive may also be a member of the Army Council, and members of the executive subsequently elected to the Army Council will resign from the executive. Vacant positions on the executive arising in such a way shall be filled by those substitutes next in line from the convention elections. 7. The following shall be entitled to attend and vote at the General Army Convention. Delegates selected by Battalion Convention. Delegates selected by General Headquarters Staff and Staffs of Brigades, Divisions and Commands. 2 members of the Executive. All members of the Army Council. The Chief of Staff, the Adjutant General, and the Quartermaster General. 8. Only volunteers on the active list shall be eligible as delegates to the General Army Convention. 9. A majority of the General Army Convention may invite anyone whom they wish to attend to speak. 10. The chairperson of the General Army Convention shall be chosen by the General Convention. 7. Duties and powers of the Executive. 1. The chairperson of the General Army Convention or his/her representative shall, within 48 hours of the termination of the conventions, summon a meeting of the Army Executive over which he/she shall preside during the election of a chairperson and secretary. The Army Executive shall then proceed with the election of an Army Council of 7 members. 2. The Army Executive shall meet at least once every 6 months. The Secretary of the Executive shall be responsible for the summoning of the members. 3. It shall be the duty of the Executive to advise the Army Council on all matters concerning the Army. 4. The Executive shall have powers, by a majority vote, to summon an extraordinary General Army Convention. 5. A member of the Executive who, for any reason, ceases to be an active member of Oglake Nah shall cease to be a member of the Executive. 6. Casual vacancies on the Executive shall be filled by cooperation after any substitutes that may be elected by the General Army Convention have been exhausted. Vacancies shall be filled within a period of 1 month. 7. The Executive shall hold office until the following General Army Convention shall elect a new Executive. 8. An extraordinary meeting of the Executive shall be summoned by the Secretary of the Executive when a majority of the Army Council or a majority of the Executive so decide. 9. 2/3 of the available members shall constitute a quorum of the Executive, for co-option purposes only. Full executive powers shall not be vested in less than 5 members. 8. Duties and powers of the Army Council. 1. The chairperson of the Army Executive or his/her representative shall, as soon as possible after the election of the Army Council, summon a meeting of the Army Council, over which he/she shall preside, until a chairperson and secretary have been elected. 2. The Army Council shall meet at least once a month. 3. Vacancies occurring in the Army Council shall be filled from substitutes elected by the Executive or co-opted by the Army Council in advance. Co-options by the Army Council must be ratified by the Executive at its next meeting. 4. Any active volunteer shall be eligible for membership of the Army Council. The Army Council shall have power to 1. Conclude peace or declare war when a majority of the Council so decide. The conclusion of peace must be ratified by a convention. 2. Appoint a Chief of Staff and ratify all appointments to the commissioned ranks. 3. Make regulations regarding organization, training, discipline, equipment, and operations, such as will ensure that the Army will be as efficient as possible. 4. Take all necessary steps to secure coordination with other Republican organizations. 5. Keep in touch with all foreign organizations and countries which may help the Army in any way. 6. Arrange for the care of wounded volunteers and their dependents and the dependents of volunteers killed, imprisoned, or on active service. The Chief of Staff, Adjutant General, and Quartermaster General shall be entitled to attend and speak at all meetings of the Army Council but not be entitled to vote unless they are members of the Army Council. 4 members shall constitute a quorum of the Army Council. A member of the Army Council who, for any reason, ceases to be an active volunteer, shall cease to be a member of the Army Council. 9. Selection of delegates. Delegates to the command conventions shall be elected by ballot as follows. 1. At each parade called for the purpose, each unit in command area shall elect a delegate to attend the command convention. 2. One member of the command staff, elected by the staff at a special meeting called for the purpose. 3. The command OC shall be entitled to attend and vote at the command convention. 4. Each command convention shall meet when instructed by the Army authority and elect one delegate when the total number of volunteers who parade for unit conventions do not exceed 20, and 2. When the number of volunteers do not exceed 50, and one delegate for each 20 additional volunteers on parade at unit conventions. Brigade conventions. Where the independent unit is a brigade convention may be held consisting of the delegates elected by the units, battalion staffs, and the brigade staff, with the power to pass or reject any resolution brought forward by these delegates. The delegates from each battalion shall each elect their own delegates to the Army Convention. Election of brigade, divisional and command staff delegates to the General Army Convention. 2 delegates shall be elected at a meeting of General Headquarters staff officers, with the exception of the Chief of Staff, Adjutant General, and Quartermaster General. Resolutions to General Army Convention. Command conventions and the meetings of GHQ staff for the election of delegates to General Army Convention shall have power to discuss any matter relating to the Army or to the nation and to pass resolutions regarding such matters. These resolutions shall be forwarded to GHQ within the time specified by the Army Authority and shall appear on the agenda for the General Army Convention. 10. Changes to the Constitution. It shall require a 2/3 majority of a General Army Convention to change articles in this Constitution. Oglake Naheirean General Headquarters General Army Orders. General Order No. 1. 1. Membership of the Army is only possible through being an active member of any Army unit or directly attached to General Headquarters. Any person who ceases to be an active member of a unit or working directly with General Headquarters, automatically ceases to be a member of the Army. There is no reserve in the Army. All volunteers must be active. 2. The duties of a volunteer shall be at the discretion of the unit commander. If for a good and genuine reason a volunteer is unable to carry out the normal duties and routine which obtains in the unit, the OC may allot him/her some special duties. So long as he/she performs these duties satisfactorily and makes regular reports, he/she shall be considered as an active volunteer. 3. Leave of absence may be granted to a volunteer in the case of illness or for other valid reason. 4. A volunteer who, for any reason, ceases to maintain contact with his/her unit or with General Headquarters for a period of 3 months shall automatically cease to be a member of the Army. 5. The provision of this General Order does not apply to volunteers in prison. General Order No. 2. Volunteers when making the Army Declaration promise to obey all orders and regulations issued by the Army Authority and any superior officers. 1. Where an order issued by a duly accredited officer has been disobeyed, the volunteer in question must be suspended immediately, pending investigation of the case. 2. Any volunteer carrying out an unofficial operation is automatically dismissed from the Army and is liable to immediate repudiation. Minimum penalty for breach of this order, dismissal. General Order No. 3. 1. All applications for readmission by those who were dismissed or who resigned from the Army, must be submitted to the Army Council or delegated authority, who alone have the power to sanction reinstatement. 2. Where a volunteer is summarily dismissed from the Army, he/she may apply to his/her unit OC to have his/her case tried by court-martial. Such application must be made within 7 days from the date of receipt of notification of dismissal. 3. Once a court-martial has confirmed such a dismissal, then as in all other cases, any further appeal or application for reinstatement must be forwarded to the Army Council through the unit commander. General Order No. 4. No member of Oglake Nahan may be a member of a political party which recognizes the partition institutions of government as sovereign authorities for the Irish people. General Order No. 5. Part 1. A volunteer shall not 1. Swear or pledge allegiance or recognition to the partition institutions of government of the 6 or 26 county states. 2. Swear or pledge recognition of their legitimacy as sovereign governing bodies for the Irish people. 3. Swear or pledge himself/herself in any way to refrain from using arms or other methods of struggle to overthrow British rule in Ireland. Minimum penalty for breaches, dismissal. Part 2. When arrested, a volunteer shall 1. Remain silent. 2. Refuse to give any account of his/her movements, activities, or associates, when any of these have any relation to the organization or personnel of Oglake Nahan. 3. Refuse to make or sign any statements. Part 3. A volunteer shall 1. Refuse to obey any order issued by the partitionist authorities requiring him/her to leave Ireland or reside inside or outside a specified area in Ireland. 2. Refuse to give any undertakings about his/her future behavior. Volunteers released from prison on ticket of leave are bound by this. Minimum penalty for breaches, dismissal. Part 4. Any volunteer committed to prison forfeits all previous rank and shall report into the Oglake Nahan structure for debriefing and further instructions. A volunteer's attitude in court shall be at the discretion of the Army authority. Maximum penalty for breaches which are not also a breach of orders in Part 1. Dismissal with ignominy. Part 5. No volunteer should succumb to approaches or overtures, blackmail or bribery attempts, made by the enemy and should report such approaches as soon as possible. Volunteers who engage in loose talk shall be dismissed. Volunteers found guilty of treason face the death penalty. General Order No. 6. Committees under Army control will have their terms of references clearly laid out for them. They will adhere strictly to these terms of reference. In case of departure from these, the individual or individuals responsible will be removed from the committee. The Army authority has the right to remove any member of such committees from the committee at any time. General Order No. 7. Volunteers are forbidden to undertake hunger strikes without the express sanction of General Headquarters. Maximum penalty for breach, dismissal. General Order No. 8. 1. Volunteers are strictly forbidden to take any military action against 26 county forces under any circumstances whatsoever. The importance of this order in present circumstances, especially in the border areas, cannot be overemphasized. 2. Minimum arms shall be used in training in the 26 county area. In the event of a raid, every effort shall be made to get the arms away safely. If this fails, the arms shall be rendered useless and abandoned. 3. Maximum security precautions must be taken when training. Scouts must always be posted to warn of emergency. Volunteers arrested during the training or in possession of arms will point out that the arms were for use against the British forces of occupation only. This statement should be repeated at all subsequent court proceedings. 4. At all times volunteers must make it clear that the policy of the Army is to drive the British forces of occupation out of Ireland. General Order No. 9. Firing parties at funerals are only allowed in the case of volunteers who die on active service or as a direct result of enemy action. General Headquarters permission must be obtained. General Order No. 10. No member of Oglake Nahan shall make any statement either verbally or in writing to the press or mass media without General Headquarters permission. Volunteers are forbidden to advocate anything inconsistent with Army policy. Minimum penalty for breaches, dismissal with ignominy. General Order No. 11. Any volunteer who seizes or is party to the seizure of arms, ammunition, or explosives which are being held under Army control, shall be deemed guilty of treachery. A duly constituted court-martial shall try all cases. Penalty for breach of this order, death. Note, as in all other cases of death penalty, sentence must be ratified by the Army Council. General Order No. 12. A volunteer with knowledge of the whereabouts of Army property which is not under Army control shall report such information immediately to his/her OC. Minimum penalty for failure to do this, dismissal. General Order No. 13. 1. Any volunteer who attempts to lower the morals or undermine the confidence of other volunteers in Army leadership or in any individual in the Army control shall be deemed guilty of treachery. 2. Any volunteer taking part in a campaign of slander and denigration against another volunteer, thereby weakening authority and discipline, and bringing the Army into disrepute, shall likewise be deemed guilty of treachery. Minimum penalty, dismissal with ignominy. 3. All volunteers are expected to act in an honorable way so as the struggle is not harmed or undermined. Any volunteer who brings the Army into disrepute by his/her behavior may be guilty of a breach of his/her duties and responsibilities as a volunteer in Oglek Naharan and may be dismissed. General Order No. 14. Oglek Naharan is a voluntary organization and volunteers resign membership by giving notice to the relevant Army authority. However, no volunteer or former volunteer may join any other military organization where his/her training, experience, and knowledge gained in Oglek Naharan could be used by that organization. General Order No. 15. No volunteer convicted by a court-martial on a capital offense can be executed if that volunteer can show that he did not receive instructions in the Green Book. The officer responsible for recruiting this volunteer and clearing his/her application shall be held responsible for neglect and being in breach of this order. Courts of Inquiry. 1. A court of inquiry may be set up to investigate allegations against any member of the Army, any alleged irregularity, or any other matter affecting the Army. 2. The court may be convened by the OC or any unit or by the CS. The convening authority should supply the court with specific terms of reference in writing, setting out the precise nature of the matters to be investigated. 3. The court shall consist of 3 members, one of who will be appointed president by the convening officer of his/her representative. Any active volunteer may be appointed to sit on a court of inquiry. 4. The powers and duties of a court of inquiry are, to examine all witnesses who appear before it and having considered all the evidence, to make specific recommendations to the convening authority. It has no power to bring in any verdict or to pass any sentence. It may recommend court-martial proceedings, but decision on this point rests with the convening authority. Note, the powers and duties of the court of inquiry should be made clear to the members of the court and to all witnesses appearing before it, by the convening authority or his/her representative. 5. The members of the court should be supplied with copies of all General Army orders, as they may be required for the drawing up of recommendations. 6. Witnesses summoned to appear before the court should be accommodated in a separate room to that in which the court is held. They should be cautioned beforehand that they are not to discuss the matters being investigated, among themselves. An officer should be detailed to remain in the room with the witnesses. The witnesses will be called singly before the court to testify. 7. Evidence should be taken on oath which will be administered to each witness by the President. Should a witness object to testifying on oath, he/she must state the objections, to the court. Unsworn testimony may be taken, but will not carry the same weight as sworn testimony. Once a witness has been examined, he/she may be recalled as often as the court requires, to answer any further questions the court wishes to put. For this reason, witnesses will not be allowed to leave the precincts of the court except with express permission of the court. 8. If the court so decided, it may call for additional witnesses to those summoned by the convening authority. 9. The recommendations of the court shall be made in writing and signed by the 3 members of the court. These recommendations, together with a record of the proceedings and all documents connected with the inquiry, shall be forwarded to the competent authority by the President. Note, the President appoints one member of the court to record the proceedings unless a note-take or other means of recording is specially provided by the competent authority. Oaths for courts of inquiry. To be taken by each member of the court. I swear by the Almighty God that I will conduct this inquiry without fear, favor, or affection. And I swear that I will not disclose the vote or opinion of any member of the court unless required to do so by the competent authority. And I swear not to disclose the recommendations of the court until they have disclosed by the competent authority. To be taken by each witness. I swear by Almighty God that my evidence to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. To be taken by the official note-taker. I swear by Almighty God that I will maintain inviolate the proceedings of this court, and that I will not disclose its proceedings unless required to do so by the competent authority. Court-martial. 1. A court-martial is set up by the OC of any unit or by the CS, to try any volunteer on a specific charge or charges. 2. The court shall consist of 3 members of equal rank or higher than the accused. 3. The convening officer will appoint 1 member of the court as president. 4. When a court-martial is set up by a unit OC, the adjutant of the unit, or some members of the unit delegated by the adjutant to do so, will act as prosecuting counsel. When the convening authority is the CS, he/she may appoint any officer other than the adjutant general to act as prosecuting counsel. 5. The accused may call on any volunteer to act as his/her defense counsel, or if he/she desires, may defend the case himself/herself. 6. A copy of the charge shall be supplied to the accused in reasonable time before the case is heard to enable him/her to prepare defense. The convening authority may either supply the accused with a summary of the evidence it is proposed to place before the court, or arrange for a preliminary hearing at which witnesses for the prosecution will give on oath a summary of their testimony. At such preliminary hearings, neither defense nor prosecution counsel will be present, but the accused may cross-examine the witnesses. The evidence shall be taken down in writing from each witness, shall be read over to the accused and shall be signed by him/her. If the accused wishes to make a statement or give evidence on oath, he/she must be cautioned that anything he/she says may be taken down and used in evidence at any subsequent hearing of the case. 7. If the accused objects to any of the 3 officers comprising the court, the objection will be examined by the remaining 2 members and, if upheld, the member objected to will be replaced. 8. The convening authority will supply the court with a copy of the charges and with copies of General Army orders. 9. The convening authority will ensure that the prosecuting counsel is in possession of all the facts relevant to the case and that all prosecution witnesses are present at the court. 10. During the hearing of the case, all witnesses will be kept in separate rooms as in the case of a court of inquiry. The only persons present in the court shall be the members of the court, the accused, the defense counsel, prosecuting counsel, and note-taker and the witness under examination. 11. Evidence should be taken on oath which will be administered to each witness by the President. Should a witness object to testifying on oath, he/she must state the objections to the court. Unsworn testimony may be taken, but will not carry the same weight as sworn testimony. Once a witness has been examined, he/she may be recalled as often as the court requires, to answer any further questions the court wishes to put. For this reason, witnesses will not be allowed to leave the precincts of the court except with the express permission of the court. 12. At the start of the case, the President will read each charge to the accused and ask the accused if he/she pleads guilty to the charge. 13. Witnesses when called to testify will be cross-examined first by the prosecuting counsel and then by the defense counsel, or by the accused if conducting his/her own defense. Witnesses may be questioned by any member of the court. Should either counsel wish to recall a witness who has already testified, permission of the court must first be obtained. The court may recall any witness. Witnesses may not leave the precincts of the court without permission from the court. 14. At any time it so desires, the court may go into private session to decide on points which may arise, such as the admissibility of evidence. 15. When all witnesses have testified. Defense counsel will sum up and make closing address to court. This will be followed by summing up and closing address of the prosecuting counsel. The court then goes into private session to consider its verdict and sentence. 16. For a breach of any general army order, the court shall not have power to impose a lesser penalty than that laid down in such order. 17. The verdict and sentence of the court shall be set down in writing and signed by the 3 members. This, together with a summary of the evidence, must be forwarded by the President of the convening authority. Sentence is subject to the ratification of the convening authority. Note: in the case of the death penalty, sentence must be ratified by the A/C. 18. The accused may forward an appeal against the verdict or sentence or both to the Adjutant General, who will place it before the competent authority. The appeal should be forwarded by accused through his/her OC, who in turn will forward it to the Adjutant General with a signed copy of verdict and sentence and a summary of the evidence. The competent authority may order a new trial or reduce the penalty, but may not increase the penalty imposed by the court. Note: the President appoints 1 member of the court to as recorder, unless a note-taker or other means of recording the proceedings is specially provided by the convening authority. Oaths for court-martial. To be taken by each member of the court. I swear by Almighty God that I will try the accused on the issues presented to the court without fear, favor, or affection. And I swear that I will not disclose the vote or opinion of any member of the court or any proceedings of the court unless required to do so by the competent authority. And I swear not to disclose the verdict or sentence of the court until they have been disclosed by the competent authority. To be taken by each witness. I swear by Almighty God that my evidence to the court shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. To be taken by the official note-taker. I swear by Almighty God that I will maintain inviolate the proceedings of this court and that I will not disclose its proceedings unless required to do so by the competent authority. Notes for court-martial. 1. On the court assembling, the convening authority or his/her representative reads the order convening the court. 2. The President asks the accused if he/she has any objection to any member of the court. Members of the court retire and consider any objections, and decide whether objection is to be upheld or rejected. 3. If any objection is upheld, the convening authority or his/her representative nominates another member. 4. The President appoints 1 member of the court to record the proceedings, unless a note-taker is specially appointed by the convening authority. 5. The President then reads the charge or charges to the accused and asks him/her to plead to each separate charge. 6. The prosecutor presents his/her authority to the court and makes the opening statement for the prosecution, outlining the charges. 7. The prosecutor then calls witnesses to substantiate case for the prosecution. 8. Accused or his/her counsel cross-examine witness for the prosecution. 9. When evidence for the prosecution is closed, the accused or his/her counsel makes opening statement for the defense. 10. Witnesses for the defense are then called. 11. Accused or his/her counsel makes closing statement for the defense. 12. Prosecutor makes closing statement for the prosecution. 13. Court may ask for records as to the character and record of the accused. 14. The court retires to consider the findings on each charge and to award the sentence. The court may award a separate sentence or punishment on each charge on which the accused is found guilty of, or 1 sentence or punishment, to cover more than 1 charge. 15. Where different sentences are proposed, the court shall vote first on the lesser sentence proposed. 16. Members of the court shall vote on sentence according to their seniority, the junior members voting first. 17. The President of the court shall be responsible for forwarding to the competent authority the written records or other records of the proceedings of the court and all documents connected with the trial. The findings and sentence of the court. 18. The oath to witnesses shall be administered by the President of the court. Code of Conduct. No serious guerrilla organization can exist or hope to achieve victory without a number of prerequisites. One side of the coin. These include comradeship, an internal structure, rules and regulations, an ability to recruit, and a brief in achieving objectives. On the other side there has to be public support and the commanding of the admiration and respect of the public. Where comradeship is lacking and where there are no rules and regulations, one can see from past in-law feuds how disagreements can degenerate into anarchy and demoralize one's base of support. The Irish Republican Army is one of the oldest and surviving guerrilla armies in the world. It has a long tradition of struggle, but at certain times in its history a number of the prerequisites for success were absent, conditions were not right, but most importantly nationalist opinion in the North was not ripe for a sustained armed struggle. All this changed in the 1960s with the attempted repression of the civil rights movement, and from then until now the struggle has taken on a steady momentum of its own. The IRA's objectives are set down in a written constitution. The IRA, however, is regulated by a set of general army orders. Volunteers have always been expected to be familiar with the Constitution and General Army Orders, but in recent years familiar also with the Green Book, which is a further breakdown of the aims and objectives of the organization, the tactics of how to conduct oneself during interrogation. Enemy. The British government has attempted to undermine the struggle, deter people from fighting and sap the morale of volunteers and supporters through a number of measures. It kills people, it jails people, it consistently repeats that it will not give way to the IRA, it ridicules one's objectives as being unrealistic and unachievable. It attacks the methods such as the commandeering of cars, the taking over houses, fighting a war in the streets in which people live, the execution of informers, etc. All of this is so much hypocrisy compared to the commandeering of a country and British institutionalist violence and sectarianism. Most objective people, and not necessarily sympathetic people, can see through this hypocrisy, and only ongoing politicization and publicity can really counter it. It is IRA successes that demoralize the British and undermine their case. Ongoing IRA successes reinforce the belief in victory, which in turn will lead to increased support. Behavior. No organization and no organization's members are above reproach. The behavior of volunteers on operations and how Republicans conduct themselves in their private lives will, where exploitable, be used by the British, the media, and the SDLP, and the movement's other detractors to undermine the movement in the minds of the general public. When Mao's Red Army was fighting the revolution in China, its code of conduct was summed up succinctly, as follows. 3 general rules of discipline. 1. Obey orders in all actions. 2. Do not take a single needle or piece of thread from the people. 3. Hand all booty over to headquarters. And the 8 reminders. 1. Talk to people politely. 2. Be fair in all business dealings. 3. Return everything you have borrowed. 4. Pay for anything you have damaged. 5. Don't beat or bully people. 6. Don't damage crops. 7. Don't flirt with women. 8. Don't ill-treat prisoners of war. This is somewhat idealistic, but one gets the drift about striving for the optimum in good behavior and the necessity of avoiding scandal. Given the pervasiveness of the media in everyone's lives nowadays, it is therefore even more essential for Republicans to consider the effect of their attitudes and behavior on supporters. To be conscious of how their behavior could be used to ridicule the movement and thus unjustifiably bring the struggle into disrepute. The Republican movement relies on a voluntary code of conduct, and below are some of the guidelines expected of members. 1. Republican volunteers are expected to be truthful in their dealings with other comrades and other sections of the movement. 2. They are expected to be honest in all matters relating to the public, both in terms of official and private business. Whilst the majority of members are from working class backgrounds, a business person who provides a poor service to the public or who exploits the public in business dealings is no asset to the Republican cause. 3. Republicanism stands for equality and an end to sexism. Male volunteers who mistreat or exploit their partners are flying in the face of this principle. Volunteers must practice domestically what the movement preaches publicly. 4. Anyone promoting sectarianism or displaying sectarian attitudes should immediately be disciplined. 5. Republicanism has an international dimension, which means respecting as equals other nationalities and races. Anyone who pays lip service to international solidarity and then slips into mimicking the racist attitudes which are typical of an imperialist mentality should be immediately upbraided. All people are equal and everyone has an international duty to oppose racism and oppression from wherever it emanates. 6. Our culture is something of which we should be proud, it is part of our identity and it can also be used, not in a chauvinistic sense, but against the British to show the separateness of our identity as an individual nation. Republicans who do not subscribe to Irish culture, or who have no interest in promoting the Irish language, should respect those who are making progress on this front against considerable odds. It is simply laziness which prevents people from attempting to learn their native language, no one is that busy. 7. The Green Book makes reference to people who take alcohol, urging them to be extremely careful. Under excessive drinking, people's tongues loosen, people whom one wouldn't normally trust become great friends, and one is vulnerable to the temptation of engaging in loose talk. Apart from the security risk, a drunken Republican is hardly the best example of a freedom fighter, he or she is open to ridicule from the movement's detractors. The activities of Republicans even engaged in innocent celebrations would be used by the enemy, so vulnerable are ambassadors of freedom's struggle on this issue. So be moderate and be careful and remember what you represent. If you need to let off steam, then be discreet. 8. Alcohol affects different people in different ways, turning some aggressive people into affectionate doves, and making some normally pleasant people nasty and unbearable. Under alcohol, people's attitudes can also undergo unpleasant changes. Respect towards others, one's partner, the movement, can temporarily diminish, leaving one with a lot of apologizing and more than a hangover the following day. Dependency on alcohol is also a major weakness which the special branch will be quick to exploit. The code set out here represents mere common sense and is a reminder to all activists of their responsibilities. No one has been press-ganged into republicanism. If you cannot do the struggle the honor of your service, then do not do it the dishonor of a disservice. It is as simple as that. Volunteer rights. Volunteers should be well versed in general army orders and court of inquiry and court-martial procedures. They should understand that they are aimed not only at ensuring the IRA runs smoothly within these agreed disciplinary codes, but also at protecting the rights of volunteers. While everyone is accountable to disciplinary process under general army orders, this is not their only function. They are there to protect the army, and as the army is its volunteers, they must serve to protect the volunteers as well. Communications within the army are of vital importance. Thus all volunteers should be aware of how the army structure works and of how a volunteer can and should pass grievances or observations upwards. The onus is on the volunteer to do this in a non-disruptive way, working through and using the proper channels all the time. All volunteers should have access to their immediate superiors. This is through normal army channels to GHQ. If this is unsatisfactory, then there is access through GHQ to Army Council. The onus is on each tier, if requested, to pass requests upwards. Security permitting, a volunteer should always get an answer. Whether the volunteer agrees with the answer is irrelevant. Once volunteers exhaust the channels, Army discipline demands that the answer be accepted. Final redress can be sought through the Army Council. Issues which are not important enough to warrant this should not be permitted to cause disruption or harmful dissensions. The onus is on the volunteers to behave at all times in a correct, positive, and responsible manner, avoiding personal conflict or diversions from our main task. Suspension of volunteers should be conducted sparingly. Where suspensions are necessary, they should not be of lengthy duration. Except in special circumstances, volunteers should not normally be suspended, unless facing charges, e.g. a volunteer facing a court of inquiry should not normally be suspended. However, when a court of inquiry decided to press charges, this would normally involve suspension until the charges are adjudicated on. Special circumstances where a volunteer could be suspended by a competent senior authority could, for example, include a refusal to obey an army order. The above deals with suspension of membership of the army. Suspension of a volunteer from specific duties or a position in the Army is permissible at the discretion of a competent senior authority. Again, the normal right to appeal applies. Summary dismissal of a volunteer should be avoided except in the most extreme circumstances. Every volunteer has the right to a court of inquiry. It should be noted that such a court, arising out of a summary dismissal, is a court where those responsible for the dismissal will have to stand over their actions. They are not permitted to introduce new evidence other than that on which the dismissal was based. Volunteers summarily dismissed have 7 days in which to appeal against the dismissal. Courts are established by the Army authority. Thus, recommendations by courts must be agreed on by the Army authority before they are acted on, or made known to other volunteers. All of the above places a heavy responsibility on those holding positions within the Army. The Adjutant General is responsible for discipline. The Adjutant General or those to whom he/she has delegated responsibility should be consulted in all cases involving the possible dismissal of volunteers. An organization like ours, which seeks political objectives based upon the principles of justice and freedom, must ensure that these principles are applied internally and in our dealings with one another. Volunteers, and this includes everyone from the CS to the unit volunteer, must be treated in a fair and overhand way.